224. Nothing else I could do. We're issued special passports. Point 129. What can you possibly do then? I had no money. So, I resumed my previous life. No, not exactly. What a difference, Vera Pavlovna. I received only certain acquaintances, those men I knew to be good, who wouldn't abuse me. And I didn't drink. That's why it was so different. Compared to my previous life, it was easy for me. No, it was still difficult. Here's what I want to say. Why, you may think it was difficult because I had so many male friends, 5 or so. But I was fond of them all, that wasn't it? Forgive me for saying so, but I'm being honest with you. And I still think that. You know me. Am I immodest now? Who's heard anything but good of me? I spend a lot of time with the children in the workshop. Everyone likes me. The old women can't claim that I've taught them anything bad. But to be honest with you, Vera Pavlovna, I still think that. If you're fond of a man, then there's no harm, provided there's no deceit. It's a different story if there's deceit. That's how I lived. 3 months passed and I was able to get some rest because my life was so calm. Although I felt guilty about money being involved, I no longer considered myself a wicked girl. But Sashenka used to visit me at that time, Vera Pavlovna, and I would visit him. Nowive returned to the main subject that I should have been talking about all along. He didn't come for the same reason as the others, but to make sure I hadn't returned to my previous weakness and started drinking wine again. Indeed, during the first few days he gave me support because I felt a strong craving for it. But I was ashamed. What if he came by and saw me? Undoubtedly I couldn't have resisted without his help because my friends, all good people, would say, I'll send for some wine. But I was so ashamed before him that I said, no, you mustn't. Or else I would have been tempted. The idea that wine was harmful to me would not have been enough. After about 3 weeks, I began to grow stronger. My craving for wine passed, and I abandoned my drunken ways. All the while I was saving up money to pay him back. In about 2 months I repaid the full amount. He was so happy that I did. The next day he brought me some muslin for a dress and a few other things that he'd bought with that money. He used to visit me after that, still only as a doctor looking after a patient. Then, about a month after I'd repaid him, during one of his visits he suddenly said, you know, Nastenka, now I am starting to find you attractive. Indeed, wine can spoil one's looks, and the effect doesn't fade at once, but by then it had, and my face had become more delicate, my eyes clearer. Then too, I'd given up my old habits and begun to talk modestly. Do you know that my ideas became more modest as soon as I stopped drinking? I would still get words mixed up and sometimes I lapsed into absent-mindedness from my former slovenliness. But by then I was getting accustomed to behaving myself and talking more modestly. As soon as he said that he was starting to find me attractive, I was so happy that I wanted to throw myself on his neck, but I didn't dare. He said, so you see, Nastenka, I'm not so unresponsive. He said that I'd become sweet and modest, and he began to caress me. How? He took my hand and placed it on his and then began to stroke mine with his other hand. All the while he was looking at my hand. In fact, at that time my hands were very white and delicate. As soon as he took my hand, you won't believe it, I blushed. After my life, Vera Pavlovna, it was strange to be acting like an innocent young maiden, but that's what happened. In spite of my embarrassment, it's amusing to say it, Vera Pavlovna, but in spite of my embarrassment, that's the truth, I said to him, why are you befriending me, Alexander Matveyevich? He replied, because you're an honest woman now, Nastenka. Those words, calling me an honest woman, made me so happy that I burst into tears. Then he asked, what's the matter, Nastenka? He kissed me. And do you know what? As a result of that kiss my head started to spin, and I fainted. Can you believe it, Vera Pavlovna, can you believe that such a thing could happen to me after the life I led? The next morning I was sitting at home weeping, wondering what I could do now, a poor creature, how could I live? The only choice was to throw myself into the Neva. I felt that I couldn't go on living the way I had been. Come what may, I might starve to death, but I couldn't go on. You see, this meant I'd been in love with him for some time. But since he'd shown me no affection whatever and I'd had no hope that he'd ever find me attractive, this love had died away within me. I wasn't even aware that it still existed. But now it all came to light again. Naturally, when you feel that kind of love, how can you look at anyone else except the man you love? You yourself feel that it's impossible. Everything else disappears, except that one man. So there I sat and wept, wondering what I could do and how I could live. And I'd really made up my mind to go and see him once more and then drown myself. I cried the whole morning. Then suddenly I noticed that he'd come in. He began to kiss me and said, "Nastenka, will you come live with me?" I told him what I'd been thinking about. Then we started to live together. That was such a happy time, Vera Pavlovna. I think there are very few people who can have enjoyed such happiness. How he liked looking at me. Many times I'd wake up and he'd be sitting there with a book. He'd come over to look at me and would forget all about the book and just sit there looking. But he was so modest, Vera Pavlovna. I could understand that later, when I began to read and find out how love is described in novels, only then was I able to judge. But with all 226. His modesty, he still loved to feast his eyes on me. What a feeling when the man you love is looking at you with delight. It's a joy that one can hardly imagine. Like the first time he kissed me, my head started to spin and I sank into his embrace. You would think the feeling is sweet, but it's not that at all. Then you see your blood is boiling and you feel anxious. In that sweet feeling there's some element of torment, so that it's even a bit painful. Of course it goes without saying that it's sheer bliss. One might easily sacrifice one's life for such a moment, and people do, Vera Pavlovna. It's sheer bliss, but that's not it either, that's not it at all. It's just the same when you sit alone daydreaming and think, oh how I love him. But then there's no anxiety, no pain in that pleasure, you feel so calm and so quiet. Well, it's just like that, only 1,000 times stronger when the man you love looks at you lovingly. You feel such serenity. It's not that your heart is pounding. No, that would mean you were experiencing some anxiety. Rather, it's beating evenly, pleasantly, softly, your chest becomes broader, you breathe more easily. Yes, that's the truth, it's very easy to breathe. Oh, how easy it is. Thus an hour or two pass by like a single minute. No, not a minute, not a second, no time at all. It's just like when you fall asleep and then wake up. When you do, you know that a great deal of time has passed since you fell asleep. How did this time pass? It wasn't even a single moment. And it's just like awakening after a long sleep, you feel no exhaustion, only freshness and energy, as if you've had a good rest. And so it is, you've had a good rest. I said it's very easy to breathe. That's the most genuine feeling. What power there is in his glance, Vera Pavlovna. No other caress can comfort you in that way or give you such pleasure as his glance. Of all the things that make up love, there's nothing else so tender. How he loved to look at me. How he feasted his eyes on me. Oh, what rapture! No one can imagine it who hasn't experienced it for herself. But you know all this, Vera Pavlovna. And how is it that he never tired of kissing my eyes and my hands? Then he starts kissing my breast, my feet, everything. How is it that I feel no shame when I'd already become the kind of girl then that I am now? You know, Vera Pavlovna, that a look from another woman embarrasses me. Our girls will tell you how bashful I am. That's why I live in a separate room. How strange it is, quite beyond belief, but when he looks at me and kisses me I feel no shame. It's so pleasant and so easy to breathe. Why is it, Vera Pavlovna, that I'm embarrassed by other girls but feel no shame at his glance? Perhaps it's because he no longer seems to be another person, we've become one and the same. It's as if he weren't looking at me but I was looking at Mijolt, as if he weren't kissing me but I was kissing myself. That's just how I imagine it, and that's why I feel no shame. But you know all this. There's no need to tell you. But as soon as I start thinking about it I can't tear. 227. Myself away from the thought. No / I'll go now / Vera Pavlovna. It's impossible to talk about anything else at the moment. I merely wanted to tell you how kind Sashenka is. 15. Kryakova finished telling her story to Vera Pavlovna during the days that followed. She lived with Kirsanov for about 2 years. The symptoms of her illness seemed to have disappeared. Then at the end of the second year just as spring was arriving her consumption suddenly manifested itself in the late stages of development. Had she continued to live with Kirsanov Kryakova would have been condemning herself to an early death. If she separated from him she might be able to count on another period of remission. They decided to part. If she took up some demanding work that would also mean her end. She had to find a position as a housekeeper maid or nanny, something of that sort and in a household where there'd be no ex-housing obligations and even more important no unpleasantness. Rather rare conditions these. But a suitable position was found. Kirsanov had some acquaintances who were budding actors. Through them Kryakova was hired as a maid by an actress in the Russian theater 130, an excellent woman. Oh how many times did Nastya and Kirsanov say farewell? And each time they changed their minds. Tomorrow I shall leave to take up my position she would say. But one tomorrow followed another. They cried and wept in each other's arms. The actress who knew the circumstances surrounding her new maid finally came to fetch her. She had guessed why her maid was so late in appearing. She carried her away from the prolonged farewell that threatened her health. The actress remained on stage Kryakova lived very well. The actress was a sensitive woman and Kryakova valued her position. It would have been hard to find another like it. Since she never experienced any unpleasantness with the actress Kryakova soon became quite attached to her. Seeing this the actress became even kinder to her. Kryakova lived a tranquil existence. There was very little development of her disease almost none. But then the actress got married left the stage and settled in her husband's household. There as Vera Pavlovna had previously heard the husband's father began to make advances to the maid. Kryakova's virtue was not it must be said subject to temptation but a domestic quarrel ensued. The former actress started to shame the old man and the father began to get angry. Kryakova did not wish to be the cause of a family squabble. Even if she did, she couldn't have lived tranquilly in that position, so she left it. That was about 2.5 years after her parting from Kirsanov. She hadn't been seeing him at all during this time. At first he used to visit her, but her joy at their meeting had such a detrimental effect on her that he asked her permission to cease his visits for her own good. Then Kryakova tried to work as a maid in 2 or 3 other households, but she found so much anxiety and unpleasantness everywhere that it became preferable to hire herself out as a seamstress, even though it meant condemning herself to the rapid development of the disease. It would have progressed all the same as a consequence of any unpleasantness. It was better to suffer the same fate without bitterness, as a result of the work alone. A year as a seamstress completely undermined Kryakova's health. When she entered Vera Pavlovna's workshop, Lepukhov, who was their house doctor, did everything possible to slow the course of her consumption. He did a great deal, that is, a great deal if one considers the difficulty involved in obtaining even these meager results. Her end was fast approaching. Until recently Kryakova had been living under the usual delusion of consumptive patients, imagining that her disease had not progressed very far, therefore she did not seek out Kirsanov for fear of his injurious effect on her. But about 2 months ago she began to press Lopukhov to tell her how long she had left to live. She didn't say why she wanted to know. Lopukhov, who saw nothing in her questions except the usual attachment to life, didn't consider it his right to tell her how near the crisis really was. He reassured her. But, as most often happens, she wasn't reassured and merely refrained from doing the one thing that might have afforded her some joy at the end. She knew that she didn't have long to live, all her feelings were determined by that thought, but the doctor convinced her that she must still take care of herself. She knew that she had to trust him more than herself. Therefore, she listened to him and didn't seek out Kirsanov. Of course, this misunderstanding couldn't last for very long. As the crisis approached, Kryakova's questions would have become more persistent. Either she would have revealed that she had a special reason for wanting to know the truth, or else Lopukhov or Vera Pavlovna would have guessed that there was a particular urgency in her inquiries. Then, 2 or 3 weeks later, perhaps only a few days later, the result would have been exactly the same as what actually happened a little earlier and somewhat unexpectedly for Kryakova, thanks to Kirsanov's appearance in the workshop. But now the misunderstanding was over, as a result not of the further course of her questions but of an accidental circumstance. How happy I am, how very happy. I kept meaning to come and see. 229. You, Sashenka, cried Kryakova ecstatically when she led him to her room. Yes, Nastenka, and I'm just as happy as you are. Now we'll never be parted. Come and live with me, said Kirsanov, overcome by a feeling of compassionate love. Having said it, he suddenly thought, how could I have said that? She's probably not aware that the end is so near. But either she didn't understand the meaning of his words at first, or she understood but didn't bother to pay any attention to the meaning. Her joy at the resumption of their love stifled any sorrow at the thought of her impending doom. Whichever it was, she was overjoyed and said, "What a kind man you are to love me the way you did before." But when he left, she did see a little. It was only now that she grasped, or was able to realize that she grasped, the meaning of the resumption of their love. There's no reason to protect you now, it won't do any good. At least have some joy while you can. And she really was happy. He didn't leave her for a moment, except for those hours he had to spend in the hospital or the academy. Thus she lived for almost a month. They were together all the time. They told many stories, about what each had been doing during the time of their separation, recalling even more often the pleasures of their previous life. They took walks together, he hired a carriage, and evening they rode through the outskirts of Petersburg and admired them. People find nature so pleasant that they enjoy even the pitiful miserable scene around Petersburg, which cost millions and tens of millions of rubles. They read together, played cards and lotto. She even began to learn how to play chess, as if she had the time to master the game. On several occasions Vera Pavlovna spent late evenings with them after they returned from one of their outings, or, more often, she dropped by during the morning to distract Kryakova when she was left alone. When the two women were alone together, Kryakova would talk, at length and passionately, about nothing but how kind and tender Sashenka was, and how much he loved her. 16. 4 months or so passed. Kirsanov was deceived first by his worries about Kryakova, then by his memories of her. It seemed to him that now he was out of danger as far as Vera Pavlovna was concerned. He didn't avoid her during her visits to Kryakova, when she met him and spoke to him, or afterward, when she tried to distract him. And, in 230. Fact, while he was in mourning, he wasn't aware of having any feelings for Vera Pavlovna, except that of friendly gratitude for all her help. But the reader already knows the meaning of this but just as you always know beforehand what's going to happen following the pages you've just read, but, of course Kirsanov's feeling for Kryakova at the time of their second meeting wasn't at all like hers for him. Any love for Kryakova had long since passed. He merely remained fond of her, as one does of a former lover. His previous love was only a result of his youthful desire to love someone, anyone at all. Naturally, Kyriakova was no match for him because they were really no match for each other as far as their development was concerned. When he outgrew his youth, he could feel sorry for her, but no more. He could be tender to her for memory's sake or out of compassion, but that's all. Indeed, his grief at losing her faded away very quickly, but even after the grief had disappeared, he imagined that he was still preoccupied with it. When he noticed that he no longer felt any grief but merely recalled it, he saw that he'd become quite involved with Vera Pavlovna and that he'd come upon a great misfortune. Vera Pavlovna tried to distract him, he allowed himself to be distracted, considering that he was in no danger. Perhaps he didn't realize that he was in love with Vera Pavlovna, and that in submitting to her care, he was courting disaster. And what was happening now, some 2 or 3 months after Vera Pavlovna had begun to distract him from his grief over Kyriakova? Nothing more than that. All during this period he spent almost every evening at the Lopukhovs, or else he escorted Vera Pavlovna somewhere, sometimes with her husband but more frequently without. That's all there was to it. But it was more than enough not only for him but for her as well. What is Vera Pavlovna's day like now? Up until evening it's the same as before. But now it's about 6 o'clock. Previously she would go to the workshop alone or sit in her room working. But now, if she has to visit the workshop in the evening, Kirsanov has been told the day before, and he arrives in time to escort her. Along the way, both there and back, not a very long trip, they chat about something or other, usually the workshop. Kirsanov is now her most active associate in matters pertaining to it. Once there she's occupied giving various instructions, while he too has a lot to do. 30 girls find quite a few favors to ask and requests to make, surely it would be convenient for him to assist. In between these tasks, he sits chatting with the Children. Even here a few girls participate in the conversation about everything under the sun. How splendid the stories are from the 1001 Arabian Nights, 131, many of which he'd read to them, or about the white elephants that are so esteemed in India, just as many of us love white cats. Half the group considers that this shows a lack of taste. White elephants, cats, and horses all are albinos, a sickly breed. You can tell from their eyes that they don't enjoy as good health as animals with real color. 132 The other half of the group takes the side of the white cats. Do you know any more details about the life of Mr. S. Beecherstow, whose novel we all know from your stories? 133. Asks one of the older participants in the discussion. No, Kirsanov doesn't know anything Morel, but he could find out because he too is curious. But he could tell them something about John Howard, who was almost the same sort of person as Mrs. Beecherstow. 134 Then Kirsanov would tell them stories or argue with members of the group, the junior half of which is always the Samel while the senior half constantly changes. After Vera Pavlovna has finished her business, she returns home with him to have tea. The three of them sit together for a long time afterward. Nowadays Vera Pavlovna and Dmitry Sergeich spend more time over their tea than they did before Kirsanov joined them. An hour or sometimes 2 of almost every evening the three of them spend together without other company are devoted to some musical activity. Dmitry Sergeich plays and Vera Pavlovna sings, while Kirsanov sits and listens. Sometimes Kirsanov plays, then Dmitry Sergeich sings together with his wife. But it often happens nowadays that Vera Pavlovna hurries home from the workshop to dress for the theater. They frequent the opera and all about half the time all three of them together, the other half, just Kirsanov and Vera Pavlovna. Besides, the Lopukhovs have started to entertain guests more often. Previous except for some young people, and what sort of guests are they? More like one's own nephews, the Mertzilovs were their only guests. But now the Lopukhovs have become close to 2 or 3 other nice couples. The Mertzilovs and 2 couples have agreed to take turns organizing little evening parties with dancing for their circle every week. Sometimes there are 6 couples present or even as many as 8. Lopukhov never goes to the opera without Kirsanov, or to visit other couples, but Kirsanov often escorts Vera Pavlovna alone on these outings. Lopukhov says that he prefers to stay at home in his everyday clothes on his own sofa. Therefore, they spend only about half their evenings as a threesome, but at such times they're together without interruption. It's true that when the Lopukhovs are entertaining no other guests besides Kirsanov, the sofa often draws Lopukhov away from the room where the piano is. It's now been moved from Vera Pavlovna's room into the living room. Although this fact doesn't really help Dmitry Sergeevich much. Within a quarter of an hour or at most half an hour, Kirsanov and Vera Pavlovna have also abandoned the piano and are sitting next to him on the sofa. In fact, Vera Pavlovna doesn't sit there for long, she soon manages to recline on the sofa. But in such a way that her husband isn't disturbed in the least. It's a large sofa, that is. It's really not all that spacious. But she slipped one arm around LD her husband. And therefore he's still comfortable sitting there. Thus pass another 3 or more months. The idol is no longer in fashion. And I myself don't like it very much. That is, I personally don't like it. Just as I don't like taking walks or eating asparagus. There's a lot I don't like. But it's impossible for any one person to like every kind of food and all forms of recreation. Yet I know that these things, although not to my personal taste, are very good things and that they are to the liking, or would be, of a much greater number of people than those who, like me, prefer a game of chess to taking a walk or a plate of sauerkraut with hemp seed oil to asparagus. I even know that the majority, who doesn't share my penchant for a game of chess and would be glad not to share my enthusiasm for sauerkraut with hemp seed oil, has tastes no worse than mine. Therefore I say, take as many walks as you like, and let sauerkraut with hemp seed oil disappear from the face of the earth. As long as there remains just a little left as an antiquarian relic for a few eccentrics like me. Similarly, I know that for the vast majority of people no worse than I am. Happiness must have its idyllic character. So I exclaim, let the idyllic character of life reign over all others. For a few eccentrics who aren't fond of idols, there'll be other kinds of happiness. But the majority requires the idol. And as for the fact that it's no longer fashionable and therefore people spurn it, that's no real objection at all. They shun the idol as the fox in the fable spurned the grapes. 135 They think it inaccessible, consequently they conclude, let it no longer be fashionable. But it's pure nonsense that the idol is inaccessible. It's not only a fine thing for almost all people, but even feasible. Very much so. It wouldn't be all that difficult to establish not just for one person or even for a dozen men, but for all people. Why, it's impossible for 5 people to sustain the Italian opera, but it's entirely feasible for all of Petersburg to do it, as everyone can see and hear. 136 Why, the complete collected works of Gogol, Moscow, 1861, is impossible for a dozen people to sustain, but for the whole reading public it's entirely feasible and not even expensive, as everyone knows. But until there was Italian opera for the whole town, only a few odd concerts were available to particularly devoted music lovers. Until the second part of Dead Souls was published for the whole reading public, only a few particularly devoted admirers of Gogol were able to prepare their own handwritten copies, despite the labor involved. 137 A handwritten manuscript can't compare to a printed book. A few odd concerts are no match for the Italian opera. But still, they're both good, each in its own way. 17. If an outsider had come to consult with Kirsanov about the position in which he found himself when he came to his senses, and if Kirsanov had been a total stranger to all those involved in the affair, he'd have said to the outsider, it's too late to remedy the situation by running away. I don't know how it will turn out, but it's equally dangerous both to run away and to stay here. As for those whose peace of mind concerns you, your running away would be more dangerous than staying here. Of course Kirsanov would have said this only to the sort of man who was similar to him or Lopukhov, that is, a man of resolute character and unfailing honesty. It would be useless to discuss such matters with other people, because they'd undoubtedly behave in an abominably and worthless way. They'd shame the woman, dishonor themselves, and then go around to their friends whining or boasting, savoring either their heroic virtue or their amorous appeal. Neither Lopukhov nor Kirsanov would enjoy talking with such people about the way honorable men should behave. But Kirsanov would be correct in telling anyone of his own ilk that running away now would be almost worse than staying. The implications would be clear. I know how you'd have to behave if you stay so as not to reveal your feelings. Since that's the only way you could stay and not become a scoundrel. The task before you is to disrupt as little as possible the serenity of a woman whose life is going along smoothly. It already seems impossibly not to disrupt it at all. The feeling that's incompatible with her present relations has probably, why say probably, it's better to say undoubtedly, arisen in her already, but she hasn't noticed it quite yet. It's not yet known whether it will manifest itself to her soon without your instigation. But your departure now would serve as that instigation. In other words, your departure would merely hasten the very process you seek to avoid. However, Kirsanov was considering this affair not as an outsider but as a participant. He imagined that it would be harder to leave than to remain. His feelings were inducing him to stay. Consequently, wouldn't that mean submitting to those feelings, yielding to desire if he stayed? What right did he have to believe so absolutely that he would not reveal his feelings or provide any instigation by a word or a glance? Therefore it would be wiser to leave. In one's own affairs it's difficult to distinguish how much one's reason has been seduced by the sophistries of desire, because honesty is saying if you go against desire you'll have a greater chance of behaving in an honorable way. This represents a translation from theoretical language into ordinary speech. The theory that Kirsanov advocated considers fine words such as honorable to be ambiguous and obscure. In his own terminology, Kirsanov would have expressed himself thus: every man is an egoist and so am I. Now the question is, what's most advantageous for me, to leave or to stay? By leaving I'll suppress one private feeling in myself, by staying I risk upsetting my sense of human dignity by a stupid word or glance occasioned by that particular feeling. That feeling can be suppressed, in time my serenity will be restored and I'll once again be content with my life. But if I ever act against my own human nature, then once and for all I shall forfeit the possibility of serenity and self-satisfaction and will poison my entire life. My position is like this: I love wine. Before me stands a glass containing some very good whinny, but I suspect that the glass has been poisoned. I can't determine whether my suspicion is well founded or not. Should I drink the glass or spill it out so that it no longer tempts me? I mustn't call my decision honorable or even honest, these words are too grand. I'll call it merely calculated and sensible. I spill out the glass. In doing so I deprive myself of some pleasure and cause myself some displeasure, but I protect my health, that is the possibility of drinking much more wine for a very long time, wine that I'll know for sure hasn't been poisoned. I am not behaving foolishly, and that's all the praise I deserve. 235. 18. How could he withdraw? His previous trick of pretending to be offended, displaying some vulgar side of his character and using it as a dodge, all that would never do. You couldn't try the same thing twice. The second time would merely reveal the true meaning of the first and show him to be acting the hero not only in these new circumstances but in the previous ones as well. And, in general, it was necessary to reject any abrupt break in their relations. Such a departure would be easier, but it would be too dramatic and attract attention, that is, it would now be too base and vulgar. According to Kirsanov's theory of egoism, it would be a foolish miscalculation. Consequently, only one, the most difficult and painful way, remained: a quiet withdrawal in a slow, unobtrusive manner, in such a way that no one would even notice that he was leaving. This was a difficult and a delicate matter to disappear from sight so that no one noticed your movements, even though all eyes were focused on you. But there was nothing else to be done. He had to do it. Besides, according to Kirsanov's theory, it shouldn't be painful, but even pleasant. The more difficult a task, the more one delights, according to egoism, in one's strength and agility at accomplishing it successfully. And he accomplished it very successfully indeed. He didn't betray his intention by a single word, either implied or stated, or by a single glance. He was as free and jovial with Vera Pavlovna as ever. It was obvious that he enjoyed her company as much as before. But various obstacles arose which began to prevent him from visiting the Lepukovs as often as he used to, or from spending the entire evening with them. Somehow it seemed that more often than ever Lepukov would grab him by the arm or by the lapel and say, "No, friend, you can't get away from this debate just yet." More and more of the time that Kirsanov spent at the Lepukovs turned out to be at his friend's side on the sofa. And all this came about so gradually, no one noticed the change as it was occurring. When obstacles arose, Kirsanov refrained from exaggerating them. On the contrary, he regretted them, but not every time. That would never do. The obstacles appeared so natural and unavoidable that sometimes the Lepukovs themselves would urge him to leave, reminding him that he'd forgotten his promise to be at home today, because he was expecting certain acquaintances of whom he'd been unable to rid himself. Or he'd forget that today, if he didn't call in on so-and-so, that person would take offense. Or he'd forget that he'd at least 4 hours of work left to do before morning. Didn't he want to get any sleep at all that night? Why, it was 10 o'clock already. What was he doing there fooling around with them? It was high time for him to head home and get to work. Kirsanov didn't even heed their reminders all the time. He just wouldn't go to see his 236 acquaintance, let the fellow get angry. Or the work wouldn't go away. There was still time to do it, and he'd spend the rest of the evening with them. But these obstacles kept mounting. Learned pursuits all the more persistently took Kirsanov away evening after evening. The devil take these learned pursuits, he'd occasionally and casually exclaim. Meanwhile his acquaintances imposed more and more obligations on him. And what obligations he'd sometimes, also casually, complain. While it seemed a bit odd to him, it was all perfectly clear to the Lepukovs. Kirsanov was becoming better known. That's why increasing numbers of people were requiring his services. And he couldn't neglect his work. It would be a mistake to slack off. Indeed, he'd been so lazy during the last few months that it would be difficult for him to get back to work again. "But you really must, brother Alexander." "Yes, it's high time you did, Alexander Matveyevich." This maneuver was a difficult one. Week after week it was necessary to drag out this about-face and move as slowly and smoothly as the hour hand on a clock. Look at it as attentively as you please, you won't see it budge, but it goes about its business very quietly all the same, moving ever so slowly away from its previous position. On the other hand, Kirsanov the theoretician derived immense enjoyment from the exercise, admiring his own agility. Egoists and materialists act only to satisfy themselves. Yes, and Kirsanov could swear, placing his hand on his heart, that he was acting only to satisfy himself. He rejoiced at his skill and his mettle. Thus passed a month, perhaps a little more. If someone had been reckoning, he would have found that during that month Kirsanov's intimacy with the Lepukovs diminished not in the least, although the time he spent with them had been reduced to a quarter of its previous level, and of that time, the proportion spent with Vera Pavlovna had been reduced by another half. In another month, in spite of their unwavering friendship, these friends would see very little of each other and it would be in the bag. Lepukov has sharp eyes. Surely he's noticed something. No, not a thing. What about Vera Pavlovna? No, she hasn't noticed anything, either. Has she noticed anything in herself? No, Vera Pavlovna hasn't noticed anything in herself, either. But she does have a dream. 19 Vera Pavlovna's third dream. And Vera Pavlovna has a dream. After tea and a brief chat with her sweetheart she's returned to 237. Her own room to lie down, not to sleep, for it was much too early for that. Why, it was only 8:30. No, she hasn't even gotten undressed. She simply lies down to read. And there she is on her bed reading, but soon the book slips from her hands and Vera Pavlovna begins to ponder, why have I been feeling a little bored lately? Perhaps it's not boredom at all, but nothing in particular. No, it's not boredom. Today I simply remembered that I wanted to go to the opera, but Kirsanov was so preoccupied that he was too late to buy any tickets. As if he didn't know that when Bozio is singing, it's impossible to get 2-ruble tickets by 11:00.138. Of course, one can't blame him, he was at work until 5 o'clock this morning, surely it was almost 5, even though he wouldn't admit it. Still, it is his fault. Yes, from now on I shall ask my sweetheart to buy the tickets and shall go to the opera with him. My sweetheart would never forget, and he's always glad to accompany me. He's so sweet, my sweetheart. And now, on account of Kirsanov, I missed hearing La Traviata. 139. How awful. I'd go to the opera every night if there were a performance every night, any opera at all, no matter how bad, as long as Bozio were singing the main role. If I had a voice like hers, I would sing all day long. I wonder if I could ever get to meet her? How could it be arranged? That artillery officer is friendly with Tamberlik 14 degree, perhaps he could arrange it. No, that's impossible. What a peculiar idea. Why should I want to meet Bozio? Would she really sing for me? Surely she has to save her voice. And when did Bozio ever have time to learn Russian? How clear her pronunciation is. But what funny words. Where did she unearth such vulgar doggerel? Why, yes, she must have used the same Russian textbook I did. Those very same verses were quoted to illustrate the rules of punctuation. How absurd to include such lines in a grammar book. If only they hadn't been so vulgar. But there's no reason to think about the words, instead one should listen to how she sings. Seize, oh, seize. The hour of delight. Give up to love. The years of youth. 141. What strange words, both years and youth have the wrong AC sense. 142. But what a voice she has, and what feeling. Yes, her voice has become much better lately, incomparably so. Miraculous. How could it have become so much better? I didn't know how to arrange to meet her, but now she herself has come to visit me. How did she learn of my desire? You've been summoning me for some time, says Bozio in Russian. Lit summon you, Bozio? How could that be when I don't even know you? But I'm very glad to see you. Vera Pavlovna parts her bed curtain to shake hands with Bozio, but the singer begins to laugh. Why, it isn't Bozio at all. It turns out to be Demeric playing the gypsy girl in Rigoletto. 143. Yet while the gay laughter is characteristic of Demeric, the voice still belongs to Bozio. She pulls back and hides herself behind the bed curtain. How annoying. The curtain hides her, but it wasn't there before. Where did it come from? Do you know why I've come? Asks the singer, laughing as if she were Demeric, but still she's Bozio. Who are you? You're not Demeric, are you? No. Well, are you Bozio? The singer laughs. You'll find out soon. But for now we must attend to my reason for coming. I want to read your diary with you. I don't have a diary. I've never kept one. Look here. What's this lying on the table? Vera Pavlovna looks. There on the bedside table lies a notebook bearing the inscription VLS Diary. Where did it come from? Vera Pavlovna picks it up and opens it. It's written in her own hand. But how could that be? Read the last page, says Bozio. Vera Pavlovna reads once again. I'm obliged to stay home alone for long evenings. But it doesn't matter, I'm used to it. Is that all? Asks Bozio. Yes, that's all. No, you're not reading everything. There's nothing more written here. You won't fool me, says the visitor. What's this here? A hand reaches out from behind the bed curtain. What a beautiful hand. No, this splendid hand isn't Bozio's. And how did it extend through the bed curtain without parting it? The visitor's hand touches the page. Beneath it new words appear which weren't there before. Read, says the visitor. Vera Pavlovna's heart grows heavy. She hasn't looked at these lines yet, she doesn't know what's written here, but even so her heart grows heavy. She doesn't want to read these new lines. Read, insists the visitor. Vera Pavlovna reads. No, it's so boring to be alone now. It wasn't always so. Why wasn't I bored before when I was alone, but now I am? Turn back a page, says the visitor. Vera Pavlovna turns back a page and reads, Summer of this year. What a way to write a diary. I should have written, 1855, June or July, and should have marked the date. Instead of that, summer of this year. As usual we go to the country, to the Island S. This time my sweetheart is joining us. How nice for me. GH, so it's August. What date? The 15th or the 12th? Yes, sometime around the 15th. It's that excursion after which my poor sweetheart fell ill, thinks Vera Pavlovna. Is that all? Yes, that's all. No, you're not reading everything. What's this here? Asks the visitor, and again the splendid hand appears through the unopened bed curtain and touches the page. New words appear. Vera Pavlovna reads them against her will. Why doesn't my sweetheart accompany us more often? Turn to another page, says the visitor. My sweetheart's so busy, and it's all for my sake. He works for me, he does. That's the answer to my question, thinks Vera Pavlovna joyfully. Turn to another page. What honest, noble people these students are, and how they respect my sweetheart. It's so amusing to be with them. It's as if we were all brothers and sisters, no one stands on ceremony. Is that all? Yes, that's all. No, read on. And again the hand appears and touches the page. New lines appear and Vera Pavlovna reads them against her will. The 16th of August, that is, one day after our trip to the islands, thinks Vera Pavlovna. That means we went on the 15th. My sweetheart spent the whole time talking to that Rakhmitov, the rigorist L44 as they refer to him in jest, and to his other comrades. He spent scarcely a quarter of an hour with me. That's not true, more than half an hour, I think, yes, more than that, I'm sure, thinks Vera Pavlovna. Plus the time we sat together in the boat. The 17th of August. Yesterday the students spent the whole evening with us. Yes, that was the day before my sweetheart fell ill, she thinks. My sweetheart talked to them all evening. Why does he spend so much time with them, and so little with me? Surely he's not working all the time. Why, he himself says that he's not working all the time, that it's not possible to work without relaxation, that he relaxes a good deal, and that he thinks about something special to relax. But why does he think alone? Why not with me? Turn to another page. July, and every other month up to my sweetheart's illness, the same last year, and the same before that, too. The students were here 5 days ago, and yesterday as well. I enjoyed myself with them, it was so amusing. They'll come again tomorrow or the day after, and we'll have some more fun. Is that all? Yes, that's all. No, read on. The hand appears again and touches the page. New lines emerge beneath it and Vera Pavlovna reads them against her will. The beginning of this year, particularly at the end of spring. Yes, previously I enjoyed myself with the students and that was that. but now I often wonder about something. These are merely children's games and will continue to amuse me for a good long time. No doubt even when I am an old lady and too old to play myself, I'll marvel at the games of the young which remind me of my own childhood. But even now, although I look upon these students as if they were my younger brothers, I don't always want to be little Veruca when I seek respite from serious thoughts and labors. I'm already Vera Pavlovna. Sometimes it's pleasant to amuse myself like little Veruca, but not all the time. Vera Pavlovna would sometimes like to amuse herself and still remain Vera Pavlovna. It would be with people of the same age and experience. 145. Tum back a few more pages. In a few days I'll be opening a dressmaking establishment. I went to see Julie in search of orders. My sweetheart came to fetch me. Julie insisted that we stay for lunch. She served champagne and prevailed upon me to drink 2 glasses. She and I began to sing, run around, and wrestle. It was so much fun. My sweetheart looked on and laughed. Is that really all there is? Asks the visitor. Again new words appear beneath her hand and Vera Pavlovna reads them against her will. My sweetheart only looked on and laughed. Why didn't he join in our merriment? It would have been even more fun. Perhaps it would have been too awkward? Maybe he wouldn't have known how to take part in our games. No, it wouldn't have been awkward at all, and I'm sure he would have known how to play. That's just his character. He doesn't interfere, he encourages and rejoices, but no more. Tum 1 page ahead. Today my sweetheart and I went to visit my parents for the first time since we were married. I found it very painful to see the kind of life that had so stifled and oppressed me before my marriage. My sweetheart. What an abominable existence he delivered me from. That night I had a terrible dream. My mother was reproaching me for ingratitude. She was telling the truth, but the truth was so awful that I began to moan. My sweetheart heard me and came into my room, but by then I was already singing, all of this in my dream, because my beloved beautiful woman had come to console me. My sweetheart acted like my maid. It was very embarrassing. But he was so modest and merely kissed my shoulder. Is that really all that's written? You won't fool me. Read on. Once again new words emerge under the visitor's hand and Vera Pavlovna reads them against her will. It was almost insulting. Tum back a few more pages. Today I was waiting for my friend D. On the boulevard near the Narai New Bridge. 146 The lady at whose house I hope to be a governess lives nearby. But she didn't agree to it. D and I returned home despondent. Before dinner I sat in my room and thought that it would be better to die than to live as I had, when suddenly, at dinner, D says, Vera Pavlovna, let's drink to the health of my fiancé and your intended. I could hardly refrain from bursting into tears of joy in front of everyone at such unexpected deliverance. After dinner D and I talked at length about how we'd arrange our lives. How I do love him. He's leading me out of the cellar. Read it all. There is no more. Look closely. Again new lines emerge beneath the visitor's hand. I don't want to read any more, says Vera Pavlovna in fear. She hasn't even managed to decipher what's written in those new lines, but she's already afraid. When are you to read, you have no choice. Vera Pavlovna reads. Can it be that I love him because he's leading me out of the cellar? Do I really love him or my deliverance from the cellar? Tum back further. Read the very first page. Today on my birthday I spoke with D for the first time and fell in love with him. I've never before heard such noble, comforting words spoken by anyone. How he sympathized with everything that merits sympathy, he wants to help anyone who's in need of help. He's so convinced that happiness is possible for all mankind and that it must eventually come into being, that malice and grief are not eternal, and that a bright new life is rapidly approaching. How my heart swelled with joy when I heard these assurances from such a serious, learned man. My own thoughts were confirmed by his words. He was so very kind when he spoke about us, poor women. Why, any woman would soon come to love such a man. How clever he is, how noble, how kind. Good. Turn again to the last page. But I've read that one already. No, that wasn't the last one. Turn one more page. But there's nothing here. Read on. You'll see how much is written there. And again lines that were not there before emerge at a touch of the visitor's hand. Vera Pavlovna's heart grows cold. I don't want to read it. I can't. It's an order. You must. I can't and I won't. Then I shall read what you wrote. Listen. He is a noble man, he is my liberator. But nobility inspires respect, confidence, friendship and readiness to act in concert. A liberator is rewarded with gratitude and devotion, but that's all. Perhaps his nature is more passionate than mine. When his blood seethes, his caresses bum. But there exists another kind of need, a need for quiet, calm caresses and the desire to doze blissfully in a sea of tenderness. Does he share this need? Are our natures and needs really compatible? He's prepared to die for me, and I for him. But is that enough? Is his life sustained by thoughts of me? Is mine nourished by thoughts of him? Do I love him with the kind of love I yearn to feel? Previously I hadn't recognized the need for this quiet, tender feeling. No, my feeling for him isn't. I don't want to hear any more cries Vera Pavlovna, tossing aside the diary with indignation. You're a vile, wicked creature. Why did you come here? I didn't summon you. Go away. The visitor laughs with a gentle, kind laugh. No, you don't love him. These words were written by your own hand. I curse you. With this exclamation Vera Pavlovna awakens. Before she realizes that she's been dreaming and has only just awakened, she jumps up and runs out of her room. Embrace me, my dear, protect me. I had an awful dream. She snuggles up to her husband. Caress me, my dear, be tender, protect me. Veroka, what's the matter? Her husband embraces her. You're trembling. He kisses her. You have tears on your cheeks and a cold sweat on your brow. And, my dear, you ran in here barefoot across the cold floor. I'll kiss your little toes to warm them up. Yes, caress me, save me. I had a nasty dream. I dreamed that I didn't love you. But, my dear, whom do you love, if not me? No, it was an absurd, idle dream. Yes, I do love you. Only, caress me, kiss me. I do love you and want to love you. She holds her husband tightly and snuggles up to him. Soothed by his caresses, she falls asleep quietly, still kissing him. XX. The next morning Dmitl, Sergeich had no need to summon his wife to tea, she was already there, snuggled up next to him. She was still asleep. He looked at her and wondered, what's the matter with her? Why was she so frightened? What caused that dream? Stay here, Veroka, I'll fetch you some tea. Don't get up, my dear, I'll bring you the basin and you can wash right here. Good. I won't get up. I am so comfortable. I'll just lie here for a while. How ingenious you are, dear, and how I do love you. There, I've washed. Now you can bring me some tea. No, first give me a hug. Vera Pavlovna held her husband in an embrace for quite a long time. Oh, my dear, what a silly girl I am. How I came running into you. What will Masha think? No, we'll hide the fact that I woke up here in your room. Fetch my clothes so I can get dressed. Caress me, my dear, caress me. I want to love you, I need to love you, I will love you as never before. 244. Vera Pavlovna's room now stands empty. Without concealing anything from Masha now, she's moved into her husband's room. How tender he is, how affectionate. How could I ever think that I didn't love you, my dear? How silly I am. Veroka, now that you've calmed down a bit, my dear, tell me about that dream you had a few nights ago. Oh, it was all such nonsense. I've already told you all there is to tell. I merely dreamed that you weren't caressing me enough. But I feel better now. Why haven't we always lived together like this? I never would have had such an awful dream. It was a horrible, terrible dream and I don't want to think about it anymore. But without it we wouldn't be living together as we are now. That's true. I am very grateful to that terrible woman. She really isn't so horrible after all, she's good. What woman? Do you have a new friend now in addition to that other beautiful woman of yours? Yes, I do. Some other woman came to me with an enchanting voice, much better than Bozio's. And what fine hands she has. Oh, what wonderful beauty, her hand was all I saw. The rest of her was hidden behind the bed curtain, that's why I had to leave the place where I had that dream. I dreamed that there was a bed curtain and that my new guest was hiding behind it. What splendid hands she had, my dear. She sang to me about love and explained what love is all about. Now I understand, my dear. How foolish I was before. I didn't understand a thing. I was such a little girl, a foolish little girl. My dear, my angel, there's a time for everything. The way we were living before was love, and the way we are living now is also love. Some people need one kind of love, other people need a different kind. Before, one kind of love was enough, now you need another. Yes, you've become a woman now, my friend. You need something now that you never needed before. A week passes. 2 weeks. Vera Pavlovna luxuriates. She goes to her own room only when her husband isn't home or when he's working. But no, even when he's at work she often sits near him in his study. When she sees that she's disturbing him, that his work demands his complete attention, then why interfere? But everyone has only a little of that kind of work. The larger part of even scholarly research is purely mechanical. Therefore, he sees his wife sitting near him about 3/4 of the time, and sometimes they even caress each other. Only one modification was required, they had to purchase another sofa, smaller than her husband's. That way after dinner Vera Pavlovna 245 can stretch out luxuriously on her own little sofa. Her husband sits alongside admiring her. Why are you kissing my hands, my dear? You know I don't like it. Really? I forgot that it offends you, well then I'll offend you. My dear, you have liberated me once again. You have rescued me from wicked people, saved me from myself. Caress me, my dear, caress me. A month passes. After dinner Vera Pavlovna luxuriates on her soft small but wide sofa in their room that is in her husband's study. He's sitting next to her on the sofa, she embraces him, lays her head on his chest but soon becomes pensive. He kisses her but her pensiveness doesn't pass, tears have welled up in her eyes and are almost ready to pour forth. Veroka, my dear, why are you so pensive? Vera Pavlovna weeps but makes no reply. No. She wipes away her tears. No, don't caress me, my dear. Enough. Thank you. She says, looking at him so tenderly and sincerely. Thank you. You're so kind to me. Kind, Veroka? What do you mean? Kind, my dear. You're very kind. 2 more days pass. Vera Pavlovna is luxuriating once again after dinner. No, she's not luxuriating, she's only lying there thinking in her own room on her own bed. Her husband's sitting next to her, he's embracing her and also thinking. No, there's something rangy. There's something lacking in me, thinks Lopukhov. How kind he is and how ungrateful I am, thinks Vera Pavlovna. That's what they're both thinking. She says, my dear, go back to your own room and do a little work or get some rest. She tries and even manages to say these words in a clear, cheerful tone. Why are you chasing me away, Veroka? I feel wonderful here. And he tries and even manages to say these words in a clear, not cheerless tone. No, go on, my dear. You're doing enough for me. Go and get some rest. He kisses her. She loses her train of thought. Once again she can breathe sweetly and easily. Thank you, my dear, she says. 246. Meanwhile Kirsanov was perfectly happy. This time the struggle was a bit more difficult, but then again, it afforded him much more inner satisfaction. This feeling didn't pass away as soon as the struggle ended, it would warm his heart for a long time, to the end of his days. He had behaved honorably. Yes. He brought them closer together. Yes, he really had. Kirsanov lay on his sofa smoking. He thought, be honorable, that is, calculate carefully, make no errors in your calculations. Remember that the whole is greater than any of its parts, that is, your human nature is stronger and more important to you than each of your individual aspirations. Favor its advantage over that of each individual aspiration if you find they're in conflict. That's all there is to it. To state it simply, be honorable and everything will come out very well indeed. There's only one rule, and how simple it is, it represents the entire result of science, the whole code of laws needed for a happy life. Yes, happy are they who are born with the ability to grasp this one simple rule. And I'm rather fortunate in this regard. Of course, I'm much indebted to my development, more so than to my nature. But this will gradually become a general rule inculcated by one's upbringing and life circumstances. Then it will be as easy for everyone to live on earth as it is now for me. Yes, I'm very satisfied. However, I really should drop in on them. I haven't been there in 3 weeks. It's high time, even though I'll find it unpleasant. I no longer feel drawn there. But it's time. In a few days I'll stop by for half an hour. Or shall I postpone it for another month? I think so. Yes, my retreat has been accomplished, my maneuvers have been completed. I've disappeared from sight, now they won't even notice whether I haven't been there for 3 weeks or 3 months. It's very pleasant to reflect from afar on people with whom one has behaved so honorably. I shall rest on my laurels. Meanwhile, Lepukhov, 2 or 3 days later, also after dinner, walks into his wife's room, lifts his Viroka up in his arms, and carries her to the ottoman in his own room. Have a rest here, my friend / he says, enjoying looking at her. She smiles and begins to doze. He sits reading. Then she opens her eyes wide and begins to think. How his room is arranged. There's nothing in it except what's absolutely necessary. No, he has his own whims, too. There's that enormous box of cigars I gave him last year. It hasn't been opened yet, it's still waiting its turn. Yes, that's his only whim, cigars are his one extravagance. 147 No, here's another one, a photograph of that old man. What a noble face, what a combination of benevolence and perspicacy in his eyes, in his entire expression. Dmitri went to a great deal of trouble to get it, for no one has any photographs of Robert Owen anywhere. L48 He wrote him 3 letters. 2 of the messengers never found the old man, the third found him and plagued him until a really excellent photograph could be taken. How happy Dmitri was when he received it along with a letter from that holy old man, as Dmitri used to call him. It was a letter in which Owen even had some praise for me, based on Dmitri's words. 149 And here's yet another extravagance, my portrait. For half a year he saved up enough money to commission a good artist. How he and that young painter pestered me. Only 2 portraits, and nothing else. Would it really be all that expensive to buy some engravings and photographs as I've done in my room? And he has no fresh flowers, while I have so many. Why doesn't he need them, while I do? Is it really only because I'm a woman? What nonsense! Or is it because he's such a serious, scholarly person? But Kirsanov has engravings and cut flowers in his room, and he's also a serious, shoal-arly person. And why does it bore him to spend so much time with me? I know that it costs him a great deal of effort. Is it really because he's such a serious, scholarly person? But Kirsanov is. No, no, Dmitry's a good, kind man. He's done everything for me, he's ready and willing to do anything for me. Who could possibly love me the way he does? And I do love him, I'm ready to do anything for him. Viroka, you're not asleep, my dear friend. Dearest, why don't you have any fresh flowers in your room? If you'd like, my dear, I'll get some. First thing tomorrow. It simply hadn't occurred to me that it would be a good idea. But now I see that it would. I'd also like to suggest one other thing, buy yourself some photographs. Even better, I'll use some of my own money to buy you some flowers and photographs. Then I'd certainly enjoy them. I'd have liked them anyway, but if you buy them they'll provide even greater pleasure. But Viroka, why? Were you so pensive just now? You've been thinking about your dream. Will you let me ask you to tell me more about that dream that frightened you so? My dear, I really wasn't thinking about it just now. It's very painful for me to recall it. But, Viroka, perhaps it would be good for me to know more about it. If you like, my dear. I dreamed that I was annoyed because I couldn't go to the opera. I was thinking about Bosio. Then some woman appeared to me whom I took to be Bosio at first, but she kept hiding from me. She made me read my own diary. It said there only how much we loved each other, but when she touched a page with her hand, new words appeared saying that I didn't love you. Forgive me, my friend, for asking you another question. Was it really only a dream? My dear, if it had been otherwise, wouldn't I have told you? I informed you about my dream right away. This was said so tenderly, so sincerely, so simply that Lopukh experienced a feeling of warmth and sweetness in his heart, a feeling of the kind that one fortunate enough to experience it never forgets for the rest of his life. Oh, what a pity that so few men ever come to know this feeling. Compared to it all the joys of happy love are insignificant. This feeling always fills a man's heart with the purest contentment, the most sacred pride. These words that Vera Pavlovna uttered with some sadness contained a reproach, but its meaning was, dear friend, don't you know that you've earned my complete trust? A wife is supposed to conceal from her husband the secret stirrings of her heart, such are the established relations between them. But, my dear, you've behaved in such a way that there's no need for me to hide anything. My heart is as open to you as it is to me. This is a husband's great merit. This reward is earned only by high moral worth. One who's earned it can properly consider himself to be a man of irreproachable nobility. He can boldly hope that his conscience is clean and will always remain so, that his fortitude will never fail him, that whatever trials and tribulations befall him, he'll remain serene and steadfast, that fate has almost no control over the world of his soul, that from the time he's earned this great honor to the end of his life, whatever blows are inflicted, he'll be content in the awareness of his own human dignity. We now know Lopukh well enough to see that he wasn't a sentimental person. However, he was so touched by his wife's words that his face became quite flushed. Viroka, my dear, you've reproached me. His voice shook for the second and last time in his life. The first time was a result of the doubt. 249. Surrounding his hypothesis, now it was shaking from joy. You've reproached me, Vera, but this reproach is dearer to me than all your words of love. I've offended you by my nasty question, but I am so happy that it occasions such a reproach. Look, there are tears in my eyes. This is the first time in my life since childhood that I've cried. He didn't take his eyes off Vera for the whole evening. It never once occurred to her that he was making any effort to be tender. That evening was one of the happiest of her life, at least up to that point. Several years after these events that I'm now relating to you, she'll have many more happy days, months, and years. it will be when her children have grown and she'll regard them as people who are happy, and deservedly so. This joy is greater than all others, what in every other personal joy is but a rare, transitory intensity, will be for her the ordinary level of everyday happiness. But this still lies in the future for her. XXI. But after his wife fell asleep on his lap, and after he placed her on her own little sofa, Lopukh began to ruminate in earnest about her dream. The important point for him was not whether she loved him, that was her own business and she had no control over it, nor, as he could plainly see, did he. That would resolve itself, there was no point in thinking about it except at one's leisure. But there was no time for that now, he had to figure out what had caused the premonition that she didn't love him. This was not the first time he sat plunged in thought. During the last several days he'd realized that he would be unable to retain her love. It was a painful loss, but what was to be done? If he could have altered his own nature and acquired that propensity for quiet tenderness which her nature demanded, oh, then, of course, it would be a different story. But he realized that even the attempt would be in vain. If such an inclination is neither endowed by nature nor instilled by life experience independent of a person's intentions, no one can create it in himself through force of will. Without this propensity, nothing can be done as it ought to be. Consequently, the question was resolved. Previous reflections had been wasted on this matter. But now, having dispensed with his own point of view, as an egoist he always thought of himself first, and about others only when there was nothing left of his own to think about, he could apply himself to someone else's point of view, namely, hers. What could he do for her? She still didn't understand what was happening, her heart had not experienced life. 250. As much as he had. Why, that was only natural. She was 4 years younger than he, at the beginning of young adulthood. 4 years make quite a difference. Couldn't he, the more experienced one, grasp what she couldn't? How could he decipher her dream? Soon Lopukh arrived at a hypothesis: the cause of her ominous thoughts must be found in the circumstances that produced her dream. Its motivation must have some connection to its content. Point 1. So she says she was annoyed because she couldn't go to the opera. Lopukh began to examine their way of life. Gradually it all became very clear. She used to spend the major part of her free time alone, just as he did. Then a change took place, she was constantly being entertained. Now once more their previous mode was returning. She couldn't accept this resumption with indifference, it wasn't in her nature, nor was it for the large majority of people. There was nothing mysterious about it. From here it was a very short step to the supposition that the key to understanding the whole situation was her close relationship with Kirsanov followed by his estrangement. Why did Kirsanov withdraw? The reason was self-evident: a lack of time, a great deal of work. But it was impossible to deceive an honest and intelligent man, one experienced in life, particularly one who advocated the theory Lopukh did, by any tricks or ruses. He could, however, fool himself as a result of inattention, by failing to pay sufficient attention to some fact or other. Indeed, Lopukh had made just that kind of mistake when Kirsanov had withdrawn the first time. To tell the truth, he'd seen no reason and therefore felt no desire to conduct a thorough investigation of the motives for his withdrawal. He'd only been interested in discovering whether he was responsible for the breach in their friendship. It was clear that he wasn't, so there was nothing more to think about. Why, he was neither Kirsanov's tutor nor his mentor, obliged to direct his pupil's steps onto the path of righteousness, when the other person understood these things just as well as he did. And, in fact, what need was there to do so? Was there really something particularly significant for him in his relations with Kirsanov? When you're a good fellow and want me to like you, then it's very pleasant; if not, then I'm sorry, but be on your way, it's all the same to me. It makes very little difference whether there's one fool more or less on this earth. I mistook a fool for a good person, I regret it, but that's that. If our own interests aren't connected to a man's actions, then his actions will interest us but little if we are serious people, with the exception of two instances. However, these two seem to be exceptions to the rule only for those people accustomed to defining the word interest in too narrow a sense of ordinary reckoning. The first instance is if these actions hold any interest for us from a theoretical perspective, as psychological phenomena explaining the nature of a particular individual, that is, if we have any intellectual interest in them. The second instance is if the fate of a person depends on us and we would experience guilt for lack of attention to his actions, that is, if we have any moral interest in them. But there was nothing whatever in the foolish tricks Kirsanov had played at the time that Lopukhov would not have considered to be the most ordinary manifestations of contemporary conventions. Nor was there anything unusual about a man who had decent convictions yielding to vulgarity engendered by those conventions. Lopukhov couldn't possibly conceive that he might play an important part in Kirsanov's fate. Why on earth would Kirsanov require his solicitude? Consequently, be on your way, my friend, go wherever you like. I've no need to think any further about you. But it's not like that now. Kirsanov's actions appear to have an important bearing on the interests of the woman he loves. He can't help thinking about them very carefully. But to think about a fact carefully and to grasp its cause are almost one and the same for a person with Lopukhov's cast of mind. Lopukhov found that his theory provided an infallible means for analyzing the movements of the human heart. I must confess that I agree with him entirely on this point. During the long years that I've relied upon this theory as true, it's never led me astray and never once refused to reveal the truth to me, however deeply this truth was concealed by some human action. The truth is that this theory itself is not so easily embraced. One has to have lived and thought in order to be able to grasp it. After only about half an hour of reflection, Lopukhov understood Kirsanov's relations with Vera Pavlovna completely. But for a long time he sat there thinking about it. There was no reason to explain it any further, but it was interesting nonetheless. His discovery was complete in every detail, but it was so intriguing that he was unable to fall asleep for a very long while. However, was it really worth straining his nerves with insomnia? Why, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. If he couldn't get to sleep, he'd take some morphine. He took 2 pills, then he wanted to go and have a look at Veroka. But instead of going and looking, he moved his armchair over to her sofa, sat down, took her hand, and kissed it. "My dearest," she mumbled half asleep, "you've been working too hard, and all for me. How kind you are and how much I love you. No spiritual travail can withstand a sufficient dose of morphine." 252. This time 2 pills proved to be enough. He was becoming drowsy. Consequently, the spiritual travail was roughly equivalent in strength, according to Lopukhov's materialist viewpoint, to 4 cups of strong coffee. 1 pill would have been too little, and 3 would have been too much. He fell asleep, still chuckling over this comparison. XXII, a theoretical conversation. The next day, upon his return from the hospital, Kirsanov was just about to lie down like a sybarite to read and smoke a cigar after his late dinner when in walked Lopukhov. "An uninvited guest is worse than any totter/is," said Lopukhov in a jovial voice, but his tone was not really all that jovial. "I'm disturbing you, Alexander, but it can't be helped. I have to do it. I want to have a serious talk with you. I wanted to come over sooner, but I overslept this morning and then I wouldn't have found you in." Lopukhov was speaking in earnest. What does this mean? Has he really guessed? Wondered Kirsanov. "Let's have a talk," continued Lopukhov, taking a seat. "Look me straight in the eye." "Yes," thought Kirsanov, "there's no doubt about it. He's going to talk about it." "Listen, Dmitri," said Kirsanov in an even more serious tone of voice. "You and I are friends, but there are some things that even friends can allow each other to do. I ask you to cut this conversation short. Right now I am not much inclined toward serious talk. I never am. Kirsanov's eyes glared with hostility as if before him stood a man who he suspected was about to commit a crime. It's impossible not to speak about IC Alexander / continued Lopukov in a calm but slightly hollow voice. I've now come to an understanding of your maneuvers. Silence. I forbid you to speak unless you want me to be your eternal enemy or wish to lose my respect. Some time ago you weren't afraid of losing my respect, remember? Now it's all clear. I didn't pay any attention then. Dmitri, I beg you to leave, or else I shall. You can't leave. Do you suppose I'm concerned with your interests? Kirsanov remained silent. My position is advantageous. Yours in conversation with me is no tea. I appear to be a man performing a great and noble deed. But that's nonsense. I must behave according to common sense. Alexander, I ask you to stop all these maneuvers. They will get you nowhere. What? Is it really too late? Forgive me / replied Kirsanov quickly. He couldn't decide whether it was a feeling of joy or sorrow that Lopukov's last words provoked. No, you haven't understood me correctly. It isn't too late. Nothing has happened so far. We'll have to see what comes next. However, I don't really understand what you're talking about, Alexander, just as you don't really know what I am talking about. We really don't understand each other, right? We have no real need to understand each other, right? These riddles that you don't understand must be very unpleasant. Well, there aren't any. I haven't said a thing. I have nothing to say to you. Give me a cigar. Absent-mindedly I forgot to bring my own along. I'll have a smoke and then we'll discuss some learned questions. That's really why I came over. I had nothing better to do and wanted to engage in some learned discussion. What do you think about these strange experiments to produce artificial albumin? 152. Lopukov moved another armchair up close so that he could stretch out his legs. He got himself comfortable, lit up his cigar, and continued his speech. In my opinion, it's a great discovery if the results can be shown to be correct. Have you repeated the experiments? No, but I must try. You're fortunate to have a good laboratory at your disposal. Please try to repeat the experiments, and be as careful as possible. Why, it could mean a complete revolution in regard to the question of food, as well as the whole life of mankind. The manufacture of a fundamental nutritive substance directly from inorganic matter. That's extraordinary, worthy of Newton's discovery. 153. Don't you agree? Of course, but I have serious reservations about the accuracy of the experiments. Sooner or later we'll get there, no doubt about it. It's clear that science is heading in that direction. But we haven't got there yet. Is that what you think? So do I. That means our conversation is at an end. Goodbye / Alexander. In taking my leave / I request that you resume your frequent visits to us / as before. Goodbye. Kirsanov's eyes / which had been glaring with hostility at Lopukov all the while / now blazed into indignation. Apparently Dmitri, / you still wish me to believe that you have base thoughts. On the contrary. But you must visit us. There's nothing strange about that. Why / you and I are friends. What's odd about my request? I cannot. You're embarking on a reckless undertaking / therefore one that's despicable. I don't understand what task you're referring to. I must say that I don't like the C&V air station any more than you did 2 minutes ago. I demand an explanation / Dmitri. There's no need. There's absolutely nothing to explain and nothing to understand. You're getting excited over nothing. No / I can't let you get away / Kirsanov said / taking Lopukov by the arm as he started to leave. Sit down. You began talking when it wasn't necessary. You demand God knows what from me. Now you must hear me out. Lopukov sat down. What right do you have? Kirsanov spoke with even greater indignation than before. What right do you have to demand of me something that's so painful? Why am I obligated to you? What for? It's absurd. TF, to get rid of this romantic nonsense. Behavior that you and I consider normal will really only come into being when society's concepts and conventions have changed. Society must be re-educated, it's being done through the development of life. A person who's been re-educated will certainly help others. But until society's been re-educated / completely reorganized / you do not have the right to place another's fate at risk. Don't you see what a terrible thing this is / or have you taken leave of your senses? No / I don't understand a thing / Alexander. I don't know what you're talking about. You tend to read some astonishing hidden meaning into your friend's simple request that you stop neglecting him because he enjoys your company. I don't understand why you're getting so agitated. No / myth, / you won't wriggle out of this conversation by making a joke. I must prove to you that you're insane for having conceived of such a base idea. There are quite a few things that you and I don't admit / aren't there? We don't admit that a slap in the face in and of itself dishonors a person, that's both a stupid and harmful prejudice / nothing more. But then / do you have the right to subject a man to such? 255. A slap in the face? Why, that would constitute a base criminal act on your part and would deprive a person of his peace of mind. Do you understand, you fool? Do you understand that if I love another person and you demand that I give him a slap in the face, which according to both you and me is pure nonsense rubbish, do you understand that if you demand this I'll consider you to be a fool and a base man? If you force me to do it I'll kill either you or myself depending on whose life is more expendable. I'll kill you or myself rather than do what you demand. Do you understand that, you fool? I'm talking about a man and about a slap in the face, which although an absurdity can still deprive a man of his peace of mind. Besides men there are also women on this earth and they are also people. Besides a slap in the face there are other kinds of nonsense which we rightly believe to be nonsense but which also deprive people of their peace of mind. Do you understand that if you subject another person, even a woman, to some form of what we rightly believe to be nonsense, it doesn't matter what form, do you understand that such an act is disgusting, vile and dishonorable? Do you hear me? I'm saying that your scheme is dishonorable. My friend, you are absolutely right about what's honorable and dishonorable. But I don't know why you're saying all this and I don't understand what bearing it has on me. I haven't said one thing to you about any intention to jeopardize anyone's peace of mind, nothing of the kind. You're imagining it all, nothing more. I'm simply asking you as my friend not to neglect me because as your friend I enjoy spending time with you. That's all there is to it. Will you comply with your friend's request? It's dishonorable as I've told you. I won't do anything that's dishonorable. That's certainly very commendable. But you're all upset because of some figment of your imagination and now you've plunged into theory. Obviously you want to theorize to no purpose with no application to reality. Well then I will also begin to do so equally in vain and I'll pose a question to you which bears no relation to anything except to clarify an abstract truth with no applications whatsoever. If someone can give pleasure to another person without causing himself any discomfort, then in my opinion calculation demands that he do so because he himself would receive some pleasure from it as well. Isn't that so? That's rubbish, Dmitri. What you say is all wrong. I am not saying anything, Alexander. I'm merely engaging in theoretical speculation. Here's another question. If some need is aroused in a person, can our attempt to stifle that need ever lead to anything? 256. Good. What's your opinion? Isn't it rather that such an attempt can never lead to anything good? It merely results in a situation where the need increases enormously. And this is unhealthy, or it turns in a false direction, and that's both harmful and vile, or, in being stifled, it stifles life as well. And that's a great shame. That's not the point, Dmitri. I'll pose this theoretical question in another form. Does anyone have the right to subject another person to any risk, when that person's life is just fine without risk. You and I know that there'll come a time when all the needs of every man's nature will be entirely satisfied, but we also know full well that that time has not yet come. For the present a reasonable person is content if he can live comfortably, even if not all the sides of his nature are nurtured by that very situation in which he so comfortably lives. Let's suppose, as an abstract hypothesis, that such a reasonable person exists. Let's suppose that this person is a woman. Further, again as an abstract hypothesis, let's suppose that the comfortable situation in which she lives is called marriage, and that this person is content with her situation. Now, I ask, given these conditions and this abstract hypothesis, who has the right to subject this person to the risk of losing something good, with which she is content, just to see whether this person might be able to acquire something better, which she could easily do without? The golden age will dawn, Dmitri, we know that, but it still lies ahead. The iron age is passing, it has almost passed, but the golden age has not yet arrived. 154 If, according to my abstract hypothesis, some strong need of this person, let's assume, only for the sake of an example, the need for love, were completely unsatisfied, or were ill-satisfied, then I would say nothing against such a person's incurring a risk herself, but only that particular kind of risk, and certainly not any other risk, inflicted on that person by someone else. But if that person does find a sufficient satisfaction of that need, then she shouldn't subject herself to any risk. Let's suppose, in the abstract, that she doesn't wish to incur any risk. I say that she's right and sensible in not wishing to incur any. Further, I say that anyone who subjects such a person to risk is acting in a stupid and senseless way. What can you possibly say to refute this hypothetical conclusion? Nothing. Understand, then, that you have no right. If I were in your place, Alexander, I would have said exactly the same as you did. I, too, am merely supposing that you have some personal interest in this question. I know that it really doesn't concern either of us and that we're speaking merely as scholars about some of the more intriguing aspects of our general scientific views that seem valid to us. According to these views, each person evaluates every issue from his own point of view defined by his personal relationship to the matter. And only in this respect am I saying that if I were in your place I would have said exactly the same as you did. And in my place you would say the same as I. From a general scientific point of view this is an indisputable truth. A in B's place is B, it in B's place A were not by that would mean that A was not exactly in B's place. A would have failed to get there, is NT that right? Consequental you can't object to this nor can I to your words. Following your mode I shall construct a hypothesis that is similarly abstract and has no application to anything whatsoever. First let's suppose that there exist three individuals, an assumption that contains in and of itself nothing impossible. Then let's suppose that one of them has a secret that he wishes to conceal from a second and especially from a third. Let's suppose that the second guesses the secret and says to the first, "I'll do what I ask you," or "I'll reveal your secret" to the third. What do you think about this case? Kirsanov went a bit pale and twirled his mustache at length. Dmitri he said at last, "You're treating me very badly. And why the devil should I treat you well? What do I care about y'all, pray tell? Besides I don't understand what you're talking about. We're speaking as scholars, we're posing various abstract problems to each other. I finally managed to pose one that made you stop and think. Now my scholarly pride is satisfied. Therefore I shall conclude this theoretical discussion. I have a great deal of work, no less than you have. And so farewell. By the way, I almost forgot. Alexander, you will honor my request to visit USI your good friends who are always so glad to see y'all ntu. You'll come as often as you did in previous months. Lepukhov rose. Kirsanov sat there examining his fingers as if each one stood for an abstract hypothesis. You're treating me very badly, Dmitri. I have no choice but to honor your request. However, I shall impose one condition on you in return. I'll visit you, but if I ever leave your house to go somewhere not unaccompanied, you must go with us everywhere. I don't want to have to invite y'all, do you hear? You must come with us even without my asking. Without y'all I shall go nowhere, neither to the opera nor to see acquaintances, not one step. Don't you think I will find this condition offensive, Alexander? What are y'all, a thief in my isle or what? 258. That's not what I mean. I wouldn't offend you by suggesting that you regard me as a thief. I place my life in your hands without hesitation. I'd hope that I have the right to expect the same of you. It's for me to understand what I mean. You must just do as I ask, that's that. Now I understand as well. Yes, you've already done a great deal in this regard. Now you want to go to even more trouble. Well, in this case, you're righty. Yes, you must force me. But, as grateful as I am to you, my friend, no teaching will come of it. I've tried to force myself. I have willpower, just as you do, and I too have conducted maneuvers, no less than you. But those things that are achieved through calculation, through a feeling of obligation, through an effort of the will, and not through the attraction of nature, emerge stillborn. You can only destroy something that way, just as you've been destroying yourself. You can't give life. Lopukhov was deeply moved by Kirsanov's words, especially when he said, "It's for me to understand what I mean." Thank you, my friend. Why have we never embraced each other before? Perhaps you'd like us to do so now. If Lopukhov as a theorist had examined his actions during this conversation, he would have remarked with pleasure, how true the theory is, egoism plays with man. I concealed the most important thing. Let's suppose, he said, that this person is content with his or her situation. That's just where I should have said, Alexander, your assumption is wrong. But I was silent because it wasn't to my advantage to speak. It's pleasant to observe as a theorist the tricks that egoism plays in practice. You retreat from the battle because it's a lost cause, but your egoism twists your gestures so that you act the role of a man performing noble deeds. If Kirsanov as a theorist had examined his actions during this conversation, he would have remarked with pleasure, how true the theory is. I wanted to preserve my peace of mind and rest on my laurels, but I wound up saying, you have no right to risk a woman's peace of mind. And this means, you will understand, that I really was performing noble deeds to my own detriment, for a certain person's peace of mind and for yours, my friend. Therefore you must bow before the magnanimity of my soul. It's pleasant to observe as a theorist the tricks that egoism plays in practice. I retreated from the battle so as not to play a fool and scoundrel. I rejoiced as if I'd performed heroic deeds of generous nobility. You refused to yield at the first word of an invitation so as not to have to worry about yourself again, and so as not to be deprived of that sweet rejoicing over your own nobility. But 259. Egoism twists your gestures so that you act the role of a man persisting in noble endeavors. But neither Lopukhov nor Kirsanov had the opportunity to become a theoretician and to make these pleasant observations. The practical aspects of this matter weighed on both of them rather heavily. XXIII. The renewal of Kirsanov's frequent visits was explained very naturally. Having been so distracted and having neglected his work for 5 months or so, he'd had to spend about a month and a half catching up without any let-up. Now that he'd managed to catch up with his neglected work, he could appropriate his time more freely. This fact was so clear that it needed almost no explanation. It was really all so obvious and splendid that it aroused no suspicions in Vera Pavlovna's mind. Meanwhile, Kirsanov played his part with the same irreproachable artistry as before. He was afraid that when he first arrived at the Lopukhovs after the learned conversation with his friend, he'd make a fool of himself. He'd either blush from excitement when he saw Vera Pavlovna for the first time, or he'd too obviously avoid looking at her at all, or something of the kind. But no, he was satisfied with himself, and rightfully so, at the moment he met her again. He displayed the pleasant, Friendly smile of a man glad to return to old friends from whom he'd been separated for some time, a calm demeanor, and the lively and carefree conversation of a man who had nothing on his mind except those thoughts that he uttered freely. Had you been the most vicious gossip and scrutinized him with the most eager desire to find something inappropriate, you still wouldn't have seen him as anything but a man who was very glad that he had the time available and who was able to spend a pleasant evening enjoying the company of his good friends. If the first moments were carried off so well, what would prevent him from bearing up for the rest of the evening? And if he could carry off the first evening, would it be difficult to continue on following evenings? There wasn't one single word that wasn't free and easy, not a single glance that wasn't clear and simple, direct and friendly. And that's all there was to it. But while Kirsanov was behaving himself no worse than before, the eyes that were looking at him were inclined to notice much more than any other eyes could possibly have seen. Yes, no other eyes would have noticed. Lopukhov himself, whom Marya Alexeyevna earlier AC 260 knowledge to be a born tax farmer, I-55 was surprised at his friend's self-possession, which didn't betray Kirsanov even for a single moment. As a theorist he derived great pleasure from these observations. Almost against his will he found the psychological significance of this phenomenon very interesting from the scientific point of view. However, Vera's dream visitor had neither sung her song nor forced Vera to read that diary in Vienna. One's eyes become all too keen when this visitor whispers in one's ear. Even those eyes could find nothing, but the dream visitor whispered, "Isn't it possible to see something, even though there's really nothing here, as I myself know? Nevertheless, let's try to take a good look." The eyes began to look, and although they really didn't see anything, the mere fact that they were looking was quite enough for them to notice that something was not quite right. For example, Vera Pavlovna, her husband, and Kirsanov are just setting off for an ordinary little evening gathering at the Mertzilovs. Why isn't Kirsanov waltzing at this informal little party, when even Lopukhov is? The general rule is, even if you're a 70-year-old man and have wound up here, you must make a fool of yourself just like everyone else. Here no one looks at anyone. Everyone shares one and the same idea: the more noise and movement, the more enjoyment for each and every person. So why is Nt Kirsanov waltzing? Now he's started to, but why did he wait so long before beginning? Was it really worth spending that much time debating whether he would or wouldn't take such an important step? If he hadn't started to waltz, then his secret would have been half revealed. If he had, but not with Vera Pavlovna, then his secret would have been entirely revealed all at once. But he was too skillful an actor playing his role. He didn't want to dance with Vera Pavlovna, yet he realized at once that it would be noticed. Therefore, as a result of his brief hesitation, which had no visible relation to Vera Pavlovna or to anyone else on earth, there remained in her memory only a small, very slight question that, in and of itself would have gone unnoticed even by her, despite the whisperings of her dream visitor, if that very same visitor hadn't been whispering a large number of just such small, insignificant questions into her ear. For instance, when they were returning from the Mertzilovs and making arrangements to hear the opera the Puritancy 56 the next day, and Vera Pavlovna said to her husband, "My dear, you really don't like this opera. You'll be bored. I'll go with Alexander Matveich. He enjoys every opera. If you or I wrote one, I think he'd listen to that, too. Why didn't Kirsanov support Vera Pavlovna's opinion? Why didn't he say, 'Really, Dmitri, I won't get you a ticket'? Why was that? Of course, the fact that her dearest wanted to go along anyway didn't raise any questions. He's been escorting his wife everywhere since the time she asked him to spend more time with her. He hasn't forgotten that, therefore it was perfectly natural that he'd want to go along. That only confirmed the fact that he was a kind man and she really ought to love him. That's true enough, but Kirsanov didn't know that. So why didn't he support Vera Pavlovna's opinion? Of course, these are mere trifles, almost unnoticeable. Vera Pavlovna almost forgot all about it, but these unnoticed grains of sand kept falling onto one side of the scales, even though they went unnoticed. But here, for example, is a conversation that was more like a large pellet than a small grain of sand. The next day when they were going to the opera in a hired carriage, for it was cheaper than going in two cabs, their conversation touched on, among other subjects, the Mertzilovs, at whose apartment they'd spent the previous evening. They praised their harmonious life, observing that it was a rarity. Everyone agreed, including Kirsanov, who said, yes, and another good point about Mertzilov is that his wife can bare her soul to him freely. Kirsanov was the one who said it. Each of them thought about saying the same thing, but it fell to Kirsanov to utter it. Why did he? What did it mean? If you took it in one way, it would sound like a compliment for Lopukhov and a tribute to Vera Pavlovna's happiness with him. Of course, it could also have been said without a thought for anyone except the Mertzilovs. But if one assumes that Kirsanov was thinking about both the Mertzilovs and the Lopukhovs, it means that it was being said for Vera Pavlovna's benefit. But to what end? Isn't that always the way it is? If a person's inclined to look for something, he finds it wherever he looks. Even if there's no trace of it at all, he still finds clear evidence. Even if there's not even a shadow, still he sees not only a shadow of what he's looking for but everything he's looking for. He sees it in the most unmistakable terms, and these terms become clearer with each new glance and every new thought. Here, in addition, there really was a very tangible fact concealing within itself the solution to the entire matter. It was clear that Kirsanov respected the Lopukhovs. Why had he made himself scarce for more than 2 years? It was obvious that he was a completely honorable man. How was it, then, that he'd posed as such a vulgar person? As long as Vera Pavlovna didn't have to think about these things, she hadn't thought about them, just as Lopukhov hadn't. But now she tended to think about them. 262. XXIV. Slowly and imperceptibly this discovery dawned upon her. Steadily there accumulated all sorts of small, almost insignificant impressions of Kirsanov's words and actions to which no one else would have paid any attention. She herself could scarcely notice them, for most were merely supposed or intimated. Gradually she became more and more intrigued by one question: why had he avoided her for almost 3 years? An idea was slowly taking shape. Such a man could not possibly have withdrawn merely as a result of petty vanity, which he lacks completely. Yet behind all these inexplicable reflections there arose into her consciousness even more slowly and more obscurely from the deepest recesses of her being the question: why am I even thinking about him? What is he to me? One day after dinner Vera Pavlovna was sitting alone in her room sewing and thinking. She was reflecting very calmly, not about him, but about this and that, the household, the workshop, and her lessons. Gradually, very gradually her thoughts turned to the subject that for some reason or other had been occupying her more and more of late. Recollections surfaced, and then insignificant questions, they grew and multiplied, then thousands of them swarmed in her mind, growing larger and larger, all merging into a single question whose form was becoming clearer and clearer: what is happening to me? What am I thinking about? What am I feeling? Vera Pavlovna's fingers neglected their sewing, her work slipped from her downcast hands. She turned a little pale and then blushed, she became even paler and then her cheeks became bright red. A moment later, with cheeks as white as snow and eyes wild, she ran into her husband's room, threw herself on his knees, embraced him convulsively, laid her head on his shoulder so that it would both support her and hide her face, and with a choking voice she uttered, "My darling, I love him." Then she burst into tears. "So what, my dear? Why should that upset you? I don't want to hurt you, my dear. I want to love you. Try, dear, wait and see. If you can, then fine. Calm down. Give yourself some time, and you'll see what you can and can't do. You're so fond of me. How could you hurt me?" He stroked her hair, kissed her head, and squeezed her hand. For a long time she was unable to stop her convulsive weeping, but gradually she calmed down. He'd been awaiting this confession for some time, consequently he was able to receive it with equanimity, but then again she was unable to see his face. 263. I don't want to see him. I'll tell him he must stop visiting us, Vera Pavlovna said. As you see fit, my friend. Do what's best for you. When you've calmed down, we can talk about it. No matter what happens between us, you and I can't help but be friends. Give me your hand. Squeeze mine. There, see how warmly you did that. Each of these phrases was uttered after a long pause during which he stroked her hair and caressed her as a brother does his grieving sister. Do you remember, my friend, what you said to me when we became engaged? You're setting me free. There was another long silence and more caresses. Do you remember when we talked for the first time about what it meant to love someone? It means to delight in what's good for the other person, to take pleasure in doing everything that makes the other person happy. Isn't that so? Again, silence and caresses. What's best for you will also give me pleasure. But you must decide what's best for you. Why be so distressed about it? If you're all right, then I will be too. These halting words, repeated many times with slight variations, took up a considerable length of time, which was painful for both Lopukh and Vera Pavlovna. But calming down gradually, Vera Pavlovna at last began to breathe more easily. She embraced her husband warmly and repeated just as warmly, I want to love you, my dear, you alone. I don't wish to love anyone else. He didn't point out to her that this was beyond her control. It was essential to let some time pass so that her strength would be restored by her settling calmly on some one thought or other, it didn't matter which. Lopukh managed to write a note that he gave Masha to deliver to Kirsanov in case he should come. Alexander, don't come in just now. Don't visit us for a little while. There's nothing wrong, nor will there be. She just needs some rest. She just needs some rest, and there's nothing wrong. What a wonderful combination. Kirsanov came, read the note, told Masha that he'd come for the note, that he had no time to stay because he had to go somewhere else, and that he'd call in on his way home when he'd done what was requested in the note. The evening passed by peacefully, to all appearances. Vera Pavlovna spent half the time sitting quietly in her own room, having sent her husband away. The rest of the time he sat next to her and comforted her with the same few words, but even more, of course, by the fact that his voice was calm and serene. Of course, it wasn't wildly cheerful, but neither was it mournful, rather it was thoughtful, as was his face. Vera Pavlovna heard this tone of voice and looked at the expression on his 264 face. She began to think, not completely, but somewhat, no, not somewhat, but almost completely, that there really was nothing at all the matter, that she had mistaken a simple fancy for a strong passion, and that it would dissipate in a few days, leaving no trace whatsoever. Or else she reasoned that she wasn't thinking it, rather just feeling that it was nt so. Of course. It wasn't so. Yes, it was. More and more firmly she believed that she was indeed thinking it. And indeed she was, she really was. Besides, how could one help thinking it while listening to Lopukhov's calm and serene voice? He kept repeating that there really was nothing wrong. She fell fast asleep listening to his voice, she slept soundly, dreamed of no night visitors, and awoke late the next morning feeling renewed vigor. XXV. The best distraction from thinking is work, thought Vera Pavlovna, and she was quite right. I'll spend every day in the workshop until I am completely cured. That will help me. So she began to spend every day in the workshop. The first day she really was sufficiently distracted from thinking, on the second, she was merely exhausted, but hardly distracted from her thoughts. By the third day, she wasn't distracted in the least. Thus 1 week passed by. The struggle was difficult. Vera Pavlovna's face grew pale. But her outward appearance was quite calm. She tried to seem cheerful and even succeeded in doing so without lapses. But if no one noticed anything and her pallor was ascribed to some slight indisposition, how could Lopukha be deceived? He already knew the entire situation, he didn't even have to look at her. Viroka / he said a week later, we're living together as if bearing witness to the truth of the old adage that a cobbler always goes around barefoot and the tailor's clothes always fit him badly. We teach others to live according to our economic principles, while we ourselves refuse to organize our own life accordingly. One large household is more advantageous than several small ones, isn't it? I would like to apply that rule to our own household. If we began to live with someone, then the two of us as well as those who lived with us would begin to save almost half of our expenses. I could give up these damned lessons that I detest so, my salary from the job at the factory would be sufficient. I could relax, pursue my scholarly work, and renew my own career. Of course, we must select only people we could get along with. What do you think? For some time now Vera Pavlovna had been looking at her husband. 265. With suspicious eyes, burning with indignation, just as Kirsanov had looked at Lopukhov on the occasion of their theoretical discussion. When he finished talking her face was on fire. I beg you to stop this talk. It's utterly inappropriate. Why, Viroka? I am speaking only about financial advantage. People of modest means like us can't ignore such considerations. My work is difficult, some of it even detestable. I won't allow you to talk to me in that way, Vera Pavlovna said and got up. I won't allow you to use such obscure phrases. Have the courage to say what you mean. I only wanted to say, Viroka, that considering our own advantage, it would be a good idea for us to. Again. Silence. Who gave you the right to patronize me? I shall come to hate you. She quickly left and locked herself in her own room. This was their first and last quarrel. Vera Pavlovna remained locked in her own room until late that evening. Then she went into her husband's room. I said such stem words to you, my dear, she said. But don't be angry. You see that I am engaged in a struggle. Instead of trying to support me, you began to lend assistance precisely to what I'm struggling against, hoping, yes, hoping to prevail. Forgive me, my dear, for beginning in such a crude manner. Are we reconciled now? Let's have a little talk. Oh, yes, we are reconciled, my dear. But don't work against me. I've enough trouble struggling against myself. It's to no purpose, Viroka. You've allowed yourself time to examine your own feelings, now you can see that it's more serious than you wanted to believe at first. Why torture yourself? No, my dear, I still want to love you and I don't want to hurt you in any way. My friend, you want what's best for me. Well, do you think I enjoy or require your continued suffering? But you love me so much, my dear. Of course I do, Viroka, very much, that goes without saying. But you and I understand what love is. Isn't it when a person rejoices in the joy and suffers from the suffering of the loved one? In tormenting yourself, you'll torment me. That's true, my dear. But you will suffer if I submit to this feeling. I don't know why it ever arose in me. I curse it. How it arose and why it did doesn't really matter. It can't be helped. Now there's only one choice left, either you suffer, and I do too, or you curtail your suffering, and mine too. 266. But I won't suffer, my dear. It will pass. You'll see, it will. Thanks for your efforts. I appreciate them because they show that you have the will to do what you think necessary. But understand, Viroka, your efforts seem necessary only to you, not to me. Looking at your situation from the outside, I can see it more clearly than you. I know that your efforts will be useless. Struggle on, as long as your strength permits. But don't worry about hurting me. You know how I look at it, my opinion is unshakable and is in fact justified. But you understand all this. Can you really expect to deceive me? Will you ever lose your respect for me? I can say more. If your affection for me ever changes, will it really diminish? Isn't the opposite true? Won't it increase because you didn't discover me to be your enemy? Don't feel sorry for me. In no way will my fate be pitiable, because you haven't been deprived of happiness on my account. But enough of this. I find it painful to speak about it for very long, and it must be even more painful for you to hear it. Remember, Viroka, what I have said. Forgive me, Viroka. Go back and think it over. Even better, get some sleep. Don't think about me, think about yourself instead. Only in thinking about yourself can you prevent me from experiencing unnecessary anguish. XXVI. Some 2 weeks later, while Lopukhov was sitting in his factory office, Vera Pavlovna spent an entire morning in a state of extreme agitation. She threw herself down on the bed and covered her face with her hands. A quarter of an hour later she jumped up, paced around the room, and dropped into an armchair. She began to pace again with unsteady, jerky movements, then she threw herself down on the bed, paced again, went over to her desk several times, stood by it, and then ran away. Finally she sat down, wrote a few words, and sealed the envelope. Half an hour later she seized the note, tore it up, burned the shreds, and resumed pacing. Then she wrote another letter, tore it up too, burned the shreds, and resumed pacing. Once again she wrote a letter, then, hurriedly, scarcely managing to seal it, ran into her husband's room and threw it onto his desk, ran back to her own room, fell into an armchair, and sat there motionless, covering her face with her hands. Half an hour passed, perhaps even a whole hour. Then a bell rang. It was he. She ran into his room to recover the letter, tear it up, and burn the shreds. Where was it? Not there. Where on earth was it? She rifled hastily through his papers. Where was it? Masha was already opening the door, from the thresh. 267. Old Lopukhov could see that Vera Pavlovna was fleeing from his study and running back to her own room. She was pale and distraught. He didn't go after her, instead he went into his study. Coolly and slowly he examined his desk and the area near it. For several days he'd been expecting something of this sort, either a conversation or a letter. And here it was, a letter, with no address, bearing her seal. Of course, she must have been searching for it to destroy it, or she had just delivered it. No, she must have been looking for it. His papers were in disarray. But how could she possibly have found it? She must have been in such a feverish state to have thrown it so violently, like a hot coal burning her hand, it had slid the length of the desktop and landed on the windowsill nearby. There was almost no need to read it, he knew its contents already. Still, how could he refrain from reading it? My dear, I have never been so attached to you as I am now. If only I could die for you. Oh, how happy I'd be to die, if only it would make you happier. However, I cannot live without him. I'm hurting you, my dear, killing you, my friend, and I don't wish to do so. I'm acting against my own will. Forgive me, forgive me. For a quarter of an hour, perhaps even longer, Lopukhov stood at his desk and stared at the arm of the chair next to him. Although he'd expected this blow, it was still very painful, although he'd thought it all out and had decided exactly what to do after receiving such a letter or hearing such a confession, nevertheless he was unable to collect his thoughts right away. At last he did so. He went into the kitchen to deal with Masha. Please wait to serve dinner until I tell you. I don't feel very well and must take some medicine before dinner. But don't you wait. Have your dinner, and don't hurry. There's plenty of time before I can eat. I'll tell you when. From the kitchen he went into his wife's room. She lay there burying her face in a pillow. Hearing him enter, she shuddered, and said, "You found it and read it? My God, I must be mad. It's not true. It was only my fever." "Of course, my friend, your words cannot be taken seriously because you were too agitated. Such matters aren't decided so easily. You and I will have plenty of time to consider this affair and talk it over calmly, since it's so very important to us both. Meanwhile, my friend, I'd like to tell you about my business. I've managed to make rather a lot of changes, all the ones that were needed, and now I'm very satisfied. Are you listening?" Needless to say, she didn't know whether she was listening or not. She could have answered only that whether she listened or not, she did hear something, only she didn't really care to understand what it was. Nevertheless, she did hear something, and she 268 was able to discern that it related to something entirely different and had nothing whatever to do with her letter. Gradually she began to listen because she was drawn into it. Her nerves were eager to be distracted by something other than that letter. Although she was unable to understand very much for quite a long time, she was still reassured by the cool and satisfied tone of her husband's voice. Then she even began to understand what he was saying. "You should be listening because these things matter to me," her husband continued, after asking whether or not she was listening. "Yes, some very pleasant changes," he said, and began to describe them in great detail. But she knew about 3/4 of it already. No, she knew all of it, but no matter. Let him talk on. How kind he is. And talk on he did, how he was fed up with giving lessons, why he was annoyed with a particular family or a certain pupil, how he was not fed up with his work in the factory office because it was so important and afforded him considerable influence over the workers, and what he was managing to achieve there. He'd rounded up some volunteers interested in promoting literacy and had taught them how to teach. He'd secured payment for them from the factory, having demonstrated that literate workers would be less likely to ruin machinery or spoil the work, because there would be less absenteeism and drunkenness on the job. The payment for these teachers was trifling, of course. Then he told her how he was rescuing workers from drunkenness. To do so he was often frequenting their taverns. He said a great deal more. The main thing was that he'd succeeded in establishing himself at the factory as a competent and resourceful person who'd gradually taken matters into his own hands. The conclusion of his story, and the tastiest morsel of alt as far as Lopukhov was concerned, was this: he was to be promoted to the position of assistant manager of the factory. The manager would become an honorary position, held by a trustee of the firm who would receive a nominal salary. But Lopukhov would be the actual manager. The trustee of the firm agreed to accept the honorary position as manager only on this one condition. "I can't," he said, "it's beyond me." "Well, you should accept the position so that an honest man will occupy the post. There's no need to interfere in the actual business. I shall run it." "Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll accept the position. But it's not so much the power that's important, but the fact that Lopukhov now receives a salary of 3,500 rubles, almost 1,000 more than he got before from all his other jobs, including his previous post at the factory, his occasional literary hack work, and his tutoring. Consequently, he's now able to give up everything except for the work at the factory, and that's excellent." He went on talking for more than half an hour. At the end of his 269 narrative, Vera Pavlovna was able to agree that it really was very fine indeed. She was even able to rearrange her hair and come to dinner. After dinner, Masha was given 80 kopecks in silver for a cab to take a note to 4 different places announcing that Lopukhov was free that evening and would be glad to receive guests. In a short while the horrible Rakhmetov appeared. After him, little by little, a whole band of young people assembled. There began a fierce learned discussion, accompanied by an inordinate number of accusations of each in turn by the rest for all possible violations of logic. A few traitors to the noble art of debate enabled Vera Pavlovna to while away the evening. About halfway through she suddenly realized where Masha had been sent. How kind he was. Yes, this time Vera Pavlovna was absolutely delighted with her young friends, even though she didn't take part in their fun, but only sat by quietly. Why, she was even prepared to kiss Rakhmetov himself. The guests left around 3 a.m. late, but that was actually a good thing in itself. Vera Pavlovna, exhausted by the excitement of the day, had just gone to bed when her husband entered. When I was telling you about the factory, my dear Veroka, I forgot to mention one thing about my new position. It's really not all that important, and it's hardly worth mentioning, but I'll tell you all the same, just in case. However, I have one request to make. I'm ready to go to sleep and so are you. If I don't finish telling you all about it, we can talk again tomorrow. But for now I'll tell it to you briefly. You see, I agreed to accept the position of assistant manager on one condition, that I could begin work when I wanted to, a month or so from now, even two. I want to make use of this time. I haven't seen my parents in Ryazan 157 for the last 5 years. I plan to go visit them. Goodbye, Veroka. Don't get up now. There'll be time tomorrow. Go to sleep. XXVII. The next day when Vera Pavlovna emerged from her room, her husband and Masha were already stuffing 2 suitcases with his things. And all the time Masha was there, she never stepped out. Lopukov had given her so many things to wrap, fold, pack, and repack that she had no opportunity to leave. Veroka, would you help us, too? And the 3 of them drank tea together, all the while sorting and packing his things. Vera Pavlovna scarcely had time to collect her wits when her husband announced, "It's 10:30, time to leave for the railway station." "I'll go with you, my dear." "Veroka, my friend, I am taking along 2 suitcases. There won't be anywhere to sit. You can ride with Masha." "That's not what I mean. I'm going to Ryazan with you." "Well, then, in that case, Masha can go with the suitcases and we can ride together. The street is not particularly well suited to emotional outpourings. Besides, there was so much noise coming from the pavement." Lopukov had difficulty hearing her, while she could hardly understand his replies even when he made any. "I am going to Ryazan with you," Vera Pavlovna repeated again and again. "But your things aren't ready. How can you go? Get ready if you like. Do whatever you think best. But I have one request, wait until you receive a letter from me. It will come tomorrow. I'll write you one and mail it along the way. You'll get it tomorrow. Wait for it, I beg of you." How she embraced him at the gallery of the station. How tearfully she kissed him as he entered the gate to the platform. Meanwhile he kept talking about his affairs at the factory, how well things were going, how delighted his parents would be to see him, how everything in the world is nonsense except one's health, and how she should take good care of herself. At the very moment of parting, through the bars of the fence, he said to her, "Yesterday you wrote that you'd never been so attached to me as you are now." "That's true, my dear Veroka. And I'm no less attached to you. Affection for a person means desiring his happiness, as you and I know full well. Furthermore, there's no happiness without freedom. You didn't want to restrain me, nor you. If you ever felt restrained by me, you would hurt me. Don't do that, do only what's best for you. Then we'll see. You write me and tell me when to return. Goodbye, my friend. That's the second bell. It's time to go. Goodbye. XXVIII. This happened at the end of April. Lopukov came back in the middle of June. He spent 3 weeks in Petersburg and then went on to Moscow on factory business, as he said. He left Moscow on the 9th of June. On the morning of the 11th there occurred the baffling incident in the hotel at the Moscow railway station when 271. The guest could not be awakened, followed 2 hours later by the scene at the dacha on Kameny Stone, Island. 1:8 Surely now the perceptive reader can no longer fail to guess who it was who shot himself. I've known for some time that it was Lapukov, he says, thrilled by his own perspicacity. Well then, what's become of him? How was it that his cap was shot right through the band? There's no need for that. It was merely one of his tricks. And he himself was helping to drag the river for his own corpse, that rascal, proclaims the perceptive reader. Well, God be with you, whatever you say, for there's no way to talk you out of it. XXIX an extraordinary man. 1.59. About 3 hours after Kirsanov left, Vera Pavlovna came to her senses. One of her first thoughts was that her workshop could not be abandoned. Yes, even though Vera Pavlovna loved to assert that the enterprise could run by itself, in reality she knew that she was merely flattering herself with that idea. In fact, the workshop needed a supervisor or the whole thing would collapse. On the other hand, now that the business was so well established, very little in the way of supervision was actually required. Natasha Murtsalova had 2 children, 160. Even so, she could spare an hour to an hour and a half a day, although not every day. Surely she wouldn't refuse, since she was doing so much work in the shop now. Vera Pavlovna began to sort through her personal effects. First she sent Masha to ask Natasha to stop by, then to an old woman named Rachel who dealt in used clothes and other items. One of the most resourceful of Jewish women, but still a good friend of Vera Pavlovna's. 161 Rachel was absolutely honest with her, as are almost all small Jewish tradespeople when dealing with decent people. Rachel and Masha had to stop by the apartment in town to collect the dresses and other garments that had been left there, then call in at the furrier's where Vera Pavlovna's coats had been left in storage for the summer, and finally bring the whole pile out to the dacha, where Rachel would price the goods and purchase the whole lot at once. Just as Masha was leaving, she was met by Rakhmitov, who'd been wandering around near the dacha for the last half hour or so. Are you going out, Masha? For very long? Yes. I probably won't be back until late this evening. I have a lot to do. Is Vera Pavlovna home alone? She is. Then I'll drop in and stay with her in your place. She may need something. Please do, or else I'll worry about her. Besides, I've forgotten something, Mr. Rakhmitov. Could you call on the neighbors, they have a cook and a nanny, both friends of mine, and ask them to order her dinner? She still hasn't eaten. Never mind. I haven't had my dinner either, and we can dine by ourselves. Have you eaten? Yes, Vera Pavlovna wouldn't let me go out unless I had. Well, that's good. I was afraid she might have forgotten about you in her present condition. With the exception of Masha and those who were her equals or superiors in simplicity of soul or dress, everyone was somewhat afraid of Rakhmitov. Even Lapukov, Kirsanov, and all those who feared nothing and no one at times felt some trepidation before him. He held himself very removed from Vera Pavlovna. She found him boring, he never joined her circle of friends. But he was Masha's favorite, even though he was less amiable and less talkative with her than other guests were. I've come without an invitation, Vera Pavlovna / he began. But I've seen Alexander Matveyevich and I know everything. Therefore, in the event that you require my services, I've decided to spend the evening at your place. His services might indeed have been required, even at once. He could have helped Vera Pavlovna sort through the garments. Anyone other than Rakhmitov would have been invited to do so at that very moment, or might even have offered to help. But he didn't offer and wasn't invited. Vera Pavlovna merely shook his hand and said sincerely that she was very grateful for his concern. I'll sit in the study / he replied. Call me if you need anything. If someone comes, I'll open the door. No need to trouble yourself. With these words he proceeded very serenely to the study, took a large piece of ham and a chunk of black bread, weighing almost 4 pounds in all, from his pocket, sat down, ate everything up, chewing it all very well, and drank half a carafe of water. Then he went over to the bookshelves and began to look for something to read. Too well known /unoriginal/unoriginal/unoriginal/unoriginal. This last word was applied to works by such writers as Macaulay, Guizot, Thiers, Ranke, and Gervinus. 162. Now here's something I'm glad to find he said after reading the words on the spines of several heavy tomes, the complete collected works of Newton. He began to thumb quickly through some of the volumes. At last he found what he'd been looking for. With a smile he said, "Here it is, right here, Observations on the Prophecies of Daniel and the Apocalypse of St. John. 163. Yes, up to now I've lacked any substantial foundation in this branch of knowledge." Newton wrote this commentary in his old age, when he was half in his right mind and half insane. It's the classical treatise on the connection between intellect and insanity. The question is one of universal, historical imperative. This particular combination occurs without exception in all events, in almost all books, in almost all brains. But here this question must appear in perfect form. In the first place, his mind was the most ingenious and most normal of all those known to us. In the second place, the insanity that affected it was both acknowledged and undisputed. Therefore, this book is the major work in its field. It should display the subtlest manifestations of the general phenomenon more tangibly than any other work. There can be no doubt whatever that these manifestations depict this particular combination of intellect and insanity. This book is worth studying. And with pleasurable zeal he sat down to read a book that has hardly been read by anyone but its original proofreaders for 100 years or so. Anyone else would have found this book as tasty a dish as sand or sawdust. But Rakhmetov considered it a delicious morsel. Nowadays there are only a few people like Rakhmetov. Up to the present time I've met only 8 examples of this breed, among them 2 women. 164 they weren't at all alike except for one characteristic. The group includes both stem and gentle types, somber and cheerful, energetic and phlegmatic, sentimental and perpetually imperturbable. One had a stern face, sarcastic to the point of impudence, another, a wooden face, taciturn and indifferent to everything. Both wept in my presence several times, like hysterical women, not because of their own affairs, but rather in the middle of conversations on diverse matters. I am sure they often cried when they were alone, too. They had nothing in common except for one trait, but this trait united them into a single breed and distinguished them from all others. I used to laugh at those particular individuals, my intimate friends, when I was alone with them. They either got angry or didn't, but they also used to laugh at themselves. In fact, there was a great deal that was very amusing about them. Everything of importance about them was amusing, everything that characterized them as a breed apart. I love to laugh at such people. The one I met in Lopukhov's and Kirsanov's circle, and whom I shall describe here, serves as living proof that a proviso needs to be added to that discussion of the properties of soil between Lopukhov and Mertzalov in Vera Pavlovna's second dream. T65 The proviso is that whatever the quality of the soil, one can still come across tiny plots capable of producing liers of grain. The genealogy of the main characters of my story, Vera Pavlovna, Kirsanov, and Lopukhov, if truth be told, goes no farther back than their grandparents. Only with a great deal of effort could one discover a great-grandmother. The great-grandfather has inevitably been obscured by the darkness of oblivion. All that's known about him is that he was the great-grandmother's husband and that his name was Kirit because the grandfather was called Gerasim Kirillik. Rakhmetov was descended from a family known since the 13th century, that is, from one of the oldest families not only in Russia but in all of Europe. Among the chiefs of the Tatar regiments massacred at Tver with their troops 166, an event that, according to the chronicles, occurred because they'd intended to convert the people to the Muslim faith, an intention they probably never had, but an event that in fact took place simply because they were the oppressors. Among those chiefs was one named Rakhmet. his young son by a Russian woman whom he'd abducted, the niece of the chief court steward at Tver, that is, the High Court Marshal and Field Marshal 167 had been spared on account of his mother and was rebaptized from Latov to Mikhail. The Rakhmitovs were descended from this Latov/Mikhail Rakhmitovich. At Tver they were boyars, in Moscow only grand officers of the Tsar. During the last century in Petersburg they were generals-in-chief, but not all by any means. 168 The family had proliferated and there weren't enough ranks of general-in-chief to go around. The great-great-grandfather of our Rakhmitov was a friend of Ivan Ivanovich Shavalov, who'd rescued him from the disgrace into which he'd fallen as a result of his friendship with Manish. 169 His great-grandfather was a colleague of Rumyantsev. He attained the rank of general-in-chief and was killed at the Battle of Novy. 170 His grandfather accompanied Alexander to Tilsit and would have gone further than any of the others, but he forfeited his career early as a result of a friendship with Speransky. 17 His father served without success or disgrace, and retired at the age of 40 with the rank of lieutenant general. He settled on one of his several estates scattered along the upper reaches of the Medveditsa River. These estates, however, were not very large. They consisted of only about 2,500 souls in all. 172 At the same time, given a large amount of rural leisure, he sired many children, about 8 all told. Our Rakhmitov was the next to last. There was only one sister younger than he. As a result, our Rakhmitov was a man who had not too great an inheritance. He received only about 400 souls and 7,000 desiatinas of land. 173 No one knew how he disposed of the souls and 5,500 of his desiatinas. Likewise, no one knew that he'd kept 1,500 desiatinas for himself. Nor did anyone even know that he was a member of the landed gentry, and that he had an income of about 3,000 rubles a year in rent on the remaining parcel of land. No one knew any of this while he lived among us. We learned it all later. Then, of course, we assumed that he must have belonged to that family of Rakhmitovs among whom were numbered many wealthy landowners whose combined worth was estimated at 75,000 souls on various estates along the upper reaches of the Medveditsa, Kopyr, Sura, and Tsna rivers, and who are always serving as district marshals of those places, and who, one or another, are constantly serving as provincial marshals in one or another of the 3 provinces. Where the upper reaches of these same rivers flow through their ancestral lands. 174 We knew that our friend Rakhmitov lived on an income of about 400 rubles a year. For a student in those days, that wasn't a small sum at all, but for a landowner of the Rakhmitov family, it was a very small sum indeed. That's why each of us, who hardly concerned ourselves with such inquiries, merely assumed without asking that our Rakhmitov was a member of some declining branch of the family which had lost its lands, the son of some councillor in a provincial office of the Ministry of Finance who'd left his children a little capital. 175 And who could expect us to be interested in such things, anyway? He was now 22 years old, having been a student since the age of 16. He'd interrupted his studies for almost 3 years. At the end of his second year he left to take charge of his estate, overcoming his guardian's opposition, incurring his brother's curses, and coaxing his brothers-in-law to forbid his sisters ever to mention his name again. 176 Then he wandered through Russia, traveling in various ways, on land and over water, by both ordinary and extraordinary means, on foot, by flat-bottomed boat, and by keeled ship. 177 He had many adventures, most of which he devised himself. Meanwhile, he supported 2 students at Kazan University and 5 at Moscow University at his own expense, but he brought no one along with him to Petersburg, where he himself planned to live. Therefore none of us knew that instead of 400 rubles, he had an income of some 3,000 rubles. This fact became known only later. At that time we knew only that he'd disappeared from sight and that he'd returned to Petersburg some 2 years before. That day he sat in Kirsanov's study analyzing Newton's interpretation of the apocalypse. Now he'd joined the philological faculty, before then he'd been studying the natural sciences. That was all we knew. But if none of Rakhmitov's Petersburg friends knew anything about his family background or his financial situation, everyone who knew him was very familiar with his two nicknames. One has already been mentioned in the course of this narrative, namely, the rigorist. He accepted it with his usual slight smile of grim satisfaction. But when people started calling him Nikitushka or Lomov, or by the full form, Nikitushka Lomov 178, he beamed broadly and sweetly, and for good reason. It was not by his birthright but by sheer strength of will that he'd acquired a right to bear a name so renowned among millions of people. This name thunders with glory along a strip of land some 100 versts wide across 8 provinces. For readers who reside in the rest of Russia's territory, the meaning of this name must be explained. Nikitushka Lomov was a barge hauler who worked along the Volga River some 15 or 20 years ago and was a giant of Herculean strength. He was 2 arshins and 15 verhoks tall, 179. He was so broad in the chest and shoulders that he weighed some 15 puds, 180, and he was solid, not fat. One fact will suffice to illustrate his strength: he received the salary of 4 men. Whenever his vessel arrived at a town, he would go to the market, or the bazaar as it is called along the Volga. All along the way boys would cry out from distant back streets, "Nikitushka Lomov! Here comes Nikitushka Lomov!" They all ran out into the streets leading from the harbor to the bazaar, and a whole crowd of people would follow along behind their Russian bogatyr. When Rakhmetov came to Petersburg at the age of 16, he was an ordinary youth of somewhat above average height and strength, but by no means remarkable. Out of any 10 of his peers, 2 could probably have gotten the better of him. But in the middle of his 17th year he decided to acquire physical prowess and began to work hard at it. He took up gymnastics with considerable dedication. That was all right, but gymnastics can improve only the material available. One has to provide oneself with such material. And so, for a while, he spent several hours every day, twice as long as he practiced gymnastics, working at common labor that required physical strength. He carried water, chopped and hauled firewood, felled trees, cut stone, dug earth, and forged iron. He tried many different kinds of work and changed jobs frequently because with each job and every change, different muscles were being developed. He put himself on a boxer's 178, a legendary folk hero in the bogatyr tradition of morally pure men who are also large and mighty warriors. Nikitushka Lomov appeared in tales from the Volga region as a defender of the common people. By linking Rakhmetov to such a figure, Chernyshevsky compares his hero with legendary bogatyrs of Russia's past, demonstrates his solidarity with the common people, and indicates Rakhmetov's transformation through labor into a new man combining the best qualities of both the intelligentsia and the working class. 179. That is, nearly 7 feet. A vershik is a unit of length measuring about 1.75 inches. See also N44 above. 180. That is, nearly 542 pounds. A pud is a unit of weight equal to about 36 pounds. 279. Diet. He began to nourish himself, precisely, only on those things reputed to build physical strength: beefsteak most of all almost raw. Since that time he's continued on this regimen. About a year after adopting this programme he set off on his travels and had even greater opportunities to devote himself to building physical strength. He worked as a ploughman, carpenter, ferryman, and laborer at all sorts of healthful trades. Once he even worked as a barge hauler along the whole length of the Volga from Dubovka to Rybinsk. 181. If he'd told the captain of the barge and the crew that he wanted to work as a barge hauler, they'd have considered it the height of stupidity and would never have accepted him. So he went aboard as a passenger and became friendly with the crew and began to help them tow the boat. In a week he buckled himself into a harness low just like a real barge hauler. Soon they realized his strength and put him to the test. He outpulled 3 or 4 men, the sturdiest of his comrades. He was only 20 years old at the time, and his comrades on the barge christened him Nikitushka Lomov in memory of their hero who'd already departed the scene. The next summer he was traveling on a steamer. One of the many common folk on deck turned out to be one of his fellow workers from the barge the year before. That was how some students his fellow travelers learned about his nickname Nikolai. In fact he had acquired Endel without skimping on time. I had maintained enormous strength. It's necessary he used to say. It inspires respect and love of the common people. It's useful and may come in handy someday. This idea had occurred to him when he was 16 and a half, because it was then that his peculiar personality first began to develop. At the age of 16 he'd come to Petersburg, a nice, ordinary lad, having just completed his course of study at the gymnasium. He was a kindle honest young man who spent 3 or 4 months in the usual WAYI as all new students do. But soon he began to hear that among his comrades were some very clever minds whose way of thinking differed from that of others. He found out the names of 5 or 6 of these students. There were still only a few of them then. They interested him and he began to seek the acquaintance of some of them. He happened to become friendly with Kirsanov. That initiated the process of his rebirth into an extraordinary man, the future Nikita Shkalamov and rigorist. The first evening he listened to Kirsanov avidly. He wept and interrupted Kirsanov's words with exclamations that cursed the 181 considerably north of Moscow. Rybinsk lies where the Volga flows into the Rybinsk Reservoir. Dubovka is a small town on the southern Volga, near present-day Volgograd. 280. Things that must perish and bless those that must survive. 182. He asked, what books should I read first? Kirsanov answered him. At 8 o'clock the next morning he was up and walking along Nevsky Prospect from the Admiralty to the Politsysky Police Bridge, 83, waiting to see which German or French bookstore would open first. He acquired what he needed and then read for more than 3 days and nights in a row from 11 a.m. on Thursday to 9 p.m. On Sunday a total of 82 hours. The first 2 nights he had no trouble staying awake. The third night he drank 8 glasses of strong coffee. By the 4th night even the coffee didn't help. He collapsed on the floor and slept for about 15 hours. A week later he went to Kirsanov and demanded to know what books he should read next and to get some explanations. He became good friends with Kirsanov and through him met Lopukhov. Half a year later, though Rakhmetov was only 17 and the others were already 21, they no longer thought of him as a young man but as an extraordinary man. What sort of influential factors were there in his early life? Not many but some. His father was a man with a despotic disposition, very intelligent, well-educated and ultra-conservative in the same sense that Marya Alexeyevna was ultra-conservative, although he was an honest man. Needless to say, Rakhmetov had a difficult time at home. But that alone would not have been sufficient. In addition, his mother was a rather delicate creature who suffered from her husband's severe character. Besides, the boy himself could see what life was really like in the countryside. But even this would not have been sufficient. Here's the rest of it. At the age of 15 he fell in love with one of his father's mistresses. This occasioned a great scandal, of course, and the brunt of it fell on the woman. He felt sorry for her because she had to suffer so much on his account. His thoughts began to stir. Kirsanov played the same role for him as Lopukhov had for Vera Pavlovna. There were therefore influential factors in his early life. However, in the making of such an extraordinary man, of course the principal element had to have been nature. For some time before he'd left the university and had set off for his own estate, and later on his journey through Russia, he'd already adopted a set of original principles to govern his material, moral and spiritual life. When he returned to Petersburg, these principles had already developed into a complete system which he followed faithfully. He said to himself, I shall not drink 1 drop of wine. I shall not touch any women. But he was so. 182. Rakhmetov's sudden powerful embrace of revolutionary ideals corresponds to the emotional experience of religious conversion. 183. Built in 1806 to 1808, the Police Bridge, now called the Narodny People's Bridge, crosses the Mykar River along Nevsky Prospect. 281. Passionate by nature. Why on earth? Such extreme measures are unnecessary. They are necessary. We demand complete enjoyment of life for all people. Therefore, in our own lives we must demonstrate that we demand this not to satisfy our own passions, not for ourselves alone, but for man in general. We must show that we're speaking according to principles and not passions, according to convictions and not personal desires. Therefore he adopted a very austere way of life. To become and remain Nikolai Kalamov, he needed to eat beef, a great deal of beef. So he did. He regretted every kopeck he spent on any other kind of food. He ordered his landlady to purchase good quality beef, the very best cuts for him, yet everything else he ate at home was the cheapest. He gave up white bread and had only black bread at his table. For weeks at a time he never put a lump of sugar into his mouth. 184 For months at a time he ate no fruit, no veal, and no poultry. He would buy nothing of the sort with his own money. I have no right to spend money on any luxuries I can do without. Yet he'd been brought up on a sumptuous diet and had acquired refined tastes, as could be seen from his general remarks about food. Whenever he dined at someone else's table, he enjoyed many dishes that he refused to eat at his own table. There were also certain foods he refused even then. The reason for this distinction was sound: anything the common people eat on occasion, I too can eat on occasion. Anything that is never available to them, I too must never eat. This is essential so that I can appreciate how difficult their life is compared to mine. Therefore, if fruit was served, he would always eat apples, but never apricots. He would eat oranges in Petersburg, but not in the provinces. You see, the common people do eat oranges in Petersburg, but not in the provinces. He ate meat-filled pastries because a good meat pie is no worse than a meat-filled pastry, and puff pastry is certainly familiar to the common people. 185. But he wouldn't eat sardines. He dressed very modest. 1y, although he loved elegance. In all other respects he maintained a Spartan way of life. For example, he wouldn't allow himself a straw mattress, he slept on a strip of felt, not even folding it double. However, there was one count on which he did feel remorse: he hadn't given up smoking. Without my cigar, I can't think. If that's really so, then I'm right. But perhaps it's a failure of will. He couldn't. 184 To conserve an expensive resource, less affluent Russians traditionally placed a lump of rock sugar between their teeth while drinking tea rather than stirring it into the brew. 185 Russian cuisine abounds with all sorts of pies and pastries filled with a variety of meats, vegetables, and fish. Varying in size, these pastries range from the delicate and elaborate to the common, and can serve as either an hors d'oeuvre or a main dish. 282. Tolerate bad cigars. After all, he was raised in aristocratic surroundings. Out of his 400 ruble income, almost 150 went for cigars. An abominable weakness, he used to say. But it was only this one weakness that made it possible to defend oneself against him. If he began to push his charges too far, the person under attack could say, "Well, perfection is impossible, even you smoke." Then Rakhmetov would double his denunciations, directing a large share of his reproaches at himself. The other person would get a smaller share of abuse, but by no means would he be entirely forgotten. Rakhmetov managed to accomplish a great deal because in apportioning his time he imposed the same kind of limitations on his whims as he did on material things. Not a quarter of an hour a month was wasted on recreation. He needed no rest. "I have such a wide variety of pursuits," he would say, "that switching from one to another constitutes a rest." He spent no more time with his circle of friends, and tiered on Kirsanov and Lopukhov, than was necessary to remain in close contact with them. That's essential. Everyday occurrences demonstrate the usefulness of maintaining close contact with a certain circle of people. One must always have available sources of various kinds of information. Other than visits to this circle, he never saw anyone except on business and not for 5 minutes longer than that business required. He rarely received visitors and never allowed them to stay longer than their business required. Without any circumlocutions he would announce to his guests, "We've now concluded our business. Allow me to turn to other matters because I must guard my time." During the first months of his rebirth he spent almost all his time reading. But this phase lasted only a little more than half a year. When he realized that he'd acquired a systematic way of thinking according to those principles he considered correct, he said to himself at once, "Now reading has become a matter of secondary importance. As far as that's concerned, I am now ready for life." Then he began to devote to reading only the time that was free from other pursuits, and he had very little time of that sort. All the same, he extended the range of his knowledge with astonishing speed. Now, at the age of 22, he was already a man of very solid erudition. This was because in this area he'd also established a rule: no luxuries or whims, only what was absolutely necessary. And what was that? He would say, "There are only a few fundamental works on every subject. All the rest merely repeat, dilute, and distort what's more fully and clearly stated in these few fundamental works. One need read only those, anything else is a terrible waste of time." Take Russian literature, for example. I would 283. Say, "I'll read Gogol first of Alp 86 in thousands of other stories I can see, by reading only 5 or so lines on 5 different pages, that I'll find nothing but a corruption of Gogol. Why should I read them?" It's the same in the sciences, even more obvious there. If I've read Adam Smith, Malthus, Ricardo, and Milvey 87, then I know the alpha and omega of their school of thought. I've no need to read any of the other hundreds of political economists, however distinguished they may be. By reading only 5 lines on 5 different pages I can see that I won't find one fresh idea. Everything there is borrowed and distorted. I read only original works, and only enough to grasp their originality. Therefore, there was absolutely no way to make him read Macaulay. 188 After spending a quarter of an hour glancing through various pages, he decided, "I know all the material from which these scraps are assembled." He read Thackeray's Vanity Fair with pleasure, then he began Pendennis, but closed it after reading only 20 pages. 189 All this was said before in Vanity Fair. Apparently he has nothing more to say, so there's no need to read it. "Every book I read spares me from having to read hundreds of others," he used to say. Gymnastics, physical labor to develop his strength, and reading were Rakhmatov's personal pursuits. Upon his return to Petersburg these activities occupied only about a quarter of his time. The remainder he devoted to matters of concern to others or to no one in particular. 90 Constantly maintaining the same rule he had for his reading, not to waste time over secondary matters or subsidiary people, to occupy himself only with things of fundamental importance, those that shape secondary matters and second-rate people without their participation. For example, outside his circle he made the acquaintance only of those people who had some influence over others. Someone who wasn't an authority for other people couldn't even enter into conversation with Rakhmatov. He would say, "Ull excuse me, but I don't have the time," and would walk away. By the same token, no one could avoid becoming acquainted with Rakhmatov if the latter wanted it to happen. He simply appeared and declared what it was he required with the following prelude: "I wish to become acquainted with you." It's essential. If this isn't a good time, said another. He paid no attention whatever to your petty concerns, even if you were his closest acquaintance and were begging him to become involved in your predicament. "I haven't time," he would say and turn aside. But he did get involved in important matters, when in his own opinion it was necessary, even though no one desired it. "I must," he would say. The things he used to say and do on such occasions are beyond comprehension. Take, for instance, my own acquaintance with him. T91 By that time I was no longer so young, and had already lived for quite a while, therefore, some 5 or 6 young people from my province would occasionally gather at my place. Consequently, I was already something of a valuable person for Rakhmatov. These young people were well disposed toward me, having discovered in me a similar disposition toward them. It was in this way that he heard my name. When I saw him for the first time at Kirsanov's, I still hadn't heard much about him. It wasn't long after his return to Petersburg from his wanderings. He arrived after I did. I was the only one present whom he didn't know. As soon as he came in he took Kirsanov aside, glancing at me. Rakhmetov uttered a few words. Kirsanov answered him with equally few words and was then released. A minute later Rakhmetov sat down directly across from me, with only the small table near the sofa between us. From a distance of some 1.5 arshins 192 he began to stare at my face with all his might. I was annoyed. He examined me without ceremony, as if I were a portrait and not a person. I frowned, but it made no difference to him. After staring at me for 2 or 3 minutes he said, "Mr. N. I must make your acquaintance. I know you, but you don't know me. Ask our host about me or someone else here you trust." He stood up and walked into another room. "Who is this character?" I asked. "That's Rakhmetov. He wants you to ask me if he deserves your trust." "He does, unquestionably, he deserves your attention as well. He's more important than all the rest of us here put together," said Kirsanov, and the others confirmed it. 5 minutes later he returned to the room where Evil One was sitting. He didn't strike up a conversation with me and said little to the others. The conversation was neither significant nor scholarly. "Ah, it's already 10 o'clock, he said after a little while. "At 10 I have business elsewhere. Mr. N. he said, turning to me, "I must have a few words with you." When I took our host aside to ask who you're, I looked at you, for I assumed you would in any case observe that I was inquiring about you. Consequently, it would have been foolish not to employ the gestures that naturally accompany such questions. "When will you be at home so that I may call upon you?" At that time I didn't desire any new acquaintances, nor did I appreciate his persistence. "I only sleep at home," I said. "I am never there during the day." "But you do sleep at home? What time do you return home to go to sleep?" Late. "For example?" 2 or 3 in the morning." Well. Name the time." "If you absolutely insist, then the day after tomorrow at 3:30 a.m. Of course I should take your words as derisive and rude, perhaps you have your reasons, even valid ones, at that. In any case, I shall be at your place at 3:30 a.m. The day after tomorrow. Well, if you're so determined, it would be better if you came later. I shall be at home all morning until 12 noon. Well. I'll call in at 10 o'clock. Will you be alone?" "Yes." "Good." He arrived and, with the same lack of circumlocution, came right to the reason for his wanting to make my acquaintance. We chatted for half an hour. It doesn't matter what we discussed, suffice it to say that he argued, "You should," and I replied, "No." Then he said, "You must," and I answered, "Not at all." Half an hour later he declared. 286. Obviously it's useless to continue. Are you at least convinced that I am a person who deserves your absolute trust? Yes. Everyone said so, and now I can see that for myself. Yet still you won't budge. No. Do you know what follows from this? You're either a liar or a worthless fellow. How do you like that? What action would have been required if someone else had uttered such words? Challenge him to a duel? But Rakhmetov spoke in a voice utterly devoid of personal emotion, as if he were a historian judging dispassionately, his intention not to offend, merely to arrive at the truth. He himself was so peculiar that it would have been absurd to take offense. I could only laugh. "Surely they're one and the same thing," I said. "Not in this instance." "Well then, perhaps I am both. In this case that's not possible. But you're one or the other for certain." Either what you say is different from what you think and do, in which case you're a liar, or you think and do exactly what you say, in which case you're a worthless fellow. One or the other for sure. I assume it's the former. Think what you like / I replied, still chuckling. Goodbye / he said. In any case, you should know that I retain complete confidence in you and am ready to resume our conversation whenever you wish. In spite of the strangeness of this episode, Rakhmetov was absolutely correct, both in the way he'd begun the conversation, since he'd inquired about me before he ever had, and in the way he'd concluded it. I really had told him what I was thinking, and he'd really had the right to call me a liar. Furthermore, it couldn't be offensive, but was even flattering to me in this instance / as he'd said, because the instance was such that he really could retain complete confidence in me, perhaps even respect. Yes, however rude Rakhmetov's manners, everyone remained convinced that he acted as he did because it was the most sensible and simplest way to act. He would utter his harshest words and most horrible reproaches in such a way that no reasonable man could take offense. In spite of this phenomenal rudeness, he was basically a very tactful person. He always prefaced his comments in a particular way. He began each and every delicate explanation by saying, "You're aware that I speak without any personal emotion. If my words are unpleasant, I beg you to excuse them. I consider it inappropriate to take offense at anything said in earnest, especially when it's uttered out of 287 necessity, with no intention to offend. Moreover, as soon as you consider it pointless to listen to my words, I'll stop. I have the following rule: I always offer my opinion when I should but never impose it on anyone." And in fact he never did. It was absolutely impossible to save oneself from hearing his opinion when he considered it necessary, but he said only enough so that you could grasp what he wanted to say and how he planned to say it. He would do this in 2 or 3 words and then inquire, "Now you have some idea of my views on this matter. Would you find it useful to hold such a conversation?" If you said no, he'd turn aside and walk away. That's how he talked and conducted his business. He had a very great deal of it, none concerning him personally. He had no personal business, everyone knew that. But exactly what kind of business he did have, even our circle didn't know. It was clear only that he had a multitude of concerns. He was rarely at home, always on the go, generally on foot. But he was also constantly receiving people, either the same ones repeatedly or new ones altogether. Therefore he made it a rule always to be home between 2 and 3 p.m. It was at this time that he spoke about business and ate his dinner. Often he'd be away from home for several days in a row. Then one of his close friends, devoted to him body and soul and silent as the grave, would sit in his place and receive his guests. 2 years after we see him sitting in Kirsanov's study reading Newton's Apocalypse, he left Petersburg, having informed Kirsanov and 2 or 3 others of his closest friends that he'd no further business there, that he'd done all he could, that only 3 years hence could something more be done, that he had these 3 years free and was planning to use them in a way best suited to his future activity. 193 Later we learned that he'd returned to his former estate, sold all his remaining land, received some 35,000 rubles, and visited both Kazan and Moscow, where he distributed almost 5,000 rubles among the 7 students he was supporting so that they might complete their various courses of study. This concludes the part of the story that's verifiable. It's not known where he went after Moscow. When several months had passed without word of him, people who knew more about him than the rest ceased to hide the things he'd asked them not to talk about when he was living there among us. It was then that our circle learned about his supporting those students and most of the rest of the things I've just told about his personal relations. We heard quite a few more stories, which by no means cleared things up. In fact, they didn't clear anything up, but served only to make Rakhmetov an even more enigmatic figure to our entire circle. Some of these stories were astonishing in their peculiarity or else totally contradicted the impression that our circle had of him as a person completely impervious to personal emotion, possessing no personal heart, if I may use that expression, no heart throbbing with sensations of personal life. It would be inappropriate to relate all these stories here. I'll include only two, one of each kind. The first is astonishingly strange, the second contradicts the previous conception of him held by our circle. I am choosing from among those stories related by Kirsanov. About a year before he vanished from Petersburg for the second and probably last time, Rakomitov said to Kirsanov, "Give me a rather large amount of ointment for curing wounds inflicted by a sharp instrument." Kirsanov gave him a huge jar, assuming that Rakomitov wanted to deliver it to some artel of carpenters or other workmen subject to frequent lackey ration S-194. The next morning Rakomitov's landlady came running to fetch Kirsanov in great alarm. "Mr. Doctor, I don't know what's become of my tenant. He hasn't come out of his room for some time. The door's locked. I looked through the crack and saw him lying there covered with blood." I began yelling, but he called through the door, "It's nothing, Agrafena Antonovna." "What kind of nothing?" "Save him, Mr. Doctor, I fear for his life. He's so hard on himself." Kirsanov ran off. Rakomitov unlocked the door with a broad, grim smile, and the visitor beheld a sight at which a person tougher than Agrafena Antonovna might have been aghast. The back and sides of Rakomitov's underclothes, that's all he was wearing, were soaked in blood. There was blood under the bed, the felt on which he slept was also covered with blood, in the felt were hundreds of little nails, heads down and points up, sticking out almost half a vershik. 195. Rakomitov had been lying on them all night. "What on earth is this, Rakomitov?" cried Kirsanov in horror. "A trial / he replied. "It's necessary. Improbable, of course, but in any case necessary. Now I know I can do it." Besides those things that Kirsanov saw, it was obvious that the landlady could tell a great many more interesting stories about Rakomitov, but she was a simple-hearted and simply attired old woman who doted on him. It was impossible to get anything more out of her. This particular time she'd come to fetch Kirsanov simply because Rakomitov allowed her to do so in order to calm her down. She wept bitterly at the idea that Rakomitov might have wanted to kill himself. About 2 months later, sometime at the end of May, Rakomitov disappeared for a week or more, but no one noticed it then because he often dropped out of sight for a few days at a time. Now Kirsanov related the following story about how Rakomitov had spent those few days. They constitute the erotic episode in Rakomitov's life. Love grew out of an event worthy of Nikita Shkalamov. Rakomitov was going from the village of Pargalovo to town 196, lost in thought and staring at the ground as he usually did. Not far from the forestry institute he was roused from his reflections by the cry of a desperate woman. He looked up, a horse pulling a lady's carriage had bolted. The lady was driving and had lost control, the reins were being dragged along the ground. The horse was only about 2 paces from Rakomitov. He leaped into the middle of the road, but the horse galloped past and he didn't have time to seize the reins. He only managed to grab the rear axle. He brought the carriage to a halt and then fell down. A crowd ran over, helped the lady from the carriage, and lifted Rakomitov up. His chest was somewhat bruised, but the main thing was that the wheel had torn a rather large piece of flesh from his leg. The lady had already recovered and ordered that he be carried to her dacha, only about half a verst away. He agreed because he felt so weak, but demanded that they send for Kirsanov at once, and no other doctor. Kirsanov determined that the bruises on his chest were not too serious, but found that Rakomitov was very weak from loss of blood. He had to remain there for 10 days or so. Naturally the lady whom he'd rescued took care of him herself. He was so weak that he could do nothing at all, therefore he chatted with her. The time would have been lost in any case, so he talked and became quite involved in the conversation. The lady was a widow, only 19 years old, moderately well off, fully independent, and an intelligent, Decent woman. Rakhmatov's fiery speeches, not about love of course, fascinated her. I see him in my dreams surrounded by a halo / she said to Kirsanov. T97. He also fell in love with her. Judging by his clothes and everything else, she concluded that he was extremely poor. Therefore, on the 11th day of his confinement, when he got up and announced that he was ready to go home, it was she who first confessed her love and proposed marriage. "I've been more open with you than with most / he said. "You must see that people like me have no right to bind their destiny to someone else's." 198. "Yes, that's true / she said. "You mustn't marry. But until it comes time for you to leave, you may still love me." "No, I can't do that / he said. "I must suppress any love in myself. To love you would mean to bind my hands. They're already bound and it will take me some time to untie them. But I'll manage. I must not love." What became of this lady afterward? No doubt she experienced a great crisis in her own life. In all probability she too became an extraordinary person. I would like to know, but I don't. Kirsanov didn't tell me her name, nor did he know what had become of her. Rakhmatov asked him not to see the lady again and not to inquire about her. If I supposed that you knew something about her, I'd never be able to resist asking about her. That would never do. After learning about this incident, everyone recalled that for about a month or two, perhaps even longer, Rakhmatov was gloomier than usual. He didn't get angry at himself no matter how much he was teased about his abominable weakness, that is his cigars, nor did he smile broadly or sweetly when flattered by hearing his nickname Nikitushka Lomov. I remembered even more, 3 or 4 times during that summer in conversations with me, time after our first chat he became fond of me because I teased him only when we were alone together. He answered my friendly jibes by saying, "Yes, do pity me." "You're right, pity me. For I too am not an abstract idea but a human being, one who longs to live life. Never mind. It will pass / he would add. And he was right, it did. Only once more, as late as that autumn when I annoyed him by too much teasing, did he repeat those same words. Perhaps the perspicacious reader will guess from the above that I know more about Rakhmatov than I'm saying. Perhaps. I dare not contradict him, because he's so perspicacious. But even if I do, who's to tell how many more things I may know, about which you, perspicacious reader, will never find out so long as you live. Here's what I really don't know. I don't know where Rakhmatov is now, what he's doing, or whether I'll ever see him again. I have neither facts nor guesses, except for those that all his acquaintances share. When 3 or 4 months had passed after his disappearance from Moscow and no news about him had arrived, we all assumed that he'd left to travel around Europe. This guess seemed to be correct. At least it was confirmed by the following circumstance. About a year after Rakhmatov disappeared, one of Kirsanov's acquaintances en route from Vienna to Munich met a young man in a railway carriage, a Russian, who said that he'd traveled throughout the Slavic countries. Everywhere he'd made friends with people of all classes. He'd remained in each country long enough to get to know their ideas, customs, way of life, local institutions, and the material well-being of the major sectors of its population. For this purpose he'd lived in cities and towns alike and traveled on foot from village to village. Then he'd moved on to become acquainted with the Romanians and Hungarians in precisely the same way. He traveled through northern Germany, and then headed south to the German parts of Austria. He was now on his way to Bavaria, from there to Switzerland, and by way of Württemberg and Baden to France, which he planned to crisscross in the same way, and from there to England, always for the same purpose. He planned to spend about a year so occupied. If there was any time left, he'd visit the Spaniards and Italians. If not, then so be it, because that wasn't so necessary / while it was necessary to study the other countries. Why? For various reasons. In any case, in a year it would be necessary for him to be in the North American states, the study of which he considered more necessary than that of any other country. He would remain there a long time, perhaps over a year, perhaps forever, if he found appropriate pursuits. But it was much more likely that in 3 years or so he'd return to Russia, because it seemed that there not now, but then, in 3 or 4 years it would be necessary for him to be in Russia. 199 All of this sounded very much like Rakhmetov, even all those necessaries that had so impressed the narrator. The age, voice, and features of the traveler, insofar as the narrator could recall, also suggested that it was Rakhmetov. The narrator, however, had paid no special attention to his fellow traveler. Besides, they were together for a short time. Only 2 hours or so. The Russian had boarded the train in some small town and disembarked at some little village. As a result, the narrator could describe the traveler's appearance only in very general terms. Absolute certainty was impossible, but in all probability it was Rakhmetov. On the other hand, who knows? Perhaps not. There was another rumor circulating that a young Russian, a former landowner, had appeared before one of the greatest European thinkers of the 15th century, the father of modern philosophy, a German 200, and had declared, "I have 30,000 thalers, of which I need only 5,000 d. 201. I beg you to accept the rest." This philosopher was then living in great poverty. "What on earth for?" he asked. "To publish your works," was the reply. Of course, the philosopher didn't accept the money. All the same, it seems that this Russian deposited the money in a bank under the philosopher's name, and then wrote a note to him as follows: "You may dispose of the money as you wish, even by throwing it into the water. You won't be able to return it to me because you'll never find me." Apparently the money is still in that bank. If this rumor is correct, then there's no doubt whatever that it was none other than Rakhmetov who'd appeared before that philosopher. That's the sort of person who's now sitting in Kirsanov's study. Yes, he was an extraordinary man, a specimen of a very rare breed. I haven't described a specimen of this breed in such detail merely in order to instruct you, perspicacious reader, in the appropriate way, known to you, to treat such people. You'll never get to see even one example of this breed. Your eyes, perspicacious reader, aren't constituted so that you can perceive such types. They're invisible to you. Only honest and bold eyes can see them. This description serves merely so that you'll know, even if only by hearsay, what kind of people exist on this earth. As for what purpose this description serves the female reader and the common reader, well, they themselves know. Yes, people like Rakhmetov are funny, very amusing indeed. I say that for their own benefit, because I feel sorry for them. I say it to those noble people who are so fascinated by them. Don't follow their example. Noble people, I say, because the path to which they summon you leads to no personal joys. But the noble people don't listen to me. They reply, "No, it's not barren, it's rich, and even if barren here and there, still it doesn't take long to get past those places, we'll have the strength to reach other places that are rich in endless joy." So you see, perspicacious reader, it isn't to you but to another part of the public that I admit that people like Rakhmetov are funny. To you, perspicacious reader, I shall say that these people aren't bad people. Otherwise, you might not understand that for yourself. Yes, they're not bad people. There are only a few of them, but through them one's life will flourish. Without them life would wither and go sour. There are only a few of them, but they make it possible for all people to breathe. Without them people would suffocate. There's a great mass of honest and good people, but there are few people like them. But these few people are within that mass, as thin is in tea, as bouquet is in fine winnie. They are its strength and its aroma. They are the flower of the best people, the movers of the movers, the salt of the earth. 202. XXX. Well, thinks the perspicacious reader, from now on the main character of this novel will be Rakhmetov. He'll outshine all the others. Vera Pavlovna will fall in love with him, and so, soon, the exact same thing that happened to Lopukhov will happen to Kirsanov. Nothing of the kind will happen, my perspicacious reader. Rakhmtov will spend the evening there and have a good chat with Vera Pavlovna. I shall not conceal one word of their conversation from you. You'll soon see that if I didn't want to share it with you, it would have been easy for me to keep it to myself. The course of the action of my style would in no way be changed by its omission. Well, in advance I'll tell you that after he's finished his little chat with Vera Pavlovna, Rakhmtov will take his leave. With that, he'll also take his leave from my narrative. He'll play neither a principal role nor a secondal one, nor any role at all in the rest of my novel. 203 But why then was he introduced and described in such detail? Well, my perspicacious reader, wouldn't you like to guess the reason? You'll be told why a few pages hence, following the conversation between Rakhmtov and Vera Pavlovna. As soon as he takes his leave, I'll explain it all to you at the end of this chapter. You may want to guess now what you'll be told then. It's not hard to guess if you've even the least notion of art, about which you so love to blather. But how could you guess? Well, I'll prompt you with more than half the answer. Rakhmtov has been introduced to fulfill the principal, most fundamental requirement of art, and exclusively to satisfy it. Well, can you guess now? At least you can guess what this requirement is, what was needed to satisfy it, and how it was satisfied by the introduction of Rakhmtov, even though he has no influence or importance in the rest of the story. Come now, guess. My female reader and the common reader who doesn't go on at length about art already know the answer. But you, my wise male reader, you too must try to guess. You can have as much time as you need. For that purpose I'll put a long, thick black line between sections. See what good care I take of you. Pause over it and reflect as to whether you will or won't be able to guess the answer. Natasha Murtsalova arrived, shared Vera Pavlovna's grief, expressed sympathy, and then said that she'd gladly take charge of the workshop, even though she didn't know whether she could manage it. She grieved and sympathized again, and then began to help sort out the clothes. After asking the neighbor's maid to run to the bakery, Rakhmtov set up the samovar, made the tea, and served it. They all had tea. For about half an hour Rakhmtov sat with the ladies. He consumed 5 glasses of tea. He helped them empty half a huge pitcher of cream and consumed an enormous pile of biscuits, in addition to 2 plain rolls that served as the foundation for the rest. I have a right to this delight because I'm sacrificing 12 hours of my time. And so he indulged for a while and listened to the way the ladies were mourning. 3 times he expressed the opinion that it was madness to do it, that is, not to mourn, but to take one's own life for whatever reason, except as a result of a very painful and incurable physical ailment, or to avoid some painful and inevitable death, torture on the rack, for instance. Each time he expressed this opinion in a few strong words, as was his custom. He poured himself a 6th glass of tea, emptied the remaining cream into it, and took the rest of the biscuits. He ladies had finished their tea some time before. Then he bowed. Armed with these supplies for the grand finale of his material delight, he retired to the study, where he spent some time as a Sybirite, reclining on a sofa, a very common kind of sofa for anyone else, but one that for him was something of a Capuan luxury. 204 I have a right to such a feast because I'm sacrificing 12 to 14 hours of my time. After finishing his material delight, he resumed the spiritual one, that is, reading Newton's commentary on the Apocalypse. About 9 o'clock a police officer arrived to inform the suicide's wife about the particulars of the affair, which by now were already crystal clear. Rakhmtov said that the wife already knew and there was no point in talking to her. The officer was very glad to be spared such a harrowing scene. Then Masha and Rachel arrived to begin sorting clothes and goods. Rachel found that for everything, except the good fur coat, which she advised her not to sell because in 3 months or so she'd only have to get a new one, and Vera Pavlovna agreed, for everything else she could pay 450 rubles. It was Murtsalova's inner conviction that this was a fair price. So by 10 o'clock or so the commercial transaction had been completed. Rachel handed over 200 rubles, she didn't have any more cash with her, and said she'd send the rest with Murtsalova in 2 or 3 days. Then she collected her goods and left. Murtsalova stayed on for another hour, but she had to go home to feed her baby. She left, saying that she would come back tomorrow to accompany Vera Pavlovna to the railway station. After Natasha Murtsalova had gone, Rakhmitov closed Newton's commentary on the Apocalypse, put it carefully back on the shelf where it belonged, and sent Masha to ask Vera Pavlovna if he could see her. He could. He entered with his usual curt unhurried manner. Vera Pavlovna, I'm now able to offer you a considerable degree of consolation. Earlier it was inappropriate, but now I can. First I must inform you that the general outcome of my visit will be consoling. You know that I don't waste words, therefore you should be calm in advance. I shall unfold the matter to you in its proper sequence. I told you that I'd seen Alexander Matveich and that I knew everything. That's really true. I actually have seen Alexander Matveich and I really do know everything. But I didn't say that I know everything from him, nor could I have said that, because actually I know everything not from him but from Dmitry Sergeich, who spent about 2 hours with me. I'd been notified that he was coming and therefore was at home to receive him. He spent 2 hours or even more with me after he wrote you that note which has caused you so much grief. It was he who asked me to. You knew what he was planning to do, yet you didn't stop him. I asked you to be calm because the general outcome of my visit will be consoling. I didn't stop him because his decision was well founded, as you'll soon see for yourself. As I was saying, it was he who asked me to spend this evening with you, knowing that you would be in mourning, he entrusted me with a commission. He chose me as his inter. 296. Medial, because he knew me to be a man who, on he's accepted a commission, will carry it out with absolute precision, and who cannot be deflected from its exact execution by any emotion or entreaties. He foresaw that you would beg me to violate his wishes, yet he trusted that I wouldn't be moved by your entreaties and would carry out his commission. I shall do so. Therefore, I ask you in advance, do not request any concessions from me. His commission was as follows: in taking his leave and preparing to quit the scene/he. My God! What has he done? Why didn't you stop him? To understand the meaning of the phrase quit the scene/ and don't condemn me prematurely. He did use that phrase in the note you received, isn't that right? And will use precisely that same phrase because it's extremely accurate and very well chosen. Vera Pavlovna's eyes began to display some confusion. More and more she realized, I don't know what he means. What am I supposed to think? Oh, that Rakhmitov, with all the apparent absurdity of his circumstantial method of explanation, was a master, a grand master in managing this affair. He was a superb psychologist who knew well the laws of gradual preparation and could carry them out. And so, in taking his leave, according to his own very accurate expression, to quit the scene/he left me a note for you. Vera Pavlovna jumped up. Where is it? Give it to me. And you could sit here all day and not give it to me. Yes, I could because I saw the need to do so. Soon you'll be able to appreciate my reasons. They are well founded. First of all I must explain the expression I used at the beginning, namely, the general outcome will be consoling. By consoling I didn't mean the mere receipt of this note, for 2 reasons. First, receipt of the note in and of itself wouldn't be sufficient to deserve the name consolation, correct? Consolation requires something more. Therefore, the consolation must reside in the actual content of the note. Vera Pavlovna jumped up again. Calm down. I can't say that you're wrong. Having whammed you about the content of the note, I ask that you listen to the second reason for my stating that receipt of the note in and of itself won't be sufficient consolation, and that I am referring to its content. The content of the note, the nature of which we've just determined, is so important that I can only show it to you, and can't give it to you. You'll read it, but you can't have it to keep. What? You won't give it to me? No. That's precisely why I was chosen. Anyone else in my place would give you the note. It cannot remain in your possession because 297. By virtue of the extreme importance of its contents, the nature of which we've just determined, it cannot remain in anyone's possession. If I gave it to you, you'd want to keep it. Therefore, so as not to have to resort to force in order to take it away from you, I won't give it to you in the first place, I'll merely show it to you. However, I shall do so only when you're seated with your hands folded on your knees, and only after you've given me your word that you won't raise your hands. If an onlooker had been present, no matter how sensitive his heart, he couldn't have refrained from laughing at the solemnity of this entire procedure, in particular at the ritual ceremoniousness of this finale. It was undoubtedly ridiculous. But how good it would be for our NEIVES it in the communication of such important news, a person were able to maintain even a tenth of Rakhmatov's restraint during the preparation. But Vera Pavlovna, not being an onlooker, could of course experience only the excruciating aspect of his slow pace. She herself appeared as a figure no less capable of amusing our observer as she quickly sat down, obediently folded her hands, and exclaimed in a most amusing voice, that is, with painful impatience I swear. Rakhmatov placed on the table a sheet of writing paper on which some 10 or 12 lines were written. Scarcely had Vera Pavlovna cast one glance at it when, at that very same instant, flushing and forgetting all her oaths, she jumped up. Like a flash of lightning her hand tried to grab the note, but it was already far, far away, in Rakhmatov's uplifted hand. I expected that, therefore, as you might have noticed, I never even let go of the note. In precisely the same way I'll continue to hold this page by the corner the whole time it will lie here on the table. Consequently, all your efforts to grab the note will be in vain. Once again Vera Pavlovna sat down and folded her hands. Once again Rakhmatov placed the note before her eyes. She read it through with considerable agitation some 20 times. Rakhmatov stood next to her chair very patiently and kept his hand on the corner of the paper. About a quarter of an hour passed in this way. Finally Vera Pavlovna raised her hand very gently, obviously with no acquisitive intentions. She covered her eyes and said, "How kind he is, how very kind. I don't completely share your opinion and will explain why not. That will not be part of my commission, merely the statement of my own view, which I also expressed to him at our last meeting. His commission consisted merely in showing you this note and then burning it. Have you seen it long enough? No, more. 298. She folded her hands again and again he showed her the note standing there for another good quarter of an hour with the same patience as before. Again she covered her face with her hands and affinital he's so kindle so very kind. You've studied this note as much as you possibly could. If you'd been in a calmer state of mind by now you would have memorized not only its contents but the phone of every single letter since you've stared at it so attentively for so long. But in your current agitation all laws governing memory are invalidated and your memory can betray you. Foreseeing this possibility, I have made a copy of the text. Whenever you wish, you may see this copy at my house. After a certain period of time I'll probably be able to give you that copy. For now, I assume that I can burn the original and then my commission will have been fulfilled. Show it to me once more." He placed the note on the table again. This time Vera Pavlovna read it and continually lifted her gaze from the paper. Obviously she was learning the text by heart and checking to see whether she'd memorized its contents. In a few minutes she sighed and no longer raised her eyes from it. "Now I can see that you've had long enough. It's time. It's already midnight and I'd still like to express my views on this matter because I consider it useful for you to hear them. Do you agree?" "Yes." At that very instant the note was consumed by the candle flame. "Oh!" cried Vera Pavlovna. I didn't mean that. Why did you? Yes, you merely said that you'd agreed to listen to me. But it's all the same now. Sooner or later I had to bum it. Having said this, Rakhmetov sat down. Besides, there's still my copy of the note. Now, Vera Pavlovna, I'll express to you my opinion on this matter. I'll begin with you. You're leaving. Why? I would find it very painful to remain here. The sight of places that would remind me of the past would upset me. Yes, that feeling is unpleasant. But would it really be that much easier in any other place? Not very much. Besides, what are you really doing? To seek some slight relief you've abandoned to the mercy of fate some 50 people whose lives depend on you. Is that right? Gone was Rakhmetov's solemn, boring manner. Now his voice was lively, natural, simple, direct, and animated. Yes, but I was going to ask Natasha Murtsalova to replace me. That's not the same. You don't know whether she'd be capable of replacing you in the workshop. Her suitability has never been tested. The position requires rather rare ability. I'll bet 10 to 1 that there's 299. Really no one to replace you, and that your departure would destroy the whole enterprise. Is that fair? You'd be subjecting the well-being of some 50 people to almost certain, inevitable ruin. And for what? For some small personal convenience. Is that right? What tender solicitude to your own insignificant comfort, yet what indifference to the fate of others. How do you like this view of the whole affair? Why didn't you try to stop me? You wouldn't have listened to me. Besides, I knew you'd return soon and it would all come to nothing. How do you plead? Guilty. All the way, said Vera Pavlovna, half in jest, but half, even more than half, in earnest. No, that's still only part of the way. All the way involves a great deal more. But first you'll receive a reward for your repentance, assistance in correcting your other fault. Are you quite calm now, Vera Pavlovna? Yes, almost. Good. Do you think Masha is asleep? Do you still need her for anything? Of course not. But you're already quite calm. You really ought to have told her to go to sleep. It's after midnight and she gets up very early. Who was supposed to remember that, you or I? I'll tell her to go to sleep. And here again, for your new repentance, since you're obviously repenting, there'll come another reward. I'll see what's left to eat in the kitchen. You haven't had any dinner today. I suspect that by now your appetite has returned. Yes, it has. Actually, now that you mention it, I can see that I am very hungry indeed, said Vera Pavlovna, laughing aloud. Rakhmetov brought in some cold leftovers from dinner. Masha had shown him where to find some cheese and a jar of mushrooms. The snack proved to be very tasty. He also brought in 2 place settings, doing everything himself. You see, Rakhmetov, the gusto with which I'm eating. It must mean that I was hungry. Yet I didn't realize it myself. Clearly I'd forgotten not only about Masha but about myself too. That must mean I'm not such a malicious criminal after all. And or was it because I am such a paradigm of solicitude for others that I reminded you about your appetite? I had a poor dinner myself and was hungry. Actually, I ate what another person would have considered enough for a dinner and a half, but you know how much I eat: enough for 2 strapping peasants. Oh, Rakhmetov, you're my guardian angel, and not only because of my appetite. But why did you sit here all day and not show me that note? Why did you torture me for so long? 300. I had a good reason. It was essential for other people to see how upset you were, so that word of your terrible state would spread and confirm the incident that so distressed you. Surely you wouldn't have wanted to feign sorrow. And it's impossible to replace true emotion entirely. The real thing always appears much more convincing. Now there are 3 sources of confirmation: Masha Murtsalova and RHL. Mertsalova is particularly important since she's not a member of your immediate circle. I was very glad that you decided to send for her. You're so very shrewd, Rakhmitov. Yes. It wasn't a bad idea to wait till night time either. But that wasn't my doing, it was Dmitry Sergeich who thought of that. He's so kind. Said Vera Pavlovna with a sigh, but the truth is that she sighed not out of sorrow but only out of thankfulness. Hey Vera Pavlovna, we'll talk about him later. He's been thinking clearly and behaving admirably lately. But we'll also find some faults in him, even some major ones. Rakhmitov, don't you dare talk about him like that. Do you hear? I'll get very angry. Are you rebelling? You'll be punished for that. Shall I carry on? The list of your crimes has only just begun. Punish on Rakhmitov. First you get a reward for submitting. Submission is always rewarded. You must have a bottle of wine around here somewhere. You could use a drink. Where might I find it? In the sideboard or the cupboard? The sideboard. There he found a bottle of sherry. Rakhmitov urged Vera Pavlovna to drink 2 glasses while he lit up a cigar. What a pity that I can't have 3 or 4 glasses myself. I'd like to. Would you really, Rakhmitov? I am envious, Vera Pavlovna, very envious he said with a laugh. The flesh is weak. You. Weak. Thank God. But you astonish me, Rakhmitov. You're not at all what you seem to be. Why do you always appear to be such a gloomy monster? And why are you such a nice agreeable fellow now? Vera Pavlovna, I am carrying out an agreeable obligation. Why shouldn't I be agreeable too? But this is a rare occasion. In general one sees such disagreeable things, how can one help being a gloomy monster? Only now, Vera Pavlovna, that you've had the chance to see me in a mood that I'd like to be in all the time, and since we've been so open with one another, let it remain our secret that I'm really not a gloomy 301 monster because I enjoy it. It'll be easier for me to fulfill my obligations if others don't notice that I like not only to do that, but also to enjoy life. Now people don't try to distract me or take up my time by forcing me to refuse their invitations. And now, so that you can more easily conceive of me as a gloomy monster, we must continue our investigation of your crimes. What more do you want? You've already discovered 2, neglect of Masha and the workshop. I've repented of both. Neglect of Masha is merely a misdemeanor, not a crime. Masha didn't perish because she had to rub her sleepy eyes 1 hour longer. On the contrary, she did it with the pleasant feeling that she was carrying out her duties. But for neglect of the workshop I really do want to take you to task. But you've already done so. Not completely. I want to finish the job. How could you possibly leave the workshop to its ruin? But I've already repented. Besides, I wasn't going to abandon it completely. Mertsalova had agreed to replace me. We've already said that your intention to be replaced by her is not a good excuse. By using it you have pleaded guilty to a new crime. Rakhmitov was gradually assuming a very serious tone again, though not a gloomy one. You say that she's replacing you. Has that been decided? Yes, said Vera Pavlovna, without her previous jocular tone, sensing that something bad was about to follow. Now see here. It's been decided. By whom? By you and her? Without any inquiry as to whether those 50 people would agree to the change, whether they might prefer something else or find something better. Why, that's despotism, Vera Pavlovna. So you've committed 2 major crimes, callousness and despotism. But the third is even more serious. An institution that more or less corresponds to very sound ideas about the organization of daily life, that serves more or less as a significant confirmation of their practicality. There are still so few practical proofs and each one is still so precious. This same institution you were subjecting to the threat of destruction. You could have transformed it from a demonstration of practicality to proof of inapplicability, of the absurdity of your convictions, a means for rejecting a set of ideas beneficial for all humanity. You would have provided the defenders of darkness and evil with an argument against your own sacred principles. I am not even talking about the fact that you might have destroyed the well-being of some 50 people. What do 50 people matter? You could have harmed the cause of all mankind and 302 Nikolai, Chernyshevsky, betrayed the idea of progress. That, Vera Pavlovna, in ecclesiastical language is called a sin against the Holy Spirit. 20s It said that a person can be forgiven any other sin but that. Is it true? How do you plead? How fortunate that everything turned out as it did, and that these sins were committed only in your imagination. I see that you're really blushing now, Vera Pavlovna. Good, I'll provide you with some consolation. If you hadn't suffered so much, you'd never have committed such criminal offenses, even in your own imagination. That means that the real offender in all this is the person who brought about your distress. Yet you keep repeating, he's so kind, so very kind. What? Then in your opinion he's the one responsible for my suffering? Who else? And this whole affair he managed it very well. I'm not arguing about that. Why did it happen? Why all this fuss? It should never even have happened. Yes, how'dn't he ever have had that feeling? But I didn't ask for it. I even tried to suppress it. You shouldn't have had that feeling. You were blind to the true source of your guilt, yet you still blame yourself for something you didn't do. This feeling had to arise sooner or later, given your nature and that of Dmitry Sergeyevich. One way or another it would have developed. Here the fundamental feeling was not that you fell in love with another man, that's merely the consequence. The fundamental feeling was dissatisfaction with your previous relation's. What form should this dissatisfaction have taken? If you and he both, or even just one of you, had been less developed, less refined, or just bad people, then this feeling would probably have followed its customary form, hostility between husband and wife. You would have fought with each other if both of you were bad, or else one of you would have carped and the other would have been tormented. In any case, it would have been one of those domestic hells we have the chance to admire in such a large majority of couples. Of course, it would in no way have interfered with the emergence of your love for another person, but the main thing in such a case would have been the hell itself, the incessant carping at each other. Your dissatisfaction couldn't take this form because you're both decent people, therefore it developed into its mildest, gentlest, least offensive form, love for another person. So there's no point in talking about that love for another person, it's not the crux of the matter. The main point is your dissatisfaction with your previous position. The reason for that dissatisfaction was the incompatibility of your two natures. You're both good people, but when your character matured, Vera Pavlovna, when you lost your childish indecisiveness and acquired definite traits, it turned out that you and Dmitry Sergeyevich were not well suited to each other. Is there anything reprehensible in either of you? Take me, for example. I too am a good person. Could you bear to live with me? You'd hang yourself in despair after how many days? After only a very few days, said Vera Pavlovna, laughing. He's not so gloomy a monster as I am, still you and he are too mismatched. Who should have been the first to notice this fact? Who was older? Whose character was formed sooner? Who had more life experience? Why, he should have foreseen it and prepared you so that you wouldn't get frightened and wouldn't have to grieve. But he realized this only afterward, when the feeling he should have anticipated, but did not, had not only developed in full but even produced another one. Why didn't he foresee it and notice it? Was he stupid, or what? He was smart enough. No, he neglected his relationship with you, Vera Pavlovna. It was a result of his inattention and negligence. That's what, while you keep on saying, how kind he is, how he loves Mel, Rakhmetov had gradually became more animated. Although he was now speaking with considerable feeling, Vera Pavlovna still managed to interrupt him. I don't have to listen to you, Rakhmetov she said in a tone of extreme dissatisfaction. You're pouring abuse on a man to whom I am eternally grateful. No, Vera Pavlovna, if you didn't have to listen to me, I would never have started speaking. Do you think I realized all this only today? That I could say it all if I'd only just noticed it? You know it's impossible to avoid talking to me, if I consider a conversation necessary. In other words, I could have told you all this sooner, but I chose to keep silent, didn't I? It also means that if I've now begun to speak to you, it's necessary for me to do so. I say nothing before it's necessary. You know that I kept that note in my pocket for a full 9 hours, even though I found it painful to look at you. But it was necessary for me to keep silent, so I did so. Consequently, if I now say that for some time I've been thinking about Dmitry Sergeitch's relationship with you, then it's necessary for me to speak about it. No, I don't want to listen said Vera Pavlovna in extreme agitation. I ask you to be still, Rakhmetov. I want you to leave. I'm very grateful to you for having wasted a whole evening on my account, but now I ask you to leave. Are you sure? Very sure. 304. Fine he said laughing. No, ma'am. You won't get away from me that easily, Vera Pavlovna. I foresaw this possibility and took appropriate precautions. The note that I burned he wrote on his own. But this one he wrote at my request. I can leave it with you because it's not an official document. Here it is. Rakhmetov handed another note to Vera Pavlovna, July 1st 1:02 a.m. My dear friend Veroka. Listen to everything that Rakhmetov has to say. I don't know what he wants to tell you. I haven't asked him to say anything, and he hasn't given me any indication of what he wants to say. But I know that he never says anything unnecessary. Yours, D.L. God knows how many times Vera Pavlovna kissed this note. Why didn't you give it to me sooner? Perhaps you have something else from him. No, nothing else, since nothing else was necessary. Why didn't I give it to you sooner? As long as there was no need, I didn't find it necessary. Good Lord, what do you mean there was no need? To give me the pleasure of having a few lines from him written after we parted. Well, if it was only for that reason, it wasn't so important he said with a smile. Ah, Rakhmetov, you want to drive me crazy. So now will this note cause a new quarrel between us? He asked, laughing again. If that's the case, then I'll take it and bum it. You know it's said that people of our kind hold nothing sacred. We're capable of any violence and villainy. Now may I continue? They both were calmer now, she from receiving the note and he from sitting in silence for a few moments while she was kissing it. Yes, I am obliged to listen. He didn't notice what he should have noticed began Rakhmetov in a serene tone, and that's produced unfortunate consequences. But while we can't really blame him for something he didn't notice, we can't exonerate him either. Let's suppose that he didn't know all this would inevitably arise from the nature of the relations between your character and his. Nevertheless, he should have prepared you for something of the sort, simply as a contingency, an undesirable, unexpected one, but one that could arise nonetheless. No one can vouch for the future, all things are possible. Surely he was already familiar with the axiom that says all things are possible. How did he leave you in such a state that when all this occurred you were so completely unprepared? The fact that he didn't foresee it resulted from his negligence and was harmful to you. In and of itself that fact is of little consequence, neither bad nor good. But the fact that he didn't prepare you for any contingency resulted from a very bad motive. Of course he 305 was acting unconsciously, but man's nature is revealed in those very acts. It would have gone against his own interests to prepare you, since any preparation would have weakened your resistance to a feeling not in accord with his own interests. You experienced such a powerful emotion that your own resistance was useless, but once again it was pure chance that the emotion arose with such strength. If it had been inspired by a less deserving man, though still a worthy one, it would have been less powerful. Feelings so strong that it's useless to struggle against them are rare exceptions. There's a much greater chance for the appearance of the kind of feelings that can be overcome if the will to resist hasn't been totally weakened. It was precisely for this more likely possibility that he didn't want to weaken it. That's the reason he left you unprepared and subjected you to such suffering. What do you think about that? It's not true, Rakhmetov. He didn't conceal his way of thinking from me. His convictions were as well known to me as they are to you. Of course, Vera Pavlovna. Concealing them would have been too much. To interfere with the development of those convictions that would have corresponded to his own, to pretend to think something other than what he really thought, that would have been downright dishonorable. You would never have fallen in love with such a man. Have I ever called him a bad person? He's a very good man, how could he be otherwise? I'll praise him as much as you like. I'm merely saying that before this whole matter arose, once it did, he behaved admirably, but before it arose, he behaved badly. Why did you have to torment yourself? He said, though he didn't have to say anything since it was so obvious that you did it so as not to hurt him. How could the idea that this would hurt him have occurred to you and stayed with you? It shouldn't have. How can one talk of hurt in this case? Why, it's absurd. Jealousy. Imagine. Don't you recognize jealousy, Rakhmetov? It shouldn't exist in a developed person. It's a distorted emotion, a false feeling, a despicable one, an outcome of the sort of thing that would make me refuse to let anyone wear my underclothes or use my cigar holder. It's the result of regarding a person as my own property, as an inanimate object. But, Rakhmetov, if you don't recognize jealousy, that leads to terribly consequences. For a person who feels it, the consequences are terrible. For a person who doesn't, there's nothing terrible about it at all, or even important. But you're advocating total immorality, Rakhmetov. Is that what you think after living with him for 4 years? It's 306. Precisely in this respect that he's guilty. How many times a day do you have dinner? Once. Would anyone object if you had dinner twice a day? Probably not. Why don't you do it? Are you afraid of hurting someone perhaps? Probably it's simply because it's unnecessary or that you don't feel like it. Yet dinner is a very pleasant thing. But your reason, even more your appetite, says that one dinner is pleasant but not a second. But if you conceived the fantasy or the morbid whim to dine twice a day, would the fear of hurting someone deter you? No. If someone were offended by it or were to forbid it, you would merely conceal it. You would eat your food secretively, soiling your hands by grabbing it too quickly and your clothes by hiding it in your pockets, but that's all. There'd be no question of morality or immorality, only whether contraband is a good thing. Who's deterred by the thought that jealousy is a feeling worthy of respect and pity? Who says to himself, oh, if I do this I'll hurt someone? Whom would this cause to suffer needlessly in a struggle? Only a few, the noblest ones, whose nature, have no fear, will never lead them into immorality. This nonsense won't deter the rest, but will merely force them to resort to schemes and deception, that is, to become really bad. That's all there is to it. Didn't you know all of this? Of course I did. Well then, where are you going to find the moral worth of jealousy? But he and I always spoke in the same vein. Probably not quite in the same vein. Perhaps you said these words, but you didn't believe each other when you heard them. And you didn't believe them, of course, because you constantly heard them applied to all sorts of different subjects. Perhaps they were even applied to this very subject, but in a different vein. Otherwise, how could you have suffered for God knows how long? And what on earth for? Such torment over mere trifles. What distress for all three people, especially for you, Vera Pavlovna. Meanwhile, all three of you could have lived very calmly as you did the year before. You could have moved into one apartment or made some other arrangement whatever without causing any distress at all. You could have continued to have tea, the three of you together, and go to the opera together just as you did before. Why all this suffering? Why these crises? It's all because, thanks to his previous poor method of keeping you unprepared for such an eventuality, you persisted in thinking I'm killing him, which wouldn't have been true at all. Yes, he caused you a great deal of unnecessary grief. No, Rakhmetov. You say such horrible things. Horrible things, a guy n. So far as I'm concerned, here's what's really horrible: torment over trifles and crises over nonsense. 307. So in your opinion our entire story is no more than a stupid melodrama? Yes, an entirely unnecessary melodrama mixed with entirely unnecessary tragedy. And Dmitry Sergeevich is to blame for the fact that instead of simple conversations of the most serene sort, such a heart-rending melodrama arose. His honorable course of action is hardly enough to compensate for his previous guilt in failing to avert this melodrama by not preparing both you and, probably, himself, to maintain a very calm attitude toward all of this, to regard it as pure nonsense, as something not worth drinking an extra glass of tea over, or not finishing one either. He's very much to blame. But he's paid enough for it, too. Now have another glass of sherry and go to bed, Vera Pavlovna. I've achieved the final goal of my visit. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. If no one disturbs you, you'll sleep a very long time. I told Masha not to wake you before 10:30, so that tomorrow morning you'll barely have time to drink your tea before you have to rush off to the railway station. If you don't manage to pack all your things, you can come back soon, or your things can be sent on. Which do you think would be best? Should Alexander Matveyevich leave right after you, or will you come back yourself? You'll have a hard time with Masha, since it won't do for her to see that you're completely calm now. She won't notice it during your busy half-hour of packing. It will be much worse with Mertsalova. I'll drop in on her early tomorrow morning and tell her not to come by here, since you had such difficulty sleeping and shouldn't be disturbed. I'll tell her she should go directly to the railway station. What thoughtfulness, said Vera Pavlovna. You shouldn't attribute it to him. This time it all comes from me. Except for the fact that I blamed him for the past, of course, to his face I spoke at greater length and with more force, and, I repeat, except for the fact that he's entirely to blame for all this needless suffering, he behaved quite admirably once the suffering began. XXXI. A conversation with the perspicacious reader followed by his expulsion. Now tell me, perspicacious reader, why Rakhmetov was introduced, if now he's gone and will no longer appear in my story? You've already been told that he has no role whatever in the action. That's not true, interrupts the perspicacious reader. Rakhmetov is a principal character. He carried the note in which you're very poor, my dear sir, in those aesthetic deliberations you. 308. So love, I reply, interrupting him. In that case would you also consider Masha a principal character? At the beginning of the story she also delivered a letter that horrified Vera Pavlovna. And what about Rachel? She gave Vera money for those goods, and without it Vera Pavlovna wouldn't have been able to leave. Is Professor N. an important character because he recommended Vera Pavlovna as a governess to Madame B, and otherwise there would have been no scene upon her return from Konogvardievsky Boulevard? Perhaps even the boulevard is a principal character? Without it there would have been no possibility of either meeting on it or returning from it. And Gorokhovaya Street must then emerge as the most important character of all, since without it no houses could stand there, including the Storozhnikovs, nor would there be a manager, a manager's daughter, or any story at all. Well, let's assume that you're right, that they're all important actors, Konogvardievsky Boulevard and Masha, Rachel, and Gorokhovaya Street. Still, only half a dozen words, or less, are devoted to each of them because their role is such that they deserve no more. But look at how many pages have been devoted to Rakhmetov. Oh, now I understand, says the perspicacious reader. Rakhimitov was introduced in order to pronounce sentence on Vera Pavlovna and Lopukhov. He was needed for the conversation with Vera Pavlovna. "Oh, you're so dumb, my dear sir. You've got it all backward. Was it really necessary to introduce a special character so that he could express his opinion of the others? Perhaps your great literary artists introduce characters in their works and discard them according to those considerations, but I, although only a poor writer, understand nevertheless the requirements of true art somewhat better than that. No, my dear sir, Rakhimitov wasn't needed for that at all. How many times have Vera Pavlovna, Lopukhov, and Kirsanov expressed their opinions of their own actions and relationships? They're not stupid people, they can decide for themselves what's good and what's bad, and have no need for any prompting. Don't you really think that Vera Pavlovna, while enjoying her leisure in a few days, would begin to recollect this chaos and would condemn her own disregard for the workshop, just as Rakhimitov did? And don't you think that Lopukhov himself reflected on his relations with Vera Pavlovna in precisely the same way as Rakhimitov described them to her? He knew it all. Decent people know everything that can possibly be said against them. That's precisely why, my dear sir, they're such decent people. Didn't you realize that? You're very poor, my dear sir, in your understanding of the way decent people think. I'll say even more. Do you really suppose that in his conversation with Vera Pavlovna, Rakhimitov was acting independently of Lopukhov? No, my dear sir, he was merely Lopukh. 309. Kov's agent, he himself understood that fact very well. Vera Pavlovna realized it a day or two later, and would have realized it the very moment Rakhimitov opened his mouth to speak if she hadn't been so upset. That's how things really were. Didn't you understand that? Of course, in his second note Lopukhov admitted in all honesty that he'd said not one word to Rakhimitov, nor he to Lopukhov, about the nature of Rakhimitov's forthcoming conversation with Vera Pavlovna. Lopukhov knew Rakhimitov very well, he knew precisely what Rakhimitov thought about certain matters and what he'd say about them. Decent people understand each other without having to explain themselves. Lopukhov could have written out in advance almost word for word everything that Rakhimitov said to Vera Pavlovna, precisely because he'd asked Rakhimitov to act as his intermediary. Shall I let you in on even deeper psychological mysteries? Lopukhov knew perfectly well that his own opinion of himself was shared by Rakhimitov, and Mertsalov and Mertsalova, and even the officer who wrestled with him at the picnic on the island, and that soon even Vera Pavlovna would come to share that opinion, even though no one was ever going to tell her about it. She'd understand it at once, as soon as the first flush of gratitude had passed. Consequently Lopukhov calculated that he'd lose nothing in the final analysis if he sent Rakhimitov, who was going to criticize him, since she herself would soon reach the same conclusions. On the contrary, Lopukhov would rise in her estimation, since she'd soon realize that he'd foreseen the nature of the conversation between her and Rakhimitov, she'd realize that he'd arranged the conversation and would understand why he'd done so. Then she'd think, what a noble person he is. He recognized that during those first days of greatest agitation my gratitude to him would be so great that it would overwhelm me. He took care to ensure that thoughts would occur to me which would lift this burden as soon as possible. Even though I got angry at Rakhimitov for abusing Lopukhov, I still realized that basically he was speaking the truth. I'd have reached the same conclusion myself within a week, but it wouldn't have been so important to me then, since I'd already have felt calm. But this way these thoughts were expressed to me the very first day and I was spared the spiritual oppression that would otherwise have lasted a whole week. That day those thoughts were extremely important to me and very useful. Yes, he's a very noble person. Such was the scheme devised by Lopukhov. Rakhimitov was merely his agent. You see, my dear sir, a perspicacious reader, what schemers these noble people are, and how egoism plays in their souls. It's different from yours, dear sir, because they take their satisfaction elsewhere. They take their greatest satisfaction in having people whom they're 310. Regard them as noble, To achieve this end, my dear sir, they work hard and devise all sorts of schemes no less diligently than you do in pursuit of your goals. Only your goals are different, and so the schemes you devise are not the same. You devise schemes that are worthless and harmful to others, they devise schemes that are honest and useful to others. How dare you speak to me so rudely? Exclaims the perspicacious reader, addressing himself to me. I'll complain about you, and I'll spread the word that you're an evil person. Have mercy, dear sir, I reply. Would I dare speak so rudely to you, since I respect your character as much as your intellect? I merely wish to enlighten you about certain artistic matters that you so love. In this respect you're mistaken, dear sir, in assuming that Rakhimitov was introduced only to pronounce sentence on Vera Pavlovna and Lopukov. There was no such necessity. The views he expresses about them contain nothing whatever that I couldn't have communicated to you, dear sir, as Lopukov's own thoughts about himself, or as thoughts that Vera Pavlovna would have had eventually about herself and Lopukov even without Rakhimitov's intervention. Now, dear sir, here's a question for you. Why have I included this conversation between Rakhimitov and Vera Pavlovna? Do you understand that if I choose to convey a conversation between them instead of Lopukov's or Vera Pavlovna's thoughts, then it was essential to convey not merely the thoughts that made up their conversation but also the conversation itself. Why was it necessary to convey that conversation? Because it took place between Rakhimitov and Vera Pavlovna. Now do you understand? You still don't? You're a fine one. Not too bright, are you? Well then, I'll have to spoon feed you. If two people converse, their characters become more or less apparent during the course of their conversation. Do you see where this is leading? Was Vera Pavlovna's character sufficiently clear to you before this conversation? It was. You learned nothing new about her. You already knew that she flares up, likes to joke, is not averse to a hearty snack, and maybe even an occasional sip of sherry. In other words, the conversation was unnecessary to characterize Vera Pavlovna. Well then? There were two people conversing, she and Rakhimitov. If not her, then well. Who's s? Rakhimitov. Exclaims the perspicacious reader. Congratulations, you've guessed it. I like you for that. Now you see, it's exactly the opposite of what you thought before. It wasn't that Rakhimitov was introduced to have this conversation, but the conversation was included for the sole purpose of making you better acquainted with Rakhimitov. As a result, you saw that Rakhimitov wanted to have some sherry but didn't, and that he's not always a gloomy. 311. Monster. On the contrary, when engaged in some pleasant business, he forgets his sorrowful thoughts and his burning grief. He jests and chats cheerfully, although he says that this rarely happens, that he's sad, it occurs so seldom, that he himself isn't happy to be such a gloomy monster / but that circumstances are such that a person with his ardent love for the good can't help being a gloomy monster. If it weren't for that, he might spend the whole day joking, laughing, singing and dancing. Now do you understand, my perspicacious reader, that while many pages were devoted to a direct description of Rakhimitov's character, many more served exclusively to make you better acquainted with an individual who is not at all a principal character in the novel? Tell me now why this figure was presented and described in such detail. Do you recall what I told you earlier? Exclusively to fulfill the fundamental requirement of art? Now consider what that requirement is and how I fulfilled it by presenting you with the figure of Rakhimitov. Have you figured it out? No, of course not. Well then, listen here. Even better, don't listen, since you won't understand. Leave me alone. I've made fun of you long enough. Now I'll speak with the public instead of with you, and I'll be very serious. The first requirement of art is as follows: one must always depict objects so that the reader can perceive their true form. For example, if I want to portray a house, I must see to it that the reader conceives of it as a house and as neither a hovel nor a palace. If I want to depict an ordinary person, I must see to it that the reader conceives of him as neither a dwarf nor a giant. I wanted to depict decent ordinary people of the new generation, those I meet by the hundreds. I took three such characters: Vera Pavlovna, Lopukov and Kirsanov. I consider them to be ordinary people, they see themselves as such and their friends who are the same sort of people consider them to be ordinary. Where have I said anything different about them? What have I said that contradicts this? I depicted them with love and respect because every decent person is worthy of both love and respect. But did I ever bow before their superiority? Where do you see even the slightest indication that these people are God knows how lofty and beautiful, and that I can conceive of nothing loftier and better than they, and that they are ideal human beings? Just as I conceive of them, so they behave in my novet, no different from decent ordinary people of the younger generation. Where are their noble deeds? They don't commit base acts, nor do they behave in a cowardly manner. They have ordinary honest convictions that they try to act upon, and that's that. What kind of heroism is that, may I ask? Yes, I wanted to show people behaving just like all 312 ordinary people of this type. I hope I've succeeded in doing so. I hope that those readers who are already acquainted with living examples of them will have seen from the very beginning that my main characters are not ideals at all, but are no better than the general level of people of this sort. Every one of them has experienced 2 or 3 incidents in which these people have acted no worse than my characters. Let's suppose that other decent people have experienced events that aren't exactly the same as those narrated here. Why, there's absolutely nothing extraordinary or charming about the idea that all husbands and wives should be separated. Look here, not every decent woman conceives a passionate love for her husband's friend. Not every decent man must struggle against his passion for a married woman, for 3 long years at that, and not every man is forced to shoot himself on a bridge or, in the words of the perspicacious read, to disappear to God knows where from a hotel. But on the other hand, every decent person would by no means consider it heroic to behave in their place as these characters did. He'd be perfectly prepared if this were to happen, and indeed has many times behaved no worse in situations no less difficult or even more difficult than these, and still he wouldn't consider himself an amazing kind of person. He would consider himself merely an average man, nothing special, reasonably honorable. The good friends of such a person, also people of the same type, since he wouldn't be friends with other types, would also consider that he was a good person. They wouldn't even think about getting down on their knees before him, they'd think that they're the same type of person as he is. I hope I've managed well enough so that every decent man of the new generation will recognize an ordinary example of one of his good friends in my 3 main characters. But those readers who from the very beginning of my story will think about my main characters, Vera Pavlovna, Kirsanov, and Lapukov, well, these are our good friends, simple, ordinary people. Like us / those readers still constitute a minority of the public. The majority is still on a much lower level than this. A person who's never seen anything except hovels would look at a picture of an ordinary house and mistake it for a luxurious palace. How can one ensure that such a person should perceive the house as a house and not a palace? In the same picture one must depict at least one corner of a palace. From this corner it will be clear that a palace is really a structure of a completely different sort than the one in the picture, and the observer will realize that the building is really nothing more than a simple, ordinary house in which all people should live, if not in better ones. If I hadn't shown you the figure of Rakhmatovi, the majority of readers would have misunderstood the main characters of my story. 313. I'd bet that up until the last sections of this chapter most of the public considered Vera Pavlovna, Kirsanov, and Lapukov to be heroes, people of a higher nature, perhaps even idealized figures, maybe even inconceivable in reality because of their very great nobility. No, my friends, my mean, base, pitiful friends, you're quite mistaken. It's not they who stand too high, but you who stand too low. Now you see that they're simply standing at ground level. They appeared to be soaring above the clouds because you're sitting in some god-forsaken underworld. So 6 all people should and can stand on the same level as they. Superior natures, which you, my pitiful friends, and I cannot keep up with, aren't like this at all. I showed you a faint outline of the profile of one of them. There you see very different features. But you can become an equal to the people described here in full, if only you wish to work a bit on your own development. Anyone who is beneath them is very low indeed. Come up out of your God-forsaken underworld, my friends, come up. It's not so difficult. Come out into the light of day, where life is good, the path is easy and inviting. Try it, development. Observe, reflect, read those books that tell you about the pure enjoyment of life, and about the fact that man can be kind and happy. Read them, such books gladden the heart. Observe life, it's so interesting. Reflect, it's so fascinating. That's all there is to it. No sacrifices are needed, no deprivations required, they are all unnecessary. Desire to be happy, that's all. Only desire is needed. To attain it you'll take delight in devoting yourself to your own development. That's where true happiness lies. Oh, what delights accrue to the developed individual. Even things that another person experiences as sacrifice or sorrow, he experiences as satisfaction and enjoyment. His heart is wide open to joy and he has a great deal of it. Try it, it's good. Chapter 4. Second Marriage. Berlin. July 20, 1856. Much esteemed Madam, Vera Pavlovna. My close acquaintance with the late Dmitry Sergeevich Lopukhov leads me to hope that you will kindly admit into the ranks of your acquaintance a total stranger, but one who respects you deeply. In any case, I venture to think that you will not accuse me of importunity. In entering into correspondence with you I'm merely fulfilling a wish of the late Dmitry Sergeevich. The information I will communicate about him can be considered completely reliable, for I will convey his thoughts in his own words, as if he himself were speaking. Here are his own words concerning the matter this letter aims to clarify. The ideas that produced the outcome so disturbing to those people closest to me, I'm conveying Dmitry Sergeevich's original words just as I said I would, matured gradually. My intention changed several times before it assumed its definitive form. The circumstance that first occasioned these ideas came to my attention in an unexpected way, only when she, Dmitry Sergeevich means you, fearfully told me about the dream that had so terrified her. 207 That dream seemed to me to be very important. As a person who could look at her emotional state from the outside, I realized at that very moment that a new episode in her life was beginning, one that would alter our previous relationship for a relatively long time to come. But a person tries to maintain a situation to which he's became accustomed to the bitter end. At the very depths of our nature lies a conservative element that we relinquish only out of dire necessity. Here, in my opinion, lies the explanation of my first proposition. I wanted to think, indeed I managed to think, that in time this episode would pass, and that our previous relationship would be re-established. She wished to avoid this episode by means of a more intimate relationship with me. This distracted me. For several days I was oblivious of the impossibility of realizing her hope. Soon, however, I became convinced that this hope was in vain. The reason lay in my own character. I don't wish to defame my character by saying this, but here's my understanding of it. A man who lives his life as he should divides his time into three parts: work, pleasure, and rest or recreation. Pleasure demands rest, just as much as work does. Both in work and pleasure the general human component predominates over individual peculiarities. In work we act under the predominant motive of external, rational necessities; in pleasure, under the predominant motive of other, equally general necessities of human nature. Rest or recreation is the element in which the personality seeks to renew its strength from these stimuli that exhaust the reserve of human resources. It's an element introduced into life by the person himself. Here the person acts entirely in accordance with his own peculiarities, his own individual proclivities. Both in work and in pleasure people are drawn to each other by a general powerful force that is higher than their own personal peculiarities, that is, by the calculation of advantage in work, and by equivalent needs of the organism in pleasure. But rest is different. It's not a matter of a general force acting to smooth over individual particularities. Rest is the most personal affair, human nature demands more room for itself. A person is more individualized, his character is revealed much more in the kind of rest he considers easiest and most enjoyable. In this regard, people are divided into two main categories. For people in the first category, rest or recreation is more pleasant in the society of others. Everyone needs solitude, but for these people solitude must remain an exception. The rule for them is life with other people. This class is much more numerous than the other one, which requires just the opposite. These people feel much freer when alone than in the society of other people. This distinction has been noted even in common parlance, where it's been characterized by the words sociable person and reserved person. I belong to the group of unsociable people, she belongs to the sociable group. This is the entire secret of our history. It seems clear from this explanation that neither of us is to be blamed. Nor should we be blamed for the fact that neither of us had the strength to overcome this circumstance. People are powerless against their own natures. It's rather difficult for anyone to understand the peculiarities of other natures. Each of us conceives of others in terms of our own selves. Whatever I have no need of, no one else does either. That's the way our individuality leads us to think. Blatant indications are required to make me understand otherwise. Conversely, whatever brings me relief and a feeling of freedom must do the same for others. The naturalness of this way of thinking is my real excuse for observing the difference between her nature and my own too late. This mistake was compounded by the fact that after we began to live together, 316. She valued me too highly. There was still no equality between us. 208 On her side there was too much respect for me, my way of life seemed to her to be exemplary. She took as a universal characteristic something that was my own personal peculiarity. For a while she was swept away by it. There was also another reason, even stronger than this one. The inviolability of the inner life isn't much respected among undeveloped people. Each member of the family, especially the older ones, will quite unceremoniously poke his nose into your intimate life. The point isn't that our secrets are violated as a result, we never fail to guard and conceal those secrets of greater or lesser value. Besides, not everyone has secrets, many people have nothing whatever to hide from their nearest and dearest. But everyone wants to have a corner of his inner life where no one else trespasses, just as everyone wants to have a separate room for himself alone. Undeveloped people pay little attention to one or the other. If you have a separate room, everyone comes crashing into it, not out of a desire to pry or intrude but simply because they can't conceive that they might be disturbing you. They consider that only if you found them totally repugnant would you prefer that they not drop in on you unannounced. They don't understand that even if you're well disposed toward them, you may still be disturbed or annoyed by them. The sanctity of a threshold no one has the right to cross without the consent of the person living on the other side is recognized only in one room, the one that belongs to the head of the household, because only he can drive out anyone who drops in on him without his permission. The rest of us must suffer intrusions from anyone either senior to us or equal to us in position in the household. What is true of one's own room also applies to one's inner life. Anyone can intrude upon it for any reason whatsoever, without any need, without any intention, idly, and, most often, for nothing better than to jabber away and grate against your soul. A young girl has two dresses for everyday wear, one white, the other pink. She's put on the pink one. Here's a chance for someone to grate against her soul. You put on your pink dress, Anyuta. Why did you do that? Anyuta doesn't know herself why she put it on. She had to put something on. Besides, if she'd put on the white dress, the result would have been the same. I just did, Mama, or little sister, you should have put on the white one. Why? The person speaking to Anyuta doesn't know the answer, she's simply jabbering. Why do you seem so unhappy today, Anyuta? Anyuta's neither particularly happy nor unhappy. But why not ask her about something that is neither obvious nor even real? I don't know. There's really nothing wrong. No, you're unhappy for some reason. 2 minutes later. Anyuta, why don't you sit down and play the piano a bit? Why? Who knows? And on it goes for the entire day. It's as if your soul were an open street ogled at by anyone who happens to be sitting next to the window, and not because he needs to see anything in particular. No, he even knows that he won't see anything necessary or even interesting, but he looks because he has nothing better to do. After all, what difference does it make? So why not have a look? The street really doesn't mind. A person, however, takes no pleasure whatever from the fact that other people pester him. It's only natural that this pointless and purposeless pestering can provoke a reaction. As soon as a person has a chance to be alone, he takes pleasure in his solitude for some time, even though by nature he may be inclined to sociability, not to seclusion. From this point of view, before marriage she was placed in an exceptionally difficult position. People pestered her and intruded into her soul, not merely idly, accidentally, occasionally, or even tactlessly, but systematically, unceasingly, continually, rudely and arrogantly, maliciously and malevolently intruding upon her, not simply with their unceremonious hands, but with hands that were rough and exceedingly dirty. That's why her reaction was so strong. Therefore, my error shouldn't be judged too harshly. For several months, perhaps even a year, I wasn't mistaken. She really needed and enjoyed her solitude. That time was enough for me to form an opinion of her character. Her strong temporary need corresponded to my permanent need. Is there anything astonishing about my mistaking a temporary aspect of her character for a permanent one? Everyone's predisposed to make judgments about other people according to his own self. An error was committed, and a very big one at that. I don't blame myself, but I do wish to justify myself. In other words, I feel that others won't be so lenient with me as I am with myself. In order to soften their reprimand, I should say a bit more about that side of my own character which is rather foreign to her and to a large number of people, because without such an explanation, it could be misunderstood. I cannot appreciate any form of rest other than solitude. To be with other people means to me to be occupied with something, either work or pleasure. I feel entirely free only when I'm completely alone. What shall we call this? Why is it so? With some people it results from reticence, with others bashfulness. A third group has a tendency to brood or to be depressed. A fourth lacks sufficient sympathy for other people. But it seems that there's none of this in me. I'm frank and straightforward, I'm always ready to be cheerful and am never depressed. I enjoy observing people, but this activity is connected with work or pleasure, it's something that requires rest when it's over. For me that means solitude. As far as I can see, it's simply a particular development in me of a desire for independence or freedom. Thus it was that the strength of her reaction against the previous all too disturbing situation in her family forced her temporarily to adopt a way of life that didn't correspond to her permanent disposition. Her respect for me supported this temporary situation longer than it would have lasted on its own. It was during this period that I formed an opinion of her character, mistook a temporary characteristic for a permanent one, and stopped worrying. That's the whole story. There was an error on my part, but little that was. 318. Evil in it? For her part, there was nothing at all. Yet how much suffering it caused her, and what a catastrophe it was for me. When her fright following the terrible dream revealed her emotional state to me, it was already too late to rectify my mistake. If we'd noticed it sooner, is it possible that with constant effort she and I could have managed to establish a relationship that satisfied us both? I don't know, but I think that even if we'd succeeded, nothing very good would have come of it. Let's suppose that we'd made ourselves over well enough to make our relations harmonious. But making ourselves over is effective only when it's directed against some evil proclivity, but those very proclivities that would have been made over in either her or me had nothing evil about them whatsoever. In what way is sociability either better or worse than a craving for solitude, or vice versa? After all, making ourself over always entails some violence, some breaking apart. In that breaking apart much gets lost, in that violence much dies away. The result that she and I might, only might, not necessarily would, have achieved wouldn't have merited such losses. We would both have deprived ourselves of a portion of our true color, we would have more or less stifled the freshness of our lives. And for what? In order to maintain certain positions in certain rooms. It would have been a different matter if we'd had children, then we should have had to consider carefully the impact of our separation on their fate. If their lives would be adversely affected, no effort should be spared to avoid that outcome. The outcome would be such joy from doing all that was necessary to preceive the best possible life for our loved ones. The result would be sufficient reward for all one's efforts. But as for us, what rational goal could be achieved? Therefore, given the situation, my error apparently even led to something better. As a result, both of us were spared a great deal of the damage. My mistake occasioned considerable grief, but without it there probably would have been even more, and the result wouldn't have been so satisfactory. Such were Dmitry Sergeitch's words. From his persistence in occupying himself with this side of the affair, you can easily see, just as he himself said, that he felt there was something awkward about it, something not to his own advantage. He added quite openly, I feel that in spite of everything I will not be completely exonerated by those who consider this matter without a certain sympathy for me. But I'm assured of her sympathy. She'll judge me even more generously than I judge myself. And I consider myself completely justified. Such is my opinion of the period before she had that dream. Now I'll convey to you his feelings and intentions after your dream revealed to him the unsatisfactory nature of the relations between you. Teve said, these are Dmitry Sergeitch's words once again, that from her very first words about that terrible dream I realized the inevitability of some episode quite different from our previous relations. I expected that it would have considerable force, it was impossible for it to be otherwise, given the energy of her nature and the level of her own dissatisfaction, which had already acquired considerable strength from its prolonged suppression. Nevertheless, at first this excitation appeared in the mildest form and the most advantageous one for me. I reasoned this way, she'll be distracted for a while by a passionate 319. Love for another person. Then, after 2 years or so, she'll return to me, since I'm such a fine man. The chances of her finding another as good as I are very low, I'm saying just what I think about myself, I lack the hypocrisy to underestimate my own worth. A satisfied feeling of love will thus lose some of its intensity. She'll see that although one side of her nature is less well satisfied by her life with me, still, on the whole, life with me is easier and freer than with the other person. And then everything will be as it was before. Having been chastened by experience, I'll pay more attention to her. She'll acquire new respect for me and will feel even greater attachment than before, will live more harmoniously than ever. But, this is something very awkward for me to explain, yet it must be said nonetheless, how did I myself conceive of the possibility of our renewed relations? Was I overjoyed? Of course. But only that? No, I conceived of it as a burden, a pleasant one, to be sure, even a very pleasant one, but a burden nevertheless. I love her very much and will do violence to myself to accommodate her better. That will afford me pleasure, but at the same time my life will be somewhat constrained. That's the way I conceived of it when I'd calmed down after the first impression. I realized that I wasn't deceiving myself. She allowed me to experience this myself when she wanted me to try to keep her love. The month of satisfying her desire was the most difficult one of my life. There was no suffering involved. That word would be inappropriate, it would be absurd to use it here. As far as positive sensations are concerned, I experienced nothing but joy in satisfying her. But I found it tedious. That's the explanation of why the attempt to keep her love was so unsuccessful. In satisfying her, I was bored. At first glance it may seem strange that I wasn't bored by giving so many evenings to students for whom, of course, I wouldn't really put myself out, yet I felt great exhaustion when I gave up only a few evenings to the woman I loved more than myself, one for whom I was willing to sacrifice my life, and not only that, I was willing to suffer any torment for her. It may seem strange, but only to someone who hasn't yet penetrated to the heart of my relations with these young people to whom I was giving so much of my time. In the first place, I had no personal relations with them. When I spent time with them, I didn't feel that I was in the company of other human beings, rather, I merely perceived several abstract types exchanging ideas. My conversations with them were scarcely distinguished from my solitary reflections. With them only one side of me was occupied, the side that least requires rest, namely, my intellect. Everything else was asleep. Besides, these conversations had a practical, useful goal. They promoted the development of intellectual life, nobility, and energy in my young friends. This was work, but the work was so easy itself to replenish my efforts expended on other labors. It wasn't exhausting, but refreshing, but it was work nonetheless. Therefore, my personality made no demands for rest. I was seeking to self-ease, not to relax. All other parts of my being were asleep, except for my intellect. And that functioned without any admixture of personal relations for those individuals with whom I conversed. Therefore, I felt just as free as if I were alone. One might say that these 320 conversations didn't even draw me out of my solitude. There was nothing here like relations in which the whole person participates. I know how awkward it is to utter the word boredom, but in good conscience I can't avoid it. Yes, in spite of all my love for her, I felt relieved when I later became convinced that relations couldn't be re-established that would allow us to live as comfortably as we had before. I began to be convinced of this just about the time she began to notice that I found satisfying her desires a burden. Then I began to conceive of the future in a new way, one that was more pleasant for me. Having realized that we could no longer maintain our previous relations, I began to think how soon it would be possible, once again I must use an awkward phrase, how soon it would be possible to rid myself, to free myself of a situation that I found so tedious. Here's the secret of what must have seemed like generosity to a man who wished to blind himself with a superficial outlook, or to a man who was too distant to perceive the true nature of my motives. Yes, I simply wanted to free myself from a tedious situation. So as not to be hypocritical and ignore the good in myself, I won't deny that one of my motives was a desire for her well-being. But this motive was of only secondary importance. It was very strong, to be sure, but still much less intense than the first and main reason, my desire to escape from boredom. That was my real motive. Under its influence I began to examine her way of life carefully. I easily perceived that the change in her feelings, resulting from a change in her way of life, was produced primarily by the appearance and disappearance of Alexander Matveyevich. This forced me to think about him as well. I realized the reason for his strange actions, which previously had not attracted my attention. Afterward my thoughts took a new direction, as I have said, one that was more pleasant to me. When I saw that she not only wanted passionate love but felt passionate love herself, although she was still not conscious of it, and when I realized that this feeling was directed at a person who was entirely worthy and fully capable of replacing me, and that this person loved her passionately as well, I was overjoyed. It's true, however, that the first impression was painful. Every important change is accompanied by some sorrow. I realized that in good conscience I was no longer able to consider myself able to her. Yet I'd become accustomed to that, and, to tell the truth, I found it pleasant. So losing this relationship necessarily had a painful side to it. But it was only at first, and not for very long, that it prevailed over the other side, the one that made me feel overjoyed. Now I was assured of her happiness and felt serene in contemplating her fate. This was a source of great joy. But it would be in vain to conclude that this was my greatest pleasure. No, the personal feeling was once again much more important. I saw that I was becoming liberated from any compulsion. My words aren't intended to suggest that I consider single life any freer and easier than married life. No, if a husband and wife feel no need to constrain themselves in any way in order to gratify each other, if they're content without having to make an effort, if they please each other without trying, then the closer relations are between them, the freer and easier it is for them both. But relations between her and me weren't like that. Therefore, separation meant freedom for me. 321. From this it's clear that I acted in my own self-interest when I decided not to interfere in her happiness. There was a noble side to my conduct, but the principal force was that of my own nature seeking its own good. That's why I had the strength to act so well, if I may say so myself. I didn't vacillate at all, I didn't create any unnecessary fuss or unpleasantness for others, and I didn't betray my obligation. It's easy when obligation corresponds to the inclination of your own nature. I left for Ryazan. Some time later she called me back, saying that my presence would no longer interfere with her life. But I saw that it did. As far as I could understand, there were two main reasons. She found it painful to see the man to whom, in her opinion, she was so exceedingly indebted. Here she was mistaken, she was in no way indebted to me, since I was acting far more for myself than for her. But she saw it differently and felt a large debt of gratitude to me. And that is a burdensome feeling, it has a pleasant side, but this predominates only when the feeling of gratitude isn't too strong. When it is strong, it's oppressive. The other reason, and once again it's a fairly delicate matter to explain, but I have to say what I think the other reason lies in the unpleasant abnormality of her position vis-a-vis social convention. She found it painful that society did not formally recognize her right to occupy that position. And so I realized that she would find it painful if I carried on my existence at her side. I won't hide the fact that this new discovery had an aspect that was incomparably more painful than all the feelings I had experienced in earlier stages of this affair. I was still very favorably disposed toward her, I wanted to remain her close friend. I hoped that this would still be possible. When I saw that it could no longer be, I felt very, very sad. There was no recompense for this sadness in any correlation of self-interest. I can say that my decision, my final decision, was taken solely out of my attachment to her, only out of a desire for things to be better for her, exclusively from unselfish motives. On the other hand, never did my relations to her, even at the best of times, afford me such inner pleasure as did that resolution. Here I was acting under the influence of what I can call nobility, or more accurately, noble calculation, that is, where the general law of human nature acts entirely by itself, without borrowing any support from individual particular ties. And here I learned what a sublime pleasure it is to feel oneself acting like a noble person, that is, as every man should act, not Ivan or Peter, but every man, without specifying any name. What a sublime pleasure to feel oneself simply a man, not Ivan or Peter, but a man, purely and simply. This feeling is too powerful, ordinary natures such as mine cannot endure too often being elevated to this level of feeling. But happy is he who has the occasional opportunity to experience it. There's no need to explain the side of my behavior which would have been most unreasonable if I had been dealing with other people, but which was very clearly justified by the character of the person to whom I was yielding. As I was leaving for Ryazan, not one word was spoken between her and Alexander Matveyevich. When I was making my final decision, not one word was exchanged between him and me, or between her and me. But I knew him very well, I had no need to ascertain his thoughts in order to know what they were. 322. I have conveyed Dmitry Sergeitch's words with literal accuracy, as I stated above. I am a total stranger to you. But this correspondence upon which I have entered in fulfillment of the late Dmitry Sergeitch's request is so intimate that you are probably interested in learning who your strange correspondent is, since he's so conversant with the inner life of the late Dmitry Sergeich. I am a former medical student. I have nothing more to add about myself. Recently I was living in Petersburg. Several days ago I decided to travel and seek a new career for myself abroad. I left Petersburg the day after you learned about Dmitry Sergeich's death. For a special reason I had no documents and had to use someone else's papers, which one of our mutual acquaintances was kind enough to provide. He gave them to me on condition that I carry out several commissions along the way. When you next have the opportunity to see Mr. Rakhmetov, be so kind as to tell him that all his commissions have been carried out just as he requested. Now I shall wander around, probably in Germany, to observe the customs there. I have several hundred rubles and want to have a good time. When I'm tired of such idleness, I'll look for some employment. What kind? Who cares? Where? Wherever. I'm as free as a bird and can be as carefree as one, too. What a delightful situation. It's likely that you may wish to favor me with a reply. But I don't know where I'll be a week from now, perhaps in Italy, or in England, or in Prague. Now I can live by my fantasy, I don't know where it will lead me. Therefore, use only the following address on your letters: Berlin, Friedrichstrasse, 20, Agenter von H. Schweigler. 209. Put your letter into another envelope and place it inside. On the inner envelope, instead of any address, write only the numbers 12,345. That will indicate to the agents at Schweigler's that the letter should be forwarded to me. Most esteemed Madam, accept my assurances of deep respect from a person who is a total stranger, but one who is profoundly devoted to you, and who will sign himself only as a former medical student. Most esteemed Sir, Alexander Matveyevich. In accordance with the wishes of the late Dmitry Sergeich, I must assure you that he considered yielding his place to you to be the best possible solution to the whole affair. Given the relations that occasioned this change, relations that were being formed gradually over the 3 years after you had almost ceased your visits, therefore relations with which you had nothing to do, which arose solely from the incompatibility of these two people whom you later tried in vain to reconcile. Given these relations, the final outcome, just as it occurred, was inevitable. Obviously Dmitry Sergeich could in no way attribute it to you. Of course, this explanation is superfluous. However, more for form's sake than anything else, he charged me with making it. One way or another, one person or another had to take the place that he couldn't fill, and another would take it. Only because Dmitry Sergeich was unable to fill it. The fact that it was you who came along was, in the opinion of the deceased Dmitry Sergeich, the best possible solution for everyone. I shake your hand warmly. A former medical student. Oh, I know. What's that? A familiar voice. I turn around to look. Sure enough. It's he, the perspicacious reader, recently banished in disgrace for his total ignorance of the obscene of art. Here he is again, once more with his old perspicacity, claiming that he knows something. Oh, I know who wrote that. I hastily seize the first convenient object that comes to hand which will suit my purpose. It's a napkin, because having transcribed the letter written by the former medical student, I've just sat down to lunch. So I seize a napkin and stuff it in his mouth. Well, what if you do? Is that any reason to shout it from the rooftops? 2. Dear Sir. Petersburg. August 25, 1856. You'll understand how delighted I was to receive your letter. I thank you for it from the bottom of my heart. Your intimacy with the late Dmitry Sergeich gives me the right to consider you my friend too, if you'll allow me to use that designation. Dmitry Sergeich's character is evident in all the words you conveyed. He was always searching for the most hidden reasons for his actions, and it gave him great pleasure to subsume them to his theory of egoism. However, this habit is shared by our entire circle. My Alexander is also fond of analyzing himself in this same vein. If only you could hear how he explains his own behavior in regard to me and Dmitry Sergeich over these last 3 years. According to him, he did everything out of egoistic calculation, for his own satisfaction. I too have adopted this habit, but it occupies me and Alexander somewhat less than it did Dmitry Sergeevich. We agree with him entirely, but he had a stronger interest in theory. To hear us tell it, we three are the greatest egoists the world has ever known. Perhaps that's even true. Perhaps there were no great egoists before us. Yes, that seems to be the case. Besides this trait shared by all three of us, Dmitry Sergeevich's words reveal another one that belongs specifically to his own situation. The obvious aim of his explanation was to comfort me. Not that his words were insincere. No, he would never say something he didn't believe. But he overemphasized the part of the truth that could give me comfort. My friend, I'm very grateful for this, but I too am an egoist. I say that he shouldn't have worried about my peace of mind exclusively. We can justify ourselves much more easily than other people. 324. Pi can justify us. To tell the truth, I don't consider myself guilty before him in any way. I'll say even more, I don't even consider myself obligated to feel grateful to him. I value his nobility, oh, how I value it. But I know that he behaved nobly not for me but for himself. Why, I too, when I didn't deceive him, did it not for him but for myself, not because deception would have been unfair to him but because it would have been repugnant to me. I said that I don't blame myself, just as he said. But I also feel inclined to justify myself just as he did. In his own, very accurate, words, that means I foresee that others won't absolve me of blame, as easily as I did myself, for certain aspects of my behavior. I feel no desire to justify myself for that part of the affair for which he justifies himself. On the other hand, I want to justify myself for the part for which there is no need for him to justify himself. As for what happened before my dream, I'm convinced that no one will think me to blame in any way. But afterward, was I not the reason that the affair took such a melodramatic form and led to such a theatrical catastrophe? Shouldn't I have taken a much simpler view of the change in our relations, one that was already inevitable when my dream revealed for the first time our respective positions both to me and to Dmitry Sergeevich? On the evening of the same day Dmitry Sergeevich perished, I had a long conversation with that formidable Rakhimitov. What a kind, tender man he is. He told me all kinds of terrible things about Dmitry Sergeevich. If I were to repeat them in a tone sympathetic to Dmitry instead of in the cruel, almost hostile one that Rakhimitov said, then those things might indeed be true. I suspect that Dmitry Sergeevich fully understood the things that Rakhimitov would say, that had probably entered into his calculation. Yes, I needed to hear it then, it comforted me greatly. And whoever it was who arranged that conversation, I am very grateful for it, my friend. But even the formidable Rakhimitov had to acknowledge that Dmitry Sergeevich behaved excellently during the latter half of the affair. Rakhimitov faulted him only for the first half, where Dmitry Sergeevich felt the need to justify himself. I shall justify myself for the second half, although no one has told me that I am to blame for it. But each one of us, I am speaking now about us and our friends, our entire circle, each one of us has a sterner judge than Rakhimitov. That judge is our own intellect. Yes, I understand, my friend, that it would have been much easier for everyone if I'd taken a simpler view of this affair and hadn't attributed such tragic significance to it. According to Dmitry Sergeevich's view, one should say even more. In that case he would have had no need to resort to such a theatrical climax, one that must have caused him great pain. He was driven to it only by my excessive alarm. I understand this was how it must have seemed to him, although he didn't charge you with conveying all this to me. I value his favorable attitude toward me all the more, and the fact that it hasn't diminished as a result of such an opinion. But listen, my friend, it's not entirely fair, it's not fair at all. It wasn't my mistake, not my excessive alarm that caused Dmitry Sergeevich to experience something that he himself described as very painful. It's true that if I hadn't attributed such excessive importance to the change in our relations, it might have been possible to manage without the 325 journey to Ryazan. But he says that he didn't find it painful. So here again, no great harm was done by my exalted view. The only thing that was painful for Dmitl Sergeich was the necessity of dying. He explained the inevitability of his decision in two ways. I was suffering from excessive gratitude to him and was tormented because I couldn't establish the relations with Alexander Matveyevich which social convention demanded. True, I wasn't really completely at ease. I was burdened by my situation until his death, but he didn't guess the real reason. He thought his presence imposed an excessive burden of gratitude on me, but that wasn't quite true. People have a strong tendency to search for those ideas that can best soothe them. At the time Dmitl Sergeich saw the necessity of his death, this particular reason no longer existed. My feeling of gratitude toward him had long since moderated into a pleasant feeling. This was the only factor that had a connection with my previous exalted view of the affair. The other factor that Dmitl Sergeich mentioned, my desire to give my relations with Alexander Matveyevich a form acknowledged by society, no longer depended on my view of the affair. Rather, it followed from society's ideas. I had no power over it. But Dmitl Sergeich is totally mistaken in thinking that for this reason I found his presence painful. No, that would have been easy to arrange even without his death, if it had really been necessary, and if it would have been enough for me. If a husband lives together with his wife, that's all society needs, not to create a scandal about the wife, no matter what kind of relations she has with another person. That's a great success. We see many examples where, thanks to the husband's nobility, the matter is resolved in this way. In all these cases society leaves the wife in peace. Now I consider this the best and easiest means of arranging affairs such as ours. Dmitl Sergeich had proposed it earlier, but I'd rejected it out of my own exalted feelings. I don't know how things would have turned out if I'd accepted it then. If I could have been content with the fact that society would leave me in peace, wouldn't create a scandal, and wouldn't want to know about my relations with Alexander, then, of course, the means that Dmitl Sergeich proposed would have been sufficient and he wouldn't have had to resort to suicide. Then, of course, I would have had no reason to wish for my relations with Alexander to be defined in any formal way. But it seems to me that this arrangement, satisfactory, in a majority of cases such as ours, wouldn't be appropriate in our case. Our situation had the rare, peculiar feature that all three parties concerned were of equal strength. If Dmitl Sergeich had believed Alexander to be superior in terms of intellect, development, or character, if in yielding his place to Alexander he were yielding to superior moral strength, if his withdrawal hadn't been voluntary but had been merely a retreat of the weak before the strong, then of course I would have no reason to feel so burdened. It would be exactly the same if I were stronger than Dmitl Sergeich in terms of intellect or character, or if, before the emergence of my relations with Alexander, he'd been the sort so well characterized by the anecdote over which, you remember, my friend, we laughed so much, the one about two gentlemen who met in the foyer of an opera house, struck up a conversation, liked each other, and wanted to get better acquainted. I am 326. Lieutenant so-and-so, said the one, introducing himself. And I'm the husband of Madame Tedesco, replied the other. 210 If Dmitry Sergeich had been merely the husband of Madame Tedesco, then of course there would have been no need for him to die. He would have yielded, submitted, and, if he'd been a noble person, he'd have seen nothing demeaning in his own submission and everything would have been splendid. But his relation to me and to Alexander was not at all like that. He wasn't weaker or baser than either of us, not by a single iota. And we knew it, and he knew it. His yielding was not the result of weakness, not at all. It was purely a matter of his own free will. Isn't that so, my friend? You can't deny that. Therefore, what was the situation in which I found myself? That, my friend, is the crux of the matter. I found myself in a situation of dependence on his free will. That's why my position was so painful, and that's why he saw the necessity for his noble decision to perish. Yes, my friend, the reason for my feeling which compelled him to this act was much more deeply hidden than your letter explained. The overwhelming burden of gratitude no longer existed. It would have been easy to satisfy society's claims in the way Dmitry Sergeevich proposed. Those claims would not even touch me, living as I did within our small circle completely cut off from such claims. But I remained dependent on Dmitry Sergeevich. My position was based only on his free will, it wasn't independent. That is why it was so painful. Now you can decide whether this factor could be eliminated by my holding any particular view of the change in our relations. The important thing wasn't my view, but the fact that Dmitry Sergeevich was an independent person, one whose actions were determined entirely by his own free will, by his will alone. Yes, my friend, you recognize and approve this feeling of mine. I don't wish to depend on anyone's will, no matter who's, even a person devoted to me, one I respect highly, one I trust as I do myself, one who, I am certain, would always gladly do what I required, one who values my happiness no less than I do. Yes, my friend, I don't want this, and I know that you approve of my position. But why am I saying all this? Why all this analysis, revealing the most hidden sources of feeling which no one could discover? I too, like Dmitry Sergeevich, am engaging in this self-exposure in my own interest, so that I may say, I am not to blame. The affair depended on circumstances beyond my control. I make this remark because Dmitry Sergeevich was so fond of such remarks. I wish to be in your good graces, my friend. But enough of this. You had so much sympathy for me that you didn't regret spending several hours of your own time writing me a long letter, one that was so very precious to me. As a result, I can see, as I diplomatically use precisely those phrases that you and Dmitry Sergeevich used, yes, as a result, only as a result of this can I see that you would be interested in learning what became of me after Dmitry Sergeevich said farewell and left for Moscow in order to come back and perish. When he returned from Ryazan, he saw that I was distraught. 210 The Italian opera singer Fortunata Tedesco, 1826–1875, first appeared in St. Petersburg in 1859. 327. This became clearly apparent in me only upon his return. To tell the truth, while he was living in Ryazan, I didn't think about him very much. No, not as much as you suppose, judging by what he saw when he returned. But when he left for Moscow, I realized that he was contemplating something unusual. It was obvious that he was winding up his affairs in Petersburg. It was clear that for a week or so he'd been waiting on certain matters in order to leave. And then how could it have been otherwise? In the final days I sometimes observed some sadness in his face, which is quite capable of concealing secrets. I had a premonition that something decisive was imminent, something drastic. When he boarded the train, I felt very, very sad. All the next day I grieved. On the morning of the third day I awoke even sadder. Suddenly Masha brought me a letter. What a tormenting moment it was, what a tormenting hour, a tormenting day, but you know that. Therefore, my friend, I now understand better than ever the strength of my attachment to Dmitry Sergeevich. I myself didn't think that it was so strong. Yes, my friend, I now know its strength, and you do too, because, of course, you know that I had decided to part with Alexander. All that day I felt my life had been shattered, poisoned forever. You know, too, my childlike ecstasy at the sight of that note from my good, kind friend, a note that completely altered my way of thinking. Do you see how carefully my phrases have been chosen? You should be very satisfied with me, my friend. You know all this because Rakhmitov left to accompany you after he put me on the train. He and Dmitry Sergeich were right in saying that I had to leave Petersburg in order to produce the desired effect, for the sake of which Dmitry Sergeich didn't hesitate to leave me in terrible agony for one whole day. I'm so grateful to him for that lack of mercy. He and Rakomitov were also correct in advising Alexander not to visit me and not to accompany me to the station. Since there was no longer any need for me to go to Moscow, only to leave Petersburg, I stopped in Novgorod. 211 Several days later Alexander arrived there and brought with him documents attesting to Dmitry Sergeich's death. We were married about a week after his death and lived for a month or so near the railroad station in Chudavo. 21.2 So that Alexander could travel conveniently back to his hospital 3 or 4 times a week. We returned to Petersburg yesterday, and that's the reason it took me so long to answer your letter. It was lying in Masha's drawer and she'd almost forgotten all about it. Meanwhile, you were probably thinking up God knows what kind of reasons for my not answering. I embrace you, my dear friend, yours, Vera Pavlovna. I shake your hand, my dear friend. Only please don't pay me any more compliments, or I'll pour forth a whole stream of heartfelt pronouncements on your nobility. And of course there could be nothing more sickening for you than that. Do you know what? Doesn't it prove the existence of considerable stupidity both in you and in me that we are exchanging only a few lines? It does seem to indicate that we both feel a bit embarrassed. Now, let's suppose that's understandable on my part. What right do you have? But next time I hope to speak with you more freely and to write you a heap of local news. Yours, Alexander Kirsaov. 3. These letters, absolutely sincere, were really somewhat one-sided, as Vera Pavlovna noticed herself. Of course, both correspondents tried to lessen the strength of the painful shocks they'd suffered. Oh, these people are so clever. I've often heard from them, that is, from them and people like them, things that made me laugh in the middle of their emotional assurances that it was nothing at all, really nothing. Naturally, I laugh both when these assurances are made to me by a stranger and when they're made in private conversation. But when the same thing is said to someone who needs to hear it, then I always go along and agree that it really was nothing at all. An honorable man is such an amusing creature. I've always laughed at every honorable man with whom I've been acquainted. Such an amusing creature, even to the point of absurdity. Take these letters, for instance. My friendship with ladies and gentlemen of this type has made me somewhat accustomed to these tricks of theirs. But what sort of impression would they make on an inexperienced, unspoiled person, for example, on the perspicacious reader? The perspicacious reader has already managed to free his mouth of the napkin. Shaking his head from side to side, he says solemnly, "What immorality! Splendid! You've guessed it? I say in praise of him. Well, make us happy by saying a little more." "And the author is an immoral man," intones the perspicacious reader. "See what kinds of behavior he condones." "No, dearie, you're mistaken. There's much that I don't condone her. In fact, to tell you the truth, I don't condone any of it. It's all too contrived, too exalted. Life is much simpler." "So then you're even more immoral?" asks the perspicacious reader. 329. Eyes bulging from astonishment at the incomprehensible immorality to which humanity, as represented in my person, has fallen. "Much more immoral," I reply. And no one knows whether I am telling the truth or making fun of the perspicacious reader. The correspondence continued for another 3 or 4 months, actively on the part of the Kirsanovs, negligently and infrequently on the part of their correspondent. Then he stopped answering their letters altogether. It was obvious that he'd only wanted to convey to Vera Pavlovna and her husband those thoughts of Lopukhov's which were contained in that first long letter. After fulfilling this obligation, he considered any further correspondence unnecessary. After 2 or 3 of their letters had gone unanswered, the Kirsanovs understood and stopped writing. 4. Vera Pavlovna is resting on her soft couch, waiting for her husband to return home for dinner from the hospital. Today she fussed very little over a dessert for the meal, she felt more like lying down and resting, since she'd worked her fill that morning. It's been like this for some time, and for quite a while she'll continue to have plenty of work in the mornings because she's organizing a second workshop at the other end of town. Vera Pavlovna Lopukhova had lived on Vasilievsky Island. Vera Pavlovna Kirsanova resides on Sergeyevsky Street because her husband needs an apartment closer to the Vyborg district. 213 Natasha Mertsalova proved to be very capable of managing the shop on Vasilievsky Island. That was only natural, since she and the workshop were old friends. Upon her return to Petersburg, Vera Pavlovna realized that she didn't need to visit the workshop very often or stay very long. If she continued to go there almost every day, it was only because she was drawn there by affectionate attachment and was greeted there by the same. Perhaps for a little while longer her visits there won't be altogether without benefit, since Mertsalova still finds it necessary to confer with her on occasion. But this takes very little time and happens less and less often. Soon Mertsalova will have acquired enough experience so that she'll no longer need Vera Pavlovna's advice. Yes, ever since she returned to Petersburg Vera Pavlovna has been visiting the workshop on Vasilievsky Island more as a beloved guest than as an indispensable figure. What should she do? The answer was clear: she should organize another workshop in her new neighborhood at the other end of town. So a new workshop was soon established in one of the side streets between Basyny Basin and Sergeyevsky streets. Much less effort was involved than with the first one. 5 girls who comprised the basic staff transferred from the first workshop, their places were soon taken by new girls. The remaining staff was recruited from close acquaintances of those seamstresses who worked in the first shop. In other words, almost half the task was already done. The goal and structure of the workshop were familiar to all members of the company. The new girls came with the wish that the order that had taken so long to establish in the other workshop should be present here from the very first day. Oh, now the process of organization goes 10 times faster than before, and with only about a third the trouble. Still, there's a great deal of work to be done, and Vera Pavlovna is as tired today as she was yesterday and the day before that, and as she was 2 months ago. Only 2 months, although more than half a year has already passed since her second marriage. After all, she needed to have a honeymoon, and she enjoyed a long one. But now she's gone back to work. Yes, today she's worked very hard and now she's resting. She's thinking about many things, a great many things, mostly about the present. It's so splendid and full. It's so full of life that she rarely has time to reminisce. Reminiscences will come later, much later, not in 10 years or even in 20, but much later. It's not time for them now, and it won't be for some years to come. But they still come even now, on occasion. Today, for example, she recollects something that occurs to her most often in these infrequent reminiscences. Here's what she recalls. V. Dearest, I'm going with you. But you don't have your things ready. My dear, I'll come after you tomorrow, since you don't want to take me with you today. Think about it. Consider it. Wait for my letter. It will arrive tomorrow. Now she was returning home. What was she feeling as she drove along with Masha? What was she thinking and feeling during that 331 whole long trip from the Moscow station to Middle Prospect? She didn't know herself, so shaken was she by the sudden turn of events. Not even a full day had passed, there were still 2 hours left to make a full day, since he'd found her letter in his room, and he'd already gone. It was so soon, so sudden. At 2 o'clock in the morning she hadn't foreseen anything of the sort. He waited until she was so exhausted from that morning's upset that she could no longer resist sleep. He came in and said only a few words. Those words constituted merely an incomprehensible preface to what he really wanted to say. He said what he wanted in a very few short words: I haven't seen my parents for quite some time. I plan to go visit them. They'll be very pleased. That's all. Then he left at once. She ran after him, even though when he entered he had made her promise not to, still, she ran after him. Where is he? Masha, where is he? Where? Masha, who was still clearing away the TSEI vice after the guest's departure, replied, "Dmi try Sergeich went out. As he came through he said he was going to take a walk. She should go back to bed. How on earth did she manage to fall asleep? She had no idea what that dawning morning would bring. He said that they would have time to talk things over. But as soon as she'd arisen, it was time to leave for the railway station. Yes, all this merely flashed before her eyes as if it never really happened, as if someone told her hurriedly what had occurred to someone else. Only now, having returned home from the railway station, did she come to her senses and begin to think about what was happening to her and what might become of her. Yes, she'd go to Ryazan. She would. There was no other way. But that letter? What would it contain? No, why wait for that letter to decide what to do? She knew what would be in it. Still, she had to postpone her decision until she received the letter. Why? She would go. Yes, she would. That's what she thought for an hour or two, for 3 or 4 hours. But Masha had gotten hungry and was summoning her to dinner for the third time. This time it sounded more like an order than a summons. So what? It would provide a distraction. Poor Masha, I've starved her to death. Why did you wait for me, Masha? You should have eaten your dinner and not waited. How could I, Vera Pavlovna? Once again she thought about it for an hour or two. I shall go. Yes, tomorrow. But I'll wait for the letter because he asked me to. But whatever it contains, and I know full well what will be in it all the same, whatever it contains, I will go. This is what she thought for an hour or two. Well, it's what she thought for 1 hour. But is that really what she thought for the second hour? No, although she did keep on thinking that, she also thought 4 words, 4 very little words, he doesn't want that. She thought those 4 little words. 332. More and more, the sun was setting, but she kept thinking those 4 little words. Suddenly, just when the importunate Masha came in again, this time to demand that Vera Pavlovna have some tea, just at that moment there emerged from those 4 little words 5 new ones. I don't want that either. What a good thing that importunate Masha had come in. She drove away those 5 new little words. But even the beneficent Masha couldn't drive away those 5 little words for very long. At first they didn't dare appear by themselves, they were accompanied by their own refutation, but I must go. However, the refutation served only as a cover under which these 5 little words could return. At one moment they appeared together with their carrier, those 4 little words, he doesn't want that, then, almost at the same time, these 4 little words were transformed again into the 5 little words, I don't want that either. That's what she thought for half an hour. After that, the 4 little words and the 5 little words began of their own accord to recast all of her previous words, even the most important ones. Of the 3 most important, I shall go, there emerged 3 new words, similar, but not quite the same, shall I go? That's precisely the way words appear and are transformed. But here comes Masha again. I gave him a silver ruble, Vera Pavlovna, since it says here, if he delivers this letter before 9 o'clock, give him a silver ruble, after 9, only 50 kopecks. The conductor brought it, Vera Pavlovna, he came on the evening train. He said he did what he'd promised, he'd even taken a cab to make it faster. A letter from him. Yes. She knew what it would contain, don't come. But she'd go anyway. She didn't want to hear what the letter had to say, she wouldn't listen to it. She'd go anyway, yes, she would. No, that's not what the letter contained. Here's what it said, and she had to listen to it. I am going to Ryazan, but not right away. I have a great deal of factory business to attend to along the way. In addition to Moscow, where I have so much to do that I'll stay there about a week, I must also stop in 2 towns before Moscow and 3 towns after it, before I even get to Ryazan. How long I'll spend in each place, and where I'll be when, I can't say with any certainty. Part of my business consists in collecting some money from our commercial correspondents 214, and you know, my dear friend. Yes, that's what was in the letter, my dear friend. He repeated it several times so that I'd see he was just as favorably disposed toward me as before and harbored no ill will. Vera Pavlovna recalled how she kissed those 3 words, my dear friend. Yes, that's what it said, my dear friend. You know that when one is collecting money, it's often necessary to spend several days in a place where one had intended to be only a few hours. Therefore, I have no idea at all of when I'll reach Ryazan. I know only that it's not likely to be very soon. She recalled this letter almost word for word. What's this? Yes, he'd entirely eliminated the possibility of her clinging to him in order to remain close to him. What should she do now? Her previous words, I must go to him / were being transformed into the words but I mustn't see him / but this him didn't refer to the same person about whom she was thinking before. These words replaced all previous words. For an hour or 2 she thought, I mustn't see him. Somehow or other at some point these words managed to change into other ones, will I really want to see him? No. By the time she began to fall asleep, these words had become can it be that I'll really see him? Where's the answer? When did it disappear? Scarcely had these words emerged, when they joined with the words will I really never see him? As she finally fell asleep near dawn, she did so with the words will I really never see him again? When she awoke later that morning, in place of all previous words there remained only a struggle between 2 phrases, I won't see him and I will see him. This continued all morning. Everything else was forgotten in this struggle, everything. Won't tries to suppress will. It catches hold of it and doesn't let go, I won't see him. But will runs and gets away time and again, I will see him. Everything is forgotten, everything, in the struggle of won't to suppress will. Yes, and the big won't does suppress the little will. Then it summons to its aid another small word, so that will has nowhere to run and hide. No, I won't see him. No, I won't. Yes indeed, now these words grab hold of that fickle little will. There's no place for it to escape from them. They pinned it down between them. No, I won't see him. No, I won't. But what's this she's doing? Her hat's already on, she glances into the mirror instinctively. Is her hair in place? Yes, she sees in the mirror that she has her hat on. Out of all these words that had emerged so forcefully, there remains only will / to which is added a new phrase, no going back. There is no going back, none. Masha, don't wait for me to have dinner. I won't be dining at home today. Alexander Matveyevich hasn't yet returned from the hospital / said Stepan serenely. Indeed, why not be serene, phlegmatic? There was nothing peculiar in the fact of her appearance, not so very long ago she used to visit here quite often. I thought that would be the case. Never mind, I'll just sit here. Don't tell him I'm here. She picked up a journal. Yes, she could read, she saw that she could. As soon as the phrase no going back had emerged, as soon as the decision had been made, she felt very calm. Of course, she didn't read very much, in fact, she didn't read anything at all. She examined the room and began to put it 334 in order as if she were the mistress of the house. Of course, she didn't rearrange very much, in fact, she didn't rearrange anything, but she felt very calm. She could read as well as find something to do. She noticed that an ashtray hadn't been emptied, that the tablecloth needed adjustment, and that one chair had been left out of place. She sat there and thought, no going back, there's no other choice. A new life is beginning. She thought that for an hour or two. A new life is beginning. He'll be so surprised and happy. A new life is beginning. How fortunate we are. The bell rings. She blushes a little and smiles. Footsteps. The door opens. Vera Pavlovna. He staggers. Yes, he actually staggers. He reaches for the door handle. But she runs to him and embraces him. My dear, oh, my dear. He behaved so nobly, how much I love you. I couldn't live without you. And then? What happened next? How did they get to the other side of the room? She doesn't remember. She remembers only that she ran up to him and kissed him, but how they got across the room, she doesn't remember that, nor does he. They remember only how they got around the armchair near the table, but as to how they moved away from the door. Yes, for several seconds both heads were spinning and their vision was blurred as a result of that kiss. Veroka, my angel. My friend, I couldn't live without you. You loved me for such a long time but kept silent. How noble you are. And how noble he is, Sasha. Tell me, Veroka, tell me how it happened. I told him I couldn't live without you. Then, the very next day, yesterday in fact, he left. I wanted to go after him. All day yesterday I thought that I will do, but now, you see, I've been sitting here for some time. You've lost so much weight during these last 2 weeks, Veroka. Your hands look so pale. He kisses her hands. Yes, my dear, it was a very difficult struggle. Now I can really appreciate how much you suffered so as not to disturb my peace. How could you control yourself so well that I noticed nothing at all? You must have suffered a great deal. Yes, Veroka, it wasn't easy he says, all the while looking at her hands and kissing them. She suddenly starts laughing. Oh, how inconsiderate I am. You must be tired, Sasha, and very hungry. She frees herself from him and runs out. Where are you going, Veroka? She makes no reply. She's gone to the kitchen. Hurriedly, cheerily, she says to Stepan, serve dinner for 2, as soon as possible. At once. Where are the plates and other things? Let me have them. ILL. 335. Carry them in and set the table while you bring in the food. Alexander's so tired from his work at the hospital that we must serve his dinner right away. She comes in carrying plates on which knives, forks, and spoons are rattling. Ha, Hal my dear. The most urgent concern of 2 lovers at their first meeting is to have their dinner at once. Ha, Hal ha. He laughs too as he helps her set the table. He helps a little, but hinders more than helps because he keeps on kissing her hands. Ah, Veroka, how pale your hands look. He says, kissing them again. They kiss and laugh. But Sasha, you must sit down at the table and behave yourself. Stepan serves the soup. At dinner she tells him how everything happened. Ha, Hal my dear. How we 2 lovers eat. The truth is, I didn't eat a thing all day yesterday. Stepan comes in with the last course. Stepan, I'm afraid I haven't left you anything for dinner. Well, Vera Pavlovna. I'll just have to buy myself something to eat from the shop. Never mind, Stepan. From now on you'll know to prepare enough for 2 besides yourself. Sasha, where's your cigar case? Give it to me. She cuts a cigar and lights it before giving it to him. Have a smoke, my dear, meanwhile I'll go make us some coffee. Or would you prefer tea? No, my dear, our dinners must be better. You and Stepan have paid them too little attention. She comes back 5 minutes later and Stepan brings in the tea service. Upon her return she notices that Alexander's cigar has gone out. Ha, Hal my dear. You've been daydreaming without me. He laughs. Go ahead, smoke. She says, and lights the cigar again. Remembering all this, Vera Pavlovna laughs even now. How prosaic our romance was. Our first meeting and soup, our heads spinning from the first kiss and a hearty appetite. What a love scene. How amusing. Yes, his eyes were shining. Then again, they still shine like that. And how many tears dropped onto my hands, which were so pale then. They aren't any longer, of course. In fact, my hands are rather beautiful. He's right about that. Looking at her hands, Vera Pavlovna lowers them to her lap so that they appear under a light negligee. Once again she thinks, he's right about that / and smiles. She slides her hand slowly to her breast and firmly presses it there. Vera Pavlovna thinks, he is right. Oh, what on earth am I remembering? Vera Pavlovna keeps on thinking and laughing. What am I doing? As if it were connected to these recollections. Oh, no. That first meeting dinner, the kissing of hands, my laughter, and his, tears falling on my pale hands, all this. 336. Was completely original. I sat down to pour tea. Stepan, have you no cream? Can't you get us some good cream from somewhere? No, there's no time. Probably you can't anyway. So be it. But tomorrow we'll get some. Do smoke, my dear, you keep forgetting about your cigar. Even before tea was finished, the terrible clanging of the bell was heard. 2 students came flying into the room, failing even to notice her in their great haste. Alexander Matveyevich. There's a very interesting patient. They cry out, gasping for breath. They've just brought him in. He's got a very rare complication. Lord knows the Latin term to designate the patient's fascinating disease. It's very curious, Alexander Matveyevich. Your help's needed at once. Every moment is critical. We even took a cab to get here faster. Go ahead, dear, hurry up / she said. It was only then that the students noticed her and paid their respects. A moment later they swept their professor off with them. It didn't take him long to get ready. He was still wearing his military jacket. 2:15 she hurried him along. Will you come over to my place afterward? She asked as she said goodbye. Yes. She waited for a long time that evening. It was 10 o'clock and he still hadn't returned. Then it turned 11. No need to wait any longer. What's this all about? Of course she wasn't the least bit worried that something might have happened to him. But it does show how long he was detained by the very interesting patient. What about that poor patient? Is he still alive? Did Sasha manage to save him? Yes, indeed, Sasha was detained for a very long time. He came back only at 9 o'clock the following morning, having stayed at the hospital until 4 a.m. It was a very difficult and interesting case, Viroka. Did you save him? Yes. Why did you get up so early? I haven't been to bed. You haven't been to bed? You haven't slept all night so as not to be late coming here? You heathen. Be so good as to go home at once and sleep until dinner without fate, so that when I arrive I find you still asleep. 2 minutes later he was sent packing. Such were their first 2 meetings. But their second dinner together. 215 cn 109 above. 337. Was as it should be. They related their histories to each other in a reasonable manner. God knows what they'd said the day before. They laughed, grew pensive, and sympathized with each other. Each considered that the other must have suffered more. In about a week and a half they rented a small dacha on Kameny Island and settled down there. 6. It's not very often that Vera Pavlovna recalls the past of her new love. Yes, there's so much life in the present that little time remains for reminiscences. But when she does recall the past, then sometimes, at first, of course, it was only sometimes, but later it was more frequently. With every reminiscence she felt a certain dissatisfaction. At first it was weak, passing, and vague. With whom? At what? Then it became clear to her with whom. She was dissatisfied with herself. For what? She could already see which trait of her own character this dissatisfaction sprang from. Yes, she was very proud. But was she dissatisfied with herself only for the past? At first, yes, but lately she's noticed that her dissatisfaction also relates to the present. How strange this feeling seemed when it began to appear. It was as if it were not she, Vera Pavlovna Kirsanova, who personally felt this dissatisfaction, rather, it was as if the dissatisfaction of thousands and millions of people were being reflected in her. It was not as if she were dissatisfied with herself, but that these thousands and millions of people were dissatisfied with themselves through her. Who were these thousands and millions of people? Why were they dissatisfied? If, as before, she were living alone and thinking alone, this feeling would probably not have been so evident. But now she was constantly with her husband, they thought together all the time, and his presence was mixed in with all her other thoughts. This fact helped her considerably to decipher her feeling. He himself couldn't explain the riddle directly, as long as this feeling was obscure to her, it was even more so to him. He found it difficult to conceive how she could feel this discontent that in no way darkened her personal satisfaction and didn't even touch anything personal. This was all very strange to him, 100 times more obscure than it was to her. Nevertheless, she was helped considerably by the fact that she constantly thought about her husband, was with him constantly, looked at him, thought together with him. She began to notice that when this feeling of dissatisfaction came upon her, it was always accompanied by a comparison. In fact, it consisted of this. 338. Comparison between her and her husband. Then there flashed before her mind the precise word, difference, an offensive difference. Now she understood. 7. Sasha, how nice that N is 216. Vera Pavlovna mentioned the name of that OFFICER, the one in her horrible dream through whom she wanted to make Tumberlik's acquaintance. Point 217. He brought me a new poem that isn't likely to be published very so, 218, said Vera Pavlovna at dinner. We'll read it right after dinner, all right? I waited for you, I do everything together with you, Sasha. But I do really like to read it. What kind of poem is it? You'll see. We'll find out whether it's any good. N says that the author is reasonably satisfied with it. They settle down in her room and she begins to read. Oh, the little box is brimming over with calico and brocade. Take pity, my sweetheart. On the young man's shoulder. Point 219. Now I can see, said Kirsanov, after hearing several dozen lines, that he's done it in a new style. But clearly it's his, Nekrasov's, right? I am very glad you waited for me. So you should be, said Vera Pavlovna. They read the short poem through twice. Thanks to their friendship with one of the author's acquaintances, it had come into their hands about 3 years before it was actually published. Do you know which lines affected me the most? Vera Pavlovna asked after she and her husband had read through several passages of the poem a few more times. It's not the verses in the main section of the poem, but others that attracted my attention. It's when Katya's waiting for her suitor's return and is pining. I would perish, unconsolable, if there were time to grieve. But the time is busy and hurried. I must finish up 10 different things. However often it happens that a young married peasant woman can no longer endure, still the hay falls under the scythe, and the rye glitters under the sickle. With all her strength and might, she has threshed in the morning and has spread the flax till dark at night. Over the dewy meadows. 2.20. 339. These lines aren't the main ones in the narrative, they're merely a prelude to the part where the worthy Katya dreams about her life with Vanya. But my thoughts are drawn to these verses. Yes, that scene is one of the best in the poem, even though these lines don't occupy a very prominent place in it. That means they must have coincided with your own thoughts. What are they? Just this, Sasha. You and I have often said that a woman's constitution is all but superior to a man's, therefore women will most likely force men to take a secondary role in intellectual life. Once the age of brute force has passed. 2.21 You and I reached this conclusion through observation of human life. There one can meet more women than men who've been endowed with native intelligence. So it seemed to both of us. You've even confirmed this conclusion with evidence from anatomy and physiology. What insulting things you're saying about men. You've gone even further than I have, Viroka, and I find it insulting. It's a good thing that the future we both predict is still quite a way off. Or else I'd completely reject your opinion so as not to be forced to take a secondary role. Besides, Viroka, this is merely a probability. Science has yet to collect sufficient data to resolve this question once and for all. Of course, my dear. We were talking about why it is that so far historical facts contradict this conclusion, which is so likely, given our observation of private life and given the structure of the human organism. To the present day women have played a very insignificant role in intellectual life because the age of brute force has deprived them of the means to develop and of the reasons to strive for development. This explanation is sufficient. Yet here's another similar case. Judging by the amount of physical strength a woman's organism is much weaker, yet it's more resilient. Isn't that correct? That point is much less dubious than the question of her natural endowment of intellect. Yes, indeed, a woman's organism is more resilient. It can better resist destructive material forces such as climate, weather, and unsatisfactory food. Medicine and physiology have paid too little attention to a detailed study of this question up to now, but statistics have already provided an indisputable general answer. The average life expectancy of a woman is greater than that of a man. From this it's obvious that the female organism is more resilient. It's even more obvious considering the fact that in general a woman's way of life is still much less healthy than a man's. There's additional evidence provided by physiology to support your conclusion. A woman reaches her full maturity somewhat earlier than a man. Let's assume that a woman's growth ends at about age 20, a man's ends at about 25 given our climate and our race. And let's assume also approximately, that the same proportion of women live until the age of 70 as men live until 65. If we consider the difference in periods of development, the preponderance of resilience in the female organism appears much stronger than even statistics would demonstrate, not taking into consideration the difference in their ages of maturity. 70 years is 3.5 times 20. 65 years must be divided by 25. How much is that? Why, a little more than 2.5 times, yes, 2 6/10. In other words, a woman lives 3.5 times her age of maturity while a man lives only 2.5 times his. The resilience of her organism can therefore be measured by this proportion. Indeed, the difference is greater than I had assumed from my reading. Yes, but I chose merely 2 examples and used approximate figures speaking from memory. However, the thrust of the conclusion is much the same as I've indicated. Statistics have already demonstrated that the female organism is more resilient. You've read these conclusions only in life expectancy tables. If you add physiological evidence to the statistical data, then the difference emerges as much greater. That's so, Sasha. Then consider what I've been thinking, since now it seems even clearer to me. I've been thinking that if the female organism endures destructive material forces with greater resilience, then it's very likely that she should find it easier to survive moral distress as well. But in fact that's not what we see. Yes, that conclusion is likely. Of course it's still only a hypothesis, it's yet to be studied and special facts have yet to be collected. However, your conclusion emerges so closely from indisputable facts that 341. It's difficult to question it. The resilience of the organism is very closely connected with the strength of the nervous system. It's most likely that a woman's nerves are more elastic and more durable. If that's so, they ought to tolerate distress and painful feelings with greater ease and endurance. In practice, we see all too many examples of the opposite. A woman is frequently tormented by something that a man can bear quite easily. Science has yet to analyze thoroughly the reasons why, given our historical situation, we can observe phenomena that contradict what should be expected from the structure of the organism itself. One reason is obvious: it pervades all historical phenomena and all aspects of contemporary existence. That's the strength of prejudice, bad habit, false expectation, and false fear. If a person thinks, "I can't / then he really can't." Women have been told, "You're weak." Therefore, they feel weak and really turn out to be so. You know examples when perfectly healthy people have wasted away and died as a result of the idea that they were supposed to grow weak and die. There are similar examples that affect whole masses of people, nations, humanity. Military history presents us with one of the most striking of these. During the Middle Ages, the infantry imagined that it couldn't stand up against the cavalry, and so it really couldn't. Whole armies of infantrymen were dispersed like flocks of sheep by a few hundred riders until the English infantry appeared on the continent. It consisted of proud, independent, small landowners who had no fear and who yielded to no one without a fight. As soon as these men, lacking the belief that they should flee in the face of cavalrymen, arrived in France, a cavalry that greatly outnumbered them was defeated at every engagement. You recall the famous defeat of the French cavalry by the small army of English infantrymen at Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt. 222. The same story was repeated when the Swiss infantry decided that there was absolutely no reason for them to consider themselves weaker than the feudal cavalry. The Austrians, and later the Burgundian cavalry, much more numerous, began to suffer defeat at their hands at every engagement. 223. Then all the other cavalries tried to do battle with them. They were all constantly defeated. At that point everyone realized that infantry was stronger than cavalry, and of course it was. Yet whole centuries had passed when the infantry was very weak compared to the cavalry, merely because it considered itself so. Yes, Sasha, that's true. We are weak because we consider ourselves so. But it seems to me that there's another reason. I want to talk about myself and about you. Tell me, my dear, did I change very much during the 2 weeks you didn't see me? You were so upset. The change might have seemed greater than it was, or was it really so great? How do you recall it now? Yes, you really were quite pale and thin then. You see, my dear, I now realize that it's precisely this that irritates my pride. You loved me very deeply. Why wasn't that struggle reflected in you with obvious symptoms? No one noticed that you'd grown pale or thin during those months after we separated. Why did you endure it so easily? So that's why those verses about Katya's overcoming her grief through work made such an impression on you. You want to know whether I myself have ever experienced the truth of this observation. Yes, it's entirely justified. I endured the struggle so easily because I had no time for it. When I did pay attention to it, I suffered a great deal, but daily necessity compelled me to forget all about it most of the time. I had to take care of my patients and prepare for my lectures. During this time, like it or not, I had some unwilling respite from my thoughts. On those rare days when I had a few hours to spare, I felt as if my strength were failing me. I think that if I'd had to spend a week alone with my thoughts, I would have gone mad. Absolutely, my dear. I've just realized that that's the whole secret of the difference between you and me. A person must have the kind of work that can be neither neglected nor postponed. A person is incomparably stronger. But you had lots of work to do then, just as you do now. Ah, Sasha, is my work really so pressing? I attend to it whenever I want, as much as I want. If I feel like it, I can cut it very short or postpone it altogether. To pay attention to work when my thoughts are in turmoil requires special willpower, only that could force me to work. I find no support in necessity. For example, I run the household and spend a great deal of time on it. But 9/10 of the time I spend in this way is of my own choosing. With a competent servant wouldn't everything go almost as well as it does now even if I spent much less time at it myself? So who needs it, if, with a larger expenditure of my time, things go just a little bit better than if I were to spend much less time at it? The need exists only in my desire. When your 343 thoughts are at peace, you attend to these concerns. When they're in turmoil, you toss these things aside because you can get along without them. You always throw over less important things for more important ones. As soon as your feelings are roused, they drive away all thoughts of such things. I also give lessons, these are somewhat more important. I can't discard them at will. But even so, it's still right. I attend to them only when I want to. Even if I pay less attention during the course of a lesson, it's only a little less effective since teaching is too easy for me and fails to engage my mind. Besides, do I really earn my living through these lessons? Does my position really depend on them? Do they provide the principal means of support for my way of life? No, before it was Dmitri's work, and now it's yours that provides me with those means. Lessons flatter my feeling of independence and are by no means useless. Nevertheless, they entail no vital necessity for me. I tried to drive away thoughts that were tormenting me by spending more time than usual in the workshop. But once again I did it only by strength of will. I understood that my presence there was needed only for an hour or so, and that if I stayed any longer I was occupying myself with some artificial task, useful but by no means essential to the enterprise. Besides, could the enterprise in and of itself really serve as an important support for ordinary people such as me? The Rakam Tovs are a different breed. They identify with the common cause 224 to such an extent that it becomes their own necessity, filling their lives. It even comes to replace their personal life. But that's beyond us, Sasha. We're not eagles, like he is. Personal life is the only thing that's indispensable to us. Is the workshop really a part of my personal life? It's a cause, not my own, but someone else's. I work at it not for myself but for others, though perhaps also from my own convictions. But can ordinary people such as we are not eagles, can we really be concerned about others when we're in distress? Can we really be occupied by convictions when we're being tormented by feelings? No, we need a personal cause, one our life depends on, a cause that for me personally, for my way of life, for my own means, for my whole position, for my entire fate would be more important than all the impulses of my passion. Only such a cause could serve as a support in the struggle against passion, only such a cause would not be forced out of life by passion, but would itself suppress all passion. Only such a cause would provide both strength and rest. I want such a cause. Lust so, my friend, indeed said Kirsanov warmly, kissing his wife, whose eyes were sparkling with animation. Absolutely. I never thought about it until now, but it's so very simple. I never noticed it before. Yes, Viroka, no one can think for another person. If you want to lead a good life, then think for yourself, look out for yourself, because no one can do it for you. To love you as I do, yet not understand it until you explained it to me. But he continued, laughing now and still kissing his wife, why do you see this need now? Do you plan to fall in love with someone else, Viroka? Is that it? Vera Pavlovna burst into laughter, and the two of them could say nothing for some time as a result of their mirth. Yes, now we can both experience this, she began at last. Now I know for sure, and so do you, that nothing of that sort can occur to either of us. But seriously, do you know what I think now, my dear? If my love for Dmitri was not that of a fully developed person, then he really didn't love me in the way you and I understand the meaning of that word. His feeling was a combination of very strong affection for me as a friend and fleeting bursts of passion toward me as a woman. He felt a personal friendship for me in particular, but these bursts of passion were directed at women in general. They had little relation to me personally. No, that wasn't love. Was he ever preoccupied with thoughts of me? No, he wasn't. On his side just as on mine there was no real love. You're being unfair to him, Viroka. No, Sasha, it's true. There's no point in our singing his praises. We both know how much we respect him, we also know that no matter how easy he said it was for him, it really wasn't. Why, you two said that you found it easy to struggle against your passion. That's just splendid and not made up, but one shouldn't take such repeated assurances literally. Oh my friend, I understand how you suffered. This is how strongly I feel it. Viroka, you'll strangle me. Now confess, in addition to your strength of feeling, you also wanted to show me your physical strength. Yes, you're very strong. And with a chest like that, how could you be anything but? My dear Sasha. 8. Sasha, you didn't even let me get to what I wanted to talk about. Vera Pavlovna began some 2 hours later when they sat down to tea. I didn't let you. Am I to blame? Of course you are. And who started fooling around? Well, aren't you ashamed? Of what? 345. That it was I who started fooling around. Fi. To compromise a modest woman so by your indifference. 225. Indeed? And I thought that you preached equality. If that's true, then there's equality of initiative. Ha, Hal, what learned talk? Are you really accusing me of illogicality? 226. Don't I try to maintain equality of initiative as well? Well, Sasha, now I'm taking the initiative in resuming the serious conversation that we interrupted. Take it, but I refuse to follow your lead. Now I'll take the initiative and continue to interrupt. Give me your hand. But Sasha, we must finish talking. We'll have time for that tomorrow. Right now, as you see, I'm much too interested in investigating this hand. 9. Sasha, let's finish the discussion we interrupted yesterday. It's important because I'm planning to go with you and you must know why, said Vera Pavlovna the next morning. With me? You're going with me? Of course. You asked me, Sasha, why I needed a cause that my life could seriously hinge on, one that I'd value as much as you value your life's work, one that would be just as demanding and would require as much attention from me as yours does from you. My dear, I need such a cause because I'm so very proud. For some time I've been burdened and embarrassed by the memory that my emotional struggle was so obvious and unendurable. You know, I'm not talking about how painful it was. Your struggle wasn't very easy for you to bear, either. That all depends on the strength of the feeling, and I mustn't regret now that the struggle was so painful, since that would also mean regretting that the feeling was so strong. No. But why did I lack the firm support that you possess to resist the strength of that feeling? I want such a support, too. This merely suggested an idea to me, but of course the genuine need also exists. I want to be equal to you in all respects. That's the main thing. I've found my cause. After I said goodbye to you yesterday, I thought about it for a long time and got the idea yesterday morning, without you. I wanted to confer with you yesterday as with a good friend, but you betrayed my confidence in your reliability. Now it's too late for consultations, I've made my decision. Yes, Sasha, you'll have to go to a great deal of trouble for me, we'll be so happy, my dear, if I'm sure I'm capable of it. Yes, now Vera Pavlovna has found her life's work, one she could never have conceived of before. Her Alexander's hand would constantly be in hers, therefore, her path would be easy. Lopukhov had in no way hindered her, or she him, but that was that. No, there was more than that, of course, much more. She always felt sure, whenever she needed his support, that his arm, together with his head, would always be at her disposal. But only together with his head. Lopukhov didn't begrudge offering her his head, just as he did his arm, that is, on important matters and at critical moments his arm and his head were just as available and reliable as Kirsanov's. 227 He'd shown this all too well by the Marieg when he sacrificed for her all his cherished notions of a scholarly career and wasn't afraid to risk going hungry. Yes, when the matter was important, Lopukhov's arm was offered. But this arm was generally rather distant. Vera Pavlovna was organizing her workshop. Had she needed his help in any way, he'd have given it gladly. But why had he done so little? He'd merely refrained from interfering, he approved and rejoiced. He had his own life and she had hers. Now it was different. Kirsanov didn't wait to be asked to participate in everything she did. He was as interested as she was in her everyday life, just as she was in his. She had an entirely different relationship than that with her first husband, consequently she felt as if she had new sources of activity. Thoughts began to arise within her and assume a practical necessity that had been known to her on a theoretical level but had never really affected her inner life. What one can't do, one doesn't even contemplate seriously. The following ideas were those that Vera Pavlovna now began to consider actively and that served as the motivation for her activity. X. Almost all paths of civil life are formally closed to women. Many, almost all, are closed to us in practice, even those paths of social activity not barred by formal obstacles. Of all spheres of life we are crowded into only one, family life, to be a member of a family, and that's LL. Besides this, what other occupations are open to women? Perhaps only that of governess or tutor, if men are kind enough to leave us anything. This single path is very crowded, we get in one another's way because there are too many of us. This way can scarcely provide us with independence because there are too many of us offering our SEI vices. No single one of us is ever needed simply because there are too many available. Who really values governesses? You need only advertise that you're looking for one and dozens of us, hundreds of us arrive, each trying to get the place away from the others. No, until women strive to branch out in different ways, they'll never enjoy independence. Of course, it's difficult to forge a new path. But in this respect I'm in a particularly advantageous situation. I should be ashamed not to make use of it. Women haven't been prepared for serious pursuits. I don't know how much help I need to prepare myself, but I do know that no matter how much I need his daily help, he'll be here with me. Nor will this be a burden for him, it'll be as enjoyable for him as it will for me. Many paths of independent activity that haven't been closed to us by law are barred by social custom. But of those paths, I can embark on any one I choose, as long as I've resolved to endure the initial opposition of social convention. One such path is considerably more familiar to me than all others. My husband is a doctor. Since he spends all his free time with me, it should be easy for me to attempt to become a doctor, too. It's very important indeed to have women doctors. 228 They would prove very useful to all women. It's much easier for a woman to talk to another woman than to a man. How much unhappiness, suffering, and death could be avoided. I must try. 11. Vera Pavlovna finished this conversation with her husband by putting on her hat and accompanying him to the hospital to test her NMVE. Could she stand the sight of blood and would she be able to study anatomy? Given Kirsanov's position in the hospital, there were, of course, no obstacles to her undertaking such an experiment. Without feeling the least bit ashamed, I've compromised Vera Pavlovna many times from a poetical standpoint. For example, I haven't concealed the fact that she dines every day, generally with a hearty appetite, and besides that, she takes tea twice a day. But now I've reached a point where, despite the shameless depravity of my conceptions, I'm beset by timidity and begin to wonder, might it not be better to hide this? What will people think of a woman who proves to be capable of studying medicine? She must have both coarse nerves and a hard heart. She's not really a woman, but a butcher. Considering, however, that I haven't been presenting my characters as ideals of perfection, I calmed down. Let people judge as they please the coarseness of Vera Pavlovna's nature. What do I care? Is she coarse? So be it. Therefore I can declare very cold-bloodedly that she's discovered an enormous difference between idle observation and active work, both for her own good and for the sake of others. I remember how frightened I was when, as a 12-year-old child who'd never seen a fire, I was suddenly awakened by the very loud noise of a general fire alarm. The whole sky was ablaze and scorching hot, charred logs were flying through the air of our large provincial town, there was a terrible uproar, much running about, and very loud shouting. I shook feverishly. Fortunately I managed to get to the fire, taking advantage of the fact that everyone at home was in a state of great confusion. The fire was moving along the embankment, that is, along the shore. There wasn't really an embankment. The shore was piled with firewood and bast. 29 young children my own age grabbed hold of these things and dragged them away from the burning houses. I took part, too. What had become of my fear? I worked very diligently until we were told, enough. The dangers passed. From that time on I knew that if one is afraid of a large fire, then one must run toward it and work very hard, one will no longer be afraid. He who works has no time to be affrighted or to feel revulsion or disgust. And so Vera Pavlovna took up medicine. She was one of the first women of my acquaintance who began to work in this new area. As she did this she really began to feel herself becoming a different person. She thought, in a few years I'll be able to stand on my own 2 feet. That's a splendid thought. There's no real happiness without total independence. Poor women. There are so few of you who experience this happiness. And so a year goes by, another year will pass, then a third, since her marriage to Kirsanov, and Vera Pavlovna's days will continue to pass as they do now only 1 year after her wedding, as they have since the wedding itself. Many years will go by in the same way, unless something special occurs. Who knows what the future holds? But up to the time I write these lines, nothing like that has happened. Vera Pavlovna's days pass just as they did then, a year or 2 after her marriage to Kirsanov. After relaying the terribly compromising information about Vera Pavlovna's plan to study medicine and her ability to do so, it's easy for me to talk about anything now. Nothing else could harm her as much in the public's estimation. I must say that now on Chernyshevsky Street, just as previously on Vasilievsky Island, Vera's day is punctuated by 3 meals, morning tea, dinner, and evening tea. Yes, she's maintained her unpoetic habit of dining every day and taking tea twice a day. Moreover, she even finds this enjoyable. In fact, she's maintained all her unpoetic, unrefined, and unseemly habits. Many other things in this new tranquil period have remained as they were in the previous one. The division of rooms into neutral and non-neutral space is the same, as well as the rule not to enter each other's non-neutral space without permission. The rule also remains in force not to repeat a question it in reply to the first time it was posed. A person is told, "Don't ask." They agree that such an answer shouldn't inspire any further thought about that question, rather the question should be forgotten. They remain convinced that if a question deserved an answer, there would be no need to ask it, since everything would have been made perfectly clear without any questions, and the fact that a person is silent shouldn't mean anything in particular. All this remains the same in this new serene period, just as it was before. However, now, in the new serene period, everything is slightly altered, no, not altered, but not quite the same as it was before, and their life is really quite different. For example, the neutral and non-neutral rooms are strictly divided, but permission to enter a non-neutral room at a certain time of day has been granted once and for all. That's because 2 of their 3 daily meals have been moved to non-neutral rooms. They customarily have morning tea in her room and evening tea in his. Evening tea is conducted without any special ceremony. The servant, still the same Stepan, brings the samovar and tea service into Alexander's room, and that's all. But with morning tea there's now a special procedure. Stepan places the samovar and tea service on a table in the neutral space. 350. Closest to Vera Pavlovna's room, then he tells Alexander Matveyevich that tea is served, that is if he finds Alexander Matveyevich in his own study. And if he doesn't? Then Stepan has no need to announce it, let them remember that it's time for tea. So in accordance with this custom they've made a rule that every morning Vera Pavlovna waits for her husband without his having to ask permission to enter. She really can't manage without her Sasha. Everyone will understand why as soon as I describe how she wakes up. Upon awakening she luxuriates in her warm bed, too lazy to get up she lies there thinking and not thinking, dozing and not dozing. If she's thinking then it's about something related to that day or the next few days or something connected to the household, the workshop, her acquaintances' plans, or else how to organize her day. In other words, she's not dozing. But in addition there are two other considerations, and 3 years after her marriage there appeared still a third, which is now nestled in her arms, Mitya, named after her friend Dmitri, of course. Point 230. And those two other considerations are: first, the pleasant thought that her career now provides her with complete independence in life, and second, her Sasha. This latter couldn't even be called a special consideration since it was part and parcel of everything she thought about, because he participated in her entire life. When this idea, not a very special one but an ever-present one, stands alone in her mind, it very often and at great length does so, what should one call it? Is it a thought or a daydream? Is she asleep or awake? Her eyes are half closed, her cheeks slightly flushed as in sleep. Yes, she is dozing. Now you can see for yourself why very often time passes so quickly that Vera Pavlovna hardly has time to get up and take a bath. This has been conveniently arranged and took considerable effort. It was necessary to run pipes from the kitchen faucet and the boiler into her room. And to tell the truth, rather a great deal of firewood is expended on this luxury. But what of it? She can allow herself this extravagance now. Yes, very often Vera Pavlovna manages to take a bath and then lie down again to rest, lounging until Sasha's arrival. Frequently, perhaps even more often, she lies there daydreaming and half dozing without having decided to bathe when Sasha comes in. How nice it is to take a bath every morning. At first the water is so very hot, then the hot's turned off, the other faucet's turned on, and the cold water starts to trickle in. Slowly, imperceptibly, the water in the bath begins to cool. How splendid! A half hour, sometimes more. Sometimes a whole hour goes by, and still she doesn't want to leave her bath. Then, all on her own, without a servant, she gets dressed. It's much nicer that way. All on her own, that is, unless she's dozed the time away. And if she has, then there's no way to escape it. Escape from what? From Sasha's playing the role of maid. Sasha's awfully funny. Perhaps not even the mysterious touch of the whispering guest singer's hand 231 could force the words "this is so embarrassing" to appear in her imaginary diary. In any case, her sweetheart takes upon himself the established duty of attending to morning tea. There really was no other way. Sasha was absolutely right when he said that it should be so organized, because it was very pleasant to have one's morning tea, that is, mostly cream warmed by the addition of a small amount of very strong tea, in bed. Sasha would fetch the tea service. Yes, that occurred more often than his having to come in with it 232, and he would officiate while she lounged in bed. After drinking her fill, she'd continue to recline, now no longer in bed, but on her little sofa. It was so wide, but most of all it was very soft, almost like a feather bed. She'd rest until 10 or 11 o'clock, when Sasha had to leave for the hospital, the clinic, or the academic auditorium. Over his last cup of tea Sasha would light up a cigar, and one of them would remark to the other, "Let's get to work, or enough of this. Now to work." What kind of work? A lesson or review session for Vera Pavlovna, of course. Sasha is her medical tutor, but his help is needed even more to prepare her for examinations in those subjects in the gymnasium course which she found too tedious to study alone. A really awful one was mathematics. Latin was almost as tedious, but there was no choice. She had to suffer with both, but not too much. The examination to replace a gymnasium certificate for entrance into the medical academy really required little, very little. For example, I can't guarantee that Vera Pavlovna will ever be proficient enough in Latin to be able to translate even 2 lines of Cornelius Nepos 233, but she can already understand the Latin phrases that occur in medical books, because this knowledge is essential for her, though not very profound. No, enough of this. I see that I'm compromising Vera Pavlovna beyond belief. No doubt the Perspica. 13. A digression on blue stockings 234. A blue stocking. An extreme example of a blue stocking. I can't stand a blue stocking. Stupid and boring is the blue stocking. Cries the perspicacious reader with considerable heat, not all unwarranted. My, how attached we've become, the perspicacious reader and I. He insulted me, I threw him out on his ear twice, and still we go on exchanging our innermost thoughts. A secret attraction of hearts. What can we do about it? 0. Perspicacious reader / I reply, you're right. A blue stocking is genuinely stupid and boring and impossible to bear. You guessed it? But you haven't figured out who the blue stocking is. You'll see soon, as if in a mirror. A blue stocking holds forth self-confidently and with unreasonable affectation about literature and other learned things about which he knows absolutely nothing. He does so not because he has any interest in these matters, but merely to show off his intelligence, which, as it happens, he did not receive from nature, his sublime aspirations, of which he has as many as the chair on which he sits, and his education, of which he has as much as a parrot. Do you see whose ugly mug and sleek figure are reflected in that mirror? Yours, my friendy. Yes, however much you grow your beard or however carefully you shave it off, you're still undoubtedly and indisputably a genuine blue stocking. That's why I tossed you out on your ear twice, merely because I can't stand blue stockings, a type 10 times more prevalent among my fellow men than among women. Anyone who is purposefully engaged in some kind of work, no matter what, and no matter what kind of clothes this person wears, men's or women's, that person is simply someone engaged in his work. That's all there is to it. 14. This conversation about blue stockings has been very useful for the perspicacious reader, who is one himself, but it's taken me away from my account of how Vera Pavlovna spends her days now. Now what does that mean? Whatever you like, from the time she moved to Chernyshevsky Street to the present. But, as a matter of fact, why continue this description? Merely to indicate that the change that had begun to affect the tenor of Vera Pavlovna's evenings ever since she renewed her acquaintance with Kirsanov on Vasilievsky Island had so evolved that now the Kirsanovs constituted the center of a rather large circle of young families living as harmoniously and happily as they do, and according to the same ideas. Music and singing, opera and poetry, parties and dances fill the spare evenings of these families, because every evening there's a gathering at the home of one or another of them, or an event arranged elsewhere for those who wish. Usually about half the entire circle is in attendance at these gatherings, and at other occasions, the Kirsanovs, like the others, spend about half their evenings in this animated way. There's no more to say about it, it's all very clear. There's one thing, however, that unfortunately is all too deserving of detailed comment if many people are to understand it. Each one of us, even if he hasn't experienced it but just read about it, knows the difference for a young man or woman between an evening that is simply that and an evening spent with a sweetheart, between an opera you simply enjoy and one that you attend in the company of your beloved. There's a very big difference indeed. That's well known. But what's experienced by very few is the fact that the fascination that love imparts need not be a momentary phenomenon in a person's life. This bright light of our life need not illuminate merely the period of search and aspiration which we can simply call courtship or wooing. No, this period should really be only the dawning, gentle and beautiful in and of itself, but merely the harbinger of a day that shines with incomparably more light and warmth than the dawn. Its light and warmth will grow and grow, especially the warmth, and will keep on growing long past noon. This wasn't always so. Often when lovers were united, the poetry of their love would quickly disappear. Now, among those who are called contemporary people, 235, it's not like that at all. After they unite their love, the longer they live together, the more they're illuminated and warmed by its poetry, until the end of the day, when their solicitude for their growing children will engulf all other concerns. Then this solicitude, much sweeter than personal enjoyment alone, takes precedence, but up to that time the personal enjoyment keeps growing. What people used to experience for only a few fleeting months, contemporary people manage to preserve for many, many years. Why is this so? It's a secret, but I suppose I can reveal it to you. It's a fine secret, easily applied and not difficult to use, but one must have both a pure heart and an honest soul, as well as a contemporary notion of the rights of man and respect for the freedom of the individual live with H. That's LL. It's no more a secret than that. Regard your wife as you did your bride, recognize that at any moment she has the right to say I'm dissatisfied with you. Get away from me. Regard her thus, and 9 years after your marriage she'll still inspire in you the same poetic feeling she did as a bride. No, it will be even more poetic and more ideal in the good sense of that word. Acknowledge her freedom just as openly and formally with no reservations as you recognize your friend's rights to value or spurn your friendship. Then 10 years or even 20 after your marriage you'll be just as dear to her as you were when you were a bridegroom. That's how contemporary men and women live today. An enviable situation. That's because they're completely honest with each other. 10 years after their marriage they love each other more passionately and poetically than they did on their wedding day. During those 10 years neither has ever given the other a false kiss or uttered a false word. A lie has never crossed his lips was written about a character in a certain book. There's no falsehood in his heart was also said about a character in a certain book. Perhaps the same 1.236 people read that book and think what astonishing moral virtue is ascribed to him. Those who wrote that book thought we've described the sort of person who'll surprise everyone. Those who wrote it didn't foresee, and those who read it don't understand, that contemporary people don't admit into their circle of acquaintances anyone who doesn't possess such a soul. They have no lack of friends whom they consider nothing more than contemporary people, worthy but very ordinary. There's but one regret: at the present time for every contemporary person there are at least a dozen or more antediluvian types. It's only natural after all that the antediluvian world should be populated by antediluvians. 15. We've been living together 3 years now. Before it used to be 1 year, then too soon it'll be 4, and so on. Yet we still act like lovers who see each other infrequently and secretly. Where did people come up with the idea, Sasha, that love fades when nothing really prevents people from belonging entirely to one another? These people didn't know true love, only erotic self-love or fantasy. Real love begins only when people begin to live together. Could it be that you've noticed something of this kind in me? I've noticed something much more curious than that. In another 3 years you'll forget all about your medicine. 3 years after that you'll forget how to read. Of all your faculties pertaining to intellectual life only one will remain, your vision, and even then you'll forget how to see anything else but me. Such conversations didn't last very long and didn't occur too frequently, but still they did take place. Yes, love grows stronger each year. Have you heard those tales about the opium eaters? Their passion increases every year. Someone who's once tasted the delight that Poseidon offers can only go on to experience it to a greater and greater degree. Yes. All strong passions are like that. The more they develop, the stronger they grow. Satiety. Passion doesn't know satiety, it knows only temporary relief. Only idle fantasy knows satiety, not the heart or the real vital person, only the spoiled dreamer who's retreated from life. As if my appetite were weakened or my taste dulled because I don't stroke myself, but instead have no trouble eating very well every day. On the contrary, my taste develops because my table has so much to offer. I lose my appetite only with life itself. One can't live without it. This is clearly gross materialism, I observe, together with the perspicacious reader. Can human nature provide for an attachment to grow weaker for it not to develop with time? When is friendship better and sweeter, a week, a year, or 20 years after it began? It's essential that people choose well so that they're really suited to be friends with each other. These conversations are perpetual but occur not too often. They're brief and infrequent. Indeed, why talk about this a great deal or very often? The following kind of conversation, however, occurred more frequently and lasted longer. Sasha, what a great support your love is to me. Through it I am becoming independent and casting off all reliance even on you, yes, even on you. But what has my love brought to you? Me? No less than to you. It gives my nerves a strong, constant, healthy stimulus that inevitably leads to the development of my entire 356 NEIVU system. Gross materialism, I observe once again, touched her with the perspicacious reader. Therefore, both my intellectual and moral strength grow as a result of my love. Yes, Sasha, I hear this from everybody. I'm a poor witness since my own eyes are partial. But everyone else sees it, your eyes sparkle and your gaze is stronger and sharper. Viroka, why shouldn't I praise myself or not praise myself in front of you? We're now one person, and this must indeed be reflected in one's eyes. My intellect has become stronger. When I draw a conclusion from observations, or prepare a general survey of facts, I can now do in 1 hour what used to take me several hours of work. Now I can grasp far more facts than before, my conclusions are broader and fuller. Viroka, if there'd been a spark of brilliance in me, then with this new feeling I would have become a great genius. If I'd been endowed by nature with the strength to make some small innovation in science, with this feeling I would have acquired the power to revolutionize all of science. But I was born to be merely a drudge, an obscure insignificant laborer, one who works on minor, particular problems. That's the way I was even before you appeared. But now, you know, I'm no longer the same person. People have begun to expect more of me. They think I'm reorganizing one entire important branch of science, the theory of the function of the NEIVU system. Now I feel that I'll fulfill their expectations. At the age of 24 a man's outlook is broader and bolder than at 29, later he would say at 30, 32, etc., but back then I was lacking in these powers, as compared to now. Yet I feel that I'm still growing, whereas without you growth would have stopped long ago. In fact, I hadn't been growing for the last 2 or 3 years before we started living together. You've given me back the vitality of my early youth, the strength to move beyond where I would have stopped, where I'd already stopped without you. What about the energy of work, Viroka? Doesn't that mean quite a lot? Labor takes on passionate exhilaration when one's whole life is organized that way. You know how a cup of coffee or a glass of wine affects the mental energy of work, the kind of stimulation they provide to other people for an hour, followed by a letdown proportionate to that external, temporary excitement, I now feel all the time. My NEIVES are constantly so attuned, they're strong and vital. Gross materialism yet again, we observe and so on. And these conversations occurred even more frequently and lasted longer. A person who hasn't yet experienced how love stimulates all of a person's powers hasn't known true love. 357. Love consists of promoting someone else's development and of developing oneself. Anyone who has no active powers will be endowed with them by love. Anyone who has them already will be given the means to use them. Only a man who helps his beloved wife rise to independence truly loves her. Only a person whose mind grows brighter and whose hands grow stronger knows true love. Conversations such as the following are very frequent. My dear, I am now reading Boccaccio 237. What immorality! We observe with the perspicacious reader. A woman reading Boccaccio. Why, only the two of us can do that. Besides, I also note the following, in 5 minutes a woman could hear more genuine nastiness, albeit of a very proper kind, from the mouth of a perspicacious reader than she could find in all of Boccaccio. Furthermore, of course, she wouldn't hear from the reader one single bright, fresh, pure thought, of which Boccaccio has so very many. You were right, my dear, when you said how enormously talented he was. Some of his stories, in my opinion, deserve to be placed alongside the best dramas by Shakespeare in terms of their profundity and subtle psychological analysis. How do you find the comical stories, where he stands so little on ceremony? A few of them are amusing, but in general I find them boring, like any farce that's too crude. One must forgive him that. He lived 500 years before us. Things that seem too lewd or cheap to us now weren't considered indecent then. In the same way many of our customs and manners will seem crude and dirty in much less than 500 years. But that's beside the point. I am talking about those wonderful stories where Boccaccio seriously depicts passionate, sublime love. Those stories show his great talent best. Here's what I meant to say, Sasha. He depicts love very well and vividly, but judging from his work, one can see that in those days people didn't understand the tenderness of love as we do now. Love was not felt so strongly then, even though it's been said that his age was one when love was enjoyed most fully. No matter what. People didn't enjoy love then even half as much as we do now. Their feelings were too superficial, their rapture too weak and momentary. The intensity of sensation is in proportion to the level of feeling from which it evolves in the organism. If it's motivated exclusively by an external object or stimulus, it's short-lived and encompasses only one particular side of life. A person who drinks merely because he's offered a glass knows very little about the taste of wine, it affords him too little enjoyment. Pleasure is much stronger when it's rooted in the imagination and when the imagination seeks an object and motive for enjoyment. It's then that the blood runs faster, feels warmer, and conveys the sensation of much greater rapture. But this is still very weak compared to when those relations connected with rapture are rooted in the very depths of moral life. In that case the stimulation pervades the entire nervous system and excites it both forcefully and lastingly. Warmth infuses the whole being, it's not merely the beating of one's heart aroused by fantasy. No, the entire being feels extraordinary freshness and lightness. It's as if there were a change in the atmosphere, a person's breathing, as if the air becomes much purer and richer in oxygen. It's like sensations experienced on a warm sunny day, or what it feels like to be warmed by the sun. The tremendous difference is that freshness and lightness are developing in the nerves themselves and are perceived directly by them without intermediary elements weakening that caressing strength. I am very glad I gave up that harmful fashion before it was too late. It's true, nothing should hinder the circulation of the blood. But why rejoice afterward if one's skin appears softer? That's as it should be. And from what trifles? Perhaps, but such trifles spoil the legs. Socks should stay up by themselves without causing any constraint. The flow of the line then becomes harmonious and the gash disappears. It doesn't go away that fast. Even though I'd worn a corset only 3 years, I'd stopped before our life together. But the truth is that nowadays dresses pinch the waist anyway, even without a corset. But is it really true that this fashion too will pass just as the leg has healed? Surely it's going out of fashion even now and will soon pass entirely. How pleased I'll be. What an unbearable style for a dress. It's high time we understood that Greek women were smarter. We should wear dresses that are loose-fitting right from the shoulder, just as they did. The style of our dresses ruins our figures. But my own lines are recovering and I am very pleased about it. How lovely you are, Viroka. How happy I am, Sasha. His sweet speeches are like the babble of a brook. His smile and his kiss. 238. Dear friend, quench your kisses. Even without them, my blood races when I'm near you. Even without them, my face flushes, my breast heaves, and my eyes sparkle like stars at night. 239. 359. From the distance she hears the sound of a familiar voice. Oh, how familiar it is now, and it's drawing nearer and nearer. 240. We herrlich lookatet. Mir die Enitor. We glans die Son. We latched die Fleur, 241. How splendid the brightness of nature around me. How the sun shines. How the fields laugh. The field glimmers with a golden tint, the meadow is covered with flowers, and hundreds upon thousands of blossoms unfold on bushes surrounding the meadow. The forest that rises up behind grows greener, whispers, and is decked out in bright flowers. A fragrance wafts in from the field, the meadow, the shrubs, and from the flowers that fill the forest. Birds flutter in the branches of the trees, their thousands of voices float down from above together with all the fragrances. Beyond the field, meadow, shrubs, and forest there appear other fields glimmering with gold, meadows swathed in flowers, shrubs decked with blossoms stretching all the way to the distant mountains, covered with forests and lit by the sun. Here and there bright silvery, golden, purple, or translucent clouds lightly tint the brilliant azure of the sky along the horizon. The sun has just risen, nature rejoices and brings joy. It pours light and warmth, fragrance and song, love and bliss into the heart, and a song of joy and bliss, love and goodness pours forth from the heart. Oh, earth! Oh, bliss! Oh, love! Oh, splendid golden love, like morning clouds over mountain tops. O erd. Zero son. O Glück. Zero lust. O Lieb, zero Liebe. So golden schon, wie Morgenulken aufscheinen Han, 242. Oh, earth. Oh, sun. Oh, happiness. Oh, delighty. Oh, love, oh, love. So golden beautiful. Like morning clouds. Over those hills one. Now do you recognize me? Do you see that I am beautiful? You still don't. None of you yet knows me in all my beauty. Behold now what was, what is, and what shall be. Look and listen. Walperlet im glazeder purpurn wine. Wal gehinsen die gender guest. 243. The goblet sparkles with purple wine, the eyes of the guests shine brightly. 361. At the foot of the mountains, on the outskirts of the forest, amidst the bushes flowering in tall, thick avenues, a palace looms up. Let's go there. They walk, they fly. A magnificent feast is in progress. Wine bubbles in glasses. The guests' eyes sparkle. It's noisy, but whispers and laughter can be heard beneath the noise. Hands are squeezed in secret, at times an inaudible kiss is stealthily exchanged. A song. A song. Our celebration isn't complete without a song. The poet rises, both his face and his mind are illumined with inspiration. Nature confides her secrets to him, history reveals its meaning, and in his song thousands of years of life parade by in a series of tableaus. 1. The words of the poet ring out and the first scene appears. Tents of nomads. Sheep, horses, and camels graze around the tents. In the distance stand groves of olives and fig trees. Farther still, on the horizon to the northwest, stands a double chain of lofty mountains. The summits are covered with snow, their slopes with cedars. But the shepherds are more slender than the cedars, their wives more graceful than the palms. Their indolent life is untroubled in its sweet state of bliss. They have but one concern: love. They spend all their time, day after day, in caresses and songs of love. No, says the radiant beauty. This isn't about me. I didn't exist then. This woman is still a slave. Where there's no equality, I don't exist. This goddess was named Astarte. 244. Look, here she is. A splendid woman. She wears heavy gold bracelets on her wrists and ankles and a heavy necklace of pearls and coral set in gold around her neck. Her hair is anointed with myrrh. There is sensuality and servility in her face, sensuality and vacuity in her eyes. Submit to your master. Sweeten his idleness in the intervals between his forays. You must love him because he has bought you. If you don't, Then he'll kill you, she says to the woman lying before her in the dust. You can see that this isn't me, says the beauty. The inspired words of the poet ring out again. A new scene appears. A city. Mountains stretch into the distance to the north and east, far off to the south and east, but closer to the west, lies the sea. A wonderful city. Its houses are neither large nor luxurious from the outside. But there are many magnificent temples, especially on the hill, with stairs leading up to gates of astonishing size and beauty. The entire hill is covered with temples and public buildings, each one of which would be sufficient to add to the beauty and glory of the most magnificent of today's capitals. There are thousands of statues in these temples, and throughout the whole town any one of them would be enough to transform the museum in which it stood into the foremost collection in the whole world. How beautiful are the people who crowd the squares and streets. Each one of these young men, women, and girls could serve as a model for a statue. They are active, lively, cheerful people whose whole life is radiant and elegant. These houses don't appear to be luxurious from the outside, but what a wealth of elegance and what a high capacity for enjoyment they reveal inside. One could easily lose oneself in admiration before each item of furniture and each piece of crockery. And these people are all so beautiful, so able to appreciate beauty, to live for love, to serve beauty. Here's an exile returning to the city that had ousted him from power, now he's coming back to rule. Everyone knows that. Why are no hands raised up against him? Because riding next to him on his chariot stands a woman of exceptional beauty, even among all these beautiful creatures. She presents him to the people, asking them to accept him, telling them that she is his patroness. Bowing down before her beauty, the people confer upon her beloved Pisistratus the right to rule over them. 245 Here's a courtroom. The judges are gloomy old men. The people may be won over, but not these judges. The Areopagus 246 is known for its merciless severity, its implacable impartiality. Gods and goddesses have come here to submit their affairs to judgment. And now this woman, considered by all to be guilty of horrendous crimes, is supposed to appear before them. She must die, this destroyer of Athens. Each of the judges has already decided the matter in his heart. But when the accused Aspasia 247 appears before them, they fall to the ground before her, saying, "You can't be condemned, for you are too beautiful. Is this not the kingdom of beauty? Is this not the kingdom of love?" "No," says the radiant beauty, "I didn't exist then either." They bowed down before woman, but they didn't consider her an equal. They worshipped her, but only as a source of pleasure. They didn't yet acknowledge her human dignity. Where there's no respect for woman as a human being, I still don't exist. This goddess was named Aphrodite. 248 Look, here she is. This goddess wears no adornments at all. She's so beautiful that her worshippers didn't want her to wear any clothes, her marvelous shape was not to be hidden from their enraptured gaze. What does she say to the woman almost as beautiful as she, who's scattering incense on her altar? Be a source of pleasure for man. He's your master. Live for him, not for yourself. Her eyes reflect only the languor of physical pleasure. Her stance is proud, as is her expression, but she takes pride only in her physical beauty. What sort of life was a woman condemned to lead during her reign? Man locked her up in the Gymnasium 249 so that no one but he, her master, could enjoy the beauty that belonged to him. She had no freedom. There were other women who called themselves free, but they sold both the enjoyment of their beauty and their freedom. No, they had no freedom either. This goddess was half slave. Where there is no freedom, there is no happiness, and I don't exist. 3. The words of the poet ring out again. A new scene appears. An arena before a castle. Around it arises an amphitheater filled with a crowd of dazzling spectators. Knights are already waiting in the arena. Above it, on the castle balcony, sits a young woman. She holds a scarf in her hand. The victorious knight will receive that scarf and the right to kiss her hand. The knights fight to the death. Tagenbug 250 win s. Oh, knight, I love you as a sister would. Demand no other love from me. My heart pounds neither at your approach nor at your departure. My fate is sealed, he replies, and sets sail for Palestine. His fame spreads throughout Christendom. But he can't go on living without seeing the goddess of his heart. He returns without having found oblivion in battle. Oh, knight, don't come searching here. She's gone off to a convent. He builds himself a hut. From it, unbeknownst to her, he can watch her open the window of her cell every morning. His whole life consists of waiting for her to appear at that window, beautiful as the sun. He has no other life except to catch a glimpse of his heart's goddess. He has no other life until the day he dies. Even as his life is fading, still he sits by the window of his little hut, thinking only, will I ever see her again? This isn't about me at all, says the radiant beauty. He loved her as long as he didn't touch her. If she'd become his wife, then she'd have become his subject. She'd have had to tremble before him. He'd have locked her up and stopped loving her. He'd have taken long hunting trips, gone off to fight wars, caroused with his comrades, and raped his vassals' wives, while his wife would have been abandoned, locked away, despised. At that time, once a man touched a woman, he stopped loving her. No, I didn't exist then. This goddess is named Chastity. 251 Look, here she is. She's a modest, gentle, tender, beautiful woman, more beautiful than Astarte, even more beautiful than Aphrodite, but she's pensive, gloomy, and sorrowful. Others bow their knees before her and bring her garlands of roses. She says, my soul is sad unto deathly sorrow. A sword has pierced my heart. You must grieve as well. You are unhappy. The earth is a vale of tears. No, no, I didn't exist then, says the radiant beauty. 4. No, these goddesses aren't at all like me. They continue to reign, but their kingdoms are in decline. The birth of each new kingdom initiates the decline of the previous one. I was born only when the last one began to crumble. Since my birth their kingdoms have declined more rapidly, soon they will completely disappear. Each new kingdom failed to replace its predecessor altogether, so that they all continue to coexist. But I shall replace them all, soon they'll all disappear and I alone will remain to rule over the whole world. But they had to reign before me, my kingdom couldn't have come into being without theirs. People used to be like animals. They ceased being so when man began to value woman's beauty. But woman wasn't as strong as man and man was a coarse creature. At that time everything was decided by force. Having begun to value woman's beauty, man took her as his own. She became his property, his chattel. This was the reign of Astarte. When man developed further he came to value woman's beauty more than ever and began to worship her. But woman's consciousness wasn't yet fully developed. He valued her only for her beauty. She was able to think only those thoughts that she heard from him. He said that he was a human being but that she wasn't, she still viewed herself as a splendid treasure belonging to him. She didn't consider herself human. This was the reign of Aphrodite. But soon the consciousness that she too was a human being began to awaken in her. What grief must have seized her at the dawning of even the weakest notion of her own human dignity. For she wasn't yet acknowledged to be a person. Man still didn't want to have her as a companion for himself other than as his slave. She said, I don't wish to be your companion. Then his passion made him entreat her and submit. He forgot that he didn't consider her a human being and came to love her as an unattainable, untouchable and inviolable maiden. But as soon as she believed his entreaty, as soon as he touched her, then woe unto her. She was in his hands and those hands were stronger than hers. He was coarse, he made her his slave and despised her. Woe unto her. This is the sorrowful reign of the Virgin. But centuries passed. My sister, do you know her? She appeared to you before I did her work. She preceded the others and has always existed. She existed before people were created and has always labored tirelessly. Her work was difficult, her successes gradual, but she toiled on and soon became more successful. Man became wiser, more and more woman strongly perceived herself as a human being equal to him. And the time came and I was born. That was not so long ago, not long ago at all. Do you know who first sensed that I had been born and who announced it to the others? It was Rousseau in La Nouvelle Hales. 252 people heard about me for the first time in that book. Since then my kingdom has expanded. I still don't rule over very many people. But now my kingdom is growing rapidly and you can already foresee a time when I shall rule over all the earth. Only then will people fully appreciate my beauty. Those who acknowledge my power at this time are still incapable of obeying my will entirely. They are surrounded by crowds of people who are hostile to it. These people would torment them, poison their lives if they knew my will and fulfilled it entirely. But I desire happiness, I require no suffering whatever. So I tell them, don't do anything you will be persecuted for. Know my will only so far as you can without causing harm to yourselves. But can I ever know you fully? Asks Vera Pavlovna. Yes, you can. You're in a fortunate position. You have nothing to fear. You can do anything you want. If you knew my will entirely, you'd know I'd do nothing to harm you. You must not and will not desire anything for which you'd be tormented by those who don't know me. You're now completely satisfied by what you have, you don't think about anything or anyone else, nor will you. I can reveal myself to you entirely. Tell me your name then. You named the other goddesses, but you still haven't told me your name. So you want me to tell you my name? Look at me and listen to me. 5. Look and listen. Do you recognize my voice? Do you recognize my face? Haven't you seen it before? And oh, she hadn't seen her face, hadn't seen her at all. Why then did it seem as if she had? She'd seen her often during the last year, ever since she'd first spoken with him, when he first looked at her and kissed her. She'd been seeing this radiant beauty who didn't hide from her and who'd appeared to her as she did to him. No, I haven't seen you before, I haven't seen your face. You appeared to me and I caught a glimpse of you, but you were surrounded by such radiance that I really couldn't see you. I only noticed that you were more beautiful than all the others. I heard your voice too, but only to recognize that it was lovelier than all the others. Behold, for your sake I shall dim the brightness of my aura for a moment my voice will be heard without the enchanting quality I usually give it. For a moment I shall cease being a goddess just for you. There. Did you see? Did you hear? Do you recognize me? Enough. I'm a goddess again and shall remain so forever. Once more she's surrounded by the full brilliance of her radiance and her voice is inexpressibly enchanting. But for that one moment when she ceased to be a goddess and allowed herself to be recognized. 367. Nist, could it be? Did Vera Pavlovna really see that face? Did she really hear that voice? Yes, replies the goddess. You wanted to know who I am and you found out. You wanted to learn my name. I have no name other than that of the person to whom I appear. My name is her name. Now you have seen who I am. There's nothing nobler than a human being, nothing nobler than a woman. I am the woman to whom I appear, the one who loves and is loved. Yes, Vera Pavlovna did see, it was she herself, but as a goddess. 253 The goddess's countenance was her own living countenance, whose features were so far from perfection. Every day she encountered many faces that were much more beautiful than hers. Yet this was her very own face, glowing with the radiance of love, lovelier than all the ideals bequeathed to us by the great sculptors of antiquity and the great artists of the golden age of painting. Yes, it was she herself, but glowing with the radiance of love. In Petersburg, a city so lacking in beauty, there were hundreds of faces more beautiful than hers. But she was far more beautiful than the Aphrodite in the Louvre. 254 Lovelier than all the famous beauties known before. You're seeing your reflection in a mirror just as you are, without me. In me you behold yourself as you are seen by the one who loves you. For his sake I merge with you. For him there's no one more beautiful than you. For him all ideals pale beside you. Isn't that so? It is so, it is so. 6. Now you know who I am, next you shall learn what I am. I possess all the sensual pleasure that was contained in Astarte. She's the ancestor of all of us, the other goddesses who replaced her. I possess all the ecstasy at the contemplation of beauty which was contained in Aphrodite. I possess all the reverence before purity which was contained in chastity. But in me all these qualities are fuller, nobler, and stronger than in those other s. What was in chastity is combined in me with the qualities of Astarte and Aphrodite. In combination with other strengths, each of these qualities becomes even more powerful, greater as a result of the synthesis. 255 But much more power and splendor are bestowed on each of these qualities in me by that new element which wasn't present in any of the earlier goddesses. That new element which distinguishes me from all others is equal rights between lovers / that is an equal relationship between them as human beings. As a result of this new element alone everything I possess is so much more beautiful than it was in them. When a man acknowledges a woman's rights as equal to his own he's renouncing the view of her as his personal property. Then she loves him as he loves her only because she wants to. If she doesn't so wish then he has no rights over her whatsoever as she has none over him. Therefore I am freedom. As a result of this equality and freedom everything in me that was present in earlier goddesses has acquired a new character, a greater splendor, one that was unknown before me and that makes everything else insignificant. Previously sensual pleasure wasn't known fully because without the free attraction of two lovers neither could experience radiant rapture. Before me ecstasy at the contemplation of beauty was not fully known because if beauty isn't revealed through free attraction there is no radiant rapture in its contemplation. Without free attraction both pleasure and delight are dull in comparison with what they are in me. My chastity is purer than that of chastity who spoke only about purity of the body. I possess purity of heart. I'm free because in me there's neither deceit nor pretense. I say no word that I don't feel. I bestow no kiss barren of love. 256 But in and of itself the new quality in me that conveys loveliness greater than all earlier goddesses constitutes my loveliness greater than anything else. A master is embarrassed before his servant, a servant before his master, man is completely free only among equals. It's tiresome to be with one's inferiors, only among equals can one experience true joy. That's why before me just as man did not know the full happiness of love, what he experienced was unworthy of being called happiness, it was merely momentary intoxication. As for woman before me she was so pitiful. She was a subordinate and enslaved creature living in fear, before me she knew too little about the nature of love. Where there's fear there's no love. Therefore, if you wish to express in one phrase what I am, it's equal rights. Without them the pleasures of the body and delight in beauty are tedious, dulled, and vile. Without them there's no purity of heart, only the deceptive purity of the body. As a result of this equality in me there is also freedom, without which I cannot exist. I've told you everything so that now you can tell others what I am. But at present my kingdom is still small, I must protect my people from the slander of those who don't yet know me. At this time I can't reveal my will fully to everyone. I shall do so only when my kingdom encompasses all people. When everyone becomes beautiful in body and pure in heart, then I will reveal all of my beauty to them. As for you, your fate is particularly fortunate. I'll neither confuse you nor harm you in describing to you what I'll be like when everyone becomes worthy of acknowledging me as their goddess, as opposed to now, when there are still so few. To you alone I will reveal the secrets of my future. Promise to keep silent and listen. Oh, my love, now I know your will completely. I know that it will come to pass, but what will it be like? How will people live then? I can't tell you that by myself. I need the help of my older sister, the one who first appeared to you a long time ago. She's both my mistress and my servant. I can only be what she makes of me, and yet she works for me. Sister, come to my aid. The sister of her sisters, the bride of her bridegrooms appears. Greetings, sister / she says to the goddess. Are you here too, sister? She asks Vera Pavlovna. Do you want to see how people will live when my ward, the goddess, rules over everyone? Then behold. There stands a building, a large, enormous structure such as can be seen only in a few of the grandest capitals. No, now there's no other building like it. It stands amidst fields and meadows, orchards and groves. The fields grow grain, but they aren't like the ones we have now, rather, they're rich and abundant. Is that really wheat? Whoever saw ears and kernels like these? Now such ears and kernels can be grown only in greenhouses. The fields are our fields, but now such blossoms can be seen only in flower gardens. The orchards are full of lemons and orange trees, peach and apricot. How can they grow in the fresh air? Oh, there are columns surrounding them, all open for summer. Yes, these are greenhouses opened up for summer. The groves are our groves, oak and linden, maple and elm. Yes, the groves are just like ours now. Great care has been lavished on them, there's not a single diseased tree. But the groves are just like ours, they alone have remained the same as they were before. But this building, what on earth is it? What style of architecture? There's nothing at all like it now. No, there is one building that hints at it, the palace at Sydenham, 258 cast iron and crystal and cast iron, nothing else. No, that's not all, it's merely the shell of the building, its external facade. Inside there's a real house, a colossal one, surrounded by this crystal and cast iron edifice as if by a sheath, forming broad galleries around it on every floor. What graceful architecture in the inner house! What narrow spaces between the windows! The windows themselves are huge, wide, and stretch the entire height of each floor. The stone walls look like a row of pilasters that form a frame for these windows looking out onto the galleries. What sort of floors and ceilings are these? Of what material are these doors and window frames made? What is it? Silver? Platinum? Almost all the furniture is made the same way. Wooden furniture here is merely a whim, something for variety's sake. But of what are all the other pieces, the ceilings and the floors made? Try to move this armchair, says the elder goddess. The metallic furniture is lighter than walnut. What kind of metal is it? Oh, now I know. Sasha once showed me a small piece of it that was as light as glass. They make earrings and brooches from it now. Yes, Sasha said that sooner or later aluminum would replace wood, and perhaps even stone. 259 How elegant it all is. Aluminum and more aluminum, all the spaces between the windows are hung with huge mirrors. What carpets on the floors! Here in this hall half the floor has been left uncovered and one can see that it too is made of aluminum. You see, it's been left unpolished so that it won't be too slippery. Children play here, and adults do, too. In that hall the floor has been left completely uncovered for dancing. There are tropical flowers and trees everywhere. The entire house is a huge winter garden. But who lives in this house that is more magnificent than any palace? Many people live here, a great many. Come along and we shall see them. They go out onto the balcony that leads off the top floor of the gallery. Why hadn't Vera Pavlovna noticed them before? Groups of people are scattered throughout the fields. There are men and women everywhere, old people and young, together with children. But primarily there are young people. There are very few old men and even fewer old women. There are more children than old men, but not many of them either. More than half the children have remained inside to attend to the housework. They do almost all the chores and enjoy their work very much. A few old women work with them. But there are really very few old men and women here because people grow old very late. Life is so healthy and peaceful that it preserves one's freshness. The groups working in the fields are almost all singing. What kind of labor are they doing? Oh, they're gathering in the grain. How quickly it progresses. Why shouldn't it? Why shouldn't they be singing? Machins are doing almost all the work for them, reaping, binding the sheaves, and carting them away. People have only to walk alongside, or ride, or drive the machines. How cleverly they've arranged it all for themselves. Although the weather's very hot, it doesn't bother them at all. They've erected a huge canopy over the part of the field where they're working. As the work progresses, the canopy gets moved along too. How cool they stay. Why shouldn't their labor go quickly and cheerful? Why shouldn't they be singing? I too wouldn't mind harvesting under such conditions. And there are songs and more songs, all of them new and unfamiliar. Now they're singing one of ours which I know too. You and I will live like kings. These people are our friends. Whatever your heart desires, I will acquire it all with them. 2060. Now the work is finished and everyone returns to the building. Let's go back to the hall and see how they dine, says the elder sister. They enter the largest of the huge halls. Half of it is occupied by tables that have already been set. There are so many of them. How many people dine here? 1,000 or more. Not everyone's here, those who prefer to eat in their own rooms dine there. The old men and women and the children who didn't work in the fields have prepared everything. To prepare food, do the housework, clean the rooms. This work is too easy for other hands, says the elder sister. It's appropriate that such tasks be done by those who aren't yet able or no longer able to do anything else. What splendid place settings! All aluminum and crystal. Vases with flowers have been placed at the middle of the wide tables. The food has already been served. The workers have entered and sat down to dinner, as have those who prepared the meal. Who'll serve the food? When? During the meal? Why? There are only 5 or 6 courses. Dishes that are supposed to be hot have been placed so they won't get cold. Do you see these indentations? They're steam tables, explains the elder sister. You live well and like to eat well. Do you dine like this often? Several times a year. Here this is regular fare. Anyone who wants to can have better food, whatever he wants, and a separate account is kept. No such account is kept for those who don't ask for anything except the dishes prepared for all. Everything else is arranged in the same way. What everyone can afford together is provided free, but a charge is made for any special item or whim. Is that really us? Is that really our country? I heard one of our own songs and they are all speaking Russian. Yes, you see that river not far from here? It's the Oka. 261. These people are Russians, for when I'm with you, I too am a Russian. Did you accomplish all this? All this was accomplished for my sake. I inspired it and inspire its completion. But it's she, my elder sister, the worker, who's bringing it into being. I merely delight in it. And will everyone live like this? Everyone, says the elder sister. For everyone there will be eternal spring and summer and joy everlasting. But we've shown you only the end of my half of the day, the work part, and the beginning of her half. We'll look in on them again during an evening 2 months from now. 9. The flowers have withered and the leaves have begun to fall from the trees. The scene has become more desolate. You see, it would be tedious to keep looking at all this and very boring to live here, says the younger sister. I don't want to live like this. The halls are empty, there's no one left in the fields or gardens, says the elder sister. I arranged all this according to the will of my sister the goddess. Has the palace really been deserted? Yes, for now it's cold and damp. Why should anyone live here? Out of some 2,000 people, only 10 or 20 eccentrics remain who feel that for once it would provide a pleasant diversion to stay in this remote and solitary area and experience a northern autumn. Soon, during the winter, there'll be constant changes. Small groups of people who like winter outings will arrive to spend a few days here. But where are they all now? Wherever it's warm and pleasant, says the elder sister. In the summer, when it's nice to be here and there's work to be done, many different guests arrive from the south. We were in a building where all the inhabitants came from your country. But a great many houses had to be built to accommodate all the guests. In some, people from different lands have settled together with their hosts. Each person chooses the company that suits him best. But, having received this multitude of guests for the summer to help with the work, you can head south to spend the other 7 or 8 unpleasant months of the year. Each person goes wherever he chooses. There's a special region in the south where the majority of your people go. It's even called New Russia. Is that where Odessa and Kherson are? 262. That was in your time. Behold, here's New Russia. Mountains are clad in gardens, between them stand narrow valleys and broad ravines. These mountains used to be barren cliffs, says the elder sister. Now they're covered with a thick layer of soil, groves of very tall trees grow among gardens. Below, in moist hollows, are coffee plantations. Date palms and fig trees stand above, vineyards are interspersed among sugar cane plantations, in the green fields grows some wheat, but mainly rice. What country is this? Let's climb a little higher and you'll see its borders. Far off to the northeast are 2 rivers that flow together and head due east from where Vera Pavlovna stands. Farther to the south, still in the same southeasterly direction, lies a long, wide bay. The land extends far to the south, continually growing wider between that bay and another longer, narrow one that forms its western boundary. Between the small western bay and the sea far to the northwest lies a narrow isthmus. We're in the middle of a desert, says Vera Pavlovna in astonishment. Well, in the middle of a fauner desert. But now, as you can see, this whole expanse of land from the north, from that large river in the northeast, has been transformed into the most fertile fields, just as that other strip along the sea to the north once used to be and now is once again the strip that once upon a time was called the land of milk and honey. 263. You can see that we're not far from the southern boundary of the cultivated land. The mountainous part of the peninsula is still a barren, sandy steppe, such as the whole area used to be in your day. With each passing year you Russians are pushing back the edge of the desert farther to the south. Other people are at work in other countries, everyone has ample room and enough work. Life is spacious and abundant. Yes, from the great northeastern river the entire expanse of land to the middle of the peninsula in the south is now green and covered with flowers. Throughout the whole area, just as in the north, enormous buildings stand 3 or 4 versts apart, like innumerable huge chessmen on a gigantic chessboard. Let's go down and enter one of them, says the elder sister. It's the same sort of enormous crystal building, but its columns are white. They're made of aluminum, explains the elder sister. It's very hot here and white doesn't absorb heat in the direct sun. It's a bit more expensive than cast iron, but it's better suited to local conditions. Look what else they've invented. For a considerable distance all around the Crystal Palace there stand rows of tall, thin pillars, on top of them, high above the entire palace and for about half a verst around, stretches a white canopy. It's continually being sprinkled with water, explains the elder sister. From each pillar a small fountain rises above the canopy, spraying drops of water like rain. Consequently, it's cool to live here. You see, they can adjust the temperature as they please. But what if someone likes the intense heat and bright southern sun? Do you see those pavilions and tents way out there in the distance? Everyone can live just as he pleases. I'm striving toward that end/working to bring it about. Then are there still cities left for those who want to live in them? Yes/but there aren't very many people like that left. There are fewer cities now and they are all located near the best harbors as centers of communication and transportation. But these cities are larger and more splendid than before. Everyone visits them for a few days in search of diversion. The majority of their inhabitants change constantly. People go there only to work for a brief period. but what about those who want to live there all the time? They do just as you now live in those Petersburg Parises and Londons of yours. Whose business is it? Who would interfere? Let each person live as he chooses. The vast majority however 99 people out of 100 live as my sister and I have shown you because it's more pleasant and advantageous for them. But now let's go into the palace. It's already quite late in the evening and time to see them. But no first I want to know how it all came about. How what came about? How the barren desert was transformed into fertile land where almost everyone spends 2/3 of the year. How it came about? There's nothing strange about it. All of this happened not in 1 year not even in 10, I accomplished it gradually. From the banks of the great river in the northeast and the shores of the great sea in the southwest people transported clay on their mighty machines to bind the sand. They dug canals and irrigated the land, vegetation began to appear and as a result there was more moisture in the air. They moved forward step by step a few versts a year sometimes only one just as now they keep advancing toward the south. What's so unusual about that? People merely became more intelligent and began to to their own advantage the tremendous means and resources that one had been wasted or used counterproductively. I've not been working and teaching in vain. It was even difficult for them to understand what was most useful. During your time people were still savages such coarse cruel and reckless creatures. But I kept teaching them. Once they began to understand it was not hard for them to make progress. You know that I require nothing too difficult. Why you yourself are doing something for me in my own way. Is it really so hard? No. Of course not. Remember your own dressmaking establishment? Did you have many resources? Any more than others? No. We had no resources to speak of. 376. But now your seamstresses have 10 times more comfort. They enjoy life 20 times as much and experience unpleasantness 100 times less than others who had the same resources as you. You've proven that even in your own time people can lead a free and easy life. One has only to be rational to know how to organize and to learn how to use resources most advantageously. Yes. I know that. Let's see how people live only a short time after they've come to understand what you've long understood. 10. They enter the building. It's the same sort of enormous majestic hall. The evening is well underway. It's already 3 hours after sunset, a time for merrymaking. How brightly the hall is lit, but how? There are neither candelabra nor chandeliers. Oh, that's it? In the dome there hangs a large pane of frosted glass through which light pours into the room. Of course that's just how it ought to be, pale soft bright light just like sunlight. Yes indeed it's electric light. 264 There are about 1,000 people in the hall, but it could easily accommodate 3 times that number. And it happens when guests come to visit says the radiant bowtie, there can be more people here. Well, what sort of event is it? A ball? Surely it's not just an ordinary weekday evening. Of course. Nowadays this would be a palace ball. The women are dressed so elegantly. Yes indeed times have changed, that's clear from the cut of their dresses. A few ladies are wearing the clothes of our time, but obviously it's being done for variety's sake as an amusement. Yes, they're being silly, mocking our apparel. Others are wearing different costumes, the most diverse kinds, various Eastern and Southern styles, all much more graceful than ours. But the most popular costume is like what Grecian women wore during the elegant Athenian period. It's very light and loose-fitting. The men wear long wide tunics without waists like cloaks or togas. Apparently it's their ordinary domestic wear. How modest and lovely. It outlines their bodies so elegantly and exquisitely, it enhances the grace of all their movements. And what an orchestra! More than 100 men and women. Best of all, what a chorus! Yes, today in all of Europe you couldn't find 10 fine voices like the 100 now gathered in this hall. It's the same in every other hall. The way of life here is so different, it's healthy and very elegant. As a result, the chest improves and the voice does too. Explains the radiant beauty. But the members of both the orchestra and the chorus are constantly changing, some leave while others take their place. Some go off to dance, others return. It's an ordinary weekday evening. People dance like this and make merry every evening. But when have I ever seen such energy in merriment? But how can their merriment help but possess an energy unknown to us? They spend the morning engaged in very hard work. Anyone who hasn't put in a good day's work hasn't prepared his nervous system well enough to experience the fullness of such enjoyment. The merriment of simple people, when they have occasion to make merry, is so much more joyous, lively, and spontaneous than ours. But now our simple people have very meager means for amusement, here the means are so much greater than even ours are. Furthermore, the merriment of our sinful people is marred by the memory of various inconveniences and deprivations, misfortunes and sufferings, and by a foreboding of even more in the future. They have but a fleeting moment when grief and need are forgotten. Is it ever really possible to forget one's grief and need entirely? Don't the deserts cover everything with sand? Don't the marshy miasmas 265 contaminate even a small amount of good land and air lying between desert and swamp? But there are no such memories here, no danger of grief or need, only the recollection of free and willing labor, of abundance, goodness, and enjoyment. Here we have only the expectation of more of the same in the future. What a contrast! And again, the nervous system of our workers today is strong, but nothing more. Although they can withstand considerable merriment, they are coarse and insensitive. Whereas here their constitution is still strong, like that of our workers, as well as developed and impressionable, like our own. But they also possess a readiness to make merry, a healthy, strong desire for enjoyment which we lack, that's granted only to those of sound health who do physical labor. In such people these qualities are combined with all the delicacy of feeling that we possess. They have all our moral development combined with the physical growth of our strong working people. It's easy to understand why their merriment, enjoyment, and passion are so much stronger, broader, sweeter, and livelier than ours. What fortunate people! No, people still don't know what genuine merriment really is because neither the kind of life nor the sort of people necessary for it exists yet. Only people such as these can enjoy themselves completely and know the full ecstasy of pleasure. How they burst with health and strength, how graceful and elegant they are, how energetic and expressive their features. They're all so lucky, such handsome men and women, leading a free life of work and enjoyment. What fortunate people! What fortunate people! Half of them are enjoying themselves exuberantly in the large hall. But where's the other half? Where are the others? Repeats the radiant beauty. They're everywhere. Many are at the theater, some as actors, others as musicians, and still others as spectators, just as they desire. Some are in lecture halls, museums, and libraries. Others are in garden avenues or in their own rooms, relaxing alone or with their children. As for the rest, that's my secret. Point 266 In the hall you saw how their cheeks glowed and their eyes sparkled. You saw how they came and went. When they leave, it's I who lures them away. The room of each man and woman is my sanctuary. Within those walls my mysteries are inviolable. The curtained doors and thick carpets absorb every sound. Silence and mystery prevail. They return, it's I who brings them back from my kingdom of mysteries into the realm of light entertainment. I reign here. Here I reign. Everything is done for my sake. Work equals replenishment of feeling and strength for me, enjoyment equals preparation for me, relaxation after me. I constitute the purpose of life here, I am all of life. 11. Life's greatest happiness resides in my sister the goddess, says the elder sister. But you see that every kind of happiness exists here, whatever anyone desires. Everyone lives as he wants, each and every person has complete will, yes, Free will. What we've shown you will not soon reach its full development in the form you've just seen. Many generations will pass before everything you can now foresee is to be fully realized. No, not many generations. My work is progressing quickly, faster with each passing year. Nevertheless, you still won't enter into my sister's completed kingdom. But at least you've glimpsed it, and now you know what the future will. 266 An allusion to sexual love. 379. B. It's radiant and beautiful. Tell everyone that the future will be radiant and beautiful. Love it, strive toward it, work for it, bring it nearer, transfer into the present as much as you can from it. To the extent that you succeed in doing so, your life will be bright and good, rich in joy and pleasure. Strive toward it, work for it, bring it nearer, transfer into the present as much as you can from it. 17. Within a year the new workshop had been organized and established. The two establishments were closely connected. When one was overwhelmed with orders, it would send them to the other if the latter had time to fill them. A running account was kept in common between them. Their combined resources would prove sufficient to enable them to open a shop on Nevsky Prospect if they could cooperate even more. This arrangement cost both Vera Pavlovna and Natasha Merchsalova considerable trouble. Although the two groups were on friendly terms and often entertained each other as guests, and although they frequently combined forces for excursions to the countryside, still the idea of merging the accounts of two separate enterprises was so new that it took a great deal of time and energy to explain it. However, the advantage of having a shop on Nevsky was obvious. After a few months of worrying about merging the two accounts into one, Vera Pavlovna and Natasha Mertsalova succeeded. A new sign appeared on Nevsky Prospect, Au Bon Travail. Magazin de Novutz 267. With the opening of the shop, business began to increase more rapidly than before and became even more profitable. Natasha Mertsalova and Vera Pavlovna were already dreaming that in 2 years or so, instead of 2 sewing cooperatives, there might be 4 or 5, then even 10 or 20. About 3 months after the store opened, Kirsanov received a visit from a colleague with whom he was slightly acquainted. He told Kirsanov a great deal about various medical cases, but most of all about the astonishing success of his treatment method, which consisted of placing on the patient's chest and stomach 2 long, thin bags filled with crushed ice wrapped in 4 napkins. 26b. In conclusion, he said that one of his acquaintances wished to meet Kirsanov. 269. Kirsanov agreed to this request. The encounter was amiable, their conversation touched on many subjects including the new shop on Nevsky. Kirsanov explained that it had been opened purely for commercial liaisons. They spoke at length about the sign hanging over it. Was it really a good idea to include the word travail? Kirsanov said that travail means work, and that Au Bon Travail meant a store that filled its orders well. The Y discussed whether it wouldn't be better to replace that motto with some surname. Kirsanov explained that his wife's Russian surname would be bad for business. 270. At last he offered the following solution. His wife's first name was Vera, which in French is Foi. Would it do to replace Au Bon Travail by a La Bonne Foi? That would have only the most innocent meaning, a conscientious shop, and the owner's name would actually appear on the sign. After some discussion it turned out that this would indeed be acceptable. Kirsanov managed to direct the conversation to such questions with particular zeal. In general he succeeded so well that he returned home feeling satisfied. In any case, Natasha Mertsalova and Vera Pavlovna considerably clipped the wings of their own daydreams and concerned themselves more with preserving what they had already achieved than with forging ahead. Thus, in view of the fact that Vera Pavlovna's and Natasha Merchsalova's excessive ardor began to cool, the establishments and the shop continued to exist, but not to expand. Still, they rejoiced even in the mere fact of this continued existence. Kirsanov's new acquaintance continued to visit and afforded him a great deal of pleasure. 2 or more years passed by without any special events. 18. A letter from Katerina Vasilievna Polozova. My dear Paulina. St. Petersburg. August 17, 1860. I'm so delighted with a new pursuit that I discovered only recently and am now so engrossed in it that I want to describe it to you. I'm sure you'll also take an interest in it. But the main thing is that perhaps you yourself may find the opportunity to do something similar. It's so pleasant, my friend. The thing I want to describe to you is a sewing workshop. In fact, there are two of them, both organized along the same lines by a woman I met only 2 weeks ago, but with whom I quickly became friends. I'm now assisting her on condition that later she'll help me organize a similar workshop. Her name is Vera Pavlovna Kirsanova and she's still young, very kind and cheerful, and much to my liking, that is, more like you, Paulina, than like me, your humble Katya. She's a bold and lively woman. After I learned by chance about her workshop, I was told about only one of them. I went directly to her with neither an introduction nor a pretext, declaring simply that I was interested in it. We took to each other right away, all the more when it turned out that her husband, Kirsanov, was the very same doctor who, you'll recall, rendered me such great service some 5 years ago. After talking with me for about half an hour and realizing that my sympathies for such things were genuine, Vera Pavlovna took me into the workshop. The one she runs herself, the one established earlier, has been taken over by one of her close friends, also a very nice young woman. Now I'll share with you the impressions of my first visit. They were so novel and striking that I entered them in my diary, long since abandoned, but resumed now for a special reason that I may reveal to you later. I'm very glad I wrote them down then, for by now I would have forgotten a lot that struck me at the time. Now, only 2 weeks later, it all seems quite ordinary, as if it couldn't be done any other way. But the more ordinary it becomes, the more attached I grow to it because it's so very good. So, Paulina, now begins the excerpt from my diary, supplemented by details I've learned since. A sewing workshop. What do you think I saw there? We stopped at the entrance. Vera Pavlovna led me up a very fine staircase, you know, the kind where you might be met by a doorman. We climbed up to the 3rd floor. Vera Pavlovna rang the bell and I found myself standing in a large hall with a piano and very decent furnishings. In a word, it looked as if we'd entered the apartment of a family earning some 4,000 or 5,000 rubles a year. Is this a workshop? Is this one of the rooms occupied by seamstresses? Well, it's the reception room and the hall for evening meetings. Now let's visit the rooms where the seamstresses actually live. Right now they're in the workrooms and we won't disturb anyone. Here's what I saw as we toured the rooms and here's what Vera Pavlovna said to me. The whole establishment consists of 3 apartments opening onto one landing. These have been converted into one apartment by the addition of connecting doors. These apartments used to rent for 700, 550, and 425 rubles a year, for a total of 1,675 rubles. But, in letting all 3 on a 5-year lease, the owner of the building agreed to reduce the total to 1,250 rubles a year. There are 21 rooms in the entire workshop, including 2 very large ones with 4 windows each, one of which serves as the reception room, the other as the dining room. 1/2 other large rooms serve as the workrooms, all the others are residential. We toured some 6 or 7 rooms in which the girls. 382. Live, I'm still talking about my first visit there. The furniture in these rooms was very presentable, all made of mahogany or walnut. Some rooms have full-length mirrors, others have very nice pier glasses. Z71 There are several armchairs and sofas, all well made. The furniture in the various rooms is diverse, almost all purchased piecemeal and at low cost. The residential rooms resemble rooms in the apartments of middle-level officials, senior department heads, or young section heads who will soon become department heads. The larger rooms are occupied by 3 girls, in one case 4, the others by 2 girls each. We entered the workrooms. the girls who were occupied there seemed to be dressed like the daughters, sisters, or young wives of these same officials. Some wore dresses made of the plainest silk, others wore barège 7z or muslin. Their faces reflected the gentleness and tenderness that can come only from a life of contentment. You can imagine how all this surprised me. We stayed in the workrooms for a long time. There I made the acquaintance of several girls. Vera Pavlovna had announced the purpose of my visit. The girls' level of development varied, some used the language of educated society and were familiar with literature just as our young ladies are, they even had a decent understanding of history and of foreign lands. In other words, they knew everything that makes up the ordinary sphere of learning of a young lady in our society. 2 girls were even very well read. Others who joined the workshop only recently were less developed, but you could still speak with each of them as with a girl who had some education. In general, the level of development was in proportion to the length of time each girl had been living in the workshop. Vera Pavlovna attended to her own business, at times she approached me, but I was busy talking with the girls. Thus the time went until dinner. On weekdays dinner consists of 3 courses. That day they served rice soup, boiled fish, and veal. After dinner there was a choice of coffee or tea. The meal was so good that I ate with gusto and wouldn't have considered it a great deprivation to exist on such fare. And you know that my father still employs a very fine chef. Such were my general impressions on my first visit. I'd been told that I'd see a workshop where seamstresses live and that I would be shown their rooms, also that I would meet seamstresses and would share their dinner. Instead, I visited apartments of people who were reasonably well off, united in one establishment. I saw girls like those belonging to middle-level officials or poor gentry. I shared their dinner, which, while not lavish, certainly satisfied me. What was this all about? How could it be possible? When I rejoined Vera Pavlovna, she and her husband explained that there was really nothing surprising about what I saw. Meanwhile, as an example, Kirsanov jotted down for me on a scrap of paper a rough account that has been preserved among the pages of my diary. I'll copy it here for you, but first, a few more words. Instead of poverty I saw contentment, instead of filth, not merely cleanliness, but even some luxury in their rooms, instead of crudeness, considerable education. All this came about for 2 reasons. On the one hand, the seamstresses' income was increasing, on the other, they'd managed to save a great deal on their expenses. Do you understand why they receive such a high income? They work for themselves, they're the real owners. Therefore they receive the portion of the income that otherwise would be the profit extracted by the owner of the enterprise. And that's not all. Working for their own benefit and on their own account, they take much better care of materials and they value their time more. Their work goes faster and costs less. Obviously they realize a great savings in their living expenses. They buy everything in large quantities and pay cash because they get things cheaper than buying on credit or at retail prices. Items are chosen carefully, with considerable expertise and only after many inquiries, therefore not only is everything cheaper, but it's also of better quality than poor people can usually afford. In addition, many other expenses are either drastically reduced or completely unnecessary. Consider this, for example. To walk 2 or 3 versts a day to the store puts extra wear and tear on shoes and clothes. The following example is trivial, but it can be applied to other things of the same sort. If you don't own an umbrella, your dress can suffer major damage as a result of rain. Now listen to what Vera Pavlovna told me. Let's say a simple cotton umbrella costs 2 rubles. There are 25 seamstresses in the workshop. Umbrellas for all would cost 50 rubles. Anyone who didn't have one would face a loss much greater than 2 rubles. But since they live together and each one goes out only when it's convenient, in bad weather it rarely happens that many of them have to leave the house at the same time. They found that 5 umbrellas would be quite enough. These 5 umbrellas are of fine silk and cost 5 rubles apiece. The total expenditure on umbrellas was 25 rubles, or 1 ruble per seamstress. You see, each one gets to use a fine umbrella instead of a worthless one for only half the price. So it is with a large number of items, which together result in major savings. It's the same with their apartment and their board. For example, the dinner I described to you cost between 5 rubles 50 kopecks and 5 rubles 75 kopecks, including bread but not coffee or tea. There were 37 people at the table, not counting Vera Pavlovna and myself, although a few children were included in that total. 5 rubles and 75 kopecks for 37 people comes to less than 16 kopecks per person and less than 5 rubles a month. Vera Pavlovna says that if a person were to dine alone on that amount of money, he could have scarcely anything but some bread and the poor stuff sold in some small shops. In an eating establishment such a dinner, but not so well prepared, would cost, according to Vera Pavlovna, roughly 40 kopecks. For 30 kopecks the quality would be considerably worse. The difference is understandable. The proprietor of an eating house who prepares dinner for 20 people or fewer must support himself on the money he receives, rent an apartment, and hire help. But here these extra expenses are either non-existent or greatly reduced. A salary for 2 old WOM. 384 N, both relatives of the seamstresses, is the entire cost of maintaining a kitchen staff. Now you'll understand the account that Kirsanov jotted down as an example when I visited there the first time. After he'd written it all out, he explained. Of course, I can't give you exact figures, and it would be hard to find them because, as you know, every commercial enterprise, every store and every workshop has its own ratio between items of debit and credit, just as every household has its own way of economizing to keep track of all its expenses and its own ratio. I am putting down these rough figures as an example. But so that this account will appear more convincing, I'll use figures that underestimate the advantages of our establishment in comparison with the actual expenses of almost any commercial enterprise and any poor small household. The income that a commercial enterprise receives from the sale of its goods, continued Kirsanov, is divided into 3 main parts. One part goes to pay workers' salaries, the second for other expenses, including rent, light, and raw materials, and the third is the owner's profit. Let's suppose that receipts are divided among these parts in the following way: workers' salaries, 1/2. Other expenses, overhead, 1/4, and profit, 1/4. This means that if the workers receive a salary of 100 rubles, 50 go to pay for other expenses and 50 go to the proprietor as profit. Let's see how much the workers in our establishment receive. Kirsanov began to read off his own figures. They receive a salary. They are the owners, so they receive the proprietor's profit. Their workspace is located in the apartment, so it costs less than a separate workshop. They conserve raw materials. In these ways they realize a large proportion of the savings, approximately 1/2, but let's say only about 1/3. Out of 50 rubles designated for these expenses, they receive in income an additional total 100 rubles, 50 rubles, 16 rubles 67 kopecks, 166 rubles 67 kopecks. Now we can see, continued Kirsanov, that our workers receive 166 rubles and 67 kopecks, whereas at any other establishment they receive only 100 rubles. But our workers get even more. Working for their own benefit, they do so diligently, hence faster and more productively. Let's assume that given their ordinary poor motivation they use to produce 5 items, for our purposes, let's say 5 dresses. Now they can make 6, this figure is too low, but we'll use it anyway. That means that in the time it takes another establishment to earn 5 rubles, ours makes 6. As a result of the increased productivity, the receipts and income increase by 1/5, thus, 115 of 166 rubles and 67 kopecks equals 33 rubles and 33 kopecks. Added to the previous total 385. 33 rubles 33 kopecks. 166 rubles 67 kopecks. 200 rubles. Therefore, our seamstresses receive twice the income of others, continued Kirsanov. Now, how is it used? Having twice the income, they use it much more profitably. There's a double advantage, as you know. First, everything is purchased wholesale. Let's assume that they save about 1/3 in this way, that is, things that would cost 3 rubles in small retail shops or on credit cost them only 2 rubles. In fact, the advantage is even greater. Let's take the apartment as an example. If space in these rooms were rented separately to individuals, 3 or 4 people would live in each of the 17 rooms with 2 windows, 5 people in all. 6 people would live in each of the 2 rooms with 3 windows, and 9 in each of the 2 rooms with 4 windows, that is, 12 plus 18, for a total of 30, plus 55 in the smaller rooms, for a grand total of 85 people in the whole apartment. Each person would pay 3 rubles 50 kopecks a month, or 42 rubles a year. Therefore, the small landlords who make a business of renting separate spaces in each room would take in for the entire establishment a total of 42 rubles times 85 people, or 3,570 rubles. Our seamstresses pay only 1,250 rubles a year for this apartment, that is, about 1/3 that amount. It's the same or almost the same for other things, almost for everything. I probably wouldn't even come close to the true figure even if I increased the amount of savings to 1/2, but I'll leave it at 1/3. And that's still not all. Given the structure of their life, the seamstresses have no need to incur major expenses and they require many fewer things. Viroka has provided you with a good example, shoes and clothes. Let's suppose that as a result the quantity of purchased items is reduced by 1/4. Instead of 4 pairs of shoes, 3 will suffice, 3 dresses are worn as long as 4 used to be. This ratio is still too small, but let's see what savings result. Economy of purchase results in a savings of 1/3, that is, suppose that for 3 things we spend only 2 rubles instead of 3. Given our SYSTEM, these 3 things satisfy as many needs as at least 4 in the old system. That means that for their 200 rubles our seamstresses have as many things as could have been had under the old system for 300 rubles, and it means that under our system, these 386 things provide them with just as much comfort as would have been provided in the old system by a sum of no less than 400 rubles. Compare the life of a family spending 1,000 rubles a year with that of a family spending 4,000. Wouldn't you expect to find an enormous difference? Asked Kirsanov. In our system the proportion is just about the same, if not more. We receive twice as much income and it's used twice as profitably. Is it surprising that you find the life of our seamstresses very different from the one lived by people under the old order? Those are the sort of marvels I saw, my friend Pauline, and that's how easily it can all be explained. I've grown so accustomed to it now it seems strange that I was ever surprised by it. How is it that I didn't expect to find it all just the way it is? Write me whether you might have the opportunity to join me in what I'm now preparing to do, namely, organize a sewing workshop or something similar according to the system. It's so very pleasant, Paulina. Yours, K. Pauzova. P.S. I completely forgot to tell you about the other workshop, but no matter, I'll do so next time. Now suffice it to say that the senior workshop has branched out even more, and as a result is in all respects far ahead of the one I've described to you. There are many differences between them in the details of their organization because everything is adjusted to suit individual circumstances. Chapter 5. New characters and the conclusion. In the letter to her friend Katya Polozova mentioned that she was very grateful to Vera Pavlovna's husband. In order to explain why I have to describe the kind of person her father was. Polozov was a retired cavalry captain or staff captain, 273 While in the service and according to the customs of the good old days he led a dissipated life and squandered a rather large ancestral estate. When he had done so he came to his senses, resigned his commission and settled down to earn himself a new fortune. Having collected his few remaining crumbs he realized that he had about 10,000 rubles left in bank notes. 274 He started a small business in the retail grain trade. He began to accept all sorts of small contracts, pursuing every profitable deal he could, and in about 10 years he had accumulated considerable capital. With a reputation as a sound and shrewd man, with his rank and with a name well known in the vicinity, he could choose as his bride any of the merchants' daughters in the 2 districts where he did business. He chose wisely one with a dowry of about 500,000 rubles, also in bank notes. He was then about 50 years old. In other words, this was about 20 years before we see his daughter embarking on her friendship with Vera Pavlovna. After adding such a large sum to his own fortune, he broadened the scope of his business. Within the next 10 years he became a millionaire in silver. Rubles, WHICH, were then the preferred currency. 275 His wife passed away. Having been accustomed to provincial life, she'd kept him from settling in Petersburg. But now he moved to the capital. His business prospered even more, and in another 10 years he was said to be in possession of some 3 or 4 million rubles. Spinsters and widows, both young and old, set their caps for him, but he didn't want to marry a second time, partly because of loyalty to the memory of his late wife, but more because he didn't want to impose a stepmother on his daughter Katya, whom he loved very much. Polozov continued to get on in the world. He would have had 10 million instead of 3 or 4 if he'd gone in for tax farming. 276 But he felt an aversion to it and considered that only contracts and supplies were honest business. His fellow millionaires made fun of these subtle distinctions, and they were not wrong. But he, even though he was wrong, clung to his opinion. "I am engaged in commerce," he said. "I don't want to get rich by robbing." But about a year or so before his daughter made Vera Pavlovna's acquaintance, he was furnished with all too clear a demonstration that his commerce was essentially no different from tax farming, even though he thought it was. He had a huge contract for canvas, or provisions, or shoe leather, I don't remember which. With every passing year he'd become more stubborn and arrogant as a result of his age, his continued success, and the growing universal respect for him. Then he quarreled with a certain useful person. He flew into a rage, insulted him, and the whole thing turned ugly. After a week he was told, "Give it up." "I won't," he said. "You'll go broke," they said. "Perhaps," he said, "but I still won't." After a month he was told the same thing, and he replied similarly. Indeed, he didn't give it up, but he went broke anyway. The merchandise was rejected. Beside that, whether genuine offenses had been committed or merely intended, Polozov's 3 or 4 million rubles vanished. At the age of 60 he became a poor man, that is, poor compared to what he had been. Comparisons aside, he was still reasonably well off. He retained a share of a stearine factory. 277 Not the least bit dejected, he became the manager of this factory and received a good salary. In addition, by a stroke of luck, there remained several tens of thousands of rubles. If he'd been left with such a sum 15 or even 10 years ago, it would have been enough for him to scale still another sizable peak. But at the age of 60 it's much harder to rise in the world. Polozov decided that it was too late to attempt such a feat and that he lacked the strength. He thought only about arranging the sale of the factory as soon as possible, since his shares in it provided little income, and the factory, itself without any credit, was beyond rescue. He diagnosed the affair intelligently and managed to persuade the other major shareholders that a speedy sale was the only means of saving the money invested in the shares. He also thought about marrying off his daughter. But the main thing was to sell the factory, convert all his money into 5% bonds, which were then becoming very fashionable, and live out the rest of his days in peace. Recollecting his past glory, he'd not only bravely endured its loss but even managed to retain his good cheer and his firmness. 2. Her father loved Katya and didn't allow any snobbish high society governesses to hobble the girl too severely. That's nonsense, he used to say about any correction to her waistline, her manners, or anything else. When Katya was 15, he even agreed with her that they could get along splendidly without any English or French governesses. Thus Katya relaxed and began to enjoy complete freedom at home. For Katya that meant that no one would interfere with her reading or dreaming. She had very few friends, only 2 or 3 close ones, but there was no end of suitors. Polozov had only 1 daughter and 1 shudders to think 4 million rubles. But Katya read and dreamed while the suitors despaired. She was already 17. So she read and dreamed, but didn't fall in love. Instead she began to grow thin and pale, then she took to her bed. 3. Although Kirsanov didn't maintain an active practice, he didn't believe that he had a right to refuse to attend consultations. About that time, a year or so after he became a professor and about a year before he married Vera Pavlovna, the luminaries among the Petersburg practitioners began to invite him, all too frequently, to assist them in their consultations. There were 2 reasons. First, it turned out that there really was someone named Claude Bernard who was alive and living in Paris. 278 One of the luminaries who journeyed to Paris for God knows what worthy scientific reason, had actually seen Claude Bernard with his own eyes, that is, the real one in flesh and blood. He introduced himself by rank, title, medals, and famous patients. After listening to him for half an hour, Claude Bernard replied, there was no need for you to come to Paris to study recent advances in medicine. In fact, there's no reason to leave Petersburg for that purpose. The luminary took this as a testament to his own pursuits. Upon his return to Petersburg he mentioned Claude Bernard no fewer than 10 times a day, adding at least 5 times the phrase my learned friend or my distinguished colleague. Mere this, how could he fail to invite Kirsanov to attend consultations? It was unthinkable. The second reason was even more important. All the luminaries realized that Kirsanov would never try to take away their patients. Not only wouldn't he do so, but he'd refuse to take cases even when they begged him to. It's well known that many big-time practitioners subscribe to the following custom: if, in their opinion, a patient is faced with the approach of an inevitable demise, and if, by some stroke of bad luck, the doctor is unable to get rid of the patient by sending him to take the waters or travel abroad, then he'll usually try to palm him off on another doctor, even offering the latter money. Here. This is for you. Just take him. Kirsanov rarely accepted patients on request from a doctor who was merely trying to escape. He usually recommended one of his friends engaged in private practice, reserving for himself only a few cases that were particularly interesting from a scientific point of view. How then could one not include such a colleague who was both known to Claude Bernard and who never tried to take away one's patients? Polozov the millionaire had as his doctor the biggest of these luminaries. When Katerina Vasilievna became dangerously ill, the consultants consisted exclusively of other luminaries. At last, when the case became very serious, the luminaries decided to call in Kirsanov. Indeed, they were confronted by a very difficult problem. The patient showed no signs of any known illness, yet her strength was failing rapidly. Some disease had to be found. The attending physician finally came up with atrophia nervorum, the suspension of nervous nutrition. I don't know whether such a disease exists in the whole world or not, but if it does, I am sure it must be incurable. If, in spite of its incurability, the patient must still be treated, let Kirsanov or one of his young upstart friends do it. So there was another consultation, this time with Kirsanov in attendance. They examined the patient and interrogated her. She answered willingly and very calmly. Mere her first few words, Kirsanov stood to one side and watched as the luminaries continued their examination. 391. An interrogation. When they'd exhausted themselves and tortured the patient as much as propriety demands on such occasions, they turned to Kirsanov and asked, "What do you think, Alexander Matveyevich?" He replied, I haven't examined the patient sufficiently. I'll stay here. It's an interesting case. If I'll need another consultation, I'll tell Karl Fedoi, that is, the attending physician, whose face was radiating joy at having been rescued from his atrophia nervorum. When everyone else left, Kirsanov sat down next to the patient's BD. She smiled sarcastically. It's a pity we're not acquainted, he began. A doctor must have his patient's trust. Perhaps I'll succeed in earning yours. They don't understand your illness, it requires a certain sagacity. There's no point in sounding your chest or prescribing various medicines. Only one thing is necessary, to understand your situation and to explore it together to see if something can be done. Will you help me do that? The patient was silent. You don't wish to talk to me. The patient was silent. You probably even want me to leave. I ask you for only 10 minutes. If in 10 minutes you still consider my presence here as useless as you do now, then I'll leave. Do you know that you have no disorder except for grief? Do you realize that if your present mental condition is allowed to continue, in 2 or 3 weeks, perhaps even less, it may be impossible to save you? Perhaps you won't even last that long. Consumption hasn't set in yet, but it's imminent, and at your age, under such circumstances, it develops with extraordinary speed and could carry you off in a matter of days. The patient was silent. You make no reply. You remain indifferent. That means that nothing I've said is new to you. The fact that you're silent indicates that you agree. Do you know what almost anyone else would do in my place? Speak with your father. Perhaps a conversation with him might even save your life. But, if you prefer, I won't do that. Why? I make it a rule that nothing should ever be done to help a person against his own will. Freedom comes before everything else, even life itself. Therefore, if you'd rather I didn't discover the reason for your dangerous condition, I won't. If you say that you want to die, I ask only that you explain the reasons to me. If they seem unfounded, I still won't have any right to interfere. If they seem well-founded, I'll be obligated to assist you, and I'm prepared to do so. I am ready to provide you with poison. On these conditions, then, I ask you to tell me the reason for your illness. The patient was silent. You'd rather not answer. Then I have no right to continue these. 392. Inquiries. But may I ask your permission to tell you something about myself that may serve to increase the trust between us? Yes. Thank you. Whatever the reason, you're suffering. So am I. I'm passionately in love with a woman who doesn't know and must never find out that I love her. Do you pity me? The patient was silent, but she smiled sadly. You say nothing, but you couldn't conceal the fact that you noticed these last words of mine more than any previous ones. That's enough. I can see that you and I share the same cause of our suffering. You prefer to die. I can understand that very well. But death from consumption is slow and painful. I'm prepared to help you die, if I can't help you in any other way. I'm telling you that I'm ready to provide you with poison, a splendid potion, fast-acting and utterly painless. On this condition, are you willing to provide me with the means of determining whether your predicament is as hopeless as it seems to you? You won't deceive me? Asked the patient. Look me straight in the eye and you'll see that I won't deceive you. The patient hesitated for some time. No, I don't know you well enough. Anyone else in my place might have said that the feeling that torments you is a good thing. I won't say that yet. Does your father know about it? Remember, without your permission I won't speak to him. He doesn't know. Does he love you? Yes. What do you think I'll say next? You say that he loves you. I've heard that he's not a stupid man. What makes you think there's nothing to be gained from revealing your feelings to him? Do you think he won't consent? If poverty were the only obstacle in the man you love, that wouldn't prevent you from trying to win your father's consent. That's what I think. In other words, you suppose that your father doesn't think well of him, there can be no other reason for silence before your father. Isn't that so? The patient was silent. Clearly, I'm not mistaken. What do I think now? Your father's a person with considerable life experience and one who knows people. You're inexperienced. If a particular person seems good to you but bad to him, then in all probability you're making a mistake and not he. You realize that I must think that. Do you want to know why I'm saying something so unpleasant? I'll tell you. You may get angry at my words, even hate me for saying them, but you will say to yourself, he says what he thinks. He doesn't pretend or try to deceive me. I'm winning your trust. Isn't it true that I'm being honest with you? The patient hesitated as to whether to answer or not. You're a very strange man, doctor, she said at last. 393. No, not strange, merely not a hypocrite. I say just what I think. But this is only my hypothesis. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Give me the opportunity to find out. Tell me the name of the man you love. Then, and once again, only if you allow it, I'll speak to your father about him. What will you say to him? Does he know him well? Yes. In that case I'll advise him to consent to your marriage only on one condition, that a date for the wedding be set not at once, but in 2 or 3 months, so that you will have time to consider carefully whether your father may be right. He won't agree to that. In all probability he will. If not, I'll help you as I said I would. Kirsanov went on in this manner for some time. At last he managed to get the patient to tell him the man's name and to allow him to speak with her father. However, it was even harder to handle the old man. Polozov was astonished to learn that his daughter's health was failing as a result of hopeless love. He was even more astonished to discover the name of the man she loved. He firmly declared, let her die rather than marry him. Death would be a lesser misfortune both for her and for me. This was a very difficult case, all the more so because upon hearing Polozov's reasons, Kirsanov realized that truth was actually on the side of the old man and not that of his daughter. 4. Suitors by the hundreds swarm around the heiress of an enormous fortune, but the society that flocked to Polozov's dinners and parties was of that highly dubious type, of that excessively suspicious elegance that fills the halls of wealthy people such as Polozov, elevated above their own more or less decent but still not high society circle, and possessing neither relatives nor connections in genuine, also more or less decent high society. They become the benefactors of scoundrels and fops lacking in external polish, not to mention internal worth. Therefore, Katerina Vasilievna was intrigued when, among the throngs of her admirers, there appeared a genuine society fellow of absolutely good breeding. His behavior was so much more elegant than that of all the others, his speech so much cleverer and more entertaining. Her father noticed very early on that she had begun to show preference for him above the rest. Being a business-like person, a firm and decisive man, as soon as he noticed, he had a talk with his 394 daughter. My dear Katya Solovtsov is pursuing you relentlessly. Beware of him. He's a very bad man, utterly heartless. You'd be so unhappy with him that I'd sooner see you dead than his wife. It would be easier both for you and for me. Katerina Vasilievna loved her father and was used to respecting his wishes. He never put any restrictions on her. She knew that he was speaking only out of love for her. But the main thing was that she was the sort of person who tends to think more about the wishes of those who love her than about her own caprices. She was one of those people who love to say to their nearest and dearest, I'll do as you think best. She answered her father, I like Solovtsov, but if you think it's better for me to keep away from him I will. Of course she wouldn't have done so, nor since by her very nature she was unable to lie would she have said so if she'd really loved him. But her affection for Solovtsov was still very weak, almost non-existent at the time. He was merely more interesting than the others. She began to treat him coolly. Everything might even have turned out all right except that her father in his fervor had overdone it. Not by much, but it was enough for the cunning Solovtsov. He realized that he should now play the role of victim. How could he find a pretext for doing so? Then Polozov made a caustic remark at his expense. Solovtsov took his leave, his sense of self-respect intact, a look of sorrow in his eye, and ceased his visits. In a week Katerina Vasilievna received a passionate and extremely humble letter from him to the effect that he'd never expected to have his love reciprocated. His happiness, he said, consists merely of seeing her occasionally, not even talking to her, merely seeing her. But he said he was willing to sacrifice even that happiness and would still be happy or unhappy, and so on and so forth. He made no requests and had no desires. He didn't even ask for a reply. Several other letters followed in the same vein. At last they produced their effect. But not very quickly. When Solovtsov ceased his visits, Katerina Vasilievna was neither sad nor pensive at first. Even before that she'd been somewhat cold to him, so she'd taken her father's advice to avoid him very calmly. Therefore 2 months later, when she became so sad, how could her father possibly imagine that Solovtsov was involved? He'd forgotten all about him. "You seem a little sad, Katya." "No, it's nothing. I am all right." In a week or two her father asked, "Are you ill, Katya?" "No, it's nothing." 2 weeks later her father said, "You really must see a doctor, Katya." 395. Katya began to be treated by a doctor. The old man was greatly relieved when the doctor found nothing seriously wrong with her, only a certain weakness and exhaustion, which he confidently attributed to the life Katerina Vasilievna had led last winter, attending a party every evening until 2 or 3 a.m., often until 5 a.m. This exhaustion would pass. But it didn't, it got worse. Why didn't Katerina Vasilievna say anything to her father? She was sure it would do no good. Her father had been so firm with her that day, and he never wastes words. He doesn't like to express his opinions about people unless he's firmly convinced. He would never consent to her marrying someone he considered to be a bad person. So Katerina Vasilievna dreamed and fantasized, reading Solovtsov's modest, hopeless letters, and after reading them for half a year or so, she stood one step away from consumption. Not from a single word could her father tell that her illness was caused by something for which he was partly to blame. His daughter was as affectionate to him as before. "Are you unhappy about something?" "No, Papa." "Are you upset about something?" "No, Papa." Clearly, she wasn't. She was merely depressed, but that was a result of her weakness, her illness. Even the doctor confirmed that. But why was she ill? As long as the doctor considered it unimportant, he was content to blame dances and corsets. But when he detected danger, then it was time for atrophia nervorum, the suspension of NEIVOUS nutrition. But if the practicing luminaries were in agreement that Mademoiselle Polozova was suffering from atrophia nervorum as a result of the exhausting life she led, in contrast to her natural inclination toward reverie and pensiveness, Kirsanov needed to spend very little time examining the patient to determine that her decline was due to some moral cause. Before the consultation the attending physician had outlined the patient's situation for him. There were no disagreements within the family. The father got on well with his daughter. Meanwhile, the father had absolutely no idea what was causing the distress because the attending physician had none either. What on earth was going on? It was clear that the girl had considerable character, since she'd managed to conceal her distress for so long and since she'd 396 given her father no opportunity to guess its cause. Her character was most apparent in the serene tone of her replies during the consultation. There wasn't a trace of irritation, she was enduring her fate stoically. Kirsanov realized that such a girl deserved his attention. Could he possibly help her? Of course, one way or another, this whole affair would be resolved someday, even without his intervention. But would it then be too late? Consumption was imminent, then no amount of solicitude would help. He struggled with her for 2 hours or so until he succeeded in winning her confidence. He found out what the problem was and received her permission to have a talk with her father. The old man was astonished to hear from Kirsanov that his daughter's love for Solovtsov was the cause of her illness. How could that be? Katya had taken his advice to stop seeing him so coolly, and she'd seemed so indifferent when Solovtsov ceased his visits. How could she be dying of love for him? And can one really die of love? Such exaltation could not appear credible to a man accustomed to leading an exceptionally practical life and one used to regarding everything with cool common sense. Kirsanov spent a long time talking to him, but he kept repeating, "It's the child's fantasy. She'll suffer a bit and then she'll forget." Kirsanov went on explaining again and again and finally convinced him that it was precisely because she was a child that she would not forget and was about to die. Polozov understood and was convinced. But instead of yielding, he struck his fist on the table and said with intense determination, "If she dies, she dies, let her die. That's better than her being unhappy. It will be better both for her and for me." These were the very same words he'd used with his daughter only half a year before. Katerina Vasilievna hadn't been mistaken in thinking that there was no use talking to him. "Why do you object so? I believe you that he's a bad person, but is he really so worthless that life with him would be even worse than death?" "Yes, he is. He has no soul. She's kind and gentle, while he's a depraved louse." Polozov launched into a long description of Solovtsov and painted a picture so bleak that Kirsanov couldn't object. And indeed, how could he help but agree with Polozov? Solovtsov was none other than that very same Jean with whom, once upon a time, before Storyshnikov's courtship, he'd supped after the opera, together with Serge and Julie. 279 It was absolutely true that it would have been better for a decent girl to die than become such a fellow's wife. He would pollute her, stifle her, and devour her with his loathsomeness. It would be much better for her to die. 279 See pages 59 to 64 above. 397. Kirsanov lapsed into thought for several minutes. "No," he said at last. "Why have I been taken in by your eloquence? There's no real danger here precisely because the fellow is so bad. She can't help but realize this if only she's given enough time to look at him calmly." Insistently he began to explain his plan. Earlier Kirsanov had said to Polozov's daughter, merely as a hypothesis, perhaps even an erroneous one, that she herself would reject her beloved if he really was unworthy. Now Kirsanov was absolutely convinced that she would do so precisely because the beloved was so very wicked. I won't argue that marriage is not so terribly important if one regards it dispassionately. When a wife's unhappy, why shouldn't she leave her husband? You consider the solution unacceptable. Your daughter was raised with those same ideas, so that for both of you it would truly inflict an irretrievable loss. Before she could ever be re-educated, she'd suffer with such a man until she died a death far worse than that caused by consumption. But one must approach this from a different angle. Why not rely on your daughter's good common sense? She's not insane, is she? Always rely on reason, but allow it to operate freely, it'll never fail when the cause is just. You yourself are to blame. You've placed chains on your daughter's reason, remove them, and it will lead her over to your side if truth is there. Passion blinds a person when it encounters obstacles. Remove them and your daughter will become reasonable again. Give her the freedom to love or not and she'll see whether the man is worthy of her love. Let her become his fiancée and in a short time she herself will reject him. This way of looking at things was still too novel for Polozov. He replied sharply that he didn't believe such nonsense, he knew life too well. He'd seen too many examples of people's stupidity to rely on their reason, let alone that of a 17-year-old girl. In vain Kirsanov objected that foolish acts are committed only in two cases. Either in the heat of the moment, a fleeting burst of passion, or when a person is deprived of freedom and is irritated by restraint. These ideas were absolute nonsense to Polozov. She's mad. It would be stupid to entrust a child with her own fate. It would be better to let her die. There was no way to disabuse him of these arguments. Of course, no matter how fixed the ideas of a man in the wrong, if another man, more developed, more knowledgeable, and more understanding, constantly works to lead him into the light, his errors can't hold out for long. That's certain. But how much time would the mental battle require? Naturally, even this conversation couldn't pass without producing results. Although hardly any immediate impact on Polozov could be detected, the old man would soon begin to reflect on Kirsanov's words that was inevitable. And if one were to continue having such conversations with him, he'd eventually change his mind. But 398. He was both experienced and proud of it and considered himself infallible. He was set in his ways and very stubborn. One could undoubtedly talk some sense into him, but not very quickly. Any delay would be dangerous. A long delay would probably prove fatal, yet such a delay was undoubtedly inevitable in a methodically intelligent struggle with him. Kirsanov would have to resort to more radical means. It involved a risk, that was true, but with it, there was merely risk, whereas without it, there was certain death. Besides, the risk wasn't really as great as it would appear to a person any less firm than Kirsanov in his convictions about the laws governing human life. The risk wasn't that great at all. But it was serious. In this lottery there's only one losing ticket. There was almost no likelihood that it would turn up, but what if it did? One who takes a risk must be prepared to accept the consequences unflinchingly if the losing ticket turns up. Kirsanov observed the girl's calm, silent strength and was sure of her. But did he have the right to subject her to such a risk? Of course. As things stood, out of 100 seances, there was only one that she wouldn't destroy her health in this whole business, and there was more than a fifth chance that she'd quickly die. But this way, out of 1,000 chances, only one would be against her. Let her take her chances in the lottery. Seemingly it was more terrifying because it was quicker, but it really was incomparably less dangerous. All right, said Kirsanov. You don't want me to treat her by any means at your disposal. I'll have to resort to my own. Tomorrow I'll call for another consultation. He returned to the patient and informed her that her father was a very stubborn man, indeed more so than he'd expected, and that it would be necessary to confront him in a very drastic manner. No, nothing will help, said the patient sadly. Are you sure? Yes. Are you ready to die? Yes. What if I decide to subject you to the risk of death? I mentioned this before in passing to win your trust and to demonstrate that I was prepared to do anything to help you. Now I'm talking about it seriously. What if I have to provide you with poison? I've known for some time that my death was inevitable and that I had only a few days left to live. What if it's tomorrow morning? The sooner the better. She spoke very calmly. When only one means of salvation remains, that is, to summon up one's own reading. 399. Nest to die, then one almost always succeeds. If you say, give in or I'll die / a person almost always gives in. But one must never make light of such a great principle as this. Nor can one lower one's self-respect. If the others don't give in, then one must really die. He explained his plan to her, one that was quite comprehensible from this discussion alone. 6. Of course, in any similar case Kirsanov would never have considered running such a risk. It would have been much simpler, remove the girl from the household and let her marry whom she wished. But here everything was complicated by the girl's own ideas and by the character of the man she loved. Given her view of the indissolubility of marriage, she would have stuck with the wretch even after realizing that life with him was a torment. To unite them in marriage would be worse than killing her. Therefore, only one option remained: either kill her or give her the chance to come to her senses. The next day they held a consultation. It consisted of the luminaries of high society medical practice, 5 in all, each among the most distinguished. How else could one make an impression on Polozov? It was essential that the verdict be announced to him without any possibility of appeal. Kirsanov spoke, everyone listened gravely to what he said and gravely nodded their heads. What else could they do? After all, you'll recall that Claude Bernard was alive and living in Paris. Besides that, Kirsanov was saying such strange things, devil take these young whippersnappers, that no one could understand a word he said. What else could they do but nod their heads? Kirsanov said that he'd examined the patient very thoroughly and was in total agreement with Karl Fedorik that her illness was incurable. The patient's suffering would be horrendous. In fact, each additional hour she lived entailed superfluous torment. Therefore, he considered it the obligation of the consulting physicians to resolve, out of love for their fellow man, to curtail the patient's suffering by administering a dose of morphine from which she would never awaken. Having announced such a solution, he invited the doctors to examine the patient once more in order to confirm or reject this opinion. The physicians did so, with considerable blinking of eyes under the barrage of Kirsanov's diabolically unintelligible explanations. They withdrew to the large hall, far away from the patient's room. There they confirmed Kirsanov's decision to curtail the patient's suffering by administering a fatal dose of morphine. 400. After reaching this decision, Kirsanov dispatched a servant to invite Polozov into the consultation hall. Polozov entered. The gravest of sages announced the doctor's decision in appropriately solemn and gloomy language and in majestically somber tones. Polozov was thunderstruck. To expect death, even fairly soon, not knowing when or whether it would come, was one thing, but to hear that in half an hour she'd no longer be alive was altogether different. Kirsanov fixed Polozov with an intense stare. He was absolutely convinced of the impact, but the entire affair was still a strain on his nerves. For 2 minutes or so the old man stood in stunned silence. No, it must not be. She's dying because of my stubbornness. I'll consent to anything. Will she recover? Of course, replied Kirsanov. The luminaries would have been very angry if they'd had the time, that is, the time to exchange glances and realize that they and all their colleagues had been puppets in the hands of this young whippersnapper, but Kirsanov allowed them no time to wonder how the others perceive me. After he instructed the servant to lead away the drooping Polozov, he thanked them all for the perspicacity with which they divined his intention, having understood that the cause of her illness was moral suffering, and how essential it had been to shock the stubborn old man who might otherwise really have been the cause of his own daughter's death. The luminaries parted, each one satisfied that his erudition and perspicacity had been demonstrated in front of all the others. After hastily providing them with the attestation, Kirsanov went in to tell the patient about his success. At his first words she seized hold of his hand. He barely managed to withdraw it in time to prevent her from kissing it. But I won't allow your father to come in and tell you the same thing for quite some time, he said. First he must hear my lecture about how he's to conduct himself. He explained what advice he'd give her father and assured her that he wouldn't let the old man go until it had all been firmly implanted. Shaken by the impact of the consultation, the old man was severely chastened. He now regarded Kirsanov in a very different light than he had the day before, a little the way Marya Alexeyevna had regarded Lopukhov differently after he appeared in her dream as a tax farmer. Z80 Yesterday Polozov quite naturally thought, I am older than you and more experienced. There's no one on earth cleverer than I. Besides, why should I listen to you, you penniless milksop? I was smart enough to earn 2 million rubles. In fact it had been only 2 and not 4. Match that and then we can talk. Now, however, Polozov thought. What a bear he is. He got his own way. He knows what he's doing. The more he talked with Kirsanov, the more vividly he imagined him in a form other than that of a bear, namely, an old forgotten recollection from his own life as a hussar. His riding master, Zakharchenko, was sitting astride Gromoboy. Zhukovsky's ballads were still fashionable then among the ladies, and partly, as a result, among the cavaliers too, both military and civilian, .281 Gromoboy was being put through his paces smartly by Zakharchenko, but the horse's lips were cut and dripping with blood. Polozov was somewhat horrified to hear Kir Sanov's answer to his first question: would you really have administered a fatal dose? Absolutely. Of course. Kirsanov replied with complete composure. Naturally. What a scoundrel! Polozov thought. He sounds like a cook about to wring a chicken's neck. Would you have had the courage? In this case? Of course. Did you take me for a milksop? You're a frightening man. Repeated Polozov. That means you've yet to meet any really frightening men, replied Kirsanov with a condescending smile, thinking to himself, you ought to meet Rakhmetov. But how did you manipulate all those doctors? As if that were hard. Answered Kirsanov with a slight grimace. Polozov again remembered Zakharchenko, who had obsived to Staff Captain Volinov. Why did you bring me this lop-eared nag to ride, Your Excellency? I'm ashamed to mount him. After putting a stop to Polozov's interminable and repetitive questions, Kirsanov began to instruct him as to how he should behave. Remember that a person can use his reason only when he's not undisturbed, and that he doesn't get angry only so long as others don't irritate him. Remember too that his fantasies lose their value only when others don't deprive him of them, but allow him to examine them himself to see whether they're good or bad. If Solovtsov is as bad as you say, and as I certainly believe him to be, your daughter will see that for herself. But that will happen only if you don't interfere or arouse in her the idea that you're somehow scheming against him and trying to thwart them. One word from you against him could set the whole thing back 2 weeks, several words could destroy it forever. You must remain entirely aloof. The instructions were seasoned with 281 Gromoboy, Battle Thunder, was the hero of a ballad of the same name, 1810, by the noted pre-Romantic Russian poet Vasily Zhukovsky, 1783–1852. Zhukovsky, son of a rich noble landowner and a Turkish captive, was best known for his literary ballads and his translations of European poetry into Russian. 402. The following arguments: is it easy to force you to do something if you don't want to do it? No, but I forced you. That means I know what I am doing. Therefore, you should believe what I say about what you must do. I know what I am talking about, you must do the listening. Toward people such as Polozov was at that time, there's no other way to act except forcefully, grabbing them by the throat. At last Polozov yielded, promising to behave himself as instructed. But even after he was convinced that Kirsanov was right and that he must do as he was told, Polozov still couldn't figure out what sort of man Kirsanov was. He seemed to be on his side, but he was also on hers. He was forcing him to submit to his daughter's wishes, yet he wanted her to change her own mind. How could all this be reconciled? Very simply. I want you to allow her to be reasonable, that's all. Polozov wrote a note to Solovtsov asking him to be good enough to come see him about a very important matter. Solovtsov appeared that very evening. He came to a cordial but very dignified understanding with the old man. He was accepted as his daughter's intended on condition that the marriage not take place before 3 months had passed. 7. Kirsanov couldn't abandon the case now. He had to help Katerina Vasilievna recover from her blindness. Even more, he had to keep his eye on her father and support him in his resolve to adhere to the agreed method of non-interference. But he considered it was awkward to visit the Polozovs during the first few days after the crisis. Katerina Vasilievna, of course, was still in an exalted state. If he were to see, as he certainly expected, that her intended was worthless indeed, then even his own silent disapproval of him, not only a direct statement, would be very detrimental and would prolong her exaltation. About a week and a half later Kirsanov dropped by, but in the morning, so as not to meet the suitor directly, but to secure Katerina Vasilievna's permission to do so. She was feeling much better already, though still very pale and thin. She was completely healthy now, even though her former famous physician was busy prescribing remedies for her once again. When Kirsanov had returned her to his care, he'd said, "Let him treat you. None of his medicines can do you any harm now, even if you start taking them." Katerina Vasilievna greeted Kirsanov with rapture, but stared at him in amazement when he told her why he'd come. "You saved my life and yet you need my permission to visit us." But in his presence my visit here could seem like an attempt to 403. Interfere in your affairs without your permission. You know my rule, do nothing to help a person against his own will. Kirsanov came on the second or third evening and found Katya's intended to be just as Polozov had described him. He also found Polozov behaving in a satisfactory manner. The well-trained old man wasn't interfering with his daughter. Kirsanov spent the whole evening there, in no way revealing his opinion of Katya's suitor. In saying goodbye to her, he gave no indication whether he liked the man or not. That was enough to arouse her curiosity and doubt. The next day she thought, Kirsanov didn't say a word about him. If he'd made a good impression on Kirsanov, then he'd have told me. Could it be that Kirsanov didn't like him? What could he not have liked about him? When her beloved arrived that evening, she examined his behavior and reflected on his conversation. She said to herself that she was doing it to prove that Kirsanov should not and could not find any flaws in him. That was really true. But the need to prove to oneself that there are no flaws in one's beloved soon leads to the discovery of flaws. Kirsanov returned a few days later. Once again he said not a word to her about whether he liked her suitor or not. This time she couldn't restrain herself. At the end of the evening she asked, "Your opinion? Why don't you say something? I don't know if you'll be pleased by my opinion and whether you'll consider it impartial. Don't you like him?" Kirsanov was silent. "Don't you like him?" "I didn't say that. I tease clear. Why don't you like him?" "I'll wait until that's also clear to you." The following evening Katerina Vasilievna scrutinized Solovtsov even more carefully. "He's fine. Kirsanov is being unfair. Why can't I see what Kirsanov doesn't like about him?" She was annoyed at her own poor powers of observation. She thought, can I really be so dense? Her pride was stung in a way that would prove very dangerous to her beloved. When Kirsanov appeared a few days later, he perceived the opportunity of acting more forcefully. Up to this point he'd avoided all conversation with Solovtsov so as not to alarm Katerina Vasilievna by any premature interference. Now he joined the group around her and Solovtsov and began to steer the conversation in a direction that would reveal Solovtsov's true character. Then he drew him into conversation. The subject was wealth. It seemed to Katerina Vasilievna that Solovtsov was too preoccupied with thoughts about wealth. The con. 404. Versation turned to women. It seemed to Katya that Solovtsov talked about them too frivolously. Then the subject switched to family life. In vain Katya tried to dispel the impression that a wife might find it lonely and difficult to live with such a husband. The crisis had arrived. Katerina Vasilievna lay awake for a long time. She wept, annoyed at herself for entertaining such an offensive view of Solovtsov. "No, he's not a cold man. He doesn't despise women. He loves me, not my fortune." If these objections had been made in reply to anyone else, they would have remained stubbornly embedded in her mind. But she was making them to herself. You can't resist for long a truth you discover for yourself. That truth is yours, your own. There's no possibility of suspecting any treachery there. The next evening Katerina Vasilievna tested Solovtsov herself, just as Kirsanov had done the day before. She told herself that she merely wanted to be convinced that she'd insulted him for no good reason, but she herself felt that she'd begun to distrust him. That night once again she couldn't fall asleep, but this time she was annoyed at him. Why did he hold forth in a way that didn't allay her doubts, but only reinforced them? She was also annoyed at herself, but in this feeling a new theme had clearly emerged. How could I have been so blind? It's easy to see why within a day or two she became entirely preoccupied by the thought, soon I'll lose any chance to correct my mistake, if I am mistaken about him. The next time Kirsanov arrived, he saw that he could have a word with her. You asked earlier about my opinion of your intended / he said. That's not nearly as important as your opinion. What do you think of him? Now it was she who was silent. I dare not continue the inquiry / he said. He began talking about something else and soon moved away. But in half an hour she approached him. Give me your advice. You see that my mind is vacillating. Why do you need someone else's advice, when you know what you must do if it's vacillating? Wait until it stops vacillating. Just as you think best. I'll postpone the wedding. Why not, if that's what you think best? How will he take it? When you see how he takes it, you can consider once again what would be best. I'll find it hard to tell him. 405. If that's the case, ask your father to tell him. I don't want to hide behind anyone else. I'll tell him myself. If you feel strong enough to do so, then of course that would be much better. Naturally, with other people, Vera Pavlovna for example, it wouldn't have been necessary to proceed quite so slowly. But each temperament has its own particular requirements. While an ardent person is irritated by methodical deliberation, a gentle one is perturbed by abrupt measures. The success of Katerina Vasilievna's explanation with her intended surpassed even Kirsanov's expectations. He thought that Solovtsov would manage to keep his wits and drag out the affair by his own submissiveness and meek entreaties. But no, in spite of all his self-control, Solovtsov couldn't restrain himself. When he realized that an enormous fortune might be slipping through his fingers, he let go of those few slim chances remaining to him. He launched into a bitter tirade, accusing Polozov of scheming against him. He told Katerina Vasilievna that she allowed her father to exercise too much power over her, that she was afraid of him, and that she was merely following his orders. Meanwhile, Polozov didn't even know about his daughter's decision to postpone the wedding. Katya felt that he was allowing her complete freedom. The reproaches heaped on her father offended Katya by their unfairness and insulted her by revealing Solovtsov's view of her as a creature lacking both will and character. It seems that you view me as a plaything in the hands of other people. Yes, he replied in irritation. I was prepared to die without a thought for my father. But you didn't understand that. From this moment on, she said, everything is over between us, and she quickly left the room. 8. Afterward, Katerina Vasilievna was depressed for quite some time, but although this episode intensified her grief, it wasn't the cause of it. There are some natures that manifest very little interest in particular facts. These facts serve merely to stimulate general ideas that have a much greater impact on such people. If they possess remarkably strong intellects, they become reshapers of general ideas. In olden times they used to become great philosophers. Kant, Fichte, and Hegel never developed a single specific problem that would have been too. 406. Boring point 282. Of course, this applies only to men. Women, it's thought nowadays, don't ever have strong intellects. You see, nature has denied them that, just as it's denied the blacksmith a tender complexion, the tailor a good posture, and the cobbler a fine sense of smell. All of that is nature's doing. That explains why there are no great minds among women. People with inferior intelligence and such a turn of character are usually phlegmatic to the point of insensitivity. People of ordinal intelligence are inclined to pensiveness, to a quiet life, and to dreaming in general. But this still doesn't mean that their vision is. Many of them have a weak imagination and are positive people. They simply prefer quiet reverie. Katerina Vasilievna fell in love with Solovtsov because of his letters. She was dying of a love based solely on her dreams. From this it's perfectly clear that she was romantically inclined at the time. The boisterous life of the vulgar society that filled Polozov's house was in no way conducive to exalted idealism. In other words, this characteristic arose from her own nature. All that boisterousness had oppressed her for some time, she preferred to read and dream. Now she began to be oppressed by wealth itself, not only the clamor surrounding it. But there's no need to consider her an unusual person on that account. It's a familiar feeling to all wealthy women of modest and gentle character. In her it merely developed sooner than usual because she received a powerful lesson early on. Whom can I trust? What can I believe in? She asked herself after the events with Solovtsov. She realized the answer, no one and nothing. Her father's wealth attracted avarice, cunning, and deceit from all over town. She was surrounded by mercenaries, liars, and flatterers. Every word said to her was calculated on the basis of her father's millions. Her thoughts turned more and more serious. She became interested in general questions about the wealth that bothered her so much and about the poverty that tormented others. Her father provided her with a rather large amount of spending money. Like any good woman, she used some of it to help the poor. But as she read and reflected, she began to notice that her kind of help produced considerably fewer results than expected. She realized that she was being taken in much too easily by the feigned poverty of the undeserving poor. She saw that the people who did deserve help, those who'd know how to put the money to good use, almost never received any lasting good from it. They'd be temporarily lifted out of their poverty, but in 6 months to a year these people would be back where they'd started. She began to think, why does wealth exist when it ruins people? Why does poverty persist among the poor? Why did she see so many poor people who were just as unreasonable and wicked as the rich? She was a dreamer, but her dreams were gentle like her character. They contained as little brilliance as she did herself. Her favorite writer was George Sand, but she imagined herself not as Leila Indiana Cavalcantil or even Consuelo. In her dreams she was either Jean or more often Genevieve. U.283 Genevieve was her favorite heroine. She strolls through the meadow picking flowers to serve as models for her handiwork, and now she encounters Andrei there. What sweet meetings! They realize they love each other. This was Katya's dream, and she knew it was only a dream. But she also loved to ponder the enviable fate of Miss Nightingale, that gentle humble girl about whom no one knew very much. There was nothing to know except that she was beloved by all of England. 284 Was she young? Rich or poor? Happy or unhappy? No one talked about that, no one thought about that. Everyone simply praised this girl who was the angel of mercy in English hospitals in the Crimea and Scutari. 285 And who at the end of the war returned to her homeland with hundreds of men whom she'd saved and continued to take care of the infirm. These were her dreams. Katerina Vasilievna wished to see them fulfilled. Her fantasy carried her no further than these thoughts about Genevieve and Miss Knight. Ingle. Can one say that she possessed a genuine fantasy? Can she really be called a dreamer? Genevieve in the noisy, vulgar society of scoundrels and mediocre fops. Miss Nightingale amidst idle luxury. How could she fail to be bored and depressed? Therefore, Katerina Vasilievna was almost more glad than sad when her father lost his fortune. She was sorry to see him change from a vigorous person to an old man, and sorry that her ability to help others was significantly reduced. At first she was offended by the disdain of the crowd that once had fawned upon her and cringed before her and her father. But she was also glad that the vulgar, tedious rabble had abandoned them. They no longer would restrain her life or irritate her with their treachery and baseness. Now she felt so free. There even seemed to be some hope of happiness. If I discover love now, it will be for me alone and not for my father's millions. 9. Polozov wanted to arrange the sale of the stearine factory, in which he was both a shareholder and the manager. After about half a year or so of intensive search, he finally located a buyer. On the buyer's calling card was engraved the name Charles Beaumont. It was pronounced not in the French style, as the uninitiated might suppose, but in the English manner. That was only natural, because the buyer was an agent of the London firm of Hodgson, Loder & Co., for the purchase of tallow and stearine. The factory could not go on in the poor financial and administrative condition that prevailed under its present shareholders. But in the hands of a competent firm it would yield high returns. A firm that spent some 500,000 or 600,000 to buy it could count on an annual income of about 100,000 rubles. This agent was a conscientious fellow. He examined the factory carefully and scrutinized the books before advising his firm to go through with the purchase. Then negotiations over the sale of the factory began with a group of shareholders. They dragged on for a very long time. Owing to the nature of our shareholding societies, it was enough to drive to distraction even those patient Greeks who hadn't found it too tedious to besiege Troy for 10 years on end. Zhg Meanwhile Polozov courted the agent, in accordance with the age-old manner of treating important people, and repeatedly invited him to dinner. The agent kept his distance from the old man and declined his invitations. But once, after a very lengthy negotiating session with the directors of the group, tired and hungry, he accepted an invitation to dine with Polozov, who lived right there on the same staircase. 287. X. Charles Beaumont, just like any other Charles, John, James, or William, was nt fond of dwelling on personal intimacies and effusions. But when asked, he related his own story in a few well-chosen words. His family, he said, was of Canadian origin and, indeed, in Canada almost half the population consists of descendants of French colonists. His family was one of those, hence the French surname. And his features resembled those of a Frenchman more than an Englishman or a Yankee. But, he continued, his grandfather moved from the vicinity of Quebec to New York. Such things happen. His father was still a child at the time. Later, of course, he grew up and became an adult. Meanwhile a certain wealthy gentleman with progressive ideas about agriculture took it into his head to establish cotton plantations instead of vineyards on the southern shores of the Crimea. He dispatched someone to find him a manager from North America. They located James Beaumont, native of Canada, resident of New York, that is, a man who'd no more seen a cotton plantation than you or I have seen Mount Ararat from our native Petersburg or Kursk. 288 That's always the way it happens with progressive people. The truth is that the experiment was in no way spoiled by the American manager's complete inexperience with cotton plantations, since planting cotton in the Crimea is just about the same as trying to grow grapes in Petersburg. When this became clear, the American manager was discharged from the cotton plantation. He wound up as a distiller at a factory in the Tambov region. 289 where he lived for almost the rest of his life. His son Charles was born there. Shortly afterward he buried his wife there. At the age of 65, having put aside some money for his declining years, he decided to return to America. Charles was then about 20 years old. When his father died, Charles wanted to return to Russia because, having been born there and having lived until the age of 20 in the Tambov region, he felt himself to be a Russian. He and his father had lived in New York, where he worked as a clerk in a commercial office. After his father died he moved over to the New York office of the London firm Hodgson, Loder & Co., knowing that it did business with Petersburg. After he'd established himself, he expressed a desire to obtain a position in Russia, explaining that he knew the country as if it were his homeland. Naturally it would be an advantage for the firm to have such an employee in Russia. He was transferred to the London office for a trial. He was successful, and about 6 months before the dinner with Polozov he'd arrived in Petersburg as an agent for the purchase of tallow and stearine at a salary of £500. In perfect accord with this story, Beaumont, who was born and lived until the age of 20 in the Tambov region, and, since his father was the only American or Englishman within a radius of 20, 50, or 100 versts, and spent all his days at the factory, also in accord with this story, Charles Beaumont spoke Russian like a native. He also spoke English fairly well, though not altogether fluently, as one would expect of a grown man who'd lived for only a few years in a country where English is spoken. 11. Beaumont found himself sitting at dinner with the old man and his daughter, a very nice, somewhat pensive blonde. Who would have thought, said Polozov during dinner, that these shares in the factory would ever have meant so much to me. It's difficult for a man of my age to suffer such a blow. It's a good thing that Katya cared so little about the loss of her fortune, even during my lifetime it was really more hers than mine. Her mother had some capital, I had very little. Of course, I managed to turn every ruble into 20, which goes to show, on the other hand, that the fortune resulted more from my hard work than from any inheritance. And I did work very hard. It also took considerable know-how. The old man went on at length in this self-congratulatory vein. It was earned by my sweat and blood, but mainly because of my intelligence, he concluded. Then he repeated what he'd said before, that it was hard to endure such a blow, and that if Katya had been distressed about it, he would have lost his mind. But not only did Katya keep from fretting, she even supported her father. 411. Either in accordance with the American custom of seeing nothing unusual about rapid fortune or sudden ruin, or else in accordance with his own individual character, Beaumont had no desire to go into raptures over the greatness of a line that could earn 3 or 4 million, or to lament the kind of great loss that left one with enough money to keep a decent chef. Nevertheless, he had to register some sign of sympathy after such a long speech. He said, "Yes, it's a great relief when one's family bears up together under adversity. But you seem to doubt it, Karl Yakovlevich. Z90 Do you think that Katya is so pensive now because she's pining for her lost fortune? No, Karl Yakovlevich. No, indeed. You're wrong to be so unfair. She and I share a different grief. We've lost our faith in people," said Polozov in a half-joking, half-serious tone, the sort used by experienced old men when talking about the splendid but naive ideas of children. Katerina Vasilievna blushed. She found it disagreeable to have her father turn the conversation to a discussion of her personal feelings. But, in addition to paternal love, there was another well-known circumstance for which her father was not to blame. If there's nothing to talk about and there's a cat or a dog in the room, the conversation turns to it. If there's neither a cat nor a dog, then it's children. The weather is a clear third choice and represents an extreme lack of resourcefulness. No, Papa, you're wrong in attributing my pensiveness to such a sublime motive. You know that I have a melancholy nature, besides, I am bored. To be melancholy is a matter of choice, said Beaumont. But to be bored, in my opinion, is inexcusable. Boredom is in fashion among our English brethren, but we Americans know nothing about it. We don't have time to be bored, we have too much to do. I guess, that is, it seems to me, he corrected his Americanism, Z91 that Russians should see themselves in that same position. In my opinion they too have too much to do. But in fact, I observe the exact opposite in Russians. They're very given to spleen. 292 Even the English can't be compared with them in this respect. English society is renowned throughout Europe, including Russia, as the most tiresome in the world, yet if it's less sociable, lively, and cheerful than the French, it's that much more so than the Russian. Even your own travelers tell tales of the tiresomeness of English society. I don't understand where their eyes are when they're at home. Russians are right to be melancholy, said Katerina Vasilievna. What work do they have? There's nothing for them to do here. They have to sit by with their arms folded. Show me what work there is to be done, and in all probability I'll no longer be bored. You'd like to find some work to do? That shouldn't pose any problem at all. You see such ignorance all around you. Forgive me for talking about your country like this, that is, about your homeland, he corrected his Anglicism. 293 But I was born here and grew up here myself and consider it my own, so I won't stand on ceremony. Here you have both Turkish ignorance and Japanese helplessness. 294 I despise your home and because I love it as my own, I say in paraphrase of your poet. 295 Here's a great deal of work to be done. Yes. But all alone and a woman at that. What can I do? But you're already doing something, Katya/said Polozov. I'll tell you her secret, Karl Yakovlevich. Because she's so bored, she teaches little girls. Her pupils come every day and she spends from 10 to 1 o'clock working with them, sometimes even longer. Beaumont looked at Katerina Vasilievna respectfully. Now that's our way, the American way. Of course, by American I mean only the northern or free states. The southern states are even worse than Mexico, and almost as despicable as Brazil. Beaumont was a rabid abolitionist. Yes, that's our way. So then, why are you bored? Do you consider this serious work, Mr. Beaumont? I think it's no more than recreation. Perhaps I am mistaken. You may choose to call me a materialist. Do you expect to hear that reproach from a man who comes from a country that everyone says has only one goal and one aim, namely, the dollar? You're joking, but I am really afraid to speak my mind to you. My ideas may sound like the ones preached by the obscurantists about the uselessness of enlightenment. So, thought Beaumont. Has she really come to that? This is becoming interesting. I am an obscurantist myself, he said. I stand with the illiterate blacks against their civilized owners in the southern states. Excuse me, I was distracted by my American hatred. I find it very interesting to hear your opinion. It's very prosaic, Mr. Beaumont, but life has led me to it. I think the work I do is too one-sided, and that side isn't the one that most deserves the attention of those who want to serve the people. Here's what I think: give people bread and they'll learn how to read by themselves. Point 296. One must start with bread or it's a waste of time. So why not begin where you ought to begin? Asked Beaumont, now somewhat animated. It's possible. I know examples, back in America / he added. I told you, what can I do alone? I don't know how to begin. Even if I did, what chance would I have? A girl's bound on all sides. I'm independent only in my own room. What can I do there? Put a book on the table and teach people how to read. Where can I go alone? Whom can I see alone? What work can I do alone? I think you're making me look like a despot, Katya / said her father. Since you taught me that lesson, I'm no longer guilty of that. Papa, I blush to think of that. I was only a child then. No, Papa, you're very good and don't hold me back. It's society. Is it true, Mr. Beaumont, that in America girls aren't so hampered? Yes, we can be proud of that. Of course, even there it's not everything it should be. Still, there's no comparison between us and the Europeans. Everything you've heard about women's emancipation in America is true. Papa, let's go to America after Mr. Beaumont buys your factory, said Katerina Vasilievna in jest. There I'll do something. How happy I'd be. One can find work in Petersburg, too, said Beaumont. Tell me where. Beaumont hesitated for several seconds. Why did I come back here? He wondered. And how could I find out better than through her? He thought to himself. You haven't heard. He said aloud. There's an experiment at putting into practice those principles recently developed by economic science. Do you know about them? Yes, I've read something. That must be very interesting and valuable. Can I really take part in it? Where can I find it? It was established by Madame Kirsanova. Who's she? Is her husband a doctor? Do you know him? Didn't he tell you about it? It was quite a while ago and he wasn't married then. I was very ill. He came several times and managed to save me. Oh, what a man! Is she like him? How could she make Madame Kirsanova's acquaintance? Would Beaumont introduce Katerina Vasilievna to her? No, the Kirsanovs had never even heard of him. But she didn't need any introduction. Surely Kirsonova would be very glad to find a sympathetic soul. She could find out the address at the hospital where Kirsonov was employed. 12. That's how Polozova got acquainted with Vera Pavlovna. She went off to see her the very next morning. Beaumont was so interested that he came that evening to find out what Katerina Vasilievna thought of her new acquaintance and the new enterprise. Katerina Vasilievna was very animated. There was no trace whatever of her sadness, her pensiveness had given way to rapture. She enthusiastically told Beaumont what she'd seen that morning even though she'd just told her father the very same thing. Clearly one telling hadn't exhausted her, there seemed to be no end of things to tell. Yes, now her heart was full. She'd found her life's work. Beaumont listened carefully. But is it permissible to listen in such a fashion? And she cried almost angrily. Mr. Beaumont, I am very disappointed in you. Does this all make so little impression on you that you're merely interested in what I say but no more? Katerina Vasilievna, you forget that I've seen this all before in Amur-ICA. I find several details particularly interesting, but the enterprise itself sounds all too familiar. Only the people who've organized it so successfully interest me as a novelty, whereas for you the whole enterprise is novel. For example, what can you tell me about Madame Kirsonova? Oh my God! I liked her very much, of course. She explained it all to me so lovingly. So you said? 415. What else is there? What more can I tell you? Do you think I could pay attention to her with such an enterprise right before my eyes? Indeed, said Beaumont, I understand that one forgets all about people when one's interested in their work. Still, is there anything more you can tell me about Madame Kirsonova? Katerina Vasilievna began to gather her recollections of Vera Pavlovna, but all she came up with was the first impression that Vera Pavlovna had made on her. She described her appearance vividly, her manner of speaking, and everything else that leaped to the eye at the moment of meeting someone new. But further, there was really nothing more she could add about Vera Pavlovna. The workshop, and Vera Pavlovna's explanations of the workshop. She'd understood all these explanations, but she remembered very little about Vera Pavlovna after the first words of their initial encounter. And so if I hope to learn something more from you about Madame Kirsonova this time, I'm to be disappointed. But I won't give up. In a few days I'll ask you about her again. Why don't you get to know her yourself if she interests you so much? I'd like to. Perhaps I will at some point. But first I must learn more about her. Beaumont paused for a moment. I wonder whether to ask you or not. I think it best to ask. If my name should happen to come up in conversation with her, please don't say that I asked about her or that I want to meet her. This is beginning to sound mysterious, Mr. Beaumont said Katerina Vasilievna in a serious tone of voice. You want to learn about them through me but wish to conceal yourself. Yes, Katerina Vasilievna. How can I explain it? I'm afraid to meet them. This is almost peculiar, Mr. Beaumont. That's true. I'll speak more frankly, I'm afraid this might be unpleasant for them. They've never heard my name. But it's possible that I may have had conflicts with certain people who are close to them or even with them. No matter. In a word, I must first make certain whether they would enjoy meeting me. This is almost peculiar, Mr. Beaumont. I am an honest man, Katerina Vasilievna. I want to assure you that I have no desire to compromise you. You and I are meeting only for the second time, but I already have a deep respect for you. I can also see, Mr. Beaumont, that you're an honorable man, but if that's how you think of me, then you'll let me visit you again, so 416. That when you have enough confidence in me, I can ask you more about the Kirsanovs. Or, better still, you bring up the subject when you feel you can fulfill this request I make now, and I won't mention it again. Will you allow me to visit you? If you please, Mr. Beaumont, said Katerina Vasilievna with a slight shrug of her shoulders. But you'll agree that. Once again she didn't want to finish what she'd started to say. That I must be arousing your suspicions right now? True. but I'll wait until that passes. 13. Beaumont began to visit the Polozovs very frequently. Why not? Thought the old man. He's a good match. Of course, Katya could have had a much better suitor before. But even then she was neither scheming nor ambitious. And now one couldn't hope for more. Indeed, Beaumont was a very good match. He said that he was thinking of staying in Russia for good because he considered it his homeland. He was a man of character, although he'd begun with nothing. By the age of 30 he'd achieved a respectable position. If he'd been a Russian, Polozov would have preferred that he belonged to the gentry, but that didn't apply to foreigners, especially not to the French, and even less to the Americans. In America a man can be a cobbler's apprentice or a tiller of the soil one day, a general the next, president the day after, and then an office worker or a lawyer the day after that. Americans are a peculiar breed. The only thing they ask is how much money a man has and how smart he is. That's the way it ought to be, Polozov continued his thought. That's the kind of man I am. I took up trade and married a merchant's daughter. Money is the main thing, followed by intelligence, because without that you can't earn any money. He'll make money, he's started down that path. He'll buy the factory and become its manager. Then the firm will make him a partner. And their firms are different from ours. Soon he'll be rolling in millions. It's quite possible that Polozov's dreams about his future son-in-law's becoming a millionaire through commercial transactions weren't fated to come true, any more than Marya Alexeyevna's dream about her first son-in-law's career in tax farming. But even so, Beaumont was still a good match for Katerina Vasilievna. However, could Polozov have been mistaken in envisioning Beaumont as his future son-in-law? If the old man still had any doubts in this regard, they disappeared when, about 2 weeks after he'd begun. 417. His visits. Beaumont told Polozov that the sale of the factory might be postponed for several days. But there shouldn't be any delay. Even if they weren't waiting for Mr. Lothar, it would probably take them at least a week to draw up the final papers, and Mr. Lothar would be arriving in Petersburg in about 4 days. Before I knew you personally, said Beaumont, I wanted to close this deal myself. Now it would be rather awkward since we know each other so well. So that no misunderstandings will arise later, I've written home to my firm and reported that during our negotiations I made friends with the manager and that almost all of his capital is invested in shares. I requested that the firm send someone to close the deal instead of me. As you can see, Mr. Lothar is on his way. Careful and clever. And at the same time it clearly demonstrated Beaumont's intention to marry Katya. A simple acquaintance would not have warranted such caution. 14. Beaumont was received rather coolly by Katerina Vasilievna on his next 2 or 3 visits. She really had begun to distrust this comparative stranger who'd expressed such a mysterious desire to find out all about a family with which, in his words, he wasn't even acquainted. Yet he said that he was afraid to meet them because he wasn't sure they'd appreciate it. But even during those early visits, if Katerina Vasilievna greeted him with uncertainty, she nevertheless soon became involved in lively conversation with him. In her earlier life up to her acquaintance with Beaumont and Kirsanov, she'd never encountered anyone like them. Beaumont felt such sympathy with everything that interested her, and he understood her so well. Even with her best friends, by the way, she had only one, Paulina, who some time before had married a manufacturer and moved with him to Moscow. Even with Paulina she couldn't speak as freely as she did with him. And he? At first, of course, he came not to see her but to use her to find out about Madame Kirsanova. But from the very beginning of their acquaintance, from the minute they began talking about boredom and ways to avoid it, it was obvious that he both respected her and sympathized with her. At their second meeting he was attracted by her enthusiasm at finding herself an occupation. Now with each new meeting his liking for her was becoming more and more apparent. Very quickly a simple and warm bond was formed between them. A week later Katerina Vasilievna told him all about the Kirsanovs. She was sure that this man could harbor no dishonorable thoughts. 418. It's also true that when she began to talk about the Kirsanovs, he stopped her. Why so soon? He asked. You still don't know me very well. No, quite well enough, Mr. Beaumont. I see that if you didn't want to explain your peculiar desire to me, then you probably had no right to speak about it. There are a great many secrets in the world. He replied, you can see that I no longer have such impatience to find out what I wanted to know about them. 15. Katerina Vasilievna's animation continued without let-up and soon became her constant, habitual state of mind, bold, lively, and radiant. And so far as she could tell, it was precisely this animation, more than anything else, that drew Beaumont closer to her. And he thought about her a great deal now. That was all too obvious. After hearing her account of the Kirsanovs 2 or 3 times, he remarked at the 4th telling, now I know all I need to know. Thank you. What is it that you know? I've told you only that they love each other very much and that they're totally happy in their relationship. That's all I needed to know. Besides, I knew it all. Read why. Their conversation moved to another subject. Of course, the first thought that occurred to Katerina Vasilievna at his initial question about Madame Kirsanova was that he was infatuated with Vera Pavlovna. But now it was all too clear that this wasn't the case. As well as Katerina Vasilievna now knew him, she even thought him incapable of being infatuated. However, he could be in love. That was a fact. And if he is in love with anyone now, it must be me, thought Katerina Vasilievna. 16. But did they really love each other? Let's start with her. There was one instance when she showed some solicitude for Beaumont, but how did that end? Not at all as one might have expected from its beginning. Beaumont had begun to visit the Polozovs every day without fail. Sometimes he stayed a long time, sometimes not, but he came every day. On this fact alone Polozov based his conviction that Beaumont planned to propose to Katerina Vasilievna. There was no other basis for this belief. But then an evening passed and Beaumont didn't come. 419. Papa, do you know if there's something the matter with him? I haven't heard. Probably it's nothing. He's busy, that's all. Another evening passed and Beaumont still didn't come. On the 3rd morning Katerina Vasilievna prepared to go out. Where are you going, Katya? I've a few things to attend to, Papa. She went to see Beaumont. He was sitting in a dressing gown with wide sleeves and was reading. When the door opened, he raised his eyes from the book. Is that you, Katerina Vasilievna? I'm very glad and most grateful to you, he said in the same tone of voice he used to greet her father. No, in fact his tone was much, much warmer. Is anything the matter, Mr. Beaumont? You haven't come to visit us in some time. You worry me, besides, I've missed you. Nothing special, Katerina Vasilievna. You see I am in good health. Would you care for a cup of tea? You see I'm having some. Gladly. But why haven't you visited us in so long? Peter, bring in another glass. You see I'm in good health, so it was a mere trifle. Here's what happened. I was at the factory with Mr. Lothar and was explaining something to him. Without paying any attention, I put my hand down on a gear, it turned and scratched my hand right through the sleeve. I haven't been able to put on my frock coat for the last few days. Show me, or I'll worry that it's not just a scratch, but a larger wound. How could that be? Peter entered with a glass for Katerina Vasilievna, when I am using my 2 hands. Peter, clean out this ashtray and fetch me my cigar case, it's on the table in the study. There, you see, it's nothing. An English plaster is all that's needed. 297. Yes, but there's still some redness and swelling. Yesterday it was worse than this and by tomorrow it will be fine. Peter emptied the ashes, brought the cigar case, and left. I didn't want to come before you as a wounded hero. You could have written me a note. I thought I'd be able to get my coat on the following day 3 days ago, that is. Then I thought it would be yesterday, Then yesterday, I thought today. I didn't want to alarm you. Well, you've alarmed me even more. It wasn't very nice of you, Mr. Beaumont. When will you finish work on the sale of the factory? Probably in a few days. You know, the delay doesn't depend on Mr. Lothar and me, but on the group of shareholders. What were you reading just now? A new novel by Thackeray. To have such talent yet to have written himself out? It's all because his scope of ideas is so limited. 298. I've read it. You're quite right / and so on. They lamented over Thackeray's decline and chatted for another half hour about other matters of that sort. Well, it's time for me to see Vera Pavlovna. When would you like to meet them? They're such fine people. Someday soon. I'll get to it. I'll ask you to arrange it. I am very grateful to you for visiting me. Is that your horse? Yes, it is. That's why your father never uses it? It's a fine horse. It seems so. I don't know much about them. It's a good horse, sir. Worth 350 rubles, even more / said the coachman. How old is it? 6 years old, sir. Let's go, Zacher. I am ready. Goodbye, Mr. Beaumont. Will you come to see us today? I doubt that. But tomorrow for sure. 17. Does this really happen? Do young girls in love make such visits? Not to mention the fact that no well-brought-up young lady would ever allow herself to do anything of the sort, or if she did, the results would be very different. If Katerina Vasilievna's action flies in the face of all morality, then even more opposed to generally accepted ideas about relations between men and nubile young women is the substance, so to speak, of her immoral action. Isn't it clear that Katerina Vasilievna and Beaumont were not people but fish, or if they were people they had fish blood in their veins? And more to the point, the way she treated him during this interview was altogether the same as the way she'd always treated him at home. I am tired of talking, Mr. Beaumont / she would say when he stayed late. Stay here and talk with Papa. I am going to my room. And she would leave. He'd sometimes reply, stay another quarter of an hour, Katerina Vasilievna. All right / she'd answer in such cases. But more often he'd reply, good night then, Katerina Vasilievna. What sort of people are these, I'd like to know. I'd also like to know, might they not be simply good people whom no one prevents from seeing each other whenever they want and as much as they like, whom no one keeps from marrying if they so decide, and therefore they have no reason to rant and rave? Still, I'm troubled by their cold treatment of each other. I'm ashamed not so much for them as for myself. Can it be that my fate as a novelist consists in compromising all my heroes and heroines in the eyes of well-bred people? Some of them eat and drink, others don't go wild without cause. What uninteresting people. 18. Meanwhile, according to old man Polozov's conviction, the whole affair was heading toward marriage. Marriage. How could that possibly be, given the odd behavior of the prospective bride and groom? Hadn't Polozov heard their conversations? Of course his daughter and her prospective suitor weren't always within earshot. Instead of sitting in the same room with him, more often than not they sat in another room or strolled through several rooms. But this made no difference whatever in their conversations. These were enough to convince even the subtlest expert on the human heart, a heart that in reality people don't possess, that there was absolutely no possibility of seeing Katerina Vasilievna and Beaumont married. It's not that they didn't talk about feelings. No, they did, just as they talked about everything else under the sun, but they talked about feelings very little. That fact in and of itself meant little. The main thing was what they said and how they said it. Their tone was scandalous in its serenity, the content of their conversation terrible in its extreme incompatibility with anything on earth. Take for example this exchange about a week after the visit for which Beaumont had been so grateful to Katerina Vasilievna, or about 2 months after they'd met. The sale of the factory was already completed and Mr. Lothar was planning to leave the next day. And he did. Don't expect him to bring about some catastrophe. As a skilled negotiator, he completed the commercial transaction and announced that the firm had appointed Beaumont manager of the factory at a salary of £1,000 exactly as expected, and that was all. Judge for yourself whether he should get involved in anything other than business matters. The shareholders, including Polozov, were supposed to receive half the money in cash, the other half in notes payable in 3 months. And they did. Don't expect any catastrophe here either. The firm of Hodgson Loder & Co. was very reliable. Polozov perfectly satis. 422. Fide sat at a table in his living room counting his bank notes. He overheard a conversation between his daughter and Beaumont as they passed through the room. They were strolling through all 4 of the apartment's rooms that faced the street. If a woman or a girl is burdened by prejudices, said Beaumont, this time without any Anglicisms or Americanisms, then a man, I am talking about an honorable man, is subjected to great inconvenience as a result. Tell me, how can a man marry a girl who has no experience of simple everyday relations, the kind that will arise as a result of her agreeing to his proposal? She can't possibly judge whether she'll like her future life with the man who's to become her husband. But at Mr. Beaumont, her relations to this person before the proposal had an everyday character. Wouldn't that give both of them a certain guarantee that they'd remain content with each other? Yes, a certain guarantee. But it would be much surer if the trial were longer and more thorough. She still wouldn't know from experience the nature of the relations she was embarking on. As a result, the marriage would be a terrible risk for her. So much for her. It's the same for the honorable man she marries. In general, he can judge better whether he'll be satisfied. He's known women of different sorts and has determined which suits him best. She hasn't done that. But she could observe life and human nature in her own family and in her friends' families. And she could reflect. That's fine, but it's not enough. Nothing can take the place of personal experience. Would you prefer, then, that only widows marry? Asked Katerina Vasilievna, laughing. You've got it? Only widows. Girls should be forbidden to marry. That's true, said Katerina Vasilievna seriously. At first Polozov found the conversations or snatches of dialogue he heard very odd. But by now he'd already gotten used to it and thought, what of it? I am a person without prejudices myself. I was in trade and I married a merchant's daughter. The next day this part of the conversation, it was only a brief episode in a conversation that wasn't really about that, but about all sorts of other subjects. This part of yesterday's conversation continued as follows. You've told me the story of your love for Solovtsov. But what was it really? It was. Let's sit down, if it's all the same to you. I am tired of walking. Fine. It was a childish feeling that provided no guarantee. It may be all right to laugh about it now, in hindsight, perhaps even to grieve if you want to, because there's something very sad about it. You. 423. Were saved only by a very unusual circumstance, only because the matter fell into the hands of a man like Alexander. Who? Matveyich Kirsanov, he added as if he hadn't stopped after saying the name Alexander. Without Kirsanov you would have died of either consumption or marriage to that wretch. One could deduce from all this some fundamental ideas about the harmful position you occupied in society. You've deduced them yourself. All that is wonderful, but it's only made you more reasonable, a better person. It still didn't provide you with the experience you need to determine what sort of character in a husband would best suit you. Not a wretch but an honest man, that's all you found out. Splendid. But can any honorable woman be satisfied no matter what the man's character, as long as he's merely honest? She needs more precise knowledge of characters and relations, that is, she needs a different kind of experience. Yesterday we concluded, as you expressed it, that only widows should marry. What kind of widow are you? Beaumont said all of this with some dissatisfaction, but his last words contained genuine irritation. That's true, said Katerina Vasilievna somewhat gloomily. Still, I couldn't be deceitful, could I? You wouldn't know how, because it's impossible to feign experience if you don't have any. You talk all the time about how we girls lack ways to make a sound choice. In general, that's entirely true. But there are exceptional cases when experience isn't required to make a wise choice. If a girl isn't that young, she may know her own character. For example, I know my character, it's clear that it won't change. I'm 22 years old. I know what it takes to make me happy, to live in tranquility so that no one disturbs my peace and quiet, nothing more. That's true. It is clear. Is it so hard to know whether or not those essential traits exist in the character of any given man? It becomes obvious from a few conversations. That's true. But you yourself said that this is an exception, not the rule. Of course it's not the rule. But Mr. Beaumont, given the conditions of our life, our ideas and our customs, you can't expect a girl to have the kind of knowledge of everyday relations we were talking about, and without which in most instances the girl would risk making an unsound choice. Given present conditions, her situation is desperate. Let her enter into any kind of relations she pleases, it will hardly ever provide her with experience. No good can come of it, and the danger is 424. Enormous. A girl can easily humiliate herself and learn to be deceptive. She'd have to fool both her relatives and society, and hide from them. From there it's not far to falsehood, which would truly debase her character. It's highly probable that she'd begin to take life too frivolously. If not, if she does remain good, then her heart will be broken. Meanwhile, she'll gain almost no everyday experience, because these relations, so dangerous to her character or so painful to her heart, are nevertheless flashy, extraordinary, and not at all everyday. You see that under present conditions, this cannot possibly be advocated. Of course, Katerina Vasilievna. But that's precisely why our life is so bad. Naturally, we're in agreement about that. What's all this? I'm not just saying that this is a hellish situation in terms of general concepts, but what does it mean in terms of their personal relations? The man is saying, I doubt that you'd make me a good wife. And the girl is replying, no, please make me a proposal. What astonishing impudence. Perhaps that's not really it. Perhaps the man is saying, I have no need to wonder whether I'll be happy with you, but you must be careful in choosing even me. You have chosen. But I beg of you, think carefully. It's a matter of utmost importance. Even though I love you very much, you mustn't trust anyone, even me, without rigorous and careful scrutiny. Perhaps the girl is replying, my friend, I see that you're thinking more about me than about yourself. You're right, women are pitiful creatures. Men deceive us, lead us blindfolded so that /ve deceive ourselves. But don't be afraid for my sake, you're not deceiving me. My happiness is assured. I feel as calm on my account as you feel on yours. I am surprised by one thing, said Beaumont the following day. Again they were strolling through various rooms, in one of which sat Polozovlo. I am surprised that in such circumstances there are any happy marriages at all. You're speaking almost as if you were annoyed that there were any, replied Katerina Vasilievna, laughing. She now laughed, as one can plainly see, quite often in a very gentle, cheerful way. Indeed, it may lead to gloomy thoughts. When they have such poor means for making judgments about their own needs and the character of men, young women are still able to make successful choices rather frequently. Then think what this reveals about the brilliance and resiliency of the female mind. Women are endowed by nature with such clear, strong, insightful intelligence. And this capacity remains useless to society, which rejects it, suppresses it, and stifles it. The history of humanity would have progressed 10 times faster if this intelligence hadn't been so rejected and destroyed, but instead had been allowed to function. 425. You're a panegyrist for women, Mr. Beaumont. Couldn't all this be explained more simply? By chance, perhaps. Chance? Explain away as many instances as you want by chance. But when there are so very many instances besides chance, which produces a number of them, there must also be another general cause that's responsible for the rest. Here it's impossible to assume any other cause except for my explanation, soundness of choice resulting from strong and insightful intelligence. You're decidedly the Harriet Beecher Stowe of the woman's cation, Mr. Beaumont. She argues that Negroes are the most talented of all races and are superior to whites in intellectual abilities. You're joking, but I am not. You seem to be angry with me because I don't bow down before women. Accept as my excuse the difficulty of getting down on one's knees before oneself. You're joking, but now I'm seriously annoyed. Not at me, I hope. I am in no way to blame that women and girls can't do what you think they should. Meanwhile, if you like, I'll give you my earnest opinion, not about the woman question, since I don't want to be a judge in my own case, but about you, Mr. Beaumont. You're a man of great restraint, but you get excited when you talk about this subject. What follows from this? That you must have some personal stake in the question. You've probably suffered as a result of an error in selection made by an inexperienced Gert, as you would say. Perhaps I did, or perhaps it was someone close to me. But think about it, Katerina Vasilievna. I'll tell you when I get your answer. In 3 days I'll ask for your reply. To a question that hasn't yet been asked? Surely I know you well enough not to need 3 days to think about it. Katerina Vasilievna stopped, placed her hand on Beaumont's neck, drew his head toward her and kissed him on the forehead. According to all precedents and demands of common courtesy, Beaumont should then have embraced her and kissed her on the lips. But he didn't, he merely pressed the hand that she had dropped from his head. Indeed, Katerina Vasilievna. But still, think it over. They began walking again. But who told you, Charlie, that I haven't been thinking it over much longer than 3 days? She asked, not letting go of his hand. Yes, of course I realized that. Well, then I'll tell you now. But this is a secret. Let's go into the other room and sit down there so he won't hear us. The end of this beginning occurred as they walked past the old man. He saw that they were walking arm in arm, which had never happened. 426. Before, and he thought, he's asked for her hand and she's accepted him. Good. Tell me your secret, Charlie. Papa won't be able to hear us from here. It seems ridiculous, Katerina Vasilievna, that I am afraid on your account. Of course, there's nothing to fear. But you'll understand why I am warning you when I tell you that I have an example. No doubt you'll realize that we can live together. But I felt so sorry for her. She suffered so much and was deprived for so many years of the life she needed. It was a pity. I saw it with my own eyes. Where it took place makes no difference, let's say New York, Boston, or Philadelphia, it's all the same, you know. She was a very fine woman and considered her husband to be a very fine man. They were extremely devoted to each other. Still, she had to suffer a great deal. He was prepared to sacrifice his life to add to her happiness in even the slightest way. Nevertheless, she couldn't be happy with him. It's good that it ended as it did. But it was painful for her. You didn't know this, therefore I've yet to receive your answer. Could one possibly have heard this story from someone else? Perhaps. From her, perhaps. Yes. Have I still not given you my answer? No. Do you know it? I do, said Beaumont. Thereupon followed the usual scene that occurs between the prospective bride and groom, complete with embraces. 19. The next day around 3 o'clock, Katerina Vasilievna called on Vera Pavlovna. I am getting married the day after tomorrow, Vera Pavlovna, she said upon entering. Tonight I shall bring my intended to meet you. Of course, it must be Beaumont, whom you've been mad about for so long. Me? Mad about him? But it all happened so quietly and sensibly. I am sure you behaved very quietly and sensibly with him, but not with me. Really? That's odd. But this is even more curious. He's very fond of you, both of you, but especially you, Vera Pavlovna, much more than Alexander Matveyich. 427. What's so curious about that? If you spoke to him about me with even 1/1000th of the rapture with which you spoke to me about him, then of course. So you think he knows you through me? That's just it, it's not through me, but on his own, and he knows you even better than I do. That's news. How's that? How? I'll explain at once. From the first day he arrived in Petersburg he was very eager to meet you. He thought it would be better if he postponed that meeting until he could visit you with a fiancée or a wife rather than alone. He thought it would be nicer for you to see him that way. You see, our marriage has come out of his desire to make your acquaintance. Marry you to make my acquaintance. Me? Who said he was marrying me for your sake? Oh, no, we're not getting married out of love for you. But when he arrived in Petersburg, did either of us know each other or even know that the other existed? If he'd never come here, how would we ever have become acquainted? And he came to Petersburg because of you. How funny you are. Did you say that he speaks Russian better than English? Asked Vera Pavlovna in considerable agitation. He speaks Russian as well as I do, and it's the same with his English. Katenka, my friend, how happy I am. Vera Pavlovna ran to embrace her guest. Sasha, come here. Quickly. Hurry. What is it, Veroka? Hello, Katerina Vasil. He couldn't finish saying her name, Katya was kissing him. Today is Easter, Sasha. Say to Katenka, verily he is risen to 99. What's this all about? Sit down and she'll explain. I still haven't heard the whole story from beginning to end. Enough kissing, and in front of me, no less. Tell us everything, Katenka. XX. That evening there was even more excitement. When order was restored, Beaumont, acceding to a request from his new acquaintances, related his life story beginning with his arrival in the United States. As soon as I got there, he said, I applied to become a naturalized citizen. To do that I had to join some party or other. 30 but which one? Naturally, the abolitionists. I wrote several articles in the Tribune about the impact of serfdom on the social order in Russia. 30L This proved to be a rather useful new argument for the abolitionists to use against slavery in the southern states. I became a citizen of the state of Massachusetts. 302 Soon after my arrival I secured a position in an office of one of the few large trading firms associated with their party in New York. What followed was the same story we know already. Therefore, this part of Beaumont's biography, at least, is beyond dispute. XXI. That very evening the two families agreed to look for adjoining apartments. In the expectation of locating and arranging suitable quarters, the Beaumonts lived at the factory, where, according to his firm's directive, an apartment had been set aside for the manager. This departure from town could be compared with the trip that newlyweds take in accordance with a splendid English custom, one that is now spreading throughout all of Europe. About a month and a half later, when suitable adjoining apartments had been located, the Kirsanovs moved into one and the Beaumonts into the other. Old Polozov preferred to remain in the factory apartment, the spaciousness of which reminded him, albeit vaguely, of his former grandeur. He also found it pleasant to remain there inasmuch as there he was the most revered personage for some 3 or 4 versts around. There was no limit to the signs of respect offered him by his own clerks and commissioners, by those of the neighborhood, and by the rest of the suburban fraternity of both lower and somewhat higher stations in society. And there was almost no end to the pleasure with which this patriarch accepted the signs of general acknowledgment that he was the most important person in the district. His son-in-law came to the factory almost every morning, his daughter came with him almost every day. During the summer they both came, and still come, to live at the factory, instead of renting a dacha. During the rest of the year, in addition to receiving daily visits from his daughter and son-in-law, who remains a North American, 303 Once a week or more the old man had the pleasure of receiving guests who'd come to spend an evening with Katerina Vasilievna and her husband. Sometimes it was only the Kirsanovs and a few young people, sometimes a larger group. The factory served as the usual destination for all country outings organized by the Kirsanovs and Beaumont's circle. Polozov was delighted by these invasions of guests. How could it be otherwise? He assumed the role of host not entirely devoid of a certain old-time patriarchal flavor. XXII. The two families live in their own fashion, each in the style that best pleases it. On ordinary days there's more noise in one apartment and more tranquility in the other. They visit each other like relatives, sometimes as many as 10 times a day, but for only 1 or 2 minutes at a time. Sometimes for almost an entire day one of the two apartments is empty because its inhabitants are in the other one. It varies according to circumstances. When guests come there's no set rule, sometimes the doors between the apartments remain closed. The doors joining the parlor of one with the living room of the other are generally closed, while those between Vera Pavlovna's and Katerina Vasilievna's rooms are constantly open. And so sometimes the doors that connect the two receiving rooms remain closed. That's when the group of guests isn't too large. But when the party is big these doors are opened, and then even the guests don't know whose guests they are, Vera Pavlovna's or Katerina Vasilievna's. Sometimes the hostesses can't tell themselves. One distinction can be made: when the young people are seated they tend to be in Katerina Vasilievna's apartment, but when they're not seated they tend to be in Vera Pavlovna's apartment. But these young people can't really be considered guests. They're intimate friends. Without standing on ceremony Vera Pavlovna will chase them away to Katerina Vasilievna, saying, "I've had enough of you people. Go and see Katenka now. She never gets tired of you. And why are you better behaved with her than with me? I am even older than she is. Don't worry. It's because we love her more than you. Katenka, why do they love you more? I cold them less. Yes, Katerina Vasilievna treats us like solid citizens, so we behave with her as if we were." A particular scheme, conceived and repeated fairly frequently last winter within this domestic circle, when only the young people and some of their most intimate friends had gathered, produced a pleasant result. Pianos from both apartments were moved together. The young people would cast lots and divide into 2 choruses, each compelling its patroness to sit at one of the 2 pianos facing the other. Then each chorus stood behind its prima donna while they sang simultaneously. Vera Pavlovna and her chorus sang La Donna Immobile, 304, while Katerina Vasilievna and her group sang Long Abandoned by You, 30s, or else Vera Pavlovna's chorus performed Lizette's song from Baron Ger 306 and Katerina Vasilievna's sang Yerumushka's song 307. This winter a new scheme had become popular. The erstwhile prima donnas had refashioned to their own taste the discourse between 2 Greek philosophers about beauty 308. It began with Katerina Vasilievna's raising her eyes to heaven, sighing heavily, and declaring, "Oh, divine Schiller, rapture of my soul." Vera Pavlovna would reply with greatest dignity, "But Prunella shoes from Korolyov's shop are just as nice, 309," and she'd stick out her foot. When one of the young people would laugh at this exchange, he or she would be made to stand in the corner. By the end of the game, of the 10 or 12 contestants, only 2 or 3 remained unrelegated to the corner. Inordinate rapture would result if they were ever able to inveigle Beaumont to enter the room and then managed send him off to the corner. What else? The sewing establishments are still in existence and operate in close cooperation. There are now 3 of them. Katerina Vasilievna began her own a while back. She also substitutes a great deal for Vera Pavlovna in her workshop, and will soon replace her altogether because later this year, please forgive her, she will actually take her medical examinations, then she'll have no time at all to devote to the workshop. What a pity we can't expand these establishments, how they'd have developed, says Vera Pavlovna on occasion. Katerina Vasilievna never replies, but her eyes flash maliciously. What a temper you have, Katya. You ie worse than I am, says Vera Pavlovna. It's a good thing your father has something left, a very good thing. Yes, Viroka, it is. I feel much better about my son. Obviously she has a son. By the way, Katya, you've got me thinking about all sorts of things. We'll continue to live in peace and quiet, won't we? Katerina Vasilievna was silent. Yes, Katya, come on, at least for my sake, say yes. Katerina Vasilievna laughed. It doesn't depend on my yes or no, but to please you I'll say it, yes, we will. Indeed, they do live in peace. They live harmoniously and amicably, quietly and boisterously, playfully and industriously. But it doesn't follow that my story is at an end. No. They're all still young and active people, and if their life is organized harmoniously and amicably, beautifully and soundly, it still hasn't ceased to be interesting. Far from it. I've much more to tell about them, and I guarantee that the continuation of my story will be even more engrossing than what I've told you thus far. XXIII. They live cheerfully and amicably. Working and resting, they enjoy life and contemplate the future, if not without concern, then with the firm and absolutely well-founded confidence that the further they advance, the better it will be. Thus passed the last 2 years, and thus this year was passing also. Winter was almost over, and the snow was beginning to melt. Vera Pavlovna kept asking, won't there be even one more frosty day so we can have another winter picnic? Nobody could answer her question. Days passed by and the thaw continued, with each new day the chance for a winter picnic diminished. But then, finally, just when all hope had been abandoned, there was a genuine winter snowfall. It was followed not by a thaw, but by a nice, light frost. The sky was bright, the evening would be splendid, a picnic. On the spur of the moment, no time to round up the others, a small picnic, without invitations. 432. In the evening 2 sleighs set off. One rushed along amidst chatter and jokes, but the other was an absolute disgrace. As soon as it had left town, its group began singing at the top of its lungs, and what a song! A young maiden went forth. From the new gate, from the new Maplewood latticed gate, my own father is stern and harsh to me. He won't let me stay out late, or stroll with the boys, but I won't listen to my father, I'll give the lads a good time. 310. Quite a song they chose to sing, say what you like. But was that all? Sometimes they'd be going along at a walk, dropping behind about a quarter of a verst or so, and then suddenly they'd break into a gallop, overtake the other sleigh with shouting and whooping, and as they drew level with it, would hurl snowballs at the other high-spirited but not rowdy party. The restrained sleigh, after 2 or 3 such insults, decided to defend itself. Allowing the rowdy sleigh to get ahead, they themselves picked up handfuls of fresh snow, carefully, so that the rowdy sleigh wouldn't notice. And now the rowdy sleigh was once again proceeding at a walk, dropping behind, while the restrained one went stealthily on, and in overtaking it, didn't reveal in any way that they'd laid in a stock of ammunition. Then the rowdy sleigh came at them once again with an uproar and whooping, while the restrained sleigh prepared to repulse them valiantly by surprise. But what's this? The rowdy sleigh turns to the right, across a ditch, they don't care what they do, and whizzes by at a distance of 30 feet. Yes, it was she who caught on. She took the reins and is now on her feet, driving, say those in the restrained sleigh. Oh, no, we'll catch up to them. We'll get our revenge. A desperate chase. Will they catch up or won't they? We will. The restrained sleigh ecstatically cries. No, the others say in despair. We will with new ecstasy. They will cries the rowdy sleigh in despair. They won't ecstatically. Will they or won't they? The Kirsanovs and Beaumonts are sitting in the restrained sleigh, in. The rowdy one sit 4 young men and 1 lady, and all the rowdiness of the rowdy sleigh is instigated by her. Greetings, mesdames and messieurs, we're very, very glad to see you again, she says, perched on the landing of the factory entrance. Gentlemen, help the ladies out of the sleigh, she adds, addressing her companions. Hurry, hurry into the rooms. The frost has turned all their cheeks red. Greetings, little old man. But he isn't an old man at all. Katerina Vasilievna, why did you describe him to me as an old man? He'll be chasing after me yet. You will, won't you, my dear little old man? Says the lady from the rowdy sleigh. I will, says Polozov, already quite charmed by the fact that she'd affectionately stroked his grey whiskers. Children, will you allow him to chase after me? We will, says one of the young men. No, no, reply the three others. But why is the lady from the rowdy sleigh dressed all in black? Is she in mourning, or is it just a whim? I am tired, though, she says, and throws herself onto the Turkish divan that lines one entire side of the hall. Children, more cushions. Not just for me. I think the other ladies are tired too. Yes, you've exhausted us, too, says Katerina Vasilievna. Racing you over those ruts has done me in, says Vera Pavlovna. It's a good thing we were only about a verst from the factory, says Katerina Vasilievna. Both sink down on the cushions in a state of exhaustion. You were so foolish. You probably haven't done much galloping before. You should have stood up as I did, then the ruts wouldn't have mattered. Even we are quite tired, Kirsanov says for himself and Beaumont. They sit down next to their wives. Kirsanov embraces Vera Pavlovna, Beaumont takes Katerina Vasilievna by the hand. An idyllic scene. It's pleasant to see such happily married couples. But a shadow flits across the face of the lady in mourning, only for a moment, and no one notices except for one of her young companions. 31 He goes over to the window and begins to examine the light arabesques that the frost has traced on the panes. Mesdames, your stories are interesting, but I didn't hear anything beguiling. I only know they're touching, amusing, and happily. I like that. But where's that impossible little old man? He's fussing in the kitchen, preparing some refreshments for us. That always keeps him amused, says Katerina Vasilievna. Well, in that case, good for him. Tell me your style, please, but be brief. I like stories kept short. I'll tell you briefly, says Vera Pavlovna. The style begins with me. Later, when it concerns the others, I'll let them tell their own pacts. But I warn you, there are secrets at the end of my story. 312. So what? Then we'll drive these gentlemen away. Or should we drive them away now? No, now they may listen. So Vera Pavlovna began her story. Hal, it's that darling Julie, 313. I like her so much. Throwing herself on her knees, insulting everybody, and behaving without any propriety at all. That darling girl. Bravo, Vera Pavlovna. I'll throw myself out the window. 314. Bravo, ladies and gentlemen. And the lady in mourning claps her hands. At this command the young people begin to applaud deafeningly, shouting bravo and hurrah. What's the matter? What's the matter with you? Cries Katerina Vasilievna with alarm a few minutes later. Oh, nothing, it's all right, give me some water. Don't worry, Mosolov 315 is already bringing me some. Thank you, Mosolov. She takes the water brought by her young companion, the one who'd earlier walked over to the window. Yoll, see how I've trained him. He knows everything in advance. Now I'm completely over it. Please go on, I'm listening. No, I'm tired, she says some 5 minutes later, quietly getting up from the divan. I must have a rest. I must nap for an hour or so. You see, I leave without ceremony. Mosolov, let's go and look for the little old man, he'll put us to bed. Excuse me, Why not let me attend to this? Asks Katerina Vasilievna. Is it worth the trouble? Are you leaving us? Asks one of the young men, assuming a tragic pose. If we'd foreseen this, we would have brought our daggers. But now we have no way to stab ourselves. When they say nay the food, we can stab ourselves with the forks. Pronounces another with the rapture of an unexpected reprieve. Oh, no, I wouldn't want the future hope of the fatherland to perish before its time / says the lady in mourning with the same solemnity. Console yourselves, my children. Mosolov, put the smaller cushion on the table. Mosolov puts the cushion on the table. The lady in mourning stands near the table in a majestic pose and slowly lowers her hand onto the cushion. The young men reverently kiss her hand. Katerina Vasilievna goes to see about a bed for their tired guest. As they leave the room, the three remaining occupants from the restrained sleigh say in unison, "Poor woman." "What a woman!" say the three young men. "I'll say," echoes Mosolov smugly. "Have you known her long?" "About 3 years." "And him, do you know him well?" 316. "Oh, yes. Please, don't be upset / he adds, turning to those who'd been in the restrained sleigh. "It was only because she was exhausted." Vera Pavlovna exchanges quizzical looks with her husband and Beaumont and then shakes her head. "Don't tell me." "Exhausted?" says Kirsanov. "I assure you. Only exhausted. She'll have a nap and evil thing will pass / Mosolov repeats in an indifferent, soothing tone. In about 10 minutes Katerina Vasilievna returns. "Well?" asks 6 voices. Mosolov says nothing. She lay down and started to doze off. "She's probably asleep by now." "I told you so / says Mosolov. "It's really nothing." "Still, poor woman," says Katerina Vasilievna. "We'll keep apart in her presence. You and I, Veroka, and Charlie and Sasha. This shouldn't cramp our style, though," says Mosolov. "We can still sing and dance and shout." She sleeps very soundly. If she is asleep, if it's nothing, then what of it, really? The distressing impression produced by the lady in mourning during the last quarter of an hour passed, disappeared, and was forgotten not entirely, but almost. Without her the party gradually got underway. It followed the course of all previous parties of this sort. Then it really got going and the fun started. Fun but not entirely. The ladies, at least, exchanged quite anxious private glances 5 or 6 times. Twice Vera Pavlovna whispered furtively to her husband, "Sasha, what if this happens to me?" The first time Kirsanov couldn't think of anything to say, the second time he did and answered, "No, Veroka, this can't happen to you." "It can't? Are you sure?" "Yes." And twice Katerina Vasilievna whispered furtively to her husband, "This can't happen to me, can it, Charlie?" The first time Beaumont only smiled, neither cheerfully nor soothingly. The second time he too answered, "In all likelihood, it can't, in all likelihood." 317. But these were only passing echoes and they were heard only at first. In general the party was cheerful, in half an hour it was all merriment. They chatted, played, and sang. She was sound asleep, Mosolov assured them, and he set the example for gaiety. In fact, they couldn't possibly disturb her. The room in which she lay was very far from the hall, in quite a different section of the apartment, with 3 rooms in between as well as the stairs, the corridor, and still another room. And so the party recovered completely. The young men, as usual, either joined the rest or were off by themselves, either all of them or only some of them. Twice Beaumont joined them, twice Vera Pavlovna drove them all away from him and their serious conversation. They chatted a great deal, a very great deal, and the whole company discussed things all together but not very much. They're all sitting together. "Well then, summing it up, is it good or bad?" asks the young man who had assumed the tragic pose. Bad rather than good says Vera Pavlovna. Why Veroka? Asks Katerina Vasilievna. In any case life can't go on without it says Beaumont. There's no getting out of it confirms Kirsanov. Outstandingly bad therefore outstanding decides the one who'd asked. The three remaining comrades nod their heads and say bravo Nikitin. The young men are sitting off to one side. I didn't know him 318 Nikitin, but it seems that you did. Asks Mosolov. I was just a lad then. I saw him. And how does it strike you now in recollection? Do they speak the truth? Or do they exaggerate out of friendship? No. And no one saw him after that? No. Besides Beaumont was in America then. You're right. Karl Yakovlevich, excuse me. Didn't you meet that Russian they were talking about in America? No. High time he came back. Yes. What a mad idea I just had. Says Nikitin. He'd make a good match for her 319. Ladies and gentlemen, will someone come and sing with me? Asks Vera Pavlovna. 2 volunteers? So much the better. Mosolov and Nikitin remain behind. I'll show you something interesting, Nikitin, said Mosolov. Do you think she's asleep? No. But do NT say anything? You can tell her later, when you get to know her better. But nobody else. She wouldn't like it? The windows of the apartment are low. This, of course, is her window, where the light is. Mosolov looks in. That's right. What did I tell you? The lady in mourning is seated in an armchair drawn up to the table. Her left elbow is resting on the edge, her wrist supports her slightly bowed head, covering her temple and part of her hair. Her right hand is lying on the table, her fingers moving up and down mechanically, as if playing some tune. The lady's face has a fixed expression of thoughtfulness, stern rather than sad. A slight frown comes and goes over her forehead, again and again. And is she like this all the time, Mosolov? As you see. But we'd better go, or we'll catch cold. We've been standing here for a quarter of an hour already. How unfeeling you are, says Nikitin, looking intently into his comrade's eyes as they pass the light in the hallway. This really got to you, my friend. It's your first time. The refreshments are being served. This vodka is really something, says Nikitin. And how strong it is. It takes your breath away. Why, you sissy. And your eyes are red, too. Says Mosolov. Everyone began to make fun of Nikitin. It's just that I choked on it. Otherwise I can hold my drink, he says defensively. They begin to inquire what time it is. It's still only 11, they can chat on for another half hour or so, there's still plenty of time. Half an hour later Katerina Vasilievna goes in to wake the lady in mourning. The woman meets her on the threshold, stretching after her nap. Did you sleep well? Beautifully. And how do you feel? Splendid. I kept telling you it was nothing. Just fatigue. From too much frolicking. Now I'll be more reserved. But no, she doesn't succeed in becoming reserved. Within 5 minutes she's charming Polozov, ordering the young men around, and drumming out a march or something on the table with the handles of 2 forks. But she's in a hurry to leave, while the others, who by now 439 are enormously cheered to see her so boisterous once again. I aren't in such a hurry. Are the horses ready? She asks low, rising from the meal. Not yet, we've only just ordered them harnessed. You're insufferable. But if that's so, Vera Pavlovna, then sing something for me. I've been told you have a good voice. Vera Pavlovna sings something. I'll ask you to sing very often says the lady in mourning. Now it's your tumel, your 2rn. They all begin to prod her. But they hardly have time to speak before she sits down at the piano. Well, all right. I don't know how to sing, but that won't stop me. Nothing can stop me. But Mesdames and Messieurs, lo, I won't be singing for you at all. I'll be singing only for the children. My children, don't laugh at your mother. And all the while she's striking chords slow, searching for the accompaniment. Children, don't you dare laugh low, because I'll sing with feeling. And trying to make the notes sound as shrill as possible, she sings out. Moans the blue-gray. The young people giggle at this unexpected tum. And the rest of the company also starts to laugh, while the singer herself can't keep from bursting into laughter. But managing to stifle idle, she continues with redoubled shrillness. Double he moans both day and night, his beloved Sweethia. 320. But on this word her voice really quavered and broke off. It's no good, and it's all right that it isn't any good. It shouldn't be. Let's try one that will work, a better one. Listen, my children, to your mother's admonitions. Don't fall in love, understand that you don't have to get married. She sings out in a strong full contralto. There are many beautiful women in our mountain village, the stars shine in the darkness of their eyes. It's sweet to love them, an enviable fate. But is stupid, children. But a young lad's freedom is jollier. 321. That's not what the trouble is. It's a stupid objection, but do you know why? Don't marry, young man. Listen to me. 322. Further on, children, it's all nonsense. Perhaps this is nonsense too. Children, you may fall in love, you may marry, but only with good judgment, without illusions, children. I'll sing to you about myself, how I got married. It's an old love song, but then I am an old woman. I'm sitting on the balcony of our castle Dalton, for I'm Scottish, so fair-skinned and fair-haired. Nearby are the forest and the river Bringle. My betrothed approaches my balcony, in secret, of course. He's poor, but I'm rich, the daughter of a baron, a lord. But I love him very much, and I sing to him. The steep bank of the Bringle is beautiful, and the forest is green all around. They're my heart's friend, and I find shelter by day / because I know that by day he's hiding, and every day he changes his shelter. Dearer than my father's house. Actually, my father's house was really not all that dear. Thus I sing to him, I'll go with you. How do you think he answers me? Maiden, you want to be mine, to forget your kin and rank. Because I'm of high birth. But first you must guess what fate awaits me. Are you a hunter? I ask. No. Are you a poacher? You've almost guessed it / he replies. When we will gather, children of darkness. Because you and I, children, Mesdames and Messieurs, are wicked people, you know. Then, believe me, we'll need to forget who we were before, to forget who we are now. He sings. I guessed it long ago / I say. You're a brigand. Well, it's true, he is a brigand, isn't he? He's a brigand. How does he answer, ladies and gentlemen? You see / he says, I'm a bad match for you. Oh, maiden, I'm not a good friendy. I am a dweller of forests deep. That's absolutely true, of deep forests, therefore / he says, don't come with me. My life will be dangerous / because there are wild beasts in the deep forest. My end will be sad. This isn't true, children, it won't be sad, but I thought so then, and he thought so too. Nevertheless, I answer in my own way. The steep bank of the Bringle is beautiful, and the forest is green all around. They're my heart's friend, and I find shelter by day, dearer than my father's house. 323. And so it was in fact. Well then, I can't have any regrets. I was told what to expect. In just such a way may you marry and love, children, without illusions. And know how to choose. The moon rises. Both quiet and still. And the young warrior goes into battle. The Caucasian horseman loads his gun. The maiden says to him, my dear one, entrust yourself boldly to fate. 324. You may fall in love with such girls and you may marry such girls. Forget what I told you, Sashay, listen to her. Whispers one of them and squeezes his hand. Why didn't I tell you that? Now I'll say it, whispers the other. I allow you to love such girls, and I bless you, children. My dear one, entrust yourself boldly to fate. You've cheered me up a great deal, and where there's good cheer, there must be drink. Hey, my tavern maid. Pour some mead and wine. Mead only because you can't exclude that word from the song. Is there any champagne left? Yes. Excellent. Open it. Hey, my tavern maid. Pour some mead and wine. So that my head will be gay. Who's the tavern maid? I am the tavern maid. The tavern maid has black brows and hammered heel rings. 325. 443. She jumps up, passes her hand over her brows, and stamps her heels. I poured it out. There it is. Mesdames and messieurs, and you, little old man, and children, help yourselves. So that our heads will be gay. To the tavern maid. To the tavern maid. Thank you. I drink to my own health, and she sits down at the piano again and sings. Let sorrow vanish into dust. And it will vanish. And into our hearts, grown young again. Let unending joy descend. 326. So it will be, that's clear. Black fear will flee like a shadow. From the rays of daylight. Light, warmth, and aroma swiftly drive away darkness and cold. The odor of decay gets weaker. The fragrance of roses grows stronger. 327. Chapter 6. Change of scene. To the arcade. Cried the lady in mourning. Only now she was no longer in mourning, she was wearing a bright rose-pink dress, a rose-pink hat, and a white mantilla, and she was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand. She was riding alone with Mosolov. He and Nikitin were sitting on the front seat of the carriage, while a third youth was sticking out like a sore thumb on the coachman's box. Next to the lady sat a man of about 30. 328. How old was the lady? Was she really 25, as she said, and not 20? Well, if she adds to her age, let her square it with her own conscience. Yes, my dear, I've waited 2 years for this day, more than 2 years. When I met him, she indicated Nikitin with a glance, I still had only a presentiment. You couldn't say that I expected it? At that time there was still only a hope, but soon there came certainty. Excuse me, says the reader, not just the perspicacious reader, but every reader, growing more stupefied the more he understands. Slightly more than 2 years after she met Nikitin. Yes, I reply. But she met Nikitin at the same time she met Kirsanov and Beaumont, at that picnic at the end of last winter. Absolutely true, I answer. What does it all mean? Are you starting to describe events of 1865? Yes. But, for pity's sake, is that possible? Why is it impossible, if I have the knowledge? Come on, then. Who will listen to you? Do you really object? What do you take me for? Of course not. If you don't want to listen now, then of course I must postpone the sequel until you're in a mood to listen. 329. I hope we won't have to wait too long for that day. April 4, 1863.